The air was oppressively heavy, tainted with an indescribable stale odor. It was the distinctive smell of a room sealed for too long, devoid of circulation, sweat, the greasy residue of overnight takeout, and a faint dustiness, all fermented by the 27-degree warm air from the air conditioner into a lethargic, soporific decay. Zhuyu sprawled bonelessly in his computer chair, his whole body sinking into the filthy sponge protruding from the torn faux leather. The glow of the monitor cast an eerie pallor on his bloodless face. His eye bags were swollen like two heavy lead weights sagging beneath his eyes. His fingers tapped mechanically on the greasy keyboard as the pixelated avatar on the screen frantically hacked down waves of oncoming monsters, the bursts of explosive visual effects, making his pupils alternately brighten and dim. At his feet, several open instant noodle cups and a small mountain of takeout containers exuded a sour, rancid stench, stubbornly contending with the dying, cheap lemon scent of the air freshener. Outside the window, the city's clamor was muffled by thick curtains into a dull, indistinct background hum. Sunlight. That stuff was too glaring and too costly on the power bill. Drawing the curtains tight and cranking the air conditioner was to him the very creed of living. His stomach let out a long, gurgling protest. Without lifting his eyelids, Zhuyu groped for his phone by habit. The screen lit up, making him squint against the stab of brightness. The time was 2:30 in the afternoon. Perfect, an ideal hour for breakfast. His fingertips slid over several familiar delivery app icons before finally coming to rest on a bright red hamburger logo. Fried chicken, a double beef burger, a large order of fries, iced cola. His fingers glided over the screen with unbroken fluency, selecting, ordering, paying. The sequence completed in one smooth, practiced motion, carrying a bone-deep anesthetized efficiency. Money. That was merely a number in his bank card that kept dwindling, as distant as if it belonged to a past life. The chime announcing the arrival of his delivery sounded like celestial music. Like a man whose bones had been removed, Zhuyu slowly pried himself out of the chair, his slippers slapped against the floor with a dragging pata-pata. He cracked the door open and took the heavy plastic bag that reeked of deep-fried food. He could not even be bothered to see the deliverman's face. Clearly, a muffled grunt served as acknowledgement before he slammed the door shut, cutting himself off from the overly vivid world outside. For a brief moment, the aroma of food overwhelmed the room's staleness. He tore open the packaging and bit savagely into the burger sauce and grease, smearing his mouth. On the screen, the battle raged on. The monster's roars and spell effects clogged his ears. This was life. He let out a satisfied, quiet sigh and burrowed deeper into the chair like a potato slowly rotting in place. Until the electronic calendar on the nightstand, its surface dust-coated, flashed a glaring red, incessantly blinking 24 at the center of the screen, a digit that stabbed into his unfocused gaze like a needle. Zhuyu's chewing halted abruptly. The lump of burger in his throat seemed to turn dry and rigid, impossible to swallow. He stared blankly at that number for a few seconds before his muddled brain grudgingly began to turn, dredging up from some cobwebbed corner of memory a blurred promise. It seemed it was that little girl's birthday. What was her name again? Zhu Miao. Right. His half-sister, nearly a full zodiac cycle younger than him. When had they last met? Last year? Or the year before? His mother had chattered about it over the phone, saying the girl had gotten into a prestigious junior high this year and wanted a cake, specifically a strawberry mousse from that shop Sweet Star Whisper in the city center. Between the lines, his mother had seemed to hope that he, as her big brother, would make some gesture. Zhuyu irritably raked his fingers through his greasy, clumped hair. Trouble. Such a bother. Go out. Just the thought of the harsh sunlight, the noisy crowds, the effort of tidying up his appearance stirred a powerful resistance from the bottom of his heart. His fingers clicked restlessly on the greasy mouse, the game screen flickering. Forget it. He let his gaze drift, trying to talk himself out of it. Order a cake and have it couriered. No, the girl had specified that shop. If it were shipped, it would arrive a ruined mess. Hire a runner. That place was obscenely expensive. Runner's fee plus cake cost. He instinctively glanced at the pitiful balance in his mobile banking app. TSK. A surge of inexplicable irritation mingled with guilt, and a feeling of being extorted clogged his chest. He upended a large gulp of iced cola. The cold liquid slid down his throat, bringing a fleeting jolt of stimulation that did nothing to quench the knot of frustration in his heart. On the screen, his pixel avatar slipped with one misstep, was mobbed by monsters, and died. A giant game over flashed up. Damn it. Zhuyu cursed under his breath, crushing the empty cola can in his hand and tossing it toward the garbage heap in the corner. It clanged with a dull metallic thud. The room's air of decay seemed to grow even thicker. The struggle, or perhaps the tug-of war of self-loathing, dragged on for the entire afternoon. Outside the window, the piercing white light of day gradually took on a golden hue, then sank into a deep indigo. Neon from the city began seeping through the gap in the curtains, casting twisted patches of light across the cluttered floor. At last, like a puppet yanked upright by invisible strings, Zhuyu stiffly stood, shower shampoo shaving the stubble that had sprouted along his jaw. Each task felt as if it consumed the entirety of his life's strength. He rummaged through drawers and piles, finding at last a gray hoodie barely clean enough to pass, and a pair of jeans faded almost white, and pulled them on. The figure in the mirror was gaunt, eye sockets sunken, bearing the pallor and inescapable listlessness of someone long divorced from daylight. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. The man in the mirror produced an equally lifeless fake smile. Forget it. Take it as going out for a breath of air. With that self-consolation, he snatched up the dust-covered bank card on the table and stuffed it into his pocket. The moment he opened the door, the cool evening wind rushed in laden with car exhaust and faint music from distant shops. He instinctively hunched his neck, feeling as if he had walked naked into an ice cellar, uncomfortable in every inch of his skin. At the far end of the pedestrian street, the signboard of Sweet Star Whisper glowed with a warm goose-yellow light, like a little cottage from a fairy tale, entirely out of place amid the noisy fast food joints and clothing stores around it. A rich aroma of cream and baked goods wafted from within. Zhuyu pushed the door open. The chime of wind bells rang clear. The clerk, dressed in a neat pink uniform, greeted him with a bright, sweet smile. "Sir, what would you like?" "One strawberry mousse." Zhuyu's voice was a little hoarse, his gaze skittered away, unable to meet the brilliance of that smile. He felt like a vagrant who had strayed onto an exquisite stage, utterly out of place amid the brightness and cleanliness. He could even smell the faint, oily odor clinging to his hair, jarringly at odds with the shop's sweet, fragrant air. "Certainly, please wait a moment." The clerk turned to retrieve the cake from the refrigerated display. The wait stretched out unnaturally long. Zhuyu stood uneasily in front of the counter, his fingers picking at the seam of his pants without thinking. The glass case, crowded with delicate desserts, reflected the overhead lights in dazzling shards that made his head spin. He wanted only to get the item and escape this place that made his whole body feel wrong. A pristine white cake box tied with a pink ribbon was carefully handed across the counter. Zhuyu took it. It felt heavy and cold in his hands. Payment made, he turned, pushed open the glass door, and stepped back into the night air thick with gasoline and food aromas. Only then did he feel as if he had recovered a bit of space to breathe. He carried the cake box like a scalding hot potato, desperate to hurry back to his dim, safe nest. Cutting a corner, he ducked into a narrow side lane connecting the back of the pedestrian street to the main road. The streetlights here were feeble, discarded cardboard boxes and shop refuse were piled on both sides, giving off an unpleasant smell. Zhuyu quickened his pace, intent on getting through as fast as possible. Just then a shrill, distorted child's wail tore through the relative quiet without warning. "Wah-mom." Zhuyu's heart lurched violently, and he turned toward the source of the cry. At the edge of the crosswalk where the side lane met the main road, a little girl of 4 or 5 in a red jacket had somehow wrenched free of a young woman's hand and was stumbling toward the middle of the street after a colorful rubber ball that had rolled away. In that instant, time was seized by an invisible hand and drawn out into a viscous, slow motion. The girl's pigtails whipped through the air as her tiny body, filled with ignorant, fearless urgency, lunged toward the rolling ball. From the opposite side of the road, a massive cement mixer truck was roaring closer, its heavy wheels grinding over the asphalt with a muffled thunder. The glaring headlights were like 2 enormous blades of light, cleaving through the dimness of the intersection and pinning the girl's small red figure in the center of a harsh white circle. The young woman's shriek died in her throat, leaving only a silent, contorted scream of terror. Her body froze in place as if the headlights had turned her to stone. The sound of the world was stripped away in an instant. The truck's growling engine, the woman's scream, the distant urban noise, all were crudely erased by some giant rubber eraser, leaving only a suffocating vacuum-like stillness. Zhuyu's mind went completely blank. He had never felt so lucid and yet so utterly dazed. All his thoughts, all his weighing of pros and cons, all his notions of trouble, and none of my business were in the instant that harsh white beam engulfed that tiny figure, crushed utterly by a more primal, ferocious instinct. That instinct, buried deep beneath the laziness, selfishness, and apathetic shell of his body, belonged to the Zhu Rome bloodline, a long dusty ember that had never truly gone out. In this moment, it detonated with a roar. "Fuck!" A hoarse shout burst from his throat before he was even aware of it. His body moved before his mind could catch up. His legs unleashed a power his body, hollowed out by takeout and games, had never displayed before. He shot forward like a spring, violently compressed, and suddenly released, hurling himself toward that circle of deathly light. The cake box flew from his hand, tracing a clumsy arc through the air. The lid sprang open, and the delicate pink mousse cake, crowned with bright red strawberries, tumbled out like a soft cloud, smashing onto the cold pavement. Cream and jam splattered everywhere in an instant. Zhuyu no longer cared about anything. In his eyes there remained only that tiny red dot of a girl turning back in terror. He flung his arms wide like a clumsy moth diving into flame and crashed into her with everything he had. A tremendous impact slammed into him, accompanied by pain like snapping bones. He felt like a weightless leaf caught in an irresistible hurricane, flung violently into the air. His vision whirled crazily. The halos of streetlights stretched into smeared streaks of brightness. The shattered cake in the corner of his eye became a glaring, redand white stain. He even caught sight of the girl he had shoved away, sitting on the ground a few steps off in a safe zone, her little face streaked with bewildered tears. Then came a dull, tooth-rattling thud, like a heavy water-filled sack being slammed into the ground with a sledgehammer. Bang! His body crashed down. Pain surged like a tsunami, drowning every other sensation in an instant. He could no longer feel his hands or feet nor the cold of the ground. Only the searing, tearing agony that churned through his chest like a raging sea. Warm liquid surged uncontrollably up his throat, metallic with the heavy taste of iron choking off his breath. His vision was quickly devoured by thick darkness. His consciousness ebbed away like a receding tide. In the final instant before he sank completely into the dark, his fading hearing caught two strange voices, as if coming from behind frosted glass, each carrying a cold mocking lilt. Tisk, another one. How many is that this month? Those Monster Riot remnants are a real killer. Thanks to them our KPIs are wildly over quota. A shrill voice complained. Quit yapping and wrap this up. His soul's about to disperse. Don't miss any fragments again, or patching them back together will be a nightmare. Another low raspy voice urged impatiently. Monsters. KPIs. Soul fragments. Zhuyu's thoughts, like a kite with its string snapped, could not begin to grasp such bizarre words. His final thought was absurdly of the shattered strawberry mousse. The cake still hadn't been delivered. Zhu meow, that little brat. She'll burst into tears again. Darkness fell completely, and his awareness plunged into a bottomless abyss. The world fell into deathly silence. Only that broken cake lay beneath the yellow street lamp, like a congealed pool of blood and tears. Meanwhile, two icy currents of presence like invisible chains had already coiled around his bewildered soul as it slipped free of his body. A strange stream of light, viscous as crude oil and impossible to describe, suddenly burst from the depths of that violently churning chaotic vortex, carrying a bone-piercing chill and some primordial savage aura. Like a venomous snake catching the scent of blood, it moved faster than thought itself, ignoring all the chaotic currents of energy, as it struck with unerring precision, slamming straight into Zhuyu's newborn soul, drifting bewildered, fragile as a candle in the wind. Ugh! There was no sound, only a silent, soul-rending agony exploding on a level beyond hearing. It felt as though countless red-hot steel needles had pierced him in an instant, as if his very soul were being forced into a huge, icy millstone to be ground down. The sensation of being torn apart, far more terrifying than being hit by the truck, instantly devoured what little consciousness he had left. Yet the black stream of light did not relent. Rudely wrapping around Zhuyu's violently shuddering, nearly shattered soul, it turned into a dim black meteor, trailing a long tail, as it forced open a path through the torrential river of spirits, hurling itself with a kind of grim determination into a vast, ancient, all-consuming black vortex gate, the colossal portal marked Reincarnation Gate Nether. Darkness, pure absolute darkness without the faintest trace of light. Then utter nothingness. Zhuyu's final sensation was of his soul, brutally glued together by the nether energy, yet constantly torn by its domineering force, like a dead leaf thrown into a furious underground river, shredded, scattered, then reassembled in the raging currents of space and time. Everything that had been Zhuyu, his memories, his emotions, even that forgotten identity as a descendant of Zhu Rong, was stripped away and broken apart in this violent rending, crudely erased like lines wiped out by a giant rubber eraser. In the end, only a blankness remained. Absolute nothingness. No light, no sound, no touch, not even the very notion of existence. Only a mass of chaotic, viscous darkness. The soul fragments driven into the black gate of reincarnation by that tyrannical nether chi were like grains of sand flung into a raging torrent, torn completely apart and broken down by the immense force of the laws of time and space. Everything that had belonged to Zhuyu. The memories of a 27-year-old Shuden living off his parents, his faint guilt toward his younger sister, Zhu Miao, his rejection of the outside world, and even the barely perceptible stirring of Zhu Rong blood in the depths of his soul, was stripped away in that annihilating flood, ground down and dissolved into the most basic particles of energy, dispersing within the endless passage of reincarnation. The nether chi, like a tough and icy fetal membrane, forcibly gathered in those last traces of core soul light that represented his origin consciousness, shielding this wisp of remnant soul from utter. It was not a conscious guardian, but more like an instinct that obeyed some ancient law, clinging to that feeble spark of spirituality that held the possibility of new life as naturally as a magnet draws iron filings. Drifting. No one knew how long it lasted. Perhaps an eternity, perhaps only a single instant. Suddenly the immense pressure vanished. The nether chi enshrouding the soul seemed to complete its final duty and collapsed inward with a jolt, branding itself deep into the innermost layer of the soul. Then it fell utterly silent, becoming a cold, ancient, nearly imperceptible mark that sank to the lowest depths of the sea of consciousness. Immediately after, a flood of brand new sensations surged in like waters breaching a dam, crushing force. An unimaginable pressure from all directions wrapped, kneaded, and shoved him, or rather this newly coalesced blankest paper awareness, without mercy. Thick, warm liquid heavy with the stench of blood surrounded him. No longer void, but a tangible, resistant material world. Sound. Muffled. There was a woman's scream pushed to the extremes of pain, broken and suppressed, another steady, yet urgent female voice saying something indistinct, but ringing with absolute command, and a dull, powerful thudding, like drumbeats pounding right beside him. That heartbeat, was it his own? Or, vaguely, there seemed to be another farther away younger voice crying out, "Mom." Light. Even through tightly shut eyelids and the barrier of amniotic fluid, he could feel the intrusion of intense, piercing brightness from outside, utterly different from that eternal darkness. Light. A primal yearning and a faint thread of fear sprouted at the same time within this blank soul. Ugh, Haru. Push. I can see the head. Just a little more. That steady female voice suddenly rose in pitch, still carrying undeniable authority, yet laced with a trace of barely masked tension. The air was thick with the mixed odors of disinfectant and blood. The violent pressure surged over him again, more intense than ever before. Driven by that force, his consciousness slid helplessly toward the source of that blinding light and crushing pressure. Huh? The woman Uchiha Haru panted in ragged gasps, each exertion feeling as if it consumed the very last of her life. This was not the clan head's private birthing room, but an ordinary delivery chamber in Konoha Hospital, its facilities simple and practical. Haru's long black hair was soaked with sweat plastered to her pale, haggard cheeks. Her once gentle features were twisted by unbearable pain, yet in the eyes above her bitten raw lower lip burned the fearless resolve of a mother. Miwa, Haru's bleeding is increasing. Quickly, the young medicine assisting spoke with audible panic as the gauze in her hands was rapidly soaked red. Hold steady. Maintain the mystical palm technique. Haru for the child, for Dato, one last push. Trust me. The senior medicine in charge of the delivery, Uchiha Miwa, barked sharply. Her voice remained steady, but the fine sheen of sweat on her brow and the intensified emerald glow in her palms revealed that she was going all out. Her chakra enveloped the bleeding points with precise accuracy, its green radiance stubbornly contending against the ebb of life. Outside the delivery room, on the cold bench in the public corridor, Uchiha Kenta, a medium-build, ordinary-featured chunin of the Uchiha, with firm lines to his face, sat rigidly, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. His hands clutched his knees in a death grip, knuckles standing out white from the strained fingernails, nearly piercing the fabric. The gentle, almost wooden look he carried in daily life was gone. His eyes were bloodshot as they bored into the tightly closed door that shut away his wife's cries, and deep in his pupils surged a tidal wave of terror and a violent fluctuation of chakra. That suffocated, uncontrollable chakra made the bench beneath him creak faintly, and even the air around him seemed to warp. From beyond the door, his wife's involuntary cries of pain and the increasingly urgent commands of the medicine pierced him like cold senbon stabbing again and again through his fragile defenses. He could only clench his teeth until his jaw ached, a low growl, like a trapped beast rumbling from his throat. Not far away, a spiky-haired little boy of about 2, Uchiha Dato, was held tightly in the arms of an elderly Uchiha woman, Uchiha Chiueikin, his aunt. He sobbed so hard it seemed his heart would tear apart. Mom. Mom. Wah. Dad. Mom hurts. Dato's cries intertwined with the sounds from the delivery room, as if Kenta's heart were being fried alive in boiling oil. Just as Kenta's reason teetered on the brink of collapse, and his raging chakra was about to burst through his own restraints. Wah. A clear ringing wail carrying all the strength of a newborn life, and sharp enough to pierce the gloom, blasted apart the suffocating pain and shadow of death in the delivery room like a trumpet before dawn, and crashed just as fiercely into the heart Kenta had strung to the limit. That cry was so full, so rich, with fearless proclamation to this new world, that it swept away the gloom hanging over the delivery room in an instant, bringing with it a surge of vigorous life. He's out. It's a boy. Uchiha Miwa's voice was bright, with exhausted elation and profound relief. Congratulations, Kenta. Congratulations, Haru. The child is strong and healthy. Mother and son are safe and sound. Kenta's hands, which had been clamped on his knees, suddenly let go. His body, trembling violently from the strain, lost all strength at once and sagged bonelessly onto the bench. The bloodshot eyes that had been locked in place went blank for an instant, then were flooded by a tidal wave of overwhelming joy and belated terror. He opened his mouth, but no words came, only ragged heaving breaths. The paper door slid open. Uchiha Miwa stepped out, fatigue etched on her face, but a genuine smile curving her lips. She spoke quickly to Kenta, who sat collapsed on the bench. Kenta, go in quickly. Lady Haru is exhausted, but otherwise fine. The little one is very spirited. His cry is loud and clear. Dato, your mother is all right, and she's given you a little brother. Kenta almost tumbled as he scrambled inside. Dato wriggled free of Chihuei's arms and dashed in on his short legs, crying mom as he went. In the delivery room, Uchiha Haru lay on the bed, utterly drained, her face as pale as paper hair stuck to her cheeks with sweat. Yet she forced her eyes open and managed a frail but incomparably contented smile. Kenta strode to the bedside in a single step, dropped to one knee, and gripped his wife's cold, sweat-drenched hand tightly. His voice was choked and hoarse. Haru, you're all right, thank goodness. 1,000 words clogged his chest and turned into scalding tears trembling at the rims of his eyes. Haru gave a feeble nod, her gaze soft and unwavering as she turned toward the tiny life wrapped in soft swaddling at her side, her eyes brimming with endless affection. Only then did Kenta slowly shift his gaze to the baby cradled carefully in the swaddling that Miwa had placed by Haru's side. He reached out, movements uncharacteristically clumsy and gentle for a shinobi, and with the pad of his finger very carefully brushed the baby's wrinkled cheek, still smeared with traces of blood and vernix. The baby seemed startled by that cool, rough touch and stopped crying. His tiny brows knitted faintly, and his eyes, which had remained tightly shut, now struggled to open a slit, curious to peek at this brand new fantastical world. In that instant, Uchiha Kenta clearly saw through that Nodia Fuliapine slit a flash of black so deep as to be almost pure, a darkness that seemed able to swallow all light. It was not the usual dark brown or black of an infant's eyes, but something deeper, purer, carrying an indescribable chill that felt as though it arose from the very depths of the bloodline. Like the deepest black hole in the universe, it seized the whole of Kenta's mind in an instant. His heart seemed clutched in an invisible fist and skipped a violent beat. As an ordinary chunin of the Uchiha, his understanding of the Sharingan was nothing like that of the clan head, yet this pure soul-drawing darkness stirred something in the depths of his blood and filled him with a vague reverent awe. This child's eyes are so unusual. Kenta. Haru's weak voice called his mind back. Kenta snapped back to himself, forcibly pressing down his shock. His gaze returned to his son, who had already grown quiet in the swaddling and seemed to have fallen asleep again. On Kenta's ordinary face, a broad and radiant smile slowly, almost laboriously unfolded, carrying the gratitude of one who had escaped catastrophe and endless joy. He looked at his wife, his voice trembling with excitement. Haru, look at him. He looks so much like you. Haru smiled gently, her gaze never leaving the swaddling. He's so small, but his voice is so loud. With effort, she lifted a hand and lightly stroked the soft crown of the baby's head. By then, little Dato had been brought to the bedside in Chihue's arms. With eyes swollen with tears, he looked at his mother, then curiously at the tiny bundle beside her, and sniffled, Mom. Little brother. Yes, Dato. Haru's voice was weak, but filled with tenderness. This is your little brother, Yayua. Uchiha Yayua. Yayua. Kenta was taken aback for a moment, then remembered it was one of the names they had discussed beforehand. He looked at his quiet younger son in the swaddling, then at his elder son Dato's wide eyes full of curiosity and dependence. A wave of warmth surged through him, and he nodded solemnly. Good. Uchiha Yayua. Dato, this is your little brother Yayua. From now on you must protect your brother, understand? Dato only half understood, but at the words protect your brother, he immediately puffed out his little chest and nodded hard. Dato will protect little brother. He stretched out a tiny finger and carefully touched Yayua's even smaller hand, breaking into a tearful grin. In the swaddling Uchiha, Yayua knew nothing of this. He lay there, his consciousness as spotless as freshly fallen snow, holding only the feeling of warmth wrapped around him, the lingering stickiness, the blurred play of light and sound from outside, and a childish voice saying protect little brother. All that had belonged to Zhuyu had completely vanished on the far shore of reincarnation. Only the icy nether mark in the deepest part of his soul remained lying dormant like a sleeping seed. The life of Uchiha Yayua began at that very moment as the bitter winter air of Konoha year 34 hung outside in an ordinary little household on the fringes of the Uchiha compound. His birth and those unfathomable eyes that had revealed their extraordinariness even before fully opening were destined to bring unpredictable upheavals not only to this ordinary family, but to the entire shinobi world. In the winter of the 34th year of Mai, in an ordinary two-story building on the edge of the Uchiha clan's land, a blend of milk fragrance, herbal aromas, the faint cries of a newborn, and the clumsy care of a 2-year-old gradually flowed. The cold wind was kept at bay outside the window, while the warmth from the hearth barely sustained this small family, filled with joy from the arrival of new life, but also burdened with new responsibilities. Uchiha Yayu, this fragile life born amidst his mother's dangers, lay quietly in a cradle lined with soft cotton. Nearly 3 months had passed, and he had grown much more relaxed than at birth. His tiny face had shed its initial wrinkles, revealing the tender rosy hue unique to infants. His fine soft hair was pure black. He followed the most instinctual routine of a baby, crying softly when hungry, smacking his lips contentedly after feeding, and then drifting into a deep sleep in his mother or father's warm embrace. In the rare moments he awoke, the pure deep black that had flashed in his eyes at birth seemed to have completely submerged into the depths of his soul, no longer visible. His reactions to the outside world were vague. He would unconsciously follow the outlines of swaying figures, be startled by his brother Obito's sudden loud voice, and in response to his mother Uchiha Haru's gentle whispers and hums, he would relax his tiny brow, revealing an unconscious dreamy smile. Obito's affection for his younger brother was passionate and tangible. At just over 2 years old, he could barely see into the cradle even when standing on tiptoe. However, this did not prevent him from daily leaning over the cradle, countless times babbling in his own invented vague baby language to Yayu, sharing stories about the most beautiful stones he had found or the big birds he had seen. His greatest achievement was when, during a brief moment his mother was away, he successfully stuffed a teething biscuit covered in his saliva into his brother's tiny palm, which was immediately rescued by Haru, who returned laughing and crying. Haru and Kenta watched as Obito clumsily circled around his brother, a warm smile always appearing on their tired faces. Yet the shadows of reality had not dissipated. Haru's delivery had ultimately drained her vitality. Although the experienced medical ninja Uchiha Miha handled it well, the continuous loss of blood and severe depletion left her extremely weak. The severe shortage of milk had become the biggest burden weighing on Haru's heart. The reliable formula available on the market was quite expensive. Kenta's income as a chunin barely supported their family of 4, and now it was even more strained. The frequency and danger of his missions had clearly increased, often returning home at night tired, and even with small injuries, just to earn a few more task rewards. Haru forced herself to cope, managing to rest only when Obito was asleep or Kenta was home. The dark circles under her eyes and the persistent fatigue told of her silent pressure. On this afternoon, the cold wind outside had ceased slightly. According to their agreement, Uchiha Miha came for a follow-up examination. She carefully checked Haru's pale complexion and weak pulse, then gently unwrapped the swaddling to inspect Yayu's condition. Haru, your chi and blood deficiency is more stubborn than I imagined. You must rest and cannot exert yourself anymore. The medicine must not stop and nutrition must keep up, or you will leave lasting effects. Miha's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable seriousness. She turned to Yayu, her fingertips glowing with a faint green chakra, delicately sensing the tiny body of the infant. Miha-senpai Yayu. Haru looked at Miha's focused expression. Her heart began to race. Miha did not answer immediately. The probing chakra flowed within Yayu for quite some time. Her brows furrowed slightly, then slowly relaxed, revealing a look mixed with confusion and relief. Strange. Miha murmured, withdrawing her chakra. Little Yayu's body is very healthy. The vitality of his organs and the strength of his bones and veins even far exceeded those of healthy infants his age. His life force was exceptionally stable, and his recovery ability was strong. Generally speaking, the damage to the mother during delivery will affect the fetus to some extent, but he shows no such signs at all. It's as if he possesses a powerful force nurturing and protecting him. Abnormal power. Kenna was a bit confused, but hearing healthy and strong brought him more joy. That's a good thing, right? It means this little guy is sturdy. Of course it's a good thing. Miha affirmed, suppressing her own doubts. Haru, at least you don't have to worry excessively about Yayu's health anymore. He is tougher than we thought. But you must think more about yourself, otherwise how can you take care of the two little ones, eh? She placed several packs of prepared herbal medicine for nourishing chi and blood on the table, her tone growing serious. Remember, rest. After sending Miha off, Haru looked at Yayu in the cradle, who was trying hard to suck on his little fist, feeling a mix of emotions. Her son's health was the greatest comfort, but Miha's words about abnormal and strong recovery, along with her own heavy burdens, made her feel an indescribable sense of confusion and helplessness amidst relief. A few days later, a rare sunny afternoon. At Miha's strong suggestion, Haru, having regained a bit of strength, decided to take Yayu out for some fresh air and also to get some follow-up prescriptions at the Konoha hospital. Obito naturally followed closely, like a little tail grasping his mother's clothing tightly, his small head vigilantly scanning the surroundings as if ready to protect his mother and brother at any moment. The Konoha hospital was still bustling. Haru sat down on a bench near the prescription window, holding the tightly wrapped Yayu, whose little face was the only thing visible, sleeping soundly. Obito obediently sat beside his mother, curiously watching the medical ninjas in white coats rushing by. Just then a calm, yet powerful presence quietly spread from the other end of the corridor. Kakashi Hatake, known as Konoha's White Fang, walked over with a tall and upright posture, his steps steady and soundless. His signature silver hair shimmered with a cold luster in the sunlight streaming through the window, his expression stern and his gaze profound. He was not wearing a jonin vest, just a neat set of dark casual clothes, but the sharp aura that had been tempered by countless life and death experiences could not be ignored, even if he was trying to contain it, much like a renowned sword yet to be drawn. In his arms he held a similarly only a few months old infant securely. The baby was wrapped in high-quality swaddling, extremely warm, revealing only a small, exceptionally fair and delicate face. Soft silver hair lay against his forehead. The most striking feature was his eyes. Although they were round like those of most infants, they held an unusual calmness, exuding a focus and awareness beyond his age, not crying or fussing, but quietly observing the surrounding flow, with his excessively tranquil black gaze from his father's strong embrace. Haru knew that this was Kakashi Hatake, the highly regarded genius son of the Hatake family, 3 months older than her Yayu. That early wisdom and tranquility were impossible for anyone who had seen him to overlook. White Fang also spotted Haru holding the baby and Obito sitting beside her. He calmly scanned them, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. His gaze lingered for a moment on Haru's obviously haggard and exhausted face, then naturally shifted to the swaddling containing her sleeping baby. It seemed as if he sensed a powerful and concentrated presence approaching, or perhaps there was some indescribable subtle connection between the infants. Yayu, who had been sleeping soundly in Haru's arms, suddenly had his long eyelashes tremble violently, his little head shifting restlessly in the swaddling, his mouth pouting as he emitted a faint sound of discontent and drowsiness, as if disturbed from his dreams. Meanwhile, Kakashi, held in his father's arms, also precisely turned his excessively calm black eyes toward the swaddling in Haru's embrace. His gaze was no longer just calm observation, it now held a slight, almost instinctual examination. His tiny brow furrowed ever so slightly and imperceptibly. This subtle change in expression was almost undetectable on the face of a few-month-old infant, but Kakashi's father, White Fang, clearly sensed his son's momentary tension. White Fang's footsteps naturally paused a few steps away from Haru. His deep gaze swept over the swaddling in her arms, as if it were a tangible entity. Just as Yayu shifted restlessly, his eyelids fluttering slightly, White Fang's sharp hawk-like eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw it. In the gap of the baby's eyelids that had not fully opened, a pure deep black that seemed to swallow light, much like the dark currents swirling at the bottom of a deep pool, flashed by in a moment, extremely brief, yet incredibly clear. This was no ordinary infant's eye color. The depth and coldness contained within, along with a trace of an extremely weak, yet fundamentally ancient, and vast energy fluctuation, made even the battle-hardened White Fang feel a hint of trepidation. This child's eyes harbored unimaginable power. Moreover, that fluctuation. Just then the subtle tension in Kakashi's body in his father's arms suddenly intensified. In those deep black eyes it was as if a faint blue electric light flashed by. It was not a physical light, but more like a manifestation of a sharpness at the level of perception. White Fang could even feel the weak yet pure chakra within his son momentarily stir unconsciously, extremely unstably. Although it was faint and fleeting for a few-month-old infant, this was utterly incredible. One was the Uchiha infant with unfathomable potential and a peculiar aura. The other was his own son, whose extraordinary talent could trigger chakra disturbances at merely a few months old. White Fang's heart surged with unprecedented turmoil. Was this merely coincidence, or a sign of some fate? Haru was completely unaware of the energy ripple that had just flashed between them or the tempest within the hearts of the two fathers. She only felt that White Fang's gaze seemed to linger on Zhuyu in her arms for a few more seconds, making her a bit nervous, and she instinctively tightened her hold on the swaddling, gently patting Zhuyu, who seemed to be waking. "Kakashi-senpai," Haru greeted softly, a bit stiffly. White Fang quickly concealed all visible emotions, as if the deep sea had returned to calm. He regained his usual composure, nodding him. His gaze swept over the now calm swaddling where the deep black had vanished without a trace. He said nothing further, merely nodded slightly to Haru again, and walked steadily toward the other end of the corridor. Kakashi, whose gaze had returned to calm, but still seemed to keep a hint of attention towards the direction of the swaddling. Haru let out a sigh of relief, looking down at Zhuyu, who had gradually quieted in her arms. The little guy seemed to have been soothed by his mother's comfort, moving his mouth slightly before sinking back into slumber. Only Obito, sitting beside them, had been tense since White Fang approached. Now, seeing the uncle who held the strange silver-haired child walk away, he puffed up his little chest like a small beast that had successfully defended its territory, extending his short arms to vaguely wrap around his mother and brother, and with the most fierce voice he could muster declared in a babyish tone, "Brother, sleep, no noise." His little face was full of seriousness and vigilance. Haru's heart was warmed by her son's actions, temporarily dispelling her fatigue and worries. She freed one hand and gently ruffled Obito's spiky hair. "Yes, Obito is great. He will protect his brother's sleep." Sunlight streamed through the window, quietly bathing the three of them in the long bench. Haru, holding the now sleeping Zhuyu, took Obito's small hand and walked toward the prescription window. She had no idea that in that brief moment of passing by, the wheels of fate had quietly begun to turn. Deep within the soul of the infant in her arms, that dormant shadowy mark seemed to respond faintly at the sensing of that pure sharp chakra fluctuation, as if it stirred slightly. And in the other arm, that wise and tranquil silver-haired baby also cast a tiny stone named attention into the heart lake of his nascent world, directed at the swaddling that carried a hint of cold and profound aura. The two seeds, still swaddled in this hallway of Konoha filled with the scent of disinfectant, made their first silent, yet profoundly impactful connection. The future's vines had already quietly extended their invisible tendrils. In the village of Konoha, time flows quietly amidst the smoke of the ninja clan's residential area, the shouts from the training ground, and the bustle at the mission posting area. The ordinary two-story house at the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory gradually shed the chaos of its new beginnings as day turned into night, settling into a warmth and slight bitterness belonging to an ordinary family. Uchiha Zhuyu, like a young seedling nourished by the cracks of stubborn stones, tenaciously sprouted branches and leaves under the clumsy protection of his older brother and the devoted care of his parents. The extraordinary vitality that May spoke of was most vividly manifested in him. Although the family was financially strained with formula and supplementary food far from top quality, he astonishingly shed the frailty of infancy at an incredible speed. By the age of 1, he could steadily take small steps, stumbling in the cramped courtyard as he chased after the wooden frog with a missing leg that his brother Obito had thrown. At the age of 4, his figure still appeared slender, but his frame was well-proportioned and his movements were agile. Those black eyes, inheriting the Uchiha traits, were bright and spirited, shedding the haziness of early childhood to reveal a focus and calm that transcended his years. Indeed, calm. This stood in stark contrast to Obito's enthusiasm, which was like an ever-shining sun. Zhuyu rarely cried or made loud noises like other children his age. When hungry, he would quietly point to the kitchen. When tired, he would crawl back to his little blanket. And when hurt, usually from falling while running with Obito, he would merely frown, silently staring at his bleeding knee, waiting for his mother to tend to it. This almost excessive understanding sometimes made Haruhi feel an immense heartache, as she always felt she owed her child the carefree joy he should have. Only Kenta, this rough-around Thiege's father, would chuckle and ruffle his son's black hair, praising, "Good boy. You look like a ninja." And Obito, who was 1 year older than Zhuyu, was the most radiant source of light and the most dangerous playmate in Yu's path of growth. His affection for his younger brother as he grew older not only did not diminish, but instead evolved into a nearly obsessive desire to protect and share everything. He took Zhuyu to climb the shortest tree at the edge of the clan, only to get stuck and be rescued by passing clan members. He shared his gathered candy, which led to Yu's first cavity, and on Yu's 4th birthday, he solemnly handed over a crooked wooden short sword that he had carved from leftover wood, declaring with a thump on his chest, "Yue, from now on Big Brother will teach you awesome sword techniques to protect you." This rough wooden sword became Yu's most cherished toy. He often sat alone on the porch gripping the sword's handle with his small hand, focusing intently as he imitated strikes against the drifting leaves in the courtyard or the ants climbing the wall. His movements were entirely unmethodical, purely imitative of a child, yet the concentration and the occasional flicker of an instinctual cutting intent in his gaze startled Kinta whenever he caught sight of it. This child seems to have an innate connection with the blade. The family's financial struggles had not lessened with the growth of the children. Thanks to Mai's nurturing and Kinta's relentless efforts, Haruai finally shook off the shadows of illness. However, the long-term deficiencies prevented her from bearing the heavy household chores and farm work as she once did. They had a small plot of land at the edge of the clan. Kinta continued to be the diligent but limited Chunin, taking on more and more missions to support the family before returning home later and later bearing increasing signs of wear and small injuries. Yue observed his father's weary figure returning home late at night and his mother's furrowed brow while mending under the lamp. In that understanding beyond his years, he silently sowed a seed named strength. Only with strength could he protect this hard-won warmth, allowing his father not to toil so hard and his mother to worry no more. A twist of fate occurred one evening in late spring. The sunset painted the sandy ground of the Konoha training field with a warm, orange-earred hue. Obito, around 5 years old, excitedly demonstrated the great fireball technique seal he had just learned from a senior at the Ninja Academy to Yue, who was just over 4. Of course, he couldn't produce even a spark, turning his face red from holding his breath. Yue quietly sat on the side, gripping the rough wooden sword, earnestly mimicking the chopping motion against a few fallen leaves blown by the wind on the ground. His movements were still juvenile, but his gaze was exceptionally focused, as if the entire world had been reduced to the fluttering leaves and the blade in his hand. At that moment, a sharp sound slicing through the air caught their attention from the other end of the training ground. A small silver-haired figure was practicing on a patch of empty sandy ground. His movements were swift as lightning, clean and precise, wielding a real sword that gleamed coldly, almost matching his height. The sword light seemed to come alive in his hands, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Chopping, slashing, lifting, thrusting. The basic moves were executed fluidly, carrying an age-defying precision and a chilling aura of killing intent. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon his silver hair and the side of his face, which was focused to the point of being icy. This was Hatake Kakashi. He had evidently begun his personal training long ago. That focus, that sharpness, that power incongruous with his age magnetically held Yu's gaze. Obito was also mesmerized, forgetting his seals, his mouth agape. For the first time, he felt so intuitively that this was what amazing looked like. Kakashi seemed immersed in his own world, utterly indifferent to the gaze of onlookers. After finishing a set of basic sword techniques, he stood still, breathing evenly, his calm gaze sweeping over the traces left in the sand, seemingly reflecting on his movements. That composure resembled that of a seasoned warrior. Wow, so impressive. Obito finally regained his voice, filled with pure admiration and a hint of barely perceptible longing. Yue remained silent, only tightening his grip on the wooden sword. He looked at the real sword in Kakashi's hand, glinting coldly under the sunset, then down at the rough toy in his own hand. For the first time, a clear desire surged in his small heart. Not for Kakashi himself, but for the weapon he held and the skill he demonstrated. It was a resonance of a cutting power from deep within his soul. Just then a sudden change occurred. A shadow with malice lurked at the edge of the training grounds, trees leaping out like a ghost. The target was none other than Kakashi, who was putting away his sword and had his back turned to the trees. The figure moved with incredible speed, holding a kunai that flickered with a poisonous blue light, clearly a premeditated ambush. The assailant was not a master, but a lower ninja, harboring a grudge from a past mission, blinded by hatred. However, the timing and angle he chose for the attack were exceptionally cunning. Although Kakashi was exceptionally talented, he was still only a little over 4 years old. His perception exceeded that of his peers, but in a completely relaxed and reflective state, facing this sudden assault from a blind spot, his reaction was ultimately a beat too slow. When he abruptly turned, his pupils constricted as he saw the cold light approach. Kakashi! A deep, thunderous shout erupted. A figure moved faster than the eye could see, appearing before Kakashi as if teleporting. His silver hair traced a dazzling arc in the sunset. Hatake Tsukumo. He didn't even draw his sword. Instead, with fingers pointed like a blade accompanied by a piercing scream that tore through the air, he struck precisely at the wrist of the assailant, holding the kunai. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking rang out. Ah! The assailant let out a quick, ruthless, precise. The entire process occurred in the blink of an eye. Tsukumo's movements were stripped to their essence, sharp and extreme. Not a single ounce of excess force was wasted, as if he himself were an unparalleled sword unsheathed. That terrifying killing intent, exploding and retracting in an instant, made the air in the entire training ground feel as though it had solidified. Kakashi's face paled slightly, but his gaze quickly regained its calm, though his small hand gripping the sword's handle turned white from the intensity. He looked at his father and quietly said, "Father, I was careless." Tsukumo did not scold him. He patted Kakashi's shoulder, his gaze like a blade sweeping over the unconscious assailant, then turned toward the other side of the training ground. Obito had long been frightened to pale by the swift and deadly scene. He instinctively opened his arms, firmly shielding the transfixed Yue behind him. His small body trembled slightly from fear, but stubbornly refused to retreat. Yue, blocked behind his brother, could only reveal his eyes. His gaze did not fall on the assailant or the shaken Kakashi, but was fixated unblinkingly on Tsukumo's hand, which had just effortlessly shattered the ambush with fingers pointed like a sword. That was not a gaze of fear, nor mere admiration. It was as if he had glimpsed some ultimate truth, a shock and burning desire. Deep within his clear black eyes, it seemed something had been ignited, a profound light flickering within, swift as an illusion, yet carrying a cold, nearly greedy yearning. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword, his knuckles turning white from the force. Tsukumo's gaze just happened to capture the fleeting deep light in Yu's eyes, and that a jettifying, burning desire for the essence of strength. His sharp eyes slightly narrowed. This child, is he the one? The Uchiha child who in the hospital corridor had made both him and Kakashi feel a hint of abnormality. The gaze he had just now was not something an ordinary child could possess. Tsukumo's gaze then fell upon the rough wooden sword tightly clutched in Yu's hand. A 4-year-old child witnessing that life-or-death moment, filled with killing intent, did not cry or cower, but instead gripped the blade tightly. Was that focus and yearning merely a coincidence? At that moment, Obito seemed to finally regain his senses from the immense shock. He looked at Tsukumo, who loomed like a mountain, then at Kakashi, who was securely protected by their father, and finally at Yue, protected behind him. A surge of mixed emotions, fear, grievance, and strong unwillingness erupted in his heart. He abruptly turned around, tightly hugging Yue, and with a trembling voice shouted, "Yue, don't be afraid. Big brother will protect you. From now on, Obito will become as strong as Lord Tsukumo. Stronger than him. To protect Yue. To protect mom and dad. No one can harm you." The small voice echoed across the now silent training ground, filled with childish innocence, yet brimming with undeniable determination and fiery sincerity. This sudden tearful vow took Tsukumo slightly aback. He looked at the small figure tightly hugging his brother, who was visibly trembling with fear, yet still declaring protection, Uchiha Obito, then at the still calm, yet seemingly intensely memorizing every subtle action he had just taken in the black eyes of Yue, Uchiha Yue. A prodigy with an almost instinctive craving for the blade, an earnest and courageous older brother who etched the protection of his family into his very being. This pair of Uchiha brothers. On Tsukumo's face, which was as cold as eternal ice, the lines seemed to soften ever so slightly. He fell silent for a moment, no longer looking at the unconscious assailant on the ground. The Umbu would naturally handle it, but instead taking steady steps toward the direction where Obito and Yue stood. His steps were steady, each one carrying an invisible pressure. Obito instinctively took a step back while holding Yue, his small face filled with vigilance, yet still stubbornly standing in front of his brother. Tsukumo stopped a few steps away from them. He did not glance at Obito, his deep sharp gaze directly falling on Yue, his voice low and calm like still water. "Do you like swords?" Yue peeked out slightly from his brother's arms, looking up at this legendary figure, Hatake Tsukumo. He did not answer immediately, but looked down at the rough wooden sword tightly gripped in his hand, then lifted his head to meet Tsukumo's penetrating gaze, nodding very seriously and slowly. In those clear eyes there was no trace of fear, only a pure confirmation of a certain power. Tsukumo's gaze shifted again to the wooden sword in Yu's hand, and then back to his nod, which held a seriousness beyond his years. "Why?" Tsukumo's voice still revealed no emotion. Yu's small brow slightly furrowed, as if trying hard to organize his words. He glanced at Obito, who was still nervously holding on to him, then at Kakashi, who was quietly watching from afar. Finally, he raised his little face, looking into Tsukumo's pure eyes with a clear, yet soft voice, like Lord Tsukumo. "To protect Kakashi. To protect." He paused, pointing at Obito, then towards home. "To protect big brother. To protect mom." "Protecting." Again protecting. Tsukumo's gaze swept across Obito's small face, which while still vigilant was slightly flushed from his brother's words, and stood tall, then looked at Yu's incredibly serious little face. These two children. He fell silent. The training ground was left with only the sound of the wind blowing through the sand. The setting sun stretched his shadow long. Kakashi stood quietly behind his father, observing this scene. A slight, almost imperceptible wave passed through his calm black eyes. For the first time he examined the black-haired boy protected in his brother's arms closely. Those eyes were very special. Finally, Hatake Tsukumo slowly spoke, his voice low, yet like a proclamation, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. "Uchiha Yue." He called out useful, "I will teach you what a true blade is." Chapter 5. Stepping into the Flag Tree Dojo. The morning light was faint, and the mist in Muyu hidden village had yet to dissipate. Uchiha Yu stood before the gate of the Hatake clan, clutching tightly the cloth bag sewn by his mother, which contained a change of clothes and a wooden sword carefully wrapped in cloth, a treasure gifted to him by his brother Obito. "Remember to listen to Lord Kiba's words." Chin crouched down to carefully straighten her son's slightly askew collar. "Make sure to change your clothes daily, Anne." Yu nodded, his obsidian-like eyes sparkling with anticipation. At 3 years old he was more composed than his peers, yet he could not hide his excitement at this moment. Since witnessing Lord Kiba's prowess at the training ground, that tall figure like a pine tree had planted a deep yearning in his heart. The gate of the Hatake clan slowly opened. The butler, dressed in a deep blue kimono, slightly bowed. "Madam Uchiha, young master, please follow me." Passing through the simple, yet sharp courtyard, Yuyu's gaze was drawn to the sound of slicing air coming from the dojo. Through the half-open paper door, he saw a small figure with silver hair wielding a sword in the morning light, each strike clean and precise, the arc of the blade as perfect as a crescent moon. "That is young Master Kakashi," the butler explained, following his gaze. "He begins his sword practice at the hour of the tiger every day." Ching gently squeezed her son's hand. "Go ahead." The wooden floor of the dojo was so polished that it mirrored the light, and Yuyu carefully removed his shoes, feeling the chill surge up from his feet. Hatake Tsukumo sat facing away from the entrance, his silver hair tied back, and before him lay a short sword resting on a rack still in its sheath. "You're here," Tsukumo said without turning, his voice deep and calm as a still pond. Yuyu immediately knelt and bowed. "Lord Kiba, please guide me." Tsukumo then turned around. His gaze was sharp as a blade, and as it swept over Yuyu, the little boy instinctively straightened his back. "From today onwards you will live here. Rise at the hour of the rabbit, and sleep at the hour of the pig. During training there is no Uchiha, only my disciple. Do you understand?" "Yes," Yuyu replied loudly. "Kakashi," Tsukumo called out. The silver-haired boy sheathed his sword and walked over quietly. 5-year-old Kakashi was half a head taller than Yuyu, his eyes visible outside his mask, calm and emotionless. "Take him to settle in, then start the morning training." The first official conversation between the two children took place in the narrow corridor. "You will sleep here." Kakashi opened a room adjacent to the dojo. In the 6 tatamized space, 2 sets of bedding were already neatly laid out, separated by a low table. Yuyu noticed a small oil lamp placed by the window, the lampshade spotless. "Thank you." Yuyu placed the cloth bag on his designated bedding and hesitated for a moment before pulling out a small cloth pouch. "These are the 3-color dumplings my mother made. Would you like some?" Kakashi glanced at it and shook his head. "It's not advisable to eat before training." After a pause he added, "Gather at the dojo in 5 minutes." The morning training began with the most basic knife grip. Yuyu thought he was already somewhat initiated under his brother's guidance, but Tsukumo frowned after just one glance. "An incorrect grip will ruin a swordsman's wrist." Tsukumo knelt on one knee, his large hand enveloping Yuyu's small hand to adjust his grip. "Your thumb should press down on the handle like this, and your index finger should be relaxed. Feel the extension of the blade." Yuyu focused entirely on sensing the strength in his hand. Tsukumo's palm was broad and warm, roughened by years of sword handling, yet surprisingly gentle. The adjusted grip indeed made the wooden sword feel more obedient. "Swing the sword 500 times." Tsukumo stood up and issued the command. Kakashi, correct his movements. For the next hour the dojo was filled only with the sound of the wooden swords slicing through the air. Yuyu's arms quickly began to ache, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Kakashi stood by like a little supervisor, gently tapping Yuyu's mistakes with his wooden sword whenever his movements were off. His wrist was raised too high, his shoulders too tense, his waist lacking power. "Rest." When the morning light completely dispelled the mist, Tsukumo finally called a halt. Yuyu's arms were shaking so much he could barely hold the wooden sword, his palms burning with pain. He sneaked a glance at Kakashi, noticing that although he had also broken a light sweat, his breathing remained steady. Breakfast consisted of miso soup, rice, and grilled fish. Yuyu was extremely hungry, but seeing Kakashi's elegant manner of eating, he also tried to slow down. Tsukumo remained silent during the meal, and the only sounds in the dining hall were the faint clinking of bowls and chopsticks. "This morning, we will practice footwork." After putting down his chopsticks, Tsukumo said, "Kakashi will demonstrate." In the center of the dojo, Kakashi's movements flowed like water. Advancing, retreating, and sidestepping, each action was as precise as if measured with a ruler. Yuyu tried to mimic him, but he always either took an extra step or lost his balance. "Watch your feet," Kakashi suddenly spoke. "Don't look at my face, look at my heels." Yuyu then realized that Kakashi slightly lifted his heels each time he moved, like a cat preparing to pounce. After adjusting his line of sight, his imitation indeed became much smoother. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the paper door, casting diamond-shaped patterns on the floor. Yuyu was practicing the most basic vertical slash, and sweat had soaked through the back of his training uniform. Kakashi had somehow stood opposite him, holding his sword in the same starting position. "Attack me," the silver-haired boy said briefly. Yuyu took a deep breath, and the wooden sword sliced through the air. Kakashi effortlessly blocked it, countering with a horizontal slash that stopped at Yuyu's neck. "Too slow. Try again." This time Yuyu attempted to change his approach, but at the moment their swords clashed, his wooden sword was knocked away. "Your power is dispersed." For the third time, Yuyu seized the opening as Kakashi retracted his sword, but Kakashi sidestepped, giving him a light tap on the back. "Impulsive." Time and again he failed, rising each time. Yuyu's stubbornness flared, his dark eyes shining brilliantly. Finally, during the 7th exchange, his wooden sword grazed Kakashi's sleeve. "Progress." Kakashi nodded, a flicker of emotion in his eyes that Yuyu could not comprehend. "But you still have a long way to go." In the evening, Tsukumo called both children to the courtyard. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. "Yuyu," Tsukumo suddenly asked, "why do you want to learn the sword?" Yu gazed at the fiery clouds on the horizon, recalling his father's weary figure returning home late at night, his mother's furrowed brow, while mending under the lamp, and Obito's trembling, yet resolute little body standing in front of him. To protect those who are important to me, he replied softly, just as Lord Kiba protects Kakashi. Tsukumo's gaze softened for a moment. He unfastened the short sword at his waist. Not the famed white fang short sword that struck fear in the ninja world, but a practice sword more suitable for children, engraved with a pattern of flowing clouds on the sheath. From today onwards it belongs to you. Yu solemnly accepted it with both hands and drew the blade from its sheath. The blade reflected a cold light in the dusk, shining in his clear pupils. Give it a name, Tsukumo said. Yu traced the watery patterns on the blade, recalling the first time he saw Tsukumo that slash that cut through the morning light. First light, he said, because it illuminates my path like the first ray of morning light. Kakashi stood nearby, watching the devout expression on the face of the little boy, holding the sword, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting beneath the mask. After nightfall, Yu lay on the unfamiliar bedding, his body sore yet exceptionally awake. Kakashi in the next bed was reading under the oil lamp, his profile appearing particularly gentle in the dim light. Kakashi, Yu called softly. Thank you for your guidance today. The hand, turning the pages, paused momentarily. Go to sleep, Kakashi said, blowing out the oil lamp. We have to wake up at the hour of the tiger tomorrow. In the darkness, Yu hugged his newly acquired short sword tightly, listening to the sound of autumn insects outside the window, and slowly drifted into slumber. What he did not know was that this night of peaceful sleep would become one of the most precious memories in the long years to come. Meanwhile, in the next room, Hatake Tsukumo knelt before the sword rack, his fingertips brushing over the sheath of the white fang short sword, a fleeting look of unnoticeable relief flashing in his eyes. Outside the window, a crescent moon was quietly rising. Chapter 6: The Dawn and Dusk of the Hatake Clan. Uchiha Yu opened his eyes in the darkness, the early chirping of cicadas drifting in from the courtyard. He quietly got up, glancing across at Kakashi's empty cot, the bedding folded perfectly, not a wrinkle in sight. At the third watch of the tiger, 4 a.m., Hatake's training had already begun. Yu quickly donned his deep blue training outfit and tightened his wrist guards. The palm that had been scraped 3 days prior had scabbed over, but it still ached subtly when he gripped his blade. He picked up the short sword Chuguang from beside his pillow, the cloud patterns on its scabbard flowing like water under the moonlight. As he pushed open the paper door, the morning breeze, cool with dew, hit him, causing him to involuntarily shiver. In the dojo, Kakashi was engaged in basic sword practice. His silver hair, soaked with sweat, clung to his forehead. The sound of the wooden sword slicing through the air was short and sharp, each strike precise, as if measured with a ruler. Hatake Tsukumo knelt at the end of the dojo, eyes closed in focus, a drawn white fang short sword resting on the rack in front of him, its blade reflecting the candlelight, radiating a cold gleam. Yu quietly walked to his position, holding the sword with both hands in salute. His movements were much more standard than 3 days ago, thanks to Kakashi's corrections the night before. 300 precise strikes. Tsukumo did not open his eyes, his voice deep and calm as a still pond. Pay attention to the twist of your waist. Understood. The sound of the wooden sword slicing through the air echoed in the dojo. Yu tried hard to mimic Kakashi's movements, but the gap remained evident. Kakashi's sword seemed an extension of his arm, while Yu's felt like grasping a foreign branch. By the 78th strike, his wrist was starting to tremble. Your wrist is too stiff. Unbeknownst to him, Tsukumo had already stood behind him, his broad palm covering Yu's hand gripping the sword. Yu held his breath, feeling that calloused hand, adjusting his posture. Feel the weight of the sword, let it guide you. The next adjusted strike suddenly became smooth, the blade whooshed, tracing a beautiful arc. Yu's eyes lit up, unable to help but turn to look at Tsukumo, only to receive a calm gaze in return. Continue. As the morning training concluded, the horizon had just begun to brighten. Yu's inner garment was already soaked, his arms trembling so much he could barely hold a bowl. Breakfast consisted of miso soup, pickled plum, and salmon rice balls. He chewed slowly, mimicking Kakashi, afraid of making a sound. Tsukumo never spoke during meals. The only sound in the dining hall was the faint clinking of bowls and chopsticks. This morning, we will practice falling leaves. After setting down his chopsticks, Tsukumo said briefly. In the backyard of the Hatake clan, the ancient maple tree still bore morning dew. Yu walked barefoot on the damp earth, coolness surging from his soles. Kakashi stood in the center of the leaf-strewn courtyard, his wooden sword pointed diagonally at the ground. Falling leaves is not about cutting the target, the silver-haired youth explained, but about guiding the edge of the blade with chakra at the moment the leaves touch it. A maple leaf spiraled down. Kakashi's wrist flicked slightly, the wooden sword trembling at an imperceptible speed. The leaf was sliced neatly in half upon contact with the blade, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Yu's eyes widened. This was not a mere slash, it was the chi formed by condensing chakra at the edge, the advanced technique that students in the Ninja Academy wouldn't engage with until at least the 3rd grade. Your turn. The first leaf brushed past the edge of the sword. The second was chopped to bits. The third leaf. Yu suddenly recalled Tsukumo's words, let the sword guide you, and relaxed his tense wrist. As the next maple leaf fell, he stopped forcing the sword, and instead felt the trajectory of the descending leaf, allowing the blade to meet it naturally. Whoosh. The leaf split in two, The cut was not perfect, but it was indeed a success. Not bad, Kakashi commented, his voice under the mask betraying no emotion. The noon sunlight streamed through the gaps in the maple leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Two small figures continued to swing their swords among the fallen leaves, sometimes crossing paths, sometimes side by side. Zhuyu gradually grasped the rhythm, managing to achieve 3 perfect cuts out of 10 attempts. Sweat dripped from his chin into the pile of leaves, making a faint pat sound. Tsukumo observed from the corridor, his gaze lingering for a moment on Zhuyu's bloodied fingers before turning away. After lunch, Kakashi suddenly stopped Zhuyu, who was about to wash the dishes, pulling out a small porcelain bottle from his ninja tool pouch. "Extend your hand." Zhuyu opened his palm. His morning practice had reopened the scabbed wounds, mixed with shavings and sweat, looking quite gruesome. The moment the disinfectant touched his wounds, Zhuyu inhaled sharply, but bit his lip to suppress any sound. Kakashi's movements were surprisingly gentle, the pressure of the bandaging just right. "This afternoon is chakra training." The silver-haired youth put away the medicine bottle. "Don't let the wounds get infected and affect your precision." The aroma of ink from the bound books filled the library. Zhuyu sat cross-legged at a low table, attempting to gather chakra in his palm according to the illustrations on the scroll. This was his weakest point. Uchiha clan members usually began systematic chakra control training at 6 years old, while he was only 3.5. Not like that. Kakashi set down the fluid dynamics and shuriken trajectories, pointing at Zhuyu's wrist. "Chakra flows like a stream. You're just opening the floodgates." Zhuyu looked at the intermittent blue light in his palm with frustration. Just then the attic window was suddenly knocked on, and a familiar dirt-stained hand reached in through the gap, shaking a bamboo leaf-wrapped dango. "Abito!" Zhuyu almost shouted, quickly covering his mouth. A deliberately lowered voice came from outside the window. "I climbed over the wall. Hurry up and try." The bamboo leaf package was hurriedly shoved in the hand, quickly retracted with a whoosh, followed by the sound of hurried scurrying. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this scene. Zhuyu shyly opened the bamboo leaves, and a sweet aroma instantly filled the air. "Do you want half?" No snacks during training. But that evening Zhuyu found half a dango under Kakashi's pillow. On the night of the full moon, Tsukumo rarely allowed the two children to end their training early. Zhuyu leaned over the corridor to watch the koi in the pond, while Kakashi polished his ninja tools beneath an old pine tree not far away. The moonlight dyed his silver hair a pale blue, and the shadow of his mask made his expression even harder to discern. "Kakashi," Zhuyu suddenly asked, "why can you persist in training every day? Don't you feel tired?" The hand polishing the kunai paused for a moment. "Because I'm not strong enough," his voice barely audible. "My father requires me to become stronger." Zhuyu recalled what Shing told him about Konoha's White Fang, the legendary hero from the Third Great Ninja War who suffered criticism due to a decision made during a mission. He half understood, but could sense the weight in Kakashi's words. "Then let's become stronger together." Zhuyu ran over, extending his pinky wrapped in bandages. "It's a promise. We will become ninjas even stronger than Lord White Fang." Under the moonlight, the shadows of the two children overlapped beneath the pine tree. Kakashi watched the stubborn black-haired boy extending his hand, and finally extended his own pinky in return. A promise of the underdog. Zhuyu smiled brightly. At this moment, he still did not know that this childish vow under the moon would become a glimmer of light, supporting them through the dark years to come. In the pond, a red koi leaped out of the water, splashing silver pearls like scattered stars. At the end of the dojo, Tsukumo quietly observed this, seeing his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the blade of the white fang short sword. The night breeze blew by, stirring his silver hair and scattering an almost inaudible sigh. In the winter of the 41st year of the biting cold wind was more piercing than in previous years. Uchiha Zhuyu stood under the eaves of the Hatake dojo, watching the first snowflakes fall and melt in his palm. At the age of 6, he could perfectly complete the daily training of 1,000 sword swings. The calluses on his palms were thick and hard, no longer bleeding from long periods of gripping the sword. But at this moment his fingertips trembled slightly. "Yuka-kun." A clear voice came from outside the courtyard. Weno Rin held a basket of freshly picked oranges with tiny snowflakes resting on her brown hair. She stood on tiptoe and stuffed an orange into Yu's hand, saying, "Dad said the oranges are sweetest this season." Yu's ears turned slightly red. He looked down at the warm orange in his palm and whispered, "Thank you, Rin." Daydreaming again. Kakashi's voice suddenly came from behind his silver hair, still damp with sweat from morning practice. His gaze swept between Rin and Zhuyu, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. "Slacker, your swordsmanship has deteriorated again." Zhuyu quickly stuffed the orange into his pocket. "I did not. I clearly." His words came to an abrupt halt. At the entrance of the dojo, Hatake Tsukumo's figure appeared there at some point. The silver strands in his hair were now streaked with glaring gray, and the lines at the corners of his eyes were etched deeply like knife marks. In the past month, Tsukumo was increasingly busy with missions, returning each time with an overwhelming scent of blood. "Kakashi Zhuyu." Tsukumo's voice was deeper than usual. "Come in." Inside the dojo, the white fang short sword lay horizontally on the rack, reflecting the cold light of the falling snow outside. "Tonight, I have a special mission to carry out." Tsukumo's gaze swept over the two children. "I might not come back for a long time." Yu's heart suddenly tightened. He noticed that the teacher said, "not come back" instead of "not return home." "Father." Kakashi's fists clenched tightly. Is it that the Hokage has arranged another mission for you? Kakashi. Tsukumo interrupted him, his voice carrying a rare fatigue. Do you remember the first lesson I taught you? The silver-haired youth straightened his back. A sword is a weapon, but the one who holds the sword can determine its meaning. Tsukumo smiled. It was the saddest smile Yayue had ever seen. Yayue. A rough hand rested on his shoulder. Take good care of Kakashi for me. And yourself. When Yayue chased out the door, Tsukumo's figure had already vanished into the wind and snow. He turned to look at the dojo. Kakashi was still kneeling in place, his back as stiff as a stone. Night fell exceptionally early. Yayue tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and finally climbed up to wipe Chiguang. The cloud patterns on the blade flowed like water under the moonlight, reminding him of the first time he held this sword, when Tsukumo said a sword will remember its owner's intentions. Suddenly a faint sound came from outside the window. Yayue opened the window and saw Rin standing in the snow, her little face red from the cold. I heard something. Her voice trembled. Dad said that tomorrow in the village. Yayue jumped out of the window. The snow reached his ankles, and the biting cold crawled up his calves. But he couldn't care about that, grabbing Rin's icy little hand. What did you hear? Rin's tears shimmered in the moonlight. They said that Lord Tsukumo failed his mission, and there will be accountability. The world seemed to freeze at that moment. Yayue suddenly recalled his teacher's unusual admonition during the day, Kakashi's stiff back, and the worried expression of the housekeeper. Kakashi. He turned and ran towards the main house, but collided with someone at the corner. The silver-haired youth stood silently in the snow, his eyes a void of desolation. You heard everything. This was not a question. Yayue opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Rin caught up from behind, covering her mouth upon seeing Kakashi. Get lost. This cold single word made Rin's tears spill over. But the next second Kakashi suddenly grabbed Yu's wrist with such force it nearly crushed the bone. You leave too. All of you leave. Yayue did not move. He gripped Kakashi's hand back, feeling the tremor in his friend's entire body. I am here. He whispered, the promise we made, remember. The snow fell heavier. Rin wiped her tears and left while Yayue stood in the snow, letting Kakashi's nails dig deeply into his flesh. Father, Kakashi's voice was fragmented. Why save those useless people? Why give up the mission? What? Yayue suddenly rose on his toes, resting his forehead against Kakashi's shoulder. This action froze the silver-haired youth. Because he is Hatake Tsukumo. Yu's voice was soft but unyieldingly firm. Because that is the meaning of the sword he taught us. Kakashi's breath suddenly quickened. He pushed Yayue away violently, but as Yayue stumbled back, he pulled him back fiercely. Don't leave. His voice was hoarse. You. Do not leave like father. Yayue felt warm liquid dripping onto his neck. He reached out to hold Kakashi's trembling shoulder, just like that night 4 years ago when Kakashi bandaged his wounds. I will not leave. He promised, I will never leave. At dawn, a crow from the umbu brought news. Yayue stood before the entrance of the Hatake residence, watching the third Hokage personally carry back the white fang short sword. The blade bore no bloodstains, only a piece of bamboo leaf soaked in snow quietly resting against the edge. Kakashi did not cry. When he accepted the short sword, he looked like a true ninja, standing straight, without a hint of wavering. Only Yayue knew that the hand hanging by his side had nails deeply embedded in his palm. The funeral was simple. Few came to pay their respects, and most villagers merely observed from a distance. Yayue stood beside Kakashi, watching the snowflakes gradually cover the newly erected gravestone. Yayue. On the way back, Kakashi suddenly stopped. His voice was so faint it was barely audible. If one day I become like my father. Yayue turned around and kissed Kakashi's forehead amidst the falling snow. Then I will become your sword. In the distance, Rin stood at the street corner, still holding the basket of oranges that had not been delivered. Her tears silently fell onto the snow, creating small pits. Meanwhile, the white fang short sword lay quietly in the Hatake family's shrine, its hilt tied with 2 new headbands, one silver and one black. 7 days after the funeral, the Konoha mansion remained shrouded in oppressive silence. You stood outside Kakashi's door, gently knocking on the panel. Kakashi, I brought some rice balls. No response. This was the 3rd consecutive day Kakashi had locked himself away in his room. You sighed and placed the tray in the hallway. As he turned, he suddenly heard a muffled sound from within, like a fist striking the wall. Kakashi. He abruptly pulled the door open, and the sight before him made his heart clench painfully. Kakashi was kneeling amidst disheveled bedding, his right hand covered in blood, with glaring streaks of crimson imprinted on the wall. The silver-haired youth lifted his head, his right eye visible outside the mask was bloodshot, yet his gaze remained chillingly calm. I'm fine. You rushed over to grasp his hand, his palm gouged with 4 deep wounds that exposed bone. Is this what you call fine? His voice trembled as he hurriedly pulled out bandages from his ninja tool pouch. Kakashi allowed him to bandage the wound, suddenly speaking up, the umbu visited last night. The bandages tightened abruptly. They want me to inherit White Fang. Kakashi stared out at the barren trees. In exchange, I must accept surveillance. Yu's hand shook so much he struggled to tie the bandage. He recalled the figures wearing animal masks he had seen at the graveyard 3 days ago, the evasive gazes of the villagers, and the Hokage's hesitant expression. realizing that the funeral was never an end but the beginning of a more brutal ceremony. He'll go find the third. It's useless. Kakashi withdrew his hand. But there's one condition. He looked straight at Yue. You must move out of the Hatake household. The old house in the Uchiha clan's territory was even colder than you remembered. Obito hurriedly helped him pack, deliberately recounting amusing stories from the Ninja Academy in an exaggerated tone. However, when he turned around, you still noticed the redness around his eyes. Rin has been asking about you a lot lately. Obito suddenly mumbled, clearly, I am her teammate. You paused in folding clothes. Since the day of the funeral, he hadn't seen Rin again. The image of her standing in the snow holding a basket of oranges and her expression of despair when Kakashi shouted, get lost, became an unshakable nightmare. Is she doing okay? No way. Obito slammed a pillow into the suitcase. She's been so distracted that she almost got her face cut by a shuriken during training. He suddenly lowered his voice. Hey, what's going on between you and Kakashi? The courtyard door was suddenly knocked on. Standing outside was not Rin, but a ninja wearing an umbu mask. The person handed over a scroll coldly announcing, from this day forth Uchiha Yu is prohibited from approaching the Hatake clan within a radius of 500 meters. You tightly gripped the scroll until its edge cut into his palm. The cherry blossoms at Konoha Hospital bloomed and withered. You stood by the third-floor window watching Kakashi cross the training ground alone. The silver-haired youth wore a newly fitted umbu mask, a short blade, named White Fang slung across his back, emanating an aura that discouraged approach. They hadn't spoken a word in 3 months. Each time they got close, they were blocked by the sudden appearance of umbu. The wounds are healing well. The voice of the medical ninja pulled him back to reality. You looked down at his arm, recently unwrapped from bandages, still bearing burns from practicing wind release. Since leaving the Hatake household, his training had become almost self-abusive, as if only pain could suppress the emotions churning in his chest. Suddenly, commotion erupted in the hallway. Move aside. I'm his teammate. The familiar voice made you freeze. The door was suddenly pushed open and Rin stood breathlessly at the entrance, her nurse's uniform stained with blood, her brown hair disheveled against her sweaty forehead. You echoing. Her gaze fell on his scarred arm, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. How could you treat yourself like this? Obito peeked out from behind her, his face still marked with injuries from training. I told you he would be fine. This guy has always had an incredible recovery ability, like a monster. Rin rushed over and grabbed Yu's wrist, the green glow of chakra sparking in her palm. I know you're sad, but... Her voice choked. Kakashi definitely doesn't want you to. Rin, you gently interrupted her. Can you do me a favor? He fished out a key from under his pillow, the spare key to the Hatake clan's library that Kakashi had secretly given him on his birthday. Take this. To Kakashi. Rin's pupils dilated slightly. She looked at the key, then at Yu's eerily calm expression, suddenly understanding something. What are you planning to do? You gazed out the window. The Hokage rock stood out prominently in the dusk, the statue of the first Hokage, quietly overlooking the village. Get stronger, he said softly, strong enough to break all the rules. That night, an unquenchable light illuminated the training ground of the Uchiha clan. You stood on the surface of the lake, the blade, first light, glowing with a ghostly blue hue under the moonlight. The blade sliced through the water's surface, the rippling air splitting the target 10 meters away in two. This was not the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan, but a new technique that blended the Uchiha's shuriken skills. He named it Moon Shadow. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Come out, you said without turning his head. Rin stepped out of the shadows holding a sealed scroll. Kakashi asked me to deliver this to you. Her voice trembled slightly, he said. Don't die, loser. The scroll contained a complete method for practicing lightning release with a crooked drawing of a dog's head at the end, an agreed-upon code from their childhood. You pressed the scroll to his heart, suddenly noticing small burn marks on Rin's fingertips. Did you practice medical ninjutsu this late? Rin hurriedly hid her hands behind her back. Because I want to become a ninja who can heal all wounds. Her gaze swept over the unhealed scars on Yu's arm before quickly averting, including the wounds in the heart. You suddenly stepped forward and gently embraced her. The girl's body stiffened momentarily, then slowly relaxed. Thank you, he whispered in her ear, for Kakashi. And for me. Rin's tears soaked his shoulder. In the distance, Obito hid behind a tree, the wildflowers in his hand unknowingly crushed. The next morning you stood before the Hokage's office. I want to apply for early graduation, he said to the third. In exchange, he handed over a mission report. Please lift the surveillance on Hatake Kakashi. The report detailed 17 drank missions and 3 crank missions he had completed alone over the past 3 months, all accomplished to Umbu standards. The third Hokage paused with his pipe. Do you know what this means? I do. You lifted his head, a glimmer of ghostly blue flashing in his pitch-black eyes. I will become the sharpest blade of Konoha. Outside the window, the rising sun stretched their shadows long. Deep autumn of year 41 in Konoha. The maple leaves across the Uchiha compound blazed a searing crimson. Yaya stood at the center of the training ground, the blade Shoko gleaming with a blood-red hue beneath the setting sun. Half a year had passed since Sakomo's death. Yaya had shot up in height. The boyish softness around his brows had hardened into quiet resolve. Yet his eyes remained as clear and unclouded as ever. 1001st. The wooden sword sliced the air with a sharp whistle, startling crows from the treetops. Sweat dripped from his jaw, staining the parched earth with dark, scattered marks. Banned from approaching the Hatake compound, Yaya had devoted every waking hour to training. Daylight hours on the Uchiha training grounds, and deep into the night slipping secretly into the hidden chamber beneath the South River Shrine. Your stance is too rigid. A voice cut through the silence, making Yaya flinch violently. He spun around to find Orochimaru leaning against a maple tree, his golden serpentine pupils glinting faintly in the shadows. One of the legendary Sannin had appeared without warning, his pallid skin still carrying the faint, acrid scent of laboratory reagents. Lord Orochimaru. Yaya hastily bowed, but the wooden sword slipped from his grasp, seized by an invisible force. Your grip is flawed. Orochimaru toyed idly with the blade, tapping once lightly on the hilt with his fingertip. Power must flow from here, not forced through brute strength. With a casual flick of his wrist, a wooden post 10 meters away split cleanly in two, its surface polished smooth as a mirror. Unbidden, Yaya's Sharingan activated, burning that flawless trajectory. Please teach me. He dropped to one knee, his voice trembling with raw urgency. A dangerous curve lifted the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. Do you understand what it means to seek my instruction? I do. Yaya raised his head, the single tomo in his eye rotated slowly, steadily. But I need power. Power strong enough to shatter every rule that binds us. Maple leaves spiraled silently between them. Be at Training Ground 7 at midnight tomorrow. Before the words fully faded, his figure dissolved into a swarm of white serpents, vanishing into the twilight. Yaya stood atop the Hokage monument, gazing toward the distant silhouette of the Hatake compound. Bathed in moonlight, a silver-haired figure moved gracefully in the courtyard. Kakashi, too, had never ceased his training. Are you truly certain of Lord Orochimaru? His reputation is less than favorable. Yaya accepted the hemostatic bandage she offered and carefully wounded around his wrist. It's the swiftest path. He paused and asked quietly, Rin, could you do me a favor? As the brunette girl leaned closer, he caught the faint, clean fragrance of medicinal herbs. Keep an eye on Obito. He's been hunting for trouble with Kakashi lately. Rin's ears flushed faintly pink. You. How long will you be gone? Until I am strong enough. Yaya tightened his forehead protector, then suddenly remembered something. He drew a small cloth pouch from inside his vest. Here, please deliver this to Kakashi. Inside lay a slate-gray stone etched with natural serpentine patterns, a rare, innate chakra conductor unearthed from the deepest sanctum of the South River Shrine. Before Rin could take it, a sharp crack echoed from the underbrush. Who's there? A silver-haired figure emerged from the thicket. Kakashi's breath was ragged. He'd clearly sprinted all the way. The three stood frozen, the air thick with awkward silence. Here. Kakashi broke the stillness, first tossing a scroll toward Yaya. A map of Orochimaru's lab. He turned his face aside, his voice muffled by his mask. Red markings indicate traps, blue ones escape routes. Yaya closed his fingers tightly around the scroll. It still carried the warmth of Kakashi's palm. Before the words, thank you, could leave his lips, Kakashi had already turned and walked away. Only a low murmur drifting back. Don't die dead last. Training Ground 7 hung shrouded in eerie mist. Yaya arrived precisely at the appointed hour, only to find the field transformed into a makeshift laboratory. Orochimaru stood beside a central operating table, a vial in his hand glowing with an unnatural fluorescent green. This is your final chance, Orochimaru said without looking up. You may still walk away now. Yaya said nothing, only shrugged off his outer garment to reveal a torso crisscrossed with old scars. Each mark bore witness to 6 months of relentless, sleepless training. Fascinating. Orochimaru's tongue flicked across his lips. Lie down. As the needle pierced Yaya's carotid artery, he bit down hard on the leather strap, clenched between his teeth. Agony surged like a tidal wave. He felt molten lava coursing through his veins instead of blood. His Sharingan spun wildly, uncontrollably. Even the solitary tomo seemed poised to fracture and multiply. Hold on. Orochimaru's voice wavered, distant and near at once. If you die, I won't bother burying you. Time lost meaning, until gradually the pain receded. Weak and breathless, Yaya opened his eyes and saw a serpentine curse mark glowing faintly violet just below his clavicle. Orochimaru stood with his back turned, methodically cleaning his instruments. His white coat was spattered with blood, some seemingly coughed up from his own lungs. Teacher, report to the lab every Sunday. Orochimaru tossed over a small bottle of pills. Take one if the pain becomes unbearable. He paused, then added coolly, speak of this to anyone, and I'll dissect you alive. Yaya gripped the bottle tightly and noticed carved faintly on its base 3 times daily after meals. This was no mere analgesic. It was a meticulously formulated tonic, designed not to dull pain, but to heal. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled, shifting patterns across the forest floor. As Yaya staggered out of the training ground, a silver-haired figure melted silently from the treetops, leaving behind only a small bell tied with black cords swaying gently in the night breeze, its chime echoing like a whispered vow. In the depths of the death forest, shrouded in morning mist, Zhuyu knelt on the damp moss, pressing his hands firmly against the cursed seal on his left shoulder. The purple patterns writhed beneath his skin like living creatures, each pulsation bringing excruciating pain. Control it. Orochimaru stood on a branch 3 meters away, his golden vertical pupils glinting coldly in the morning light. The cursed seal is your power, not your shackles. Zhuyu gritted his teeth, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. He could feel two forces clashing within him. One was the innate fire release chakra of the Uchiha bloodline, and the other was the chilling energy brought by the cursed seal. Sweat dripped from his chin, evaporating into hissing white vapor on the moss. Suddenly a white snake shot out from Orochimaru's sleeve, its venomous fangs aimed directly at Zhuyu's throat. Clang! The moment initial light was drawn, the blade was enveloped in purple-black chakra, precisely severing the snake's head. Zhuyu was taken aback. The speed of that strike was at least 3 times faster than usual. It seems I've succeeded. Orochimaru lightly clapped, a dangerous smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Now try this. He tossed a scroll over. Zhuyu opened it to find a forbidden technique scroll documenting lightning release snake fang, but the original hand seals had been altered with red ink alongside a detailed chakra flow diagram. Cast it according to the chakra flow of the cursed seal. Orochimaru turned to walk toward the laboratory. I want to see results before lunch. The midday sun was glaringly bright. Zhuyu stood at the edge of a deep pool beneath a waterfall, initial light angled towards the water's surface. Following the modified technique, he guided the energy of the cursed seal into the blade, instantly mixing blue-purple lightning with strands of dark energy. Lightning release snake fang. As the blade touched the water's surface, an unexpected change occurred. The lightning arcs, which should have spread out radially, instead coalesced into 3 giant serpent-like fangs of lightning slicing upwards through the waterfall. As the mist rose, 3 deep charred grooves half a meter deep were left on the rock wall. Unqualified. Orochimaru's voice came from behind. Zhuyu turned to see his teacher toying with a shuriken, his golden vertical pupils slightly narrowed. The energy utilization rate is only 37, a waste. The shuriken suddenly flew from his hand, aimed directly at Zhuyu's brow. The Sharingan caught the trajectory in an instant, and Zhuyu instinctively swung his blade to block it. Just as the blade was about to touch the shuriken, he saw clearly. The tail of the shuriken was tied with a nearly transparent thread coated with some sort of fluorescent agent. In a split second, he twisted his wrist, the blade grazing the thread, without cutting it nor getting entangled. The shuriken zipped past his ear, embedding itself deeply into the tree trunk behind him. Orochimaru's brow lifted slightly. It seems the Uchiha's ocular power hasn't deteriorated yet. He turned toward the laboratory. Tonight dissect 7 corpses. I want a complete nervous system. Zhuyu let out a long breath, only to realize his back was already soaked. He pulled out the shuriken, noticing a small snake pattern carved at the tail. It was a training tool specially made by Orochimaru. What surprised him even more was that the tip of the shuriken was wrapped in a layer of soft wood which would not cause fatal injuries. The lights in the laboratory remained on throughout the night. Zhuyu wore a specially made magnifying glass, carefully peeling away the sciatic nerve from a corpse. This was the 3rd body from the battlefield this week, with a penetrating wound from a shuriken still visible at the temple. Pay attention to the connection of the nerve ganglia. Orochimaru stood behind him, his pale fingers pointing in the air. If you inject chakra here. Zhuyu's Sharingan slightly heated up, imprinting every detail in his ocular memory. He suddenly noticed a familiar tattoo on the inner wrist of the corpse. It was the mark of a Rain Village ninja. Teacher, this isn't a trophy. Orochimaru licked his lips, a spy who attempted to infiltrate Konoha last week. He suddenly leaned in, whispering into Zhuyu's ear. Do you want to know how he died? His cold fingers lightly grazed the boy's carotid artery. Zhuyu's body stiffened, but he heard his teacher continue. I killed him. Because he posed a threat to the Hokage. This unexpected answer made Zhuyu's eyes widen. Orochimaru seemed amused by his reaction, a hint of playfulness flashing in his golden vertical pupils. What? Did you think I was only interested in living experiments? He straightened up, tossing a scalpel to Zhuyu. Keep working. Finish 3 bodies before dawn, and he'll teach you an interesting technique. The laboratory was exceptionally quiet before dawn. Zhuyu rubbed his sore neck, looking at the perfectly peeled nervous system specimen in front of him. After inspecting it, Orochimaru nodded slightly, which was rare. Extend your hand. Zhuyu extended his right hand, only to see his teacher draw a line on his palm with the scalpel. The moment blood gushed out, Orochimaru quickly performed hand seals, injecting a certain chakra into the wound. Watch closely. The flesh at the wound suddenly began to squirm, healing at a visible speed. Even more astonishingly, small snake scale patterns emerged on the healed skin, flashing past in an instant. This is snake ninja technique, shedding skin. Orochimaru wiped the blood from his hands with gauze. Basic applications can accelerate wound healing. He looked at Zhuyu meaningfully. Practice to perfection, it can even. Before he could finish, the door of the laboratory was suddenly flung open. An Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, his mask already cracked in half. Lord Orochimaru, the northern outpost has been attacked. The 3rd Hokage has ordered you to provide immediate support. Orochimaru's expression instantly turned grim. He casually tore off his lab coat, revealing the combat uniform underneath. You return to the Uchiha clan's territory. This was directed at Zhuyu. I can help. Zhuyu grabbed initial light. My Sharingan can. This is an order. Orochimaru's gaze suddenly turned dangerous, immediately at once. As Zhuyu reluctantly left, the Umbu ninja quietly asked, Lord, why not bring him along? That kid's strength is already Shut up. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils narrowed into a thin line in the morning light. Do you think the northern outpost was attacked by just anyone? The Umbu trembled. Orochimaru gazed toward the northern sky, where several wisps of ominous black smoke could be faintly seen. Go tell the third Hokage. His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Just say, I want to capture that cloud ninja who uses lightning release alive. Yu did not return to the Uchiha clan's territory. He stood atop the highest tree in the death forest, his Sharingan fixed intently on the north. The chakra fluctuations coming from there made his heart race. Within the violent lightning chakra, there was a familiar presence. Kakashi. Initial light was drawn in the morning light, the cloud patterns on the blade flowing like water. Yu bit his finger, drawing a blood mark along the spine of the blade. This was the forbidden technique's starting form that Orochimaru had taught him. Snake ninja technique, shadow shedding. His figure gradually blurred, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black smoke rushing toward the battlefield in the north. In the shadows beneath the tree, a small white snake flicked its tongue, silently following behind. Thick smoke from the northern outpost blackened half the sky. When Yu arrived, the battlefield was a ruin. Charred trees lay splayed like spokes, the ground pockmarked by thunderclap craters, and the air reeked of burning flesh and singed blood. He crouched behind a shattered trunk, his xiaolin yin spinning madly. 300 meters away, Kakashi's white fang short blade clashed fiercely with a Yun-in renegade wrapped in bandages. The silver-haired youth's movements were even more brutal than 6 months before, each cut accompanied by a harsh, thunderous crack, yet blood seeped from beneath his mask, evidence of internal injury. Yu dug his fingers deep into the bark. Idiot. The renegade's chakra was unervingly abnormal, though every clash leaked pitch-black lightning from the seams of his bandages, as if he had been altered by some forbidden technique. Just as Kakashi was driven back again by lightning, Yu finally moved. The moment Chu Guang left its sheath, the cursed seal's purplish-black chakra coiled about the blade, and his speed carved after images through the air. Lightning release, serpent fang. 3 thunderous serpents burst from the blade, forcing the Yun-in renegade back dozens of meters. Yu landed steadily before Kakashi, the tip of his sword aimed at the enemy's throat. Who told you to come? Kakashi's voice sounded horribly hoarse as he grabbed the back of Yu's collar. Go back. Yu wrenched free, his xiaolin yin locked on the foe. You're injured. I don't need. Kakashi's words cut off abruptly. The renegade's bandages suddenly burst, revealing a body etched with black, cursed seals. Worse, the lightning, he gathered, mimicked the very form of the white fang blade. Unexpected. The renegade's voice rasped like sandpaper. Chimu Shuo Mao's blade technique. Does it feel easier to use against his son? Kakashi's pupils snapped tight. Yu felt the chakra behind him erupt. The feral lightning chakra was so violent it began to ionize the surrounding air. Kakashi, don't fall for it. Too late. The silver-haired youth became a streak of lightning and lunged at the enemy. The lightning upon the white fang blade seared the eyes. At the instant, 2 identical lightning release techniques collided. Yu's xiaolin yin caught a fatal flaw. The renegade's left hand was secretly forming a strange seal. Watch out. Yu launched snake ninjutsu, shedding skin without hesitation. Scales surfaced along his skin in an instant, his speed tripling. With a desperate shove, he shoved Kakashi aside. Black lightning pierced Yu's right shoulder, blood spraying across Kakashi's pale face. Yu. Kakashi's roar filled the air as Yu gritted his teeth and swung his blade. Chu Guang, wrapped in purplish-black cursed chakra, drove precisely into the wrist that formed the seal. With a shriek, the black lightning dissipated into nothing. The fight ended as abruptly as it had begun. When Dashiwan arrived with the Anbu, the scene was grotesquely still. Yu knelt, gasping, a terrible wound gaping in his right shoulder. The white fang blade pressed to the renegade's throat trembled unnaturally, and most chilling of all, blood tears welled from Kakashi's eyes. Enough. Dashiwan's golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly. The Anbu will handle the rest. Kakashi seemed not to hear. The blade tip edged forward another half-inch. Yu forced himself through the pain and gripped Kakashi's wrist. He is no longer a threat. Shut up. Kakashi spun wildly, the 3 xiaolin yin whirling frantically. On what authority do you meddle in my mission? His voice twisted, almost inhuman. Why? Always acting on your own. Yu froze. Kakashi's gaze made him think of a beast driven to the brink, tormented, violent, yet fragile to the breaking point. Dashiwan flicked a shuriken and deftly nudged the white fang blade aside. Take him. He gestured for the Anbu to haul the prisoner away, then grasped Yu by the collar. You medical unit. Kakashi blocked the path. He is mine. The air went taut. Dashiwan's mouth curved into a dangerous smile. Oh, you're what? My comrade. Kakashi's voice dropped, his eyes fixed on the hand that held Yu. I will send him to the medical unit. Unnecessary. Dashiwan sneered. My disciple will be treated by me. As the 2 men faced off, Yu began to cough violently. A blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Kakashi's expression shifted instantly. He took a step forward, then stopped, as if some restraint burned him. His fists creaked with tension. 3 days. Dashiwan left the words and vanished with Yu in a blink. Come to the laboratory when he's ready. The laboratory lights were stark and clinical. Yu lay on the operating table watching Dashiwan inject a green fluid into his vein. The puncture wound in his right shoulder had been staunched, but the chakra disturbance from the black lightning release still raged within him. Teacher. He spoke weakly. That Yun E ninja's lightning release. It's a refinement of Shuang Mao's technique. The Shiwan did not look up. It appears someone studied the white fang blade. Yi Yu's heart sank. No wonder Kakashi lost control. Seeing his father's signature move used against him would break anyone. Kakashi he. Psychic trauma can trigger chakra rampage. The Shiwan suddenly yanked open Yi Yu's collar, revealing a snake-shaped cursed seal beneath his clavicle. Just like your case. His fingertip pressed the seal lightly. Yi Yu noticed then that fine black veins had appeared around his shoulder wound, strikingly similar to the cursed marks on the Yun In renegade. Share. Quiet. The Shiwan formed a complex series of seals. The seal's purple light gradually suppressed the black veins. Do not use chakra for 3 days. He paused and unusually added a single explanation, unless you wish to become that kind of monster. Before drifting into a drugged sleep, Yi Yu hazily saw a silver-haired silhouette at the laboratory door. Kakashi had not left. He stood in the shadows watching with emotions Yi Yu could not read. On the third evening, Yi Yu was roused by the grating sound of metal. Outside the lab, Kakashi confronted the Shiwan. The white fang short blade was planted in the ground, unstable lightning crackling along its length from the Shiwan's sleeve. The white snake coalesced into a living barrier. I said 3 days. The Shiwan's voice was ice. Only 62 hours have passed. Stand aside. Kakashi's tone was colder than the blade. I will take him home. Home. The Shiwan suddenly laughed. The surveillance in the Chi Mu estates and Bu rooms, or the eavesdropping talismans in the Yuji Bo clan lands. Kakashi's pupils contracted violently. You think I don't know? The Shiwan's tongue traced his lips. Since Shuang Mao's death, you've spent every night staring into Yi Yu's old room. The golden vertical pupils narrowed with amusement. What an interesting obsession. Yi Yu could bear no more. He fought to his feet and pushed the lab door open. Both figures turned at once. When Kakashi saw him, the emotion that surged in his eyes almost spilled over. We're going home. The silver-haired youth seized Yi Yu's wrist with a grip that seemed capable of crushing bone. Now. The Shiwan did not stop them. He only watched Yi Yu meaningfully and said, remember your medicine. The Chimu residence was colder than Yi Yu remembered. Kakashi roughly shoved him into a tatami room and slammed the paper door shut. Only then did Yi Yu notice it was not a guest room, but Kakashi's bedroom. Shuang Mao's relics hung on the wall, scrolls were piled in the corner and by the bed. A neatly folded set of Yuji Bo clan robes lay, plainly visible. Explain. Kakashi removed his headband. In the dim room, his gaze was sharp and dangerous. Why did you interfere with my mission? Yi Yu took a deep breath. Because you had lost your reason. I do not need your protection. Kakashi sprang, suddenly pinning him hard against the wall. Do you think learning a few forbidden techniques from Da Shiwan makes you? And you? Yi Yu met those eyes. You saw me wounded. Why did you stand outside the laboratory for 3 days? Kakashi's expression contorted. His fingers dug into Yi Yu's shoulder. Blood quickly soaked the bandage, then he recoiled as if burned. Does it hurt? His voice softened alarmingly as he stared at his reddened fingers. Compared to watching you suffer. Before Yi Yu could answer, a cold embrace pinned him in place. Kakashi's silver hair brushed his cheek. His breath carried the metallic tang of internal bleeding from overused chakra. No more of this. Kakashi's voice was muffled at Yi Yu's neck. No more injuries. No leaving. No. Each no sounded like a curse and a prayer at once. Yi Yu felt warm drops land on his clavicle. Not blood, but tears. Outside, a crow wearing an imbu mask flew silently away. Farther atop a treetop, Da Shiwan's golden vertical pupil flashed once in the moonlight and was gone. The cherry blossoms bloomed in the Uchiha clan's territory. Night Moon stood at the edge of the training ground, watching Lin tuck a light pink cherry blossom into her hair. Sunlight filtered through the petals, casting fragmented light spots on her cheek, as if marking her with a gentle imprint. Night Moon-kun, does it look good? Lin turned around, her fingers gently brushing the petals, her smile softer than the spring breeze. Night Moon opened his mouth, but could not produce a sound. His gaze passed over Lin's shoulder, landing on the tallest cherry blossom tree 30 meters away. Kakashi was leaning against the trunk, his eyes glinting coldly beneath his forehead protector. Night Moon-kun. Lin tilted her head in confusion, following his gaze only to see a flurry of cherry blossoms blown away by the wind. Let's go to the hill behind the hospital tomorrow to see the cherry blossoms. I heard the Yezakura there are all in bloom. Night Moon could feel the chakra from the tree suddenly become violent. A cherry blossom. Sorry, Lin. He took half a step back, the sleeve slipping from the girl's fingertips. Tomorrow. I have a mission. Lin's smile froze. She looked down at her empty fingertips, her voice barely audible. Is it? With Kakashi? Night Moon did not answer. The silence itself was the answer. I understand. Lin looked up, her eyes reddening, yet still smiling. How many times has it been? Since Kakashi-senpai. After that, her fingers unconsciously twisted the straps of the medical bag. Night Moon-kun has not spoken to me alone for 3 months. The chakra in the tree suddenly boiled. Night Moon raised his head abruptly, just in time to see Kakashi leaping down from the tree. The silver-haired boy landed silently, crouching like a beast poised to pounce 3 meters behind Lin. Be careful. Night Moon instinctively rushed forward, shielding Lin behind him. Kakashi's kunai stopped just an inch from his throat, the blade trembling slightly from the sudden halt. The three of them were frozen in the rain of cherry blossoms. Lin's breathing was rapid and terrifying. She clutched Night Moon's back tightly. The medical bag fell to the ground, bandages and bottles scattered everywhere. Kakashi. Night Moon's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable force. Put away the kunai. The silver-haired boy tilted his head, a gesture that should have been innocent, appearing particularly eerie against his obsessive expression. His gaze slowly shifted from Lin to Night Moon's face, and he suddenly smiled. What are you afraid of? The kunai slowly lowered the blade, prying open Night Moon's collar, revealing the unhealed curse mark beneath his collarbone. Kakashi's breathing suddenly became heavy, his gaze growing increasingly frenzied. To save her. You're even willing to get hurt here? No. Lin suddenly peered out from behind Night Moon, tears finally flooding her eyes. That day, I found Night Moon-kun collapsed by the river. I was just... Shut up. Kakashi's voice was soft, yet it silenced Lin instantly. Night Moon had never seen Kakashi like this. The boy was surrounded by visible black chakra, a negative energy that manifested only when emotions were extremely unstable. Kakashi, calmed down. Night Moon reached out and grasped the silver-haired boy's wrist that held the kunai. Let's talk about this back. Back. Kakashi suddenly leaned in closer, his nose almost touching Night Moon's cheek. Which home are you talking about? The Hatake residence. Or? His gaze swept over Lin's pale face, the Uchiha clan's territory. Night Moon suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. Kakashi's mental state was worse than he had imagined. The silver-haired boy was not jealous, but had completely regarded Lin as a threat. Lin, you go first. He slightly turned his head, speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. Go find Obito. The girl's pupils contracted sharply. She glanced at Kakashi's terrifying eyes, then at Night Moon's tense profile, suddenly bent down to pick up the medical bag, and bolted towards the training grounds. Kakashi did not stop her. His full attention was on Night Moon's face, his eyes greedily capturing every subtle change in the other's expression. You are trembling. Night Moon then realized his fingers were indeed trembling slightly. Not from fear, but from anger. Anger towards Kakashi, and even more so towards himself. What do you want? He swatted Kakashi's kunai aside. Is it fun to scare Lin to tears? It's extremely amusing. Kakashi licked his dry lips, especially seeing how anxious you are for her. He suddenly gripped Night Moon's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Tell me, if I had really attacked just now, would you have resisted for her? Night Moon's breath hitched. They both knew the answer to that question. He could never lay a hand on Kakashi, even for Lin. Kakashi seemed satisfied with his silence, slightly relaxing his grip. Orochimaru was right. I do have an intriguing obsession. His thumb rubbed over the bruise on Night Moon's chin. That was a scar left from a mission 3 days ago, but aren't you the same? Clearly you've been hurt by me so many times, yet you still refuse to run away. Cherry blossoms fell silently. A petal landed on Kakashi's eyelashes, making his eyes appear even more enchanting. Because I promised, Night Moon said softly, in front of Uncle Hatake's grave. To watch you live well. Kakashi's expression suddenly twisted. He released his grip and staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with madness. Liar. You clearly know that this is not what I want. Night Moon did not answer. He bent down to pick up the cherry blossom that Lin had dropped, his fingertips glowing with the green light of medical chakra. The scars on the petals gradually healed, but the crumpled lines could not be restored. I will clarify things with Lin. He turned to walk towards the training grounds exit tonight. I will return to the Hatake residence. Kakashi's voice followed him from behind, carrying an eerily gentle tone. If you go back on your word, I will kill her. The Yezakura on the back mountain of Konoha Hospital was in full bloom. When Night Moon found Lin, the girl was sitting on a rock at the edge of the cliff, lost in thought. Her medical bag was opening. Apart from a pile of medicine bottles, there lay a small Uchiha clan emblem. That was the birthday gift Night Moon had given her last year. Obito hasn't come. Night Moon sat down next to her, deliberately keeping a distance. Lin shook her head, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the emblem. He said that he had some things to confirm. Night Moon gazed at the clouds in the distance, tinged red by the setting sun. His chest felt as heavy as a boulder. He remembered Kakashi's frenzied eyes when he gripped his chin, Lin's trembling shoulders when she was scared to tears, and Obito's expression every time he watched them on their dates, hesitating to speak. I'm sorry. Lin's tears splashed onto the emblem, making a faint thud sound. She suddenly grabbed Night Moon's hand, her grip surprisingly strong. Why? Is it because of Kakashi-senpai's threat? We can talk to Hokagesima, we can. It's not all because of that. Night Moon forced a smile. It's my own problem. He gently withdrew his hand and took out a scroll from his ninja pouch. This was precious material recording the basics of the Flying Thunder God technique, a gift he had planned to give Lin after she passed the Chunin exams. Take it. He placed the scroll on the rock between them, just as an apology. Lin did not look at the scroll. She stared intently into Night Moon's eyes and suddenly asked, You have fallen in love with him, right? Night Moon froze. This straightforward question pierced through all his disguises like a kunai. I don't know. He finally answered honestly, but I know. If I leave Kakashi now, he will die. It's neither a metaphor nor an exaggeration. Night Moon understood better than anyone. After White Fang's death, Kakashi's mental world had already become riddled with holes, and he, without realizing when it happened, became the only pillar supporting that shattered world. Lin's tears suddenly ceased. She picked up the scroll, stood up, brushed off the dust from her skirt, revealing a smile uglier than crying. I understand. Before turning away, she suddenly leaned close to Night Moon's ear, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. Be careful, his emotions are very unstable. Night Moon had not yet reacted when Lin had already rushed down the slope without looking back. The sunset stretched her shadow long like a butterfly with broken wings. Are you satisfied? Night Moon asked without turning back. He had sensed Obito's chakra long ago. The dark-haired boy had been hiding behind a tree 10 meters away, listening to their conversation from start to finish. Obito slowly walked out, the tomo in his eyes spinning slowly. His expression was complex and hard to read. How long have you known Lin likes you? 5 years, 7 months, and 3 days. Night Moon said softly, since we first teamed up for a drank mission. Obito suddenly grabbed his collar. Then why? Because Kakashi is more fragile than you think. Night Moon gazed at him calmly. Obito, have you seen the 12th form of White Fang's sword technique? Obito was taken aback, his grip unconsciously loosening, the one that requires hand seals with both hands. Kakashi can no longer use it. Night Moon's voice was soft, since Uncle Hatake died. His left hand can no longer gather chakra. Obito's pupils contracted sharply. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he understood better than anyone what that meant. This was not a physical injury, but a self-sealing on a mental level. So you just... I had no choice. Night Moon forced a smile, just like you had no choice. Obito suddenly released his grip, staggering back a few steps. Of course, he understood the implication behind Night Moon's words. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he knew better than anyone that once you fell in love with something, you'd crazily want to possess it, an obsession carved into the bloodline. What do you plan to do? Night Moon gazed at the setting sun in the west, his voice as light as a sigh. Stay with him. Until he no longer needs me. Obito suddenly laughed, a smile filled with an indescribable sadness. You think too highly of yourself. That guy will never be satisfied. A petal from the Yezakura fell between them. Obito bent down to pick up the petal and gently placed it in Night Moon's hand. Be careful. I only have you as a brother left. When Night Moon returned to the Hatake residence, it was already completely dark. Kakashi sat on the steps of the entrance, toying with a kunai. Moonlight shone on his silver hair, making him look like a cold statue. Did you clarify things? Kakashi asked without looking up. Night Moon made a soft sound of acknowledgement and sat down beside him. Their shoulders brushed against each other, yet neither made any further move. After an unknown amount of time, Kakashi suddenly spoke. I saw. Obito was there too. Night Moon's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm on the surface. So. Kakashi's kunai suddenly pressed against Night Moon's throat, his eyes flashing with a strange light in the darkness. What you just said was a lie to him, right? Night Moon did not dodge. He stared directly into those maddened eyes, softly asking, which sentence are you referring to? Until he no longer needs me. Kakashi's breathing quickened. That's a lie. Isn't it? The tip of the kunai pierced his skin, a trickle of blood sliding down Night Moon's neck. But he merely smiled, reaching out to caress Kakashi's cheek. It is a lie. Kakashi's pupils suddenly constricted. I will stay with you. Night Moon leaned close to his ear, his voice as light as a feather brushing past, until death separates us. Under the moonlight, a tear of blood suddenly flowed from Kakashi's eyes, and further away, a figure wearing a whirlpool mask silently disappeared into the night. Chapter 13, The Undercurrent. Before the Bridge of the Gods. A curtain of rain enveloped the leaves as Zhuyu stood before the memorial stone, his fingertips brushing against the newly added names. 2 months had passed since he parted ways with Lin, and the humid air was thick with the scent of rust. Indeed, it's here, came the voice of Obito from behind. Zhuyu did not turn around, allowing the rain to soak his sleeves. Obito approached him, the black umbrella tilted to shield most of his body. Is the mission over? Yes, Obito's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Where's Kakashi? Reporting in the Hokage's office. Obito let out a light snort. Now you even need to personally supervise the mission reports. Zhuyu remained silent. Since White Fang's death, Kakashi's obsession had grown increasingly severe. The third Hokage seemed to have sensed something amiss, intentionally separating them in recent missions. Yet every time he returned to the village, Kakashi would always be the first to appear. Obito suddenly lowered his voice. 3 days from now at the Bridge of the Gods. Zhuyu's pupils constricted. That abandoned border outpost had now become a gathering place for rogue ninjas. Whose orders? Tobarama. Obito gritted his teeth. He said it was to intercept important intelligence. Zhuyu's fingertips trembled slightly. Tobarama never made meaningless arrangements. I am going with you. No, Obito said firmly. This is a confidential mission. Zhuyu stared at him, raindrops dripping from his hair tips. Obito's expression was resolute, but a trace of unease flickered in his eyes. What are you hiding? The handle of the umbrella made a soft sound in Obito's hand. Nothing. When Kakashi returned to the Hatake residence, Zhuyu was organizing his ninja tools. Where are you going? The silver-haired boy blocked the doorway, his gaze sharp. Mission. I didn't receive any notification. Zhuyu sighed. Obito is in danger. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. So, I need to go to the Bridge of the Gods. The air froze. Tobarama's mission. Kakashi's voice was icy. Seeing Zhuyu nod, his fingers tightened. You're not allowed to go. I must go. Kakashi's breathing became heavy for Obito. Or, his voice suddenly twisted, that Uchiha Lin who is already irrelevant. Zhuyu suddenly shoved him away. You know it's not the case. Kakashi pinned him against the wall, darkness swirling in his eyes. Then why? The voice was hoarse. Must you take risks for others? Zhuyu looked into those eyes, a sharp pain piercing his chest. Because, he whispered, I don't want to lose anyone again. Kakashi's breath hitched. Uncle White Fong Lin. If even Obito. Zhuyu's voice trembled. Kakashi released his grip, stepping back, his expression blank. Understood. He turned and walked towards the door, his voice barely audible. Return before dawn. Otherwise I'll come looking for you. The Bridge of the Gods was shrouded in thick fog. Zhuyu lay low in the treetops, intently watching the ruins across the bridge. Obito and two Umbu were concealed within. Suddenly, unnatural ripples appeared on the water's surface. Obito, fall back. Before the shout could fade, 3 water dragons erupted from the water. Water release, water dragon bite. Zhuyu instantly activated his curse seal, violet-black chakra swirling around him. He charged into the mist, grabbing Obito just in the nick of time. Zhuyu, go. The two rapidly retreated, but their escape route was suddenly blocked by an emerging shadow. Such touching brotherly affection. A pale creature emerged from the ground, its half-black, half-white face twisting. However, White Zetsu grinned. This is where it ends. Zhuyu tightened his grip on the kunai, shielding Obito behind him. The cold voice of Black Zetsu echoed from the shadows, the bloodline of Uchiha. The cold, thick fog enveloped the Shinshuo bridge, resembling a shroud of death. Zhuyu gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain from the black jutsu, piercing his side, the purplish-black, curse seal chakra, flickering erratically, each breath pulling at his torn insides. He stood protectively in front of Obito, kunai tightly gripped, staring intently at the pale figure emerging from the fog, Hakuju, and the multitude of enemies stirring behind him. Obito shielded the rescued Rin, the girl in shock, her shoulder cut by debris, blood staining her sleeve. Obito, take Rin and go first. Yu's voice was hoarse from pain, yet carried an undeniable resolve. He knew that the target of Hakuju was the Uchiha with the Sharingan, especially Obito. No way. How can I leave you behind? Obito's eyes reddened in urgency, his single tomo spinning amidst the blood. How could he abandon his brother? Stop talking. Zhuyu growled, the power of the cursed seal forcefully activated again, the purplish-black chakra rising like flames, bringing strength while accelerating the collapse of his body. Rin is more important. This is the mission. Hurry. He needed to create a chance for his brother and Rin. Obito-kun. Rin weakly called out, her eyes filled with worry. Obito looked at his brother, bloodied and on the verge of collapse, then at the injured Rin, his heart aching. Zhuyu was right. Rin was a comrade, the mission target, and he had promised to protect her. He could not let his brother's sacrifice go in vain. Zhuyu, hold on. He'll be back soon. Obito gritted his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes as he hoisted Rin onto his back. Rin, hold on tight. He exploded into extreme speed, rushing toward the other end of the bridge, the direction of Kakashi and the reinforcements. Trying to run away? It's not that easy. Hakuju cackled, his body merging with the bridge like liquid. Instantly the ground before Obito and Rin surged and twisted violently, several thick spiked white vines erupting from the earth, coiling toward them like giant pythons. It was a variant of Hakuju's would-release insertion technique. Obito, watch out above. Rin screamed in terror. Obito shot his gaze upward, seeing a massive rock wall above loosened by the battle, groaning under the strain as it collapsed under Hakuju's chakra's deliberate guidance. A huge shadow suddenly loomed over Obito and Rin, who were dodging the vines below. Rin. Obito's pupils constricted. In that critical moment, the instinct to protect his comrades overwhelmed all else. He unleashed unprecedented strength, hurling Rin with all his might towards Kakashi's approaching direction. Out! Rin cried out, her body tracing an arc in the air, narrowly caught by the arriving Kakashi. Meanwhile, Obito himself lost all space to evade due to the overwhelming force and the vines beneath him. The last thing he saw was Rin being safely caught by Kakashi, a flash of relief crossing his eyes, and then, boom! The massive stone crashed down with immense force. Dust and debris shot into the sky, instantly engulfing Obito's figure. Obito! Rin, caught by Kakashi, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Obito-ni! Yu's eyes widened in horror, the pain in his side seemingly vanished, yet a colossal panic seized his heart. He wanted to rush over, but his severely injured body and the Hakuju clone pouncing on him held him back tightly, leaving him helplessly watching the giant rock fall, dust swirling around. Cough! Cough, cough! A weak and painful coughing sound emerged from the dust. Kakashi handed Rin to the other Umbu who had arrived, and like an arrow released from a bow, he dashed towards the massive debris. He frantically pushed aside the stones with his hands, blood quickly staining the rubble. Obito! Hold on! Obito! A portion of the rubble was laboriously cleared, revealing Obito's tragic state, trapped beneath the boulders. His right side was almost completely crushed, blood and flesh a gruesome mess, bones exposed, blood flowing like a stream staining the ground beneath. Only his left side and head remained barely exposed, his face smeared with blood and scratches from the rubble, his breath faint to the extreme, each breath accompanied by blood froth. Kakashi! Obito struggled to open his blood-covered right eye, his left eye's single Tomo Sharingan spinning wildly from the agony and near-death stimulus. Don't talk. Medical team. The medical team is coming right away. Kakashi's voice was hoarse, his hands soaked in Obito's warm blood as he futilely tried to staunch the horrific wounds, but it was all in vain. Fear and despair washed over him like a cold, "No, it's enough." Obito's voice was intermittent, as faint as a whisper, yet carried an odd clarity and urgency. "Kakashi, listen to me." Kakashi's hand froze as he saw the last flicker of life burning in Obito's eyes, a determination to entrust. Obito used the last bit of his strength, trembling as he raised his relatively intact left hand, bloodied fingers digging fiercely into his spinning left eye. "Obito, what are you doing?" Kakashi exclaimed in horror. Obito let out a short cry of pain as he forcibly extracted an eyeball wrapped in crimson light connected to nerves and blood vessels from its socket. Blood gushed forth, staining his cheeks and palms. The eyeball lay in his palm, the black Tomo still slowly spinning. "Take it, Kakashi." Obito's voice was weak, yet carried an undeniable plea as he trembled, firmly pressing the warm, bloodied eyeball towards Kakashi's right eye position. "No, I can't." Kakashi instinctively tried to pull away, the sight was too horrific. "Take it." Obito unleashed a sudden strength from somewhere, gripping Kakashi's wrist tightly. His blood and tear-stained left eye filled with the last burning emotion fixed intensely on Kakashi. "For me. Protect them. I'm begging you. Kakashi." Kakashi trembled all over, understanding the nearly soul-burning plea in Obito's eyes. It was not for himself, but for those behind him. "Yue, my brother." Obito's voice was filled with endless reluctance and worry, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. "He's badly injured. Rin is hurt too. They are my most important. I promise you." Kakashi no longer hesitated, his voice resolute, laden with a heavy vow. He closed his right eye, allowing Obito to press the scorching, blood-soaked Sharingan into his hollow eye socket. A strange sense of connection surged through him, accompanied by intense pain. "For me. Watch over them." A faint relieved smile appeared on Obito's face, as if he had fulfilled the most important mission of his life. The hand that grasped Kakashi's wrist lost all strength and fell limply. The eye socket from which the eye had just been removed and was still bleeding, and the left eye fixated on Kakashi, filled with entrustment, simultaneously lost all its luster. "Obito." Kakashi let out a desperate wail. His newly implanted Sharingan spun uncontrollably, a cold and powerful pupil force surged in his vision, suddenly turning blood red and clear, as if able to see through everything, yet filled with immense sorrow and emptiness. Obitoni. On the other side, Yue finally unleashed the cursed seal's power to forcefully push back Hakuju's entanglement, stumbling towards the pile of rubble. What he saw was his brother Obito's silent body, and Kakashi kneeling beside him, his right eye shedding a liquid mixed with blood and tears, a crimson Tomo slowly spinning within. A massive wave of grief struck his heart like a hammer, the wound in his side feeling as if it were being torn open again. His vision darkened, and his body could no longer support him, falling backward. "Yuet!" Kakashi's scream was filled with terror. He instinctively leaped forward, catching Yu's cold body just before he hit the ground. The person in his arms had a pale face like paper, breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible. The wound in his side, pierced by Hakuju, had been hastily sealed with chakra, yet blood still seeped slowly out, staining Kakashi's palms and clothes. Yu's body was chillingly cold, the breath of life flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Obito's final entrustment echoed in Kakashi's ears, "Protect them for me. Yue, my brother. Rin is hurt too." Kakashi's Sharingan fixed intensely on Yu's colorless face, a fear deeper than that felt at Obito's death seized him. When White Fang died, he lost his father. When Obito died, he paid the price of losing his dear friend, and if Yue also died here, then he would truly have nothing left. The person Obito entrusted to him with his life, he absolutely could not lose again. "Medical team, hurry!" Kakashi shouted towards the arriving reinforcements, his voice distorted by extreme fear. He held Yue tightly, using his remaining chakra to try to protect Yu's heart pulse, feeling that weak pulse that was almost fading. "Hold on, Yue. Stay with me." Kakashi's voice was low and twisted, filled with undeniable obsession. "I won't let you die. Absolutely not." His right eye Sharingan spun wildly, as if trying to engrave Yu's near-death appearance deep into his soul, filled with a near-mad desire to possess and protect. Obito's body lay in the cold rubble of blood, completing his final entrustment. Rin wept softly in the distance, mourning for her fallen comrade. And Kakashi at that moment had only this cold, dying body in his arms. Obito's death brought forth a new light in Kakashi's eyes, a bloodstained Sharingan, and a heavy vow that must be upheld with his life. The thick fog of the Shinshiwa Bridge seemed to solidify this silent handover and the twisted obsession of rebirth. The scent of disinfectant in the wooden leaf hospital seemed to seep into the marrow. Yu struggled on the edge of life and death for 3 whole days. Orochimaru personally performed the surgery for 10 hours, barely stabilizing the lethal wound caused by the Black Absolute's claws, which was infused with the corrosive essence of Ein release. Shattered ribs, torn internal organs, and contaminated meridians. Each one was enough to take the life of a skilled elite ninja. Yiyu's survival relied not only on Orochimaru's taboo medical ninjutsu, but also on the tenacious and almost bizarre vitality originating from the curse mark within him. Kakashi practically lived in the hospital. His right eye was covered with a newly changed bandage while the Sharingan from his dear friend constantly conveyed a burning pain and the coldness of its gaze. He rejected all missions like a silent ghost guarding outside Yiyu's hospital room or sitting motionless in a chair beside the bed staring at Yiyu's paper-white face listening to the weak breath that was distressingly faint. Only when medical ninjas came in to check and change the dressing would he coldly scan them with his crimson left eye's own, as if he were a beast whose territory had been invaded, only averting his gaze when he confirmed they meant no harm. Kakashi, you need to rest. Minato looked at his student whose eyes were filled with bloodshot veins and deep circles, deeply concerned. Wait until he wakes up. Kakashi's voice was hoarse, devoid of any ripples, his gaze still locked on the person in the hospital bed. Obito. He's dead. Kakashi interrupted Minato, his voice suddenly turning cold and hard. The Sharingan beneath the bandage seemed to sense its owner's emotions, delivering a sharp pain that made him frown. His last words were to protect Yiyu and Rin. He seemed to be stating a cold fact, or perhaps repeating an inescapable mantra to himself. Minato looked at Kakashi, sighing inwardly. Obito's sacrifice pierced Kakashi's already battered heart like a poisoned dagger, and it was changing him in a terrifying way. That heavy trust, combined with the wound of losing White Fang mixed with the corruption of the Sharingan and the shadow of witnessing his dear friend's tragic death, was pushing Kakashi toward a paranoid abyss, one that centered absolutely on Yiyu and Rin, intolerant of any person or thing that threatened that twisted stronghold. A month later, Yiyu finally emerged from the danger zone and was transferred to a regular ward. He had become emaciated, the oversized hospital gown hanging loosely on him, and his once vibrant black eyes had lost most of their luster, leaving only the weakness of recovering from a serious illness and a lingering sense of confusion. Every cough tugged at the wound beneath his ribs, bringing excruciating pain. Brother. Obito. Yiyu's voice was dry, each utterance cautious and tentative. He recalled the thunderous sound of falling rubble, Kakashi's desperate scream, and the overwhelming scent of blood that lingered. Kakashi, who was carefully feeding him kanji with a spoon, suddenly froze, creating ripples in the bowl. He remained silent for a few seconds before whispering, "Yes. He gave me his eyes to save Rin." His eyes? Yiyu looked at Kakashi's bandaged right eye, his heart tightening as if gripped by an icy hand. Obito even entrusted his eyes. His last concern was for us, me and Rin. He told me to protect you both. Kakashi's voice was soft, but carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. He placed down the bowl of kanji and carefully wiped away the traces at the corner of Yiyu's mouth with a clean handkerchief, his movements almost reverent. "I will not let anyone harm you again, Yiyu." No one. His left eye fixed on Yiyu, where the Sharingan behind the bandage seemed to gaze, as well conveying a heartbeat-stopping focus and an undeniable possessiveness. Yiyu's heart trembled. He saw the unfathomable darkness in Kakashi's eyes, and at the center of that darkness burned an obstinate flame named protection. This flame made him feel warm, yet also gave rise to a hint of unease. After being discharged, Yiyu returned to the Hatake residence. Kakashi's protection became even more intense. He was almost never far from Yiyue, handling all his trivial matters, refusing any visit he deemed potentially exhausting for Yiyue, including Rin. Only when the third Hokage personally inquired or Orochimaru summoned him under the guise of health check would Kakashi reluctantly allow it. Rin came a few times, bringing her homemade soup and worry. She had lost a lot of weight, her face devoid of its usual brightness, her eyes filled with sorrow for Obito and concern for Yiyu. Yiyu echoing, "Do you feel better?" "Yes, much better, thank you, Rin." Yiyu forced a smile. Kakashi remained silent beside them like an invisible wall. Whenever Rin tried to get closer to Yiyu or the conversation lingered too long, Kakashi would emanate a cold aura, his left eye's gaze becoming sharp, causing Rin to feel an inexplicable pressure and helplessness. "Kakashi-kun." Rin glanced at him uneasily. "Yiyu needs rest." Kakashi's voice was devoid of fluctuations, directly interrupting Rin's potential continuation. Rin could only leave with a sense of apology and slight grievance. Yiyu watched Rin's lonely figure depart, filled with guilt and helplessness. He understood that Rin was also enduring the pain of losing Obito, as she needed the comfort of her companions. But he knew even better that Kakashi's mental state at this moment was like a string pulled to its limit. Any small provocation could lead him to completely lose control. He could not take the risk, especially not for Rin, Obito's last entrustment. Rin was also part of what he needed to protect, but Kakashi's protection seemed to be turning into a form of isolation. Yiyu could sense that Kakashi's dependence on him had surpassed normal boundaries. When he slept, Kakashi would silently come into his room to check his breathing. During meals, his gaze was constantly locked onto him. Even when he practiced and recovered, Kakashi would be watching nearby, his gaze heavy enough to make Yiyu feel suffocated. That Sharingan belonging to Obito seemed like a constant reminder of Kakashi's guardianship, binding him tightly to Yiyu. The recovery of his body was extremely slow. The in-release corrosion left by the Black Absolute was like maggots clinging to bones, continually damaging the newly formed tissues, causing the wound to repeatedly inflame and ache. Orochimaru's laboratory became Yiyu's second home. This stern mentor showed great interest in the residual in-release energy and curse marks within Yiyue, but he was indeed helping Yu stabilize his condition in his own way. Your body is like a piece of ragged cloth polluted by the breath of the underworld and forcibly stitched together. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils scanned Yu's still vicious scar beneath his ribs with a hint of amusement in his tone. Ordinary medical ninjutsu is quite ineffective. You need a stronger vitality to neutralize and expel it. Stronger vitality? Yu asked, enduring the stinging pain of the medicinal liquid soaking into his wound. The cells of the first Hokage, or a power of the same origin. Orochimaru's voice was low. I am trying some methods. Before that you need to endure, Yu echoing. Also, he shifted his gaze meaningfully, looking towards the vaguely silver-haired figure at the laboratory door. Be careful of your guardian. His mind is being corroded by the Sharingan and obsession like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. An overly intense flame can burn everything nearby, including the ones he wishes to protect. Yu remained silent. Did he not know? The darkness in Kakashi's eyes was growing thicker. That heavy guardianship made him feel warm, but also like an invisible shackle. Time flowed amidst the pain and oppressive guardianship. Months passed, and Yu's body finally showed some improvement, who, although he could not engage in intense combat daily life, was no longer problematic. However, the gloom in his heart did not dissipate. Kakashi's paranoia only increased. He even began to intervene in Yu's acceptance of tasks from the village, deeming those tasks too dangerous. One day, a secret scroll from the borders was delivered to Orochimaru. The seals on the scroll were incredibly complex and ancient, exuding an ominous aura. After studying it for a long time, Orochimaru furrowed his brows. At the border of the land of rain, near the direction of the land of grass, abnormal chakra fluctuations have appeared, along with traces resembling Zhuyu. Orochimaru handed the scroll to Yu. To decipher the seals of this scroll, I need someone familiar with the characteristics of in-release chakra and who is meticulous enough. Yu echoing, although your body has not fully recovered, this is not a combat mission. It only requires your perception and skills. Most importantly, Orochimaru's golden slit pupils glanced outside the laboratory. This mission location is far enough from Konoha, requiring several days for a round trip. Yu's heart jolted. He understood Orochimaru's hidden implication. This was an opportunity, a brief chance to escape Kakashi's suffocating guardianship. He needed space to breathe, to prove he was not a porcelain doll that needed to be locked in a cage. Moreover, traces of Zhuyu. Obito's death, the tragedy at Kanabi Bridge, was somehow linked to Zhuyu, even if it was just a scout for information. I will go, Yu said almost without hesitation, taking the scroll. The old wound beneath his ribs seemed to throb again, but his gaze was resolute. Sure enough, when Kakashi learned that Yu was going to undertake Orochimaru's mission alone, his reaction was shockingly intense. No. Kakashi blocked the doorway, the bandage over his right eye long removed, that crimson Obito's Sharingan, glaring fiercely at Yu, filled with violent opposition. Your injuries are not healed. It's too dangerous out there. Those Zhuyu. Kakashi. Yu raised his voice, rare firmness in his tone. I am not your prisoner. This is a mission from Orochimaru. I must go. He looked at the swirling darkness and pain in Kakashi's eyes. His heart softened for a moment, lowering his voice. I promise it's just to decipher a scroll seal and gather information. He'll be back soon. I will be careful. Kakashi's chest heaved violently, the Sharingan spinning wildly, as if suppressing some explosive impulse. He stared fiercely at Yu as if he wanted to engrave him. If you do not return, I will come for you. No matter where. The obsession and madness contained in those words sent a chill down Yu's spine. Finally, under Yu's near-pleading assurance and Orochimaru's subtle pressure, Kakashi reluctantly stepped aside. But as he watched Yu's departing figure, the blood-red hue in his Sharingan seemed like it would drip down, anxiety and crazed hostility enveloping him. Yu left Konoha. He hurried along, following the scroll's instructions toward the secret contact point at the border of the Land of Rain. The mission proceeded more smoothly than expected. Although the seals on the scroll were ancient and ominous, they resonated with the residual in-release energy from the Black Absolute within him, making the deciphering process remarkably easier. In less than 2 days, he completed the mission and obtained the intelligence scroll. His heart raced with the desire to return. Kakashi's last words were like a cold shackle wrapping around him. He dared not imagine what Kakashi, already on the brink of collapse, would do if he did not return on time. He refused the resting offer from the contact point ninjas and directly set off on the return journey. As the sky darkened, he chose a relatively secluded shortcut that could shorten the journey significantly. This route would take him through a desolate hilly area downstream of Kanabi Bridge. As dusk fell, the desolate hills cast enormous twisted shadows under the dim light, and the wind howled, resembling the whispers of lost souls. Yu felt an inexplicable unease in his heart, and the old wound beneath his ribs pulsed with a faint sting. He quickened his pace, eager to pass through this uncomfortable area. However, just as he climbed over a low hill and was about to enter another grove, boom! A vast, chaotic, and terrifying chakra filled with hatred and despair erupted suddenly from the valley not far ahead, like a volcano that had been suppressed for too long. That chakra carried the brutal aura unique to tailed beasts, yet it was also infused with a torn, endless sorrow. Yu's footsteps halted abruptly, his pupils constricting. This chakra, although wild and twisted, contained a familiar fluctuation deep within, belonging to Rin, striking into his mind like thunder. Rin. Yi Yu's heart sank into an icy abyss. How could this chakra? Rin's body, a tailed beast. An ominous premonition coiled around his heart like a cold snake. Yi Yu almost hesitated for no time instantly, pushing his speed to the limit, recklessly charging toward the center of the chakra explosion. What injuries, what fatigue he cast aside. Rin was in danger. He was like a bolt of black lightning tearing through the darkening dusk, surging up the slope at the edge of the valley. In the next moment he saw it. In the open space at the bottom of the valley, a gigantic monster composed of water and chakra was writhing in agony and howling. That was the outline of the three-tailed Isabu. And atop that massive body a small figure was bound. Rin. Her eyes were tightly closed, her face pale, her body ensnared by the chains of red-tailed beast chakra, resembling a sacrificial offering. Standing directly in front of Rin, facing away from Yi Yue, was a familiar silver-haired figure, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi's posture was extremely unnatural, rigid like a marionette. The blue-white lightning above his raised right hand shrieked with a piercing intensity, gathering. Chidori. Know the scale, the destructive aura. It was Raikiri. Time seemed to stretch, infinitely freezing in that moment. Yi Yu saw the tears falling from Rin's face, saw her pure worry and relief for Kakashi in her eyes. Kakashi. Run. Her lips appeared to move silently. He saw Kakashi's violently trembling rigid back, saw his masked profile, and the only exposed eye, Obito's crimson Sharingan, was now flowing with despair, pain, madness, yet uncontrollable blood tears. No, Kakashi, stop. Yi Yu's roar echoed through the entire desolate valley like a dying beast filled with soul-rending terror and desperation. However, it was all too late. At the very moment his voice rang out, Kakashi's arm, controlled by invisible threads, bore the destructive lightning like the spear of fate, decisively, accurately, and mercilessly, pierced through Yuhi Rin's chest. The sound of flesh being pierced amidst the chaotic lightning's shrieks felt so faint, yet so clearly pierced into Yi Yu's eardrums, penetrating his heart. Rin's body froze suddenly, the chains of tailed beast chakra binding her shattered in an instant. She lowered her head, incredulously looking at the hand protruding from her chest, shimmering with deadly lightning, then struggled to lift her head to gaze at Kakashi's face so close. She seemed to want to say something, but only large mouthfuls of blood spilled from her lips. Those eyes, always filled with kindness and gentleness in the final moment of her life, reflected Kakashi's desperate blood tears, ultimately fixing on Yi Yu's rushing figure, her pupils lingering with confusion, relief, and a silent apology and concern for him. The light extinguished. Rin. Yi Yu's world collapsed completely in the instant he witnessed Rin's chest being pierced by Raikiri. Chapter 16, The Moon's Twilight. The heart-wrenching cry of no from Yi Yu still echoes chillingly in the valley. Kakashi's right hand, manipulated by an invisible thread and stained with the warm blood after piercing Lin's chest, was suddenly yanked out from Lin's limp body by a higher will. The blinding lightning did not dissipate, but instead at the moment of extracting from Lin's body, it surged like a furious snake enraged by blood, its blue-white glow suddenly swelling, emitting a deafening cacophony. That bloodied hand, entwined with deadly lightning, carried Lin's fading warmth and Kakashi's shattered despair, and in the instant Lin's warm body fell at twisted direction to lock onto Yi Yue, who had just rushed down the slope and stood frozen, shattered by witnessing Lin's death. Kakashi's Sharingan trembled violently, blood tears cascading down his pale, twisted face, staining the cloth mask. His eyes churned with boundless fear, pleading, and a maddening self-loathing. He silently screamed, "Run, Yi Yu, hurry and run." But his body, his arms were, as if controlled by the most precise puppet strings, forced to stab towards the very person he wished to protect the most, the one he could not harm. The speed was faster and harsher than when he killed Lin, carrying an unyielding determination. The icy breath of death gripped Yi Yu's throat, more piercing than the claws of the black void. He saw the abyss, deep pain and plea in Kakashi's eyes. His heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly and torn apart by a cold hand. He understood. Kakashi was being controlled. He did not want this. Run. Hide. Yi Yu's body instinctively tightened in a survival reflex, the cursed seal's purple-black chakra subconsciously trying to surge out for defense. But at that critical moment his gaze locked onto Kakashi's desperate, blood-tearing Sharingan. Obito's eye. Kakashi. How much pain must his soul be in right now? I cannot hurt him. Not even a hair. I cannot let him bear the sin of killing me with his own hands. That would utterly destroy him. This thought surged through Yi Yu's heart, like lightning, instantly overwhelming all instincts for survival. A glimmer of near liberation and tenderness flashed in his eyes. Facing the lightning blade that tore through the air, still warm with Lin's blood, and aimed directly at his heart, Yi Yu did not evade. Instead, he released all defensive chakra and slightly thrust out his chest. Kakashi. His lips moved soundlessly, his gaze tender and sorrowful as he stared into those desperate, blood-red eyes. Pooh. A sound even heavier and more excruciating than the one when Lin was pierced rang out. Kakashi's hand, entwined with raging lightning, pierced forcefully and accurately into Yi Yu's defenseless chest. The location was right at the heart. Time froze in that moment. The pain felt like millions of red-hot needles instantly piercing through Yi Yu's entire being. The raging lightning chakra rampaged within him, tearing apart his heart, scorching his flesh and veins. He could clearly feel life slipping away like sand through an hourglass. Ugh! Yiyu's body jolted violently, his pupils dilating, losing all spark. Blood gushed like a fountain from the massive wound in his chest, instantly staining Kakashi's arm, his own clothing, and the cold ground beneath. Kakashi's body felt as if frozen in the most terrifying nightmare. His arm, which had pierced Yiyu's chest, felt the heart's final weak beats in the lightning, and then fell completely silent. That Sharingan belonging to Obito clearly saw the horrifying scene of Yiyu being pierced through the chest by his own hand, witnessing the last glimmer of tenderness and liberation extinguished in Yiyu's eyes. Ah! A howl erupted from Kakashi's throat, not human-like, mixed with extreme pain, collapse, and the despair of a shattered soul. The sound was as piercing as the wail of hell's evil spirits, drowning out the fading echoes of the lightning blade, shaking the entire valley. His right eye Sharingan spun wildly to its limit, blood tears cascading like a waterfall. A massive mental shock and extreme self-loathing crashed through all his consciousness like a tsunami. Kakashi's body twitched violently, the hand that pierced Yiyu's chest falling limply. The light in his eyes extinguished completely, leaving only boundless darkness and emptiness. His body seemed to be stripped of all bones, falling stiffly backward, crashing heavily onto the cold ground, completely fainting. Only that Sharingan continued to rotate unconsciously, desperately shedding blood tears. Brother! Another even more violent, more desperate roar imbued with a wrath capable of destroying the heavens and earth echoed like thunder as Yiyu fell. The space twisted violently like a stone thrown into water. A figure wearing an orange whirlpool mask appeared as if teleported to the spot where Yiyu had fallen. Uchiha Obito. He had witnessed everything. He had seen Lin's death, and more painfully, he had seen his brother pierced through the heart by Kakashi's own hand. Yiyu, my brother. Obito's voice was hoarse and shattered, filled with unimaginable fear and despair. He pushed Kakashi's unconscious body aside, trembling as he cradled Yiyu's cold body, still oozing blood from the chest, as if holding the most fragile treasure in the world. No, no, Yiyu, look at me, look at me. Obito shook Yiyu frantically, trying to wake him, his voice breaking with crying and desperate pleading. He tried to use his hands to block the terrifying translucent wound on Yiyu's chest, but the warm blood continued to surge like a flood that could not be stopped, quickly staining his gloves, his arms, his black robe. Just as Obito fell into complete madness, his kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning wildly in extreme rage, about to explode out of control. Buzz! A deep, ancient, cold aura seemingly from the depths of the nine hells suddenly spread from the fatal wound on Yiyu's chest. That aura carried with it the essence of death and reincarnation, instantly suppressing the scent of blood from the wound. Obito suddenly looked down, his pupils constricting. He saw strange light patterns suddenly appearing beneath the skin around the ghastly wound on Yiyu's pale, cold chest. The light patterns rapidly spread and intertwined, eventually coalescing into a strange and beautiful flower pattern. Its petals long and claw-like, dark purple, nearly black, with edges shimmering with a chilling glow, as if it had absorbed all the blood flowing from Yiyu as nourishment, blooming in death. The Higanbana. This ghostly flower, symbolizing the boundary between life and death, at this moment bloomed at Yiyu's heart. It resembled a living seal, its dark purple glow covering the fatal wound, and the originally surging blood bizarrely ceased to spout. An indescribable chill, as if freezing the soul, emanated from the floral pattern. Obito was stunned. He could feel that although Yiyu's body was cold, the chilling aura emanating from the Higanbana seemed to temporarily hold onto the last trace of imperceptible life. Brother. A voice extremely weak like a thread in the wind struggled to reach Obito's ears. Obito trembled violently, suddenly looking down to meet Yiyu's barely open eyes, already unfocused, but striving to focus. Those eyes held no pain, only endless exhaustion, reluctance, and a hint of pleading. Don't blame Kakashi. Yiyu's voice was intermittent, barely a whisper, each word seemingly exhausting his last strength. He was controlled. It's not his fault. His bloodied fingers weakly moved, as if trying to point towards the direction of the unconscious. Obito followed his gaze and saw Kakashi lying silently in the pool of blood, his right eye's blood tears still not dried. A surge of overwhelming hatred rushed to Obito's mind. He wanted to tear apart the one who harmed his brother. But Yiyu's weak, yet firm plea acted like a cold shackle, firmly binding his raging, killing intent. He is, besides you, the most. Yiyu's voice grew fainter, almost inaudible, his gaze starting to drift. No, Yiyu, don't sleep. I'm here. I'll take you away. I can definitely save you. Obito's voice was filled with a desperate cry. He held Yiyu tightly, trying to warm his cold body with his own warmth. Yiyu seemed to use his last bit of strength to slightly raise his still relatively intact hand, trembling, and with great difficulty, took out a small cloth bag, soaked with blood, from the side pocket of his bloodstained ninja tool pouch. The cloth bag was old, embroidered with a crooked, barely recognizable image of a ninja dog. That was something he had stitched in his childhood. 4. Kakashi. Yiyu gently stuffed the bloodstained bag into Obito's trembling hand, his gaze filled with reluctance and affection, looking deeply into the only exposed eye beneath Obito's mask. Birthday gift. I originally wanted to give it to you myself. His hand fell weakly, his eyes completely lost their final spark, becoming hollow. Brother. Sorry. This was his last barely audible breath left in this world. No. Zhuyu, brother, don't leave me. Don't. Obito let out a heartrending wail like an injured lone wolf desperately shaking the cold body in his arms, tears mixed with blood gushing from his kaleidoscope, Sharingan, falling onto Zhuyu's pale face. Just as Obito fell into complete despair and madness. Buzz. The dark purple Higanbana pattern on Zhuyu's chest suddenly erupted with an unprecedented cold light. That light no longer remained confined to the floral pattern itself, but instantly enveloped his entire body. Zhuyu's body and Obito's arms began to become transparent and illusory in this profound cold light. No, no, give my brother back to me. Obito, terrified, tried to hold tightly, only to find that he was grasping what seemed to be a mass of cold air. Zhuyu's body, under his desperate gaze, shattered like starlight, transforming into countless tiny points of shimmering dark purple light. These points of light, carrying the essence of the Higanbana, seemed to be drawn by an unseen force scattering from the gaps between Obito's fingers and his embrace, like a river of stars flowing upstream, disregarding the distance of space, towards the unfathomable night sky, towards some unknown dark place that seemed to connect with the nine hells, drifting away silently. Only the faint scent of Higanbana and the dense, unshakable smell of blood remained in the air. Obito futilely reached out, trying to grasp those dissipating points of light, but only caught a piece of cold nothingness. He remained in the hugging position, rigidly kneeling in the cold pool of blood, his arms empty. The kaleidoscope Sharingan beneath his mask stared intently in the direction where Zhuyu had disappeared, the depths of his pupils filled with endless darkness and silence capable of swallowing all light. In the valley, only his suppressed, beast-like whimpers remained intermittent, along with Kakashi's weak, dying breaths in the distance. And at the end of those points of light's disappearance in a dimension unseen by the living, deep within a vast blood pool swirling with thick, dark red liquid. Countless flickering points of dark purple light, like fireflies returning home, penetrated the barriers of space, scattering and merging into this blood pool that had been silent for an unknown number of years. In the moment the light points merged, a blurry silhouette belonging to a youth slowly emerged, quietly floating in the blood water. At the position of his heart, the dark purple Higanbana pattern emitted a faint, yet steadfast, ghostly light, like the only lighthouse in the darkness. A cold, emotionless, mechanical voice, as if transcending ancient time, quietly echoed in this silent blood pool space, detecting a soul that meets the conditions. Ghostly energy activated. Higanbana seal locked. Soul damage level 97. Beginning soul repair. Beginning source nurturing. Estimated awakening time unknown. Target world anchored Naruto. Searching for third life vessel. The consciousness sank into the viscous coldness and boundless silence. There was no light, no sound. Time seemed to freeze. Only the heavy pressure as deep as tin. Uchiha Zhuyu. This was no ordinary blood, but a highly condensed essence of life and pure ghostly energy. Each invisible pulse from the depths of the blood pool brought a cold stream of energy that seeped into his broken core. At the center of his chest, the dark purple pattern of the other shore flower that blossomed at the end of death resembled a living miniature vortex. It greedily absorbed the surrounding overwhelming ghostly energy, its petal veins flickering with a faint cold light amidst the dark red, becoming the only beacon in this chaotic darkness. This strange pattern served as both an anchor point and a converter, transforming the violent. A cold mechanical voice echoed continuously within the ruins of the soul damage level 97. 3. Repair progress 0.008. Origin nurturing. Integrating ghostly energy. Estimated complete repair time unknown. Warning: core damage Raikiri through heart in release. Erosion repair priority is highest. Energy consumption is immense. Target world anchored firmly Naruto. Third life vessel search in progress. Filtering conditions Konoha core. Compatible bloodlines Senju dominant Uchiha recessive Hyuga recessive Uzumaki recessive. Silence was not eternal. Sharp fragments of memory like uncontrollable meteors tore through this chaos from time to time. Blurred fragment, the glaring light of the screen, a table piled with snacks, the noise of the city outside. A numb emptiness. First life. Twisted image be the sunlight of Konoha, the cheerful and clumsy hedgehog-headed boy Obito, ruffling his hair. Yua. Come eat dango. The scene was abruptly covered by a crashing boulder and glaring blood. Obito's death-sharp voice, see the silver-haired boy Kakashi, coldly said, "You're not allowed to go." In an instant it transformed into a heart-wrenching scream filled with endless pain, awe. Witnessing Zhuyu being killed, core of agony, a hand entwined with destructive lightning, piercing through the chest without resistance. The tearing pain of the heart. Vision consumed by blood, and Kakashi's blood-tearing, despairing hollow Sharingan. The last thought, don't blame Kakashi. Each flash of fragments brought a scorching pain on the soul level, causing the fragile repair process to waver slightly. The glow of the other shore flower flickered, striving to soothe the ripples of pain. The broken soul floated like a sleeping fetus in the blood pool. The path to repair was long and painful, yet where the other shore flower pattern lay, a faint glimmer of life was quietly gestating amidst the silence. In the sky above Konoha, a small but immensely heavy haze enveloped the area. Kakashi Hatake was rushed back to Konoha Hospital by the Umbu at the fastest speed. His condition was extremely dire. There were only minor bruises on his chest, but the real fatal injury came from his soul, complete collapse and self-imposed isolation. He lay on the hospital bed like an empty shell, his life signs barely maintained by medical ninjutsu, his complexion ashen, breathing weak. The most alarming aspect was his right eye, the Sharingan that belonged to Uchiha Obito. It had not closed on the crimson background. The black tomo rotated slowly and unconsciously. At times it would accelerate without warning, causing thick blood tears to slide down, soaking the gauze and pillowcase. All known sealing techniques and calming medications had proven ineffective, unable to halt this bizarre rotation or awaken the sleeping consciousness. Kakashi's condition is unprecedented. The exhausted senior medical ninja reported to Minato Namake's physically fine but mentally completely destroyed and self-isolated. The abnormality of the Sharingan has exacerbated the mental dissipation. We can only maintain life, when he will wake up, is unknown. In the ward, Kakashi's murmurs in his coma occasionally broke through the fragmented syllables, piecing together heart-wrenching words. Yayue. Rin. I'm sorry. Minato stood outside the ward, his azure eyes interwoven with pain and cold fury. He gripped tightly a small cloth bag stained with dark brown blood that he had brought back from the scene. The rough embroidery of the ninja dog was especially glaring against the dried blood. This was Yayue, the last gift he wanted to give to Kakashi. He had personally inspected that Valley Rin's body, pierced by Raikiri, large patches of blood belonging to Yayue, the lingering strange scent of the other shore flower, and the traces of chilling chakra, clearly belonging to a third party, trampled near Kakashi. Everything pointed to a terrifying truth: there was a hidden hand at play. Immediately seal off all details of the scene. Rin's body shall be secretly buried next to the memorial stone, as per the specifications for fallen ninja. Kakashi's situation is classified as top secret. Minato's voice was resolute: mobilize all intelligence resources to trace the source of the chilling chakra. And Yayue. He paused, looking at the blood-stained bag, pain and confusion flickering in his eyes the way he disappeared. That aura is definitely not ordinary. Yu's mysterious disappearance became another boulder pressing on his heart. In Orochimaru's laboratory, the coldness was even more pronounced. He stood alone before the experiment table, his golden vertical pupils fixed on the open scroll, the intelligence scroll that Yayue had fought to bring back, which had been perfectly deciphered. However, his attention was drawn elsewhere. Ghostly energy. Other shore flower. His long tongue licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with extreme curiosity. He savored the scene described by the Umbu, Yayue dissipating into ghostly purple light after being struck by Raikiri, leaving behind a chilling aura. Interesting. Too interesting. Surpassing ninjutsu. Touching the taboo of soul reincarnation. Yukikun, the secrets on you are more captivating than the cursed seals. A hint of regret passed, soon replaced by a stronger craving. Perhaps the clue could start from Kakashi's abnormal eye. In the depths of the root-base, shadows loomed. Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, listening to his subordinates report, his single eye flashing with brilliance. Uchiha Yayue confirmed dead, no remains. Suspected to be spatial ninjutsu or special forbidden techniques. Noura Rin confirmed dead, died from Kakashi Hatake's Raikiri. Hatake Kakashi's mental collapse, in deep coma, Sharingan out of control. Unidentified chilling chakra remains at the scene. The fourth Hokage ordered an investigation. Information fragments rapidly pieced together in Danzo's mind. A cold smile curved his lips. Another genius from the Uchiha clan had fallen in a bizarre manner, diminishing their power. Hatake Kakashi, this genius who inherited the White Fang and Sharingan, has become a mental wreck. No, the out-of-control Sharingan may still hold value, especially since that eye belonged to the deceased Uchiha Obito. Obito is dead, Kakashi is ruined, so this eye is extremely secretive. As for Yu's disappearance, a glint of greed and fear flickered in Danzo's single eye. The ability to attract the keen attention of Minato Namake's and Orochimaru is no trivial matter. Lost bloodline, forbidden techniques, or related to the taboo powers pursued by Root. Chaos is opportunity. He needs more detailed intelligence, needs to place personnel, needs to control Kakashi's treatment. Tighten surveillance on Hatake Kakashi's hospital room. Report any changes immediately, especially regarding his eyes. Danzo's voice was hoarse and cold. Utilize intelligence department's dark lines to grasp the fort's progress in investigating the chilling chakra. Regarding Uchiha Yu's disappearance, I want the most detailed report. Hatake residence. Having lost the helpless smile of the black-haired boy and the silent or obsessive presence of the silver-haired boy, this residence was left with suffocating silence. Yu's room remained unchanged. Open ninja technique notes, a patched teddy bear on the bedside, faintly a gift from young Obito, and a deep blue training outfit in the closet. As if the owner had only stepped out briefly, ready to smile, and pushed the door open, saying, "I'm back." However, the pervasive silence announced that things were not as they once were. The suffocating guardianship Kakashi provided before his coma was left with only echoes in the empty room, which intensified the desolation. On the windowsill, a small green plant's leaves had slightly curled and yellowed. Rin's body lay quietly in the hospital morgue, awaiting a simple, undisclosed burial. Next to the memorial stone, a new name will soon be engraved below: Obito's Noura Rin. And Uchiha Yayue Where will his name belong? The deaths of Uchiha Yue and Noira Rin were like two blood-red stones thrown into the deep pond of Konoha, causing ripples that swiftly spread, ruthlessly striking the already cracked pillars of the legendary three ninjas. The two cold names newly added to the memorial stone became the heavy stones that crushed the last beliefs of certain individuals, tearing open the curtain on the power transition and dark transactions. At Konoha Hospital, a sanctuary that should symbolize life and hope, a heavy despair permeated the air, one that even disinfectant could not mask. In the corridor outside the VIP ward, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Tsunade, the last descendant of the Senju clan and Konoha's medical sage, stood with her back to the ward door, her golden hair losing its former luster. She had just concluded yet another futile examination of Hatake Kakashi. The silver-haired boy lay on the bed like a soulless shell, his only proof of life being the continuously rotating Sharingan in his right eye, from which blood tears flowed, embodying his inner pain and despair. What stirred her emotions like boiling lava was the preliminary investigation report that Sarutobi Hiruzen had just handed to her regarding the deaths of Rin and Yue. The report's phrasing was cold and vague, attributing the tragedy primarily to encountering unknown enemies during a mission and Kakashi losing control under immense mental pressure. The investigation into the masterminds behind the scenes was glossed over and shrouded in ambiguity. What Tsunade found most unbearable were the insinuations embedded in the text, subtly emanating from the Shimura Danzo faction, implying that this incident exposed the latent dangers of the Uchiha clan and the necessity for increased surveillance. This was undoubtedly salt rubbed into the wounds of Rin and Yue. A deafening bang echoed. Tsunade's tightly clenched fist, imbued with monstrous strength, struck the wall, made of hard granite, on one side of the corridor. Spiderweb-like cracks frantically spread from the point of impact, and debris fell like dust, leaving behind a shocking dent. The enormous sound reverberated through the silent corridor, startling the distant medical ninjas into silence, no one daring to approach the eye of the storm. An accident. Tsunade suddenly turned around, her golden hair swaying slightly in her her once vibrant amber eyes capable of, her voice hoarse from extreme anger, yet carrying immense weight, struck the air like a hammer with each word. How significant was Shinju's death on the battlefield? You claim it was for the village's future, a necessary sacrifice for ninjas. Kato Danzan died protecting his comrades, his insides blown to pieces by an explosive tag at close range in my arms. You say that is the fate of ninjas, that it is glory. And now, Rin, a medical ninja, so kind that she even sought to heal her enemies. Yue, a child who would risk his life to protect his brother and comrades. They died in obscurity, slain by the very blades manipulated by their comrades. Now you tell me this was yet another accident. An accident that can be used to frame another clan. Her questioning was like a sword piercing directly at the hypocritical masks of Konoha's higher-ups. She recalled her brother Shinju's innocent and naive smile, Kato Danzan's gentle, yet gradually fading gaze before his death, Rin's focused expression while studying diligently in the medical class, and Yu's occasional stubborn look reminiscent of Shinju's childhood. These vibrant lives ultimately turned into the cold etchings on the memorial stone, while the so-called village and higher-ups always exploited their deaths. Danzo's envoy stood like a cold statue in the shadows, silent, with only the exposed single eye flickering with an inorganic light. This silence only further enraged Tsunade. Heh. Tsunade let out a brief and desolate laugh, the fury in her eyes gradually replaced by a deeper, more thorough despair and grayness. She raised her hand stained with stone dust and a bit of her own blood, looking at these hands that could create miracles of life, yet could not bring back any cherished lives. This village has rotted to the core. It has consumed Shinju's future, devoured Danzan's life, and now has swallowed children like Rin and Yue. It no longer deserves guardians, let alone hope. She cast one last glance at the tightly shut door of Kakashi's ward, the final flicker of her concern as a healer extinguished. She turned away without looking at anyone else, resolutely striding through the silent corridor. Sunlight poured through the high windows onto her departing figure, reflecting only boundless solitude and desolation. That night, Tsunade Senju quietly left Konoha with her comatose niece Sound, who had lost her parents. From that day forth, Konoha lost a high roller at the gambling den, while the ninja world gained a wandering healer who numbed her pain with alcohol and diced her eyes devoid of any vitality. Her departure marked the loss of Konoha's first major pillar, taking with it the last remnants of the soon just glory and compassion. Orochimaru, the betrayed seeker of knowledge. Compared to Orochimaru's private laboratory, the oppression at Konoha Hospital seemed like child's play. The air here was perennially filled with formaldehyde, old scrolls, and an indescribable chill. Under the pale lights, countless specimens submerged in solutions silently gazed at the central experiment table. At this moment, Orochimaru stood before the table, his long pale fingers delicately operating the precision instruments, analyzing a minuscule blood sample extracted from Kakashi. The sample contained the chakra of that exceptionally active Sharingan, along with a faint yet chilling residue that sent tremors through Orochimaru's soul, an enigmatic aura that accompanied Yu's disappearance. In his golden-slit pupils, pure and almost fanatical thirst for knowledge flickered. The mysteries of Yu's disappearance and the mutations of Kakashi's Sharingan lured him like the sweetest poison. Lord Danzo, A cold voice echoed at the laboratory door. A root member wearing an animal mask appeared silently respectfully, handing over a sealed scroll. The item you requested. Orochimaru did not look up, continuing to focus intently on the data stream displayed on the instrument screen, merely extending a hand. The scroll fell into his cold palm. He casually unsealed it and unfurled it. Inside was not information, but a list and several copies of authorization documents signed by Shimura Danzo. The list detailed the experimental materials secretly provided to him by Danzo over the past few years. Among them were names marked as Konoha ninjas missing mission death, as well as some sensitive prisoners of war. The authorization documents clearly indicated that the transfer of these resources was approved by Danzo himself. A trace of playful amusement crept onto Orochimaru's lips. He certainly understood the implication of Danzo sending this. Tell Elder Danzo. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, yet calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. His concern has been received. As for the materials, I have no new demands for now. Currently, there are more intriguing things worth studying. His gaze returned to the instrument screen, captivated by the energy waves captured there that were distinctly different from known chakra. The root member silently retreated. However, merely 3 days later, a surprise inspection targeting Orochimaru's laboratory under the guise of an accident was initiated by the Umbu directly under the Hokage. The pretext for the inspection was to investigate a case of stolen supplies at the border. The team leader was a trusted aide of Sarutobi Hiruzen. During the inspection, a deeply hidden secret room was conveniently discovered containing numerous scrolls documenting taboo human experiment data and some materials that had not been processed in time. The evidence was indisputable and shocking. The news spread like wildfire among Konoha's higher-ups. Sarutobi Hiruzen was enraged, slamming the table. Tsunade and Mito Minyan's faces turned ashen. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo was the first to stand up at the meeting, lamenting and angrily denouncing Orochimaru for betraying the will of fire and defiling Konoha's glory, demanding that he be immediately classified as an rank rogue ninja to be killed on sight. The light in his single eye flickered with a sense of righteousness, as if those authorization documents bearing his name had never existed. Orochimaru stood amidst the chaos of the laboratory. Precious instruments were damaged, many research materials were seized, and several key secret rooms were forcibly opened and exposed. He looked at the copy of the scroll that had been overlooked at the scene, recording some details of the transactions with Danzo, clearly left intentionally, as evidence of warning and severance, his golden slit pupils narrowing to the coldest of points. Anger. No, it was more a sense of absurdity from being played for a fool and an icy insight into everything. Danzo. Heh. Orochimaru let out a low snake-like laugh. He understood this old rival too well. The deaths of Yayue and Rin Tsunade's departure caused the power balance in Konoha to sway violently once more. Danzo needed to solidify his position, eliminate potential collaborators who knew too many secrets, and required a significant scapegoat to shift internal contradictions. Meanwhile, perhaps to thoroughly sever Orochimaru's investigation into the mysteries of Yu's disappearance and Kakashi's eyes, things that Danzo also wanted to monopolize. And he, Orochimaru, this notorious scientific madman obsessed with forbidden techniques, was the perfect scapegoat and pawn. Konoha, truly rotten to the core. Orochimaru's voice carried a strange calm as he ground the fatal scroll into powder in his palm. Looking around, he felt no attachment to this place that had borne countless of his efforts and secrets. He quickly gathered a few of his most vital research results and items, including the scroll containing the intel about the abnormalities in the Land of Rain that Yue had brought back and deciphered, as well as his preliminary analysis notes on Yu's ethereal aura and Kakashi's Sharingan mutation. When the pursuing Umbu surrounded the laboratory, they found only chaos and an empty snake shed. Orochimaru, like the venomous snake he raised, silently slipped into the dark shadows beyond Konoha. His defection was the meticulously planned cleansing by Danzo and marked the loss of Konoha's second pillar. From then on, the ninja world gained a traitor of the three ninjas walking the edge of taboo, and his pursuit of the secrets of life, along with his profound understanding of Konoha and Danzo, would become a storm sweeping through the ninja world in the future. Before leaving, he cast one last glance in the direction of the memorial stone, a fleeting complexity flashing in his golden slit pupils, ultimately returning to a cold silence. Jiraiya the Wandering Seeker. When news of Tsunade's departure from the village and Orochimaru's defection came, Jiraiya was squatting on the roof of a smoke-filled hot spring inn in the land of hot water, his sketch of beautiful women only half finished. The news had come through the contact frog of Mayabuku Mountain, brief, yet heavy. The pen in his hand clattered down onto the tiles. After a long pause, he ran his fingers through his messy white hair, letting out a long and complex sigh. Sadness, anger, helplessness, perhaps all of them. He wanted to rush back to Konoha immediately to see his teacher Hiruzen, to see the broken Kakashi, to see the terrifying silence of Obito after losing Yayue. He was still unaware of the truth that Obito was dead, and to question Danzo about what the hell he was doing. But in the end, he held back. The prophecy of the great sage Toad had locked him down like a heavy shackle. The child of prophecy concerned the fate of the world, and his mission lay in a broader realm. Tsunade's despairing departure and Orochimaru's fallen defection were like a microcosm of the immense tragedy within the ninja world. The internal strife and decay of Konoha left him feeling deeply fatigued, and a sense of alienation. What could he do upon returning? Would it only add to the sorrow? Old man, I hope you can hold on. Jiraiya gazed in the direction of Konoha, his eyes complex. He stuffed the unfinished sketch into his clothes and slung the large scroll over his back. Konoha had lost 2 of the 3 ninjas in quick succession, and while the winds of change blew, he would continue to tread the muddy paths of the ninja world with the faint hope of finding the child of change, masking his inner worries and loneliness with a bohemian lifestyle. His departure was both voluntary and reluctant. Konoha's 3rd pillar had also tilted silently. Aftermath: the power vacuum and undercurrents. The successive departures of the 3 ninjas, especially the intense exits of Tsunade and Orochimaru, caused a tremendous shock and power vacuum within Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's dilemma: this aged 3rd Hokage seemed to age 10 years overnight. He looked at the empty Hokage office, having lost his most capable disciple. The 3 ninjas lost the young hope, the tragedy of Minato's class, and faced Danzo's increasingly aggressive attacks. Hiruzen's heart was filled with helplessness and deep concern for the village's future. He tried to stabilize the situation, strengthen the protection of Kakashi, trace Orochimaru's whereabouts as a facade, and strive to calm the restless Uchiha clan, but he was hindered at every turn. Danzo's rise: Shimura Danzo became the biggest beneficiary of the incident surrounding the departure of the 3 ninjas. The power of Root expanded rapidly. He capitalized on Tsunade's betrayal and Orochimaru's defection, portraying himself as a staunch defender of the will of fire, denouncing Sarutobi Hiruzen's weakness and poor personnel decisions. He intensified surveillance and suppression of the Uchiha clan, subtly linking the deaths of Yayue and Rin, along with the potential risks of the Nine Tails, of which he was aware of some of Obito Madara's plans, to the Uchiha, stirring unrest within the village. Simultaneously, he tightened protection of the comatose Kakashi. In reality, surveillance and research, as that abnormal Sharingan was an objective he was determined to obtain. Behind-the-scenes contact with the individual calling himself Uchiha Madara, in reality Obito, became increasingly frequent, while the Nine Tails plan entered its countdown phase. The Uchiha shadow: the atmosphere in the Uchiha clan settlement had dropped to freezing point. The strange death of Yayue, Obito's brother, Rin's sacrifice, being handled ambiguously by the higher-ups, Danzo's smear campaign against the Uchiha during Orochimaru's defection incident, and the increasingly tight surveillance, all contributed to the peak of dissatisfaction and suspicion within the clan. Underground meetings at the Nanga Shrine became more frequent, with radical voices starting to gain the upper hand. Fugaki's Sharingan flickered in the shadows, interweaving anxiety and determination. Unbeknownst to anyone, the mysterious figure wearing the whirlpool mask, Obito, had begun to reach out to certain extremists within the clan, sowing seeds of hatred and the illusory hope of the Eye of the Moon. Kakashi's downfall: Hatake Kakashi still struggled in deep unconsciousness. The changing tides in Konoha seemed to be completely cut off from him. Only the continuously rotating, blood-tearing Sharingan proved the immense torture his soul was enduring. The bloodstained bag that belonged to Yue was carefully kept by Minato, awaiting a master who might never return. The Hatake residence had completely become a tomb of memories. The era of the 3 ninjas concluded amidst the ashes of blood and betrayal. Konoha's sky was densely clouded, and a greater storm was brewing silently in the dark nurturance of Root and the distant schemes of Akatsuki. The 2 fresh names on the memorial stones silently told that the tragic prologue was far from over in the desolate winds and rain. On the night of October 10, 48th year of my, dark clouds loomed overhead, swallowing the moonlight entirely. Outside the secret delivery room, the pipe of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, flickered in the darkness, worry etched deeply into his wrinkled face. 20 elite Umbu stood like statues around the barrier, an oppressive tension thickening the air. Inside the barrier, the piercing screams of Uzumaki Kushina sliced through the soundproofing, accompanied by the violent surge of Nine Tails chakra. With each jolt of the sealing process, the barrier's light flickered, intensely cold sweat beading on the forehead of the ninja, maintaining a chakra nearly depleted. Hold on a little longer. Kushina. The voice of the lead medic trembled. The child's head is already out. At that critical moment, a subtle ripple suddenly appeared in the barrier outside the delivery room. Hiruzen keenly sensed the anomaly and was about to alert others when the space distorted like the surface of water. A figure wearing an orange whirlpool mask appeared out of thin air, the exposed Sharingan glowing eerily red in the night. Good evening, 3rd Hokage. The raspy voice was like metal scraping. I have come to reclaim what belongs to me. The figure of Namake's Minato flashed like golden lightning, his specially designed kunai piercing towards the masked man's throat, only to pass through the illusion at the moment of contact. Flying Thunder God technique, 2nd stage. Minato swiftly changed position to launch another assault, but the masked man seemed to predict everything, countering with a black rod that pierced through Minato's right shoulder. Blood splattered onto the silver ceremonial robe as Minato staggered back, his pupils constricting violently. This chilling chakra was eerily reminiscent of the Godless Bridge incident. Who are you? Minato gritted his teeth. Why did you kill Rin and Yamura? The laughter from beneath the mask distorted and twisted. They were merely stepping stones to a new world. Before the words faded, the power of Kamui erupted above the delivery room. The forcibly extracted Ninetales let out a thunderous roar, its claws tearing through the night sky. Minato's eyes widened in horror as his flying thunder god Kanai rained down upon the masked man, only to miss entirely. The Ninetales' tail swept across, collapsing the delivery room, while Kushina used her last chakra to protect her crying newborn. Minato, take Naruto, and go. At the top of the tower, engulfed in flames, Minato knelt on one knee, the heart-wrenching cries of the infant echoing in his ears. Kushina, barely clinging to life, was bound tightly by golden chains to one of the Ninetales' claws. Reaper Death Seal. The shadow of the Shinigami manifested behind Minato, its bone claws piercing through his chest. Half of the Ninetales was forcibly extracted, sealed along with the cold chakra controlled by the masked man. The remaining power gently flowed into Naruto. Forgive me, father, for not being able to watch you grow. Minato's final gaze pierced through the thick smoke, directed towards the direction of the memorial stone. In a moment of daze, he seemed to see a silver-haired boy standing before the stone, his right eye wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. Kakashi. The promise entrusted to Yamura. The unfinished words dissipated in the wind, the golden flash transforming into fireflies ascending alongside his wife's chakra towards the blood-red sky. On December 27, 49th year of Mai, during the winter solstice, in a dilapidated shack, the screams of Uchiha Hayu alias Hoshino Rin echoed throughout the night. Outside, a blizzard raged, and Yakushi Kabuto's healing chakra. Rin, it will be over soon. As the first rays of morning light pierced through the clouds, the loud cries of the baby shattered the silence. Yakushi Kabuto trembled as he cut the umbilical cord, but he saw his wife's pupils suddenly constrict. 3 Tomo Sharingan materialized in her pain. Kabuto. Our child will be named Maya. She struggled to lift her hand to touch the baby, but suddenly blood surged from beneath her. Yakushi Kabuto's medical ninjutsu frantically poured out, yet he could only watch helplessly as his wife's eyes gradually lost their luster. Outside, several root ninjas stood motionless like specters in the storm. Danzo's secret orders scattered in the cold wind. The crystallization of Senju and Uchiha must be controlled. The winter at the orphanage was particularly long. Tomenhold Yakushi Maya lay in a damp swaddle, suddenly opening her black eyes, a clarity not belonging to an infant swirling within them. Ding! The underworld inheritance system is activated. Memory fusion progress 15. 37. Memories of her past life surged like a tide, the blue glow of a computer screen, Obito's hearty laughter, Kakashi's bloodied Raikiri. Countless fragments collided and fused in the sea of consciousness. Beginner task triggered, adapt to host. The new snow before the memorial stone covered the old traces. Kakashi knelt on one knee, the bloodied bandage fluttering in the cold wind. The eternally spinning Sharingan reflected the newly carved name, Namikaze Minato, the tears of blood crystallizing into ice. Underneath the Umbu uniform, Yamura's ninja tool pouch pressed tightly against his chest. The key swallowed 3 months ago burned in his stomach, as if reminding him of the promise he failed to protect. In the distance, the outline of the orphanage blurred in the twilight, and Kakashi suddenly pressed his right eye. An intense burning sensation surged as if flames were igniting deep within his eyeball. In the depths of fate, a connection transcending life and death was awakening. Yamura, a hoarse whisper dissipated in the snowstorm. Is this the new life you wish to protect? End of chapter. The stench of blood in the delivery room was overwhelmingly thick. Uchiha Hiyu's dazed pupils reflected the swaying light from the ceiling, while the pool of blood beneath him began to freeze. The medical ninja trembled as he cut the umbilical cord, unaware of the glint of coldness that flickered in the newborn's pitch-black eyes. System activated. With the silent incantation in his consciousness, the scene in the delivery room suddenly twisted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing by the Sanzu River, its blood-red waters lapping against a black stone tablet inscribed with Huangquan Lingpu. An 18-year-old soul trapped in the body of a 3-year-old infant. This absurdity made him smirk. The activation of the underworld system was successful. Host status: newborn injury recovery rate 59. Binding reward: underworld butterfly, innate companion type. A strangely blue butterfly materialized from the void, its wings patterned like the tomo of a Sharingan. It hovered at the center of Hiyu's brow, and the moment the phosphorescence seeped into his skin, the infant's purple-tinged fingertips regained their color. Is this the substitute for the blood pool? Warning: innate deficiencies require long-term nurturing. Current function limitations: 1. Basic healing 3 times per day. 2. Minor illusion 3 seconds per use. Hayu suddenly began to cough violently. In reality, a root ninja was gripping his neck, inspecting him. Is this the bastard that Lord Danzo wanted? Not even a Sharingan. Let him go. An ancient yet authoritative voice boomed from the doorway of the delivery room. The third Hokage's pipe flickered in the darkness with an entire squad of Umbu standing behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Hayu made the underworld butterfly scatter phosphorescence, causing the root ninja to momentarily release his grip. In the year 51 of Konoha, before the memorial stone, 3-year-old Hayu hid behind a tree, watching a silver-haired youth place a bundle of white chrysanthemums at the stone. As Kakashi's fingertips brushed against the name Uchiha Obito, Hiyu's heart suddenly ached, a resonance from deep within his bloodline. Who A kunai whizzed through the air, grazing Hiyu's cheek before embedding itself in the tree trunk. The underworld butterfly instinctively took flight, the falling phosphorescence causing Kakashi to stagger slightly. But in the next moment, a cold blade was already pressed against Hiyu's throat. Little brat. Kakashi's Sharingan slowly rotated. Why are you following me? Hiyu opened his mouth, but suddenly found it hard to breathe. Not because of the fragility of this 3-year-old body, but because the living Kakashi before him overlapped entirely with the figure from his memories, the one who had pierced his chest with Raikiri. I recognize you. Hiyu intentionally made his voice sound childlike. You're in my brother's album. Kakashi's blade trembled imperceptibly. Just then the underworld butterfly suddenly flapped its wings violently, and Hiyu seized the opportunity to activate the body replacement technique. By the time Kakashi severed the replacement log, all that remained on the ground were a few scattered blue phosphorescent particles. That night in the underworld, Hiyu knelt in the spirit field, dry heaving. The chakra of a 3-year-old child simply could not withstand the continuous use of illusions. The fruits of the red flame pepper burst due to his erratic chakra, and their juices burned black marks on the ground. Emotional fluctuations exceeded threshold. Memory seal loosened by 12. Countless images exploded in his mind. Kakashi's blood-stained gloves. Rin's chest blooming with blood. His own body growing cold. Shut up. Hiyu slammed his fist into the black earth. Who wants to see your broken memories? Detected risk of host's mental collapse. Forcefully activating blood pool resonance. The waters of the Sanzu River suddenly reversed, pulling Hiyu into a blood-red whirlpool. Just before he was completely submerged, he vaguely saw a figure on the opposite bank wearing a whirlpool mask. That person was raising a blood-soaked kunai towards him. In the real world at the orphanage, when Hiyu awoke from his nightmare, he found his pillow soaked with tears. Outside the window, the memorial stone was clearly visible in the morning light. He reached for his heart where there was a faint scar, the very spot where he had been pierced by Raikiri in his past life. System display today's tasks. The moment the light curtain unfolded, Hiyu suddenly froze. Below the standard planting tasks, there was an additional line of blood-red text. Hidden task: rewrite the name on the memorial stone. Reward: memory seal, lifted optional. Risk: backlash of causality. Hiyu gently touched the flower mark of the other shore on his wrist, and the underworld butterfly flew out from the mark, landing on his slightly trembling fingertip. In this life, the child's voice was hoarse beyond his years. I will never again become anyone's sacrifice. Hiyu took a deep breath, his gaze gradually firming. He knew that rewriting the name on the memorial stone meant resisting a predetermined fate, but he no longer wished to repeat the mistakes of his past life. In the days that followed, Hiyu diligently used the limited functions of the system to nurture his body and increase his chakra, while also searching for clues to rewrite his fate. He paid attention to every detail in the village that could influence the future, not letting slip any opportunity to approach the memorial stone. Finally, on a moonless and windy night, Hiyu quietly arrived before the memorial stone, taking advantage of the guard's laxity. His palms were sweating, his heart racing as the underworld butterfly fluttered anxiously on his shoulder. Just as his finger was about to touch the name Uchiha Obito on the stone, a powerful force suddenly surged, as if fate were warning him. But Hiyu gritted his teeth, forcibly resisting this power, and with the system's assistance began to cast an illusion to rewrite the name. Just as the name was about to be successfully rewritten, a shadow darted out from the darkness. The instant the name on the memorial stone was erased, the masked man tore my clothes to shreds. When the otherworldly flower pattern on his back was exposed, he froze as if struck by lightning. I seized the moment to tumble into the grass and flee. Behind me, the steel shattered with a thunderous crack. It turned out he had wiped away the name Yuzebo for me. As I lay grievously wounded and unconscious, the first life wreck of a soul asleep within the system suddenly stirred. What the hell? This host starts out playing for keeps. A cold kunai ripped the air, aimed straight for Minji's heart. Between life and death, the nether butterfly reflexively burst into blue mist. Minji ducked and rolled, fabric tore with a sharp rasp. Sudden cold seared his back. He hissed inwardly. The gossamer mist of the nether butterfly was instantly pierced by a scarlet Sharingan. The masked man's gaze, like a heated iron nail, seared the spot between his shoulder blades. There a strange, otherworldly pattern of the other shore flower burned and pulsed with chakra, glaring like congealed blood. Time seemed to freeze. The hand reaching for Minji's throat hung in midair. The exposed Sharingan trembled, wildly churning with storms Minji could not decipher. Shock, exultation, disbelief, collapsing finally into a near-hopeless ache. "You." A hoarse, broken voice forced itself out from behind the mask like a rusted gear grinding. The syllable clutched at Minji's heart and sent a tearing resonance down his veins. It was not fear, but mourning. He bit through his tongue, letting the pain suppress the surging emotions, and summoned the last of his chakra to enact a substitution technique. Bang! The dummy log in the masked man's hand crumbled to dust, blue powder scattering. Minji, like a frightened cub, tumbled into the thick brush beyond the steels, heedless of thorns tearing his skin, and fled madly toward the river at Mai's edge. From the direction of the memorial stone, no pursuit sliced the air. Only a repressed bestial roar rose, followed by the terrifying crash of rock shattered by immense force. The masked man did not give chase. He had in Minji's stead personally erased the name on the stone, Yuzebo Yeyue. Only when cold river water filled his mouth and nose did Minji dare to stop. Water soaking the wound turned the pain acute. A chill from the sands of blood stabbed his skull. Sight went dark. He struggled ashore and collapsed onto the wet rocky bank, losing consciousness. Consciousness did not fall into blackness but plunged into a viscous sea of crimson. Fragmented images of a past life churned in the blood, the warm blood on Kakashi's glove, Rin's chest blossoming with unstoppable death, his own body plunging into the abyssal cold. Despair seized his soul like a drowning hand. Warning: host mental collapse imminent. Memory firewall failing 37. Core program contaminated. ZZE. Emergency protocol initiating. Contaminated my ass. This host is way too chaotic, damn it. A wholly different, impudent young voice jabbed through the scarlet mirage. Do you think I can get a beauty sleep here? And the moment I open my eyes, it's a life or death circus. Are you kidding me? Minji's scattered awareness halted at the outcry. The crimson sea warped. The rolling memories of death were rudely suppressed. A translucent wraith with a messy bedhead wearing a T stamped with "Otaku is justice" swore and floated up from the blood, dropping down to sit squarely before Minji's conscious form, picking at phantom ears with obscene familiarity. What are you gawking at? Never seen a handsome system sprite before. The apparition rolled his eyes. Intro time. I am the miserable first life you got saddled with. Call sign Azai. 20 years dependent on family, top tier gaming shooting. And now the underworld, for reasons I fail to comprehend, bound me to this lousy system as its customer support sprite. Damn. That was my save file for Renja Wushuang. Minji. The absurd contrast left his remaining mind blank. The prior grief and despair were turned into farce by this clownish entrance. Alright, I get you're terrified of that masked lunatic. As I waved, and the blood sea retreated a little around him. That tattoo on your back. Damn kinda cool. But get this straight. You're only 3 years old now. 3, not 30. Charging into the world solo to duel bosses at the outset. What you think you're Sensei Saitama? A few tufts of chakra, and you try to rewrite fate with illusions. You want to die faster, or what? The sprite spat insults as a virtual screen popped up before them, data cascading like a waterfall. Host Yaoshir Minji soul, bound Yuzibo Yeyua. Status: grievously wounded, back laceration, chakra, depleted, mentally traumatized. Soul fusion degree 42. Bloodline awakening, Xuanhua massive. Current permissions, auxiliary management, snark level max. C. Azai jabbed at the words nascent and basic self-heal with theatrical grief. You haven't even leveled a healer class, and you want to be the party tank against a boss. You're courting death, brother. Listen to me, develop stealthily, don't be reckless. Set a modest goal, like, survive until age 4. Minji's muddled awareness finally forced out a few words. What can you do? Huh, good question. Azai brightened instantly, hands on hips though he had none. First, I can run this shitty system UI for you, so you don't have to endure that cold robotic voice every day. I'll translate mission prompts into human speech. That stupid rewrite Memorial Stone quest. If I were here, I'd flag it, hell difficulty. Do not touch unless max level. Secondly, he rubbed a non-existent chin and smiled slyly. I may be useless in fights, but when it comes to eating, drinking, leisure, slacking off, and skating along the rule edges, I'm a veteran expert. I'll shepherd you through my village's resource loopholes. I mean guide you to joyful growth. Guaranteed. Just one condition: stop playing for keeps, got it? The blood and despair in Minji's mind were for the moment drowned out by Azai's unhinged but oddly comforting chatter. The cold of the riverbed and the burning pain in his back dragged Minji back to the present. He groaned and opened his eyes. At dawn's light was thin and pale. His limbs felt weighed with lead. Chakra was utterly spent. Azai's noisy voice still rang in his head. Awake. If you're awake, then move. Want to be scavenged by wild dogs for breakfast? Crawl downstream toward the village. There's people there. Minji gritted his teeth and forced his battered body upright, each step pulling at the wound on his back. After who knew how long, a rotten stench of spoiled food seeped into his nostrils. He looked up to find a row of low, dilapidated wooden huts. One was especially decrepit, its door crooked, the threshold littered with empty milk cartons and instant noodle cups. A small figure sat on the doorstep, head bowed, shockingly golden hair stuck up like a chick ruffled by rain. Sensing his gaze, the blond child snapped his head up. Bright blue eyes glared at this muddy, wounded stranger with fierce wariness. Like a bristling fox, he bared his teeth in a silent threat. Minji froze. Xuanhua Mingren. The prophesied child who would stir the world's winds and storms was now a scruffy 3-year-old orphan shunned by the village, as ragged and abandoned as Minji himself. When Mingren realized Minji was about his own age and looked even more miserable, the fierceness in his gaze softened into bafflement and a faint, barely visible loneliness. He sniffed, and his stomach emitted a loud, plaintive gurgle. The sound rang conspicuously in the still morning. Minji's hand went instinctively to his hollow belly. A system ping chimed. Daily quest issued. Resolve hunger 02. Hint: food is the first law of survival. The great journey begins with a full stomach. Finally, a proper quest. Azai cheered in Minji's head. Go. Win over that little blonde. Use your irresistible Chinsho chakra to reform him. No, wait. First get food. Minji ignored Azai's babble. He quietly summoned the faint, healing-tinged Chinsho chakra he still possessed, what Azai mockingly called the nanny's light, and wincing shuffled to sit on the other side of the filthy wall near Mingren. Silence fermented. Mingren's stomach growled again. He awkwardly clamped a hand over it and turned his face away. Minji looked into those fiercely guarded blue eyes and felt oddly the overlapping ache of loneliness from both past and present lives. He silently dug into his equally mud-streaked pocket and produced the small half-Earth ball he had saved from the day before, pressed and slightly misshapen, a meager reward from a system quest and a scavenged kitchen corner at the orphanage. He extended his hand and offered the rice ball. His motion was stiff and awkward. Mingren's eyes widened. He glanced from the rice ball to Minji's impassive face, confusion and disbelief written plainly across his small features. Eat. Minji's words were terse, his voice still hoarse. Mingren hesitated, blue eyes torn between suspicion and hunger. In the end, hunger conquered everything. He snatched the rice ball and devoured it in a frantic gulp, mumbling through his mouth full, "Thank you. You're so kind." Seeing Mingren's plump cheeks and the way he savored the food as if it were a feast, a brief softness passed over Minji's tense face. A warmth unfamiliar and strange momentarily blotted out the pain in his back and the ice deep in his soul. Nice work, host. Azai crowed in his mind. Initial bonds of comradeship established. Next step, infiltrate the enemy's lair, Mingren's den. There must be rations there. Or trash, but hey, housekeeping counts as a quest. This is, the nanny start strategy. In the days that followed, Minji became a frequent presence at that trash hut. Relying on Azai's unscrupulous lore about how to exploit resources in my village and the occasional pity food the system spat out, he always managed to share morsels with Mingren. More often he sat with a stony little face and wordlessly tidied the appalling mess of the hut. Left. That instant noodle cup on the left. Azai barked in his head. Toss it out. Does this blonde belong to some hamster clan? The rubbish is mountain high. Minji obediently, if reluctantly, worked like a small forced laborer. With patience beyond his 3 years and a touch of chakra-boosted stamina, he swept, sorted, and scrubbed. At first Mingren watched with shy curiosity. Then he clumsily tried to help, usually making more trouble by knocking over a bucket or tripping himself. Clumsy laggard. Minji would snap occasionally, an uki-hostile prick of arrogance he'd learned from Azai. Mingren never resented it. Rubbing his sore bottom, he grinned sheepishly. Minji Anakin is amazing. That nickname made Minji pause. Nikon, older brother. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth like a spring trickle slid across his frozen heart. He turned his face away with a muffled hum and kept scrubbing the stubborn stain. In the crystal ball of the third Hoying, the silhouettes of 2 small children often appeared, one bumbling to pile the rubbish, the other wearing a stern face while efficiently tidying the aftermath. Sometimes the dark-haired boy was seen stuffing a confiscated milk carton into the blonde one's hands. Yuanfei risen pipe clenched, watched through the smoke with a complicated, satisfied look. Tuankang naturally received reports. Root operatives lurked in the shadows, their gazes cold as they observed the dilapidated hut. Whenever they made a move, 3 of the third's direct Umbu operatives would silently appear nearby, or a polite notice of recently frequent root activity would arrive at the Hoying office. Tuankang could only snort and hold his tongue for the moment. "Humph. In my cage, enjoy your brief squirming," he muttered. The disturbance at the memorial stone lodged like a hot iron in Kakaxi's nerves. That morning he felt an invisible thread pull him back to the steel. The name, Yuzhibo Daitu, remained deeply carved in cold stone. But not far below Daitu's name, an affronting blank had intruded, the very spot where Yuzhibo Yue had once stood. A layer of rock had been gouged away, leaving an ugly hollow that seemed to weep soundlessly. Kakashi felt as if struck by lightning. He staggered, clamping the forehead protector over his Sharingan. The agony was not merely physical, but an explosion from some deep place within his soul that swept through his entire body. Daitu, Lin, and Yue, one by one, vivid faces shattered before him, finally freezing upon that merciless void on the memorial stone. Ugh! The suffocated pain burst free as a broken sob. The world tilted, the steel's cold face loomed larger and larger. Before darkness swallowed him, the last thing he saw in the hollow were a few nearly invisible grains of blue dust faintly glinting. When the Umbu followed the abnormal chakra trace and arrived, they found the elite Jonin. Everyone revered Kakashi collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Pale, fainted before the steely, his right-hand fingers gouging the stone's cracked edge, blood staining the cold rock. The antiseptic tang of my hospital pricked Minji's nose. Medical Nin tended to his back wound as he lay on the bed. The potion stung the wound and Minji's face tightened. The strange othershore flower on his back flickered red again from the pain. Azai screeched in his head, "Easy. Easy. Can't you see the host's tender flesh? When will this damn wound heal? You're ruining my ramen date." Suddenly, urgent footsteps and the clatter of a stretcher wheels echoed from the corridor. "Clear the way. Jonin Kakashi." Chakra extremely disordered, mental stimulation excessive. Direct to intensive care. Alert the third Hoying. Minji's body went rigid. The name Kakashi was an icy key that flung open the gate of memories he had fought to close that rainy night. The lightning of Raikiri through the chest, the bone-deep cold of despair. Images surged and threatened to drown him. A tearing pain lanced through his back as his muscles suddenly clenched. The othershore flower flared up bright and hot. Hey, host, calm down. Deep breaths. Don't get worked up, the wound could split." Azai panicked in his head. "I know you hate that white-haired bastard, but you can't fight him now. Think long-term. Think of Mingren's food ticket. Think of all the my delicacies we've yet to taste. Stay steady. We can win." Minji bit his lip hard until the taste of iron spread across his mouth. He forced his gaze away from the ward door, inhaled deeply, and pressed down the rising murderous intent and pain. Under his eyes, repeated admonitions to stay calm. The other shore flower on his back slowly dimmed from that ghastly crimson and retreated beneath the skin. He closed his eyes and refused to look toward the corridor. Only the small trembling fists at his sides betrayed the turmoil within. A cold, contemptuous, childish voice murmured so softly only he and Azai could hear, "Chimu Kakashi, trash." Azai, alright, you can be stubborn. But host, if your hate meter stays this high, you'll get focused in group fights later. Shall we consider switching to a pacifist healer build? In the early morning, the sunlight had not yet fully dispelled the thin mist, and the crooked door of Naruto's small house was suddenly flung open with a bang. Oh whoa, Minji-ekin, it's time to get up. Naruto, with his messy golden hair, darted towards Minji, who was still lying motionless on the hard bed, his bright blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Let's go on an adventure today. I know there's an extremely large hornet's nest in the back mountain. Minji was nearly knocked breathless, his eyelids not even lifting as he squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Not going. Ding. Daily mischief task released. Konoha surprise. Task 1, put a turtle mask on the Hokage rock statue of the 3rd Hokage 01. Task 2, pour the specially made colorful laxative recipe provided into the lunch soup pot of the Umbu Cafeteria 01. Task 3, leave a giant graffiti saying "Long live the Otaku Lord" in the center of the ninja school playground 01. Reward, grilled mackerel 2, milk 1, a chakra recovery potion 1. Failure punishment, be forced to listen to the Pure Land dance on loop for 24 hours by the otaku spirit. Get up, get up, get up. The voice of the otaku exploded in Mingya's mind, filled with a frenetic energy that seemed eager for chaos. Did you see that? Did you see that? This is what we call living. The first step of the great Konoha peace mischief plan. Grilled fish. Milk. Host, hurry up. Target, Hokage Rock. Let's show that little yellow-haired kid what professional pranks look like. Minji, caught between the high decibel noise in his head and the bouncing Naruto in front of him, resignedly sat up. The wound on his back had scabbed over under the gentle nurturing of the otaku's nurselight, faint Senju chakra, but any large movement still caused a dull pain. Let's go, he spoke succinctly, jumping off the bed. Naruto cheered and hurried after him. Minji-ekin, it's so high. Naruto tilted his little head back, gazing up at the enormous stone head of the 3rd Hokage, his mouth forming an O shape tinged with a hint of fear. Minji scanned the steep rock wall with an expressionless face, assessing the route. What are you afraid of? Watch me, the otaku exclaimed triumphantly in his consciousness. System-assisted climbing mode activated. Chakra adhered to the soles of his feet, and host, just think of it as playing a plus version of Temple Run. Charge. A faint yet precise flow of chakra directed itself under Mingya's feet. He took a deep breath, and his small body suddenly sprang forth like a nimble black cat, using the minute projections on the rock wall and the chakra adhesion to swiftly scale the bridge of the 3rd Hokage's nose. His movements were so quick that Naruto, watching from below, could only let out a short gasp of surprise. Minji pulled out the turtle mask provided by the otaku, adorned with a comical green-haired turtle, and securely placed it on the serious stone face of the 3rd Hokage. The morning sunlight shone on the turtle mask, reflecting a bizarre and humorous light. Naruto, watching the once dignified 3rd Hokage suddenly transform into a turtle face, couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly covering his mouth, but his shoulders shook with mirth, his blue eyes crescent-shaped. Task 1, put a turtle mask on the Hokage rock statue of the 3rd Hokage 11 completed. Minji smoothly slid down the rock wall, pulling up the still giggling Naruto. Next place. The narrow and greasy ventilation duct in the back kitchen of the Umbu cafeteria was stifling. Ugh, what is that smell? The otaku retched in his mind. Host, hang in there. For grilled fish. For milk. Think of the little yellow-haired kid's eager eyes. Minji ignored the otaku's noise, holding his breath, moving like a shadow, without substance, silently writhing in the dim duct. Sounds of pots and pans clashing and conversations came from below. He carefully crept to the soup pot directly above, lifting a movable grate. The colorful laxative provided by the otaku, a packet of colorful powder emitting a suspiciously sweet odor, was precisely poured and instantly dissolving in the boiling broth. Task 2, pour the specially made colorful laxative into the lunch soup pot of the Umbu cafeteria 11 completed. Quick retreat. The otaku urged. I can already foresee the crowded Konoha toilets this afternoon. Hee. Minji dodged a few lower-ranked ninjas practicing in the morning, using special paint exchanged from the otaku that evaporated quickly, drawing a huge crooked "Long live the Otaku Lord" in the center of the playground, finishing with a tongue-out face. Task 3, leave a giant graffiti saying "Long live the Otaku Lord" in the center of the ninja school playground 11 completed. Perfect. Wrap it up. The otaku danced in his consciousness. Host, you are truly a genius child. A rising star in the world of mischief. Grilled fish and milk are within reach. Minji looked at the gigantic graffiti, his excited little face turning red, bouncing around Minji. Minji-ekin is amazing. Who is that Otaku Lord? Is he Minji-ekin's teacher? So cool. Mingya's mouth twitched slightly, and he handed the warm grilled fish awarded by the system to Naruto. Eat. The sunny day of mischief came to an end. As night fully enveloped Konoha, Minji settled the sleeping Naruto and quietly left the shabby house. The temperature dropped sharply. In the depths of his consciousness, a cold mechanical voice replaced the otaku's clamor. Inming system night mode activated. KPI check-in task released blood pool patrol. Objective collect 10 portions of fresh deceased resentment 010. Time limit before sunrise. Penalty deduct 10 of the host vitality, decrease soul fusion rate by 5. Hint target locked. Downstream of the Nanha River in a recent battlefield remains area. The world before him was instantly shrouded in a layer of gray. The air grew thick and cold, carrying the scent of rust and decay. In the depths of Mingyes' pupils, a flicker of bluish flame silently ignited, reflecting a sight invisible to ordinary eyes. Wandering broken spiritual bodies filled with pain and resentment, and dark red bloodstains on the ground that had not yet dried, exuding rich negative energy. His small figure merged with the night, moving so quickly that only a blurred shadow remained. The patterns of the other shore flower on his back quietly emerged in the darkness, radiating a faint, alluring aura that attracted lost souls. Awoo! A vengeful spirit with only half a head remaining and dressed in tattered ninja gear howled as it lunged forward, its eyes filled with madness. Minji was expressionless, his right hand open with blue threads formed by the faintest, ghostly butterfly phosphor powder swirling around his fingertips, accurately piercing the spirit's core. A soft sound echoed as the vengeful spirit burst like a pop balloon, instantly dissipating into a thick ink-like, bone-chilling black mist, forcibly compressed and drawn into a small, swirling, ghostly vortex in Mingyes' palm. Collecting fresh deceased resentment 110, he moved like a precise and cold harvesting machine, weaving through the silent battlefield remains. Every strike was clean and efficient, forcibly stripping, compressing, and collecting the lingering pain and hatred. Ghostly butterflies flew silently around him, phosphorescence flickering, dispelling the chilling aura that might attract other entities. Collecting fresh deceased resentment 1010 completed. KPI check-in complete. Reward minor energy infusion from the ghostly blood pool, soul stability 1. As the last trace of resentment was collected, the bluish flame in Mingyes' eyes extinguished. He breathed lightly, his face appearing unusually pale under the moonlight. The otaku's voice emerged cautiously and with concern. Host, are you okay? This cursed system is truly inhumane. Although we aren't human anymore, should I apply for an extra serving of grilled fish for you? Minji remained silent, merely wiping his hands and turning to stealthily head in the direction of Konoha. The patterns of the other shore flower on his back gradually dimmed after completing the task. In Konoha Hospital, the corridor was filled with the smell of disinfectant and medicine. Minji was held down by a medical jonin undergoing a routine checkup on the recovery of his back. The cool sensation of the ointment covered the scabbed wound while the otaku murmured in his mind, "Careful, careful. Our host is like a porcelain doll. Ouch, when will this scar fade? It affects looks and affects my ability to take you out to meet girls." Just then, familiar dragging footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Kakashi Hatake. He looked worse than he did on the day of the memorial stone. Beneath the exposed eye was a deep blackness, his gaze hollow, his whole being like a shell stripped of its soul, exuding a heavy sense of fatigue and decay. He slightly hunched over, holding some medication, about to head to the medicine room. Almost as soon as Kakashi appeared, Mingyes' body instantly tensed. The patterns of the other shore flower on his back, which had just faded, suddenly burned with heat, dark red veins showing beneath his skin. A chilling, killing intent burst forth from this small body, like a tangible ice spike striking without warning. The coolness of the ointment was instantly washed away by the chilling rage surging within him. The medical jonin holding him was startled, almost dropping the medication bottle. "Little Minji, what happened? Did I hurt you?" Minji ignored her. His pitch-black eyes were fixed on Kakashi like two deep, bottomless cold pools. There was no hint of childhood emotion in his gaze, only a deep-seated hatred, a cold scrutiny, and a pure disdain that seemed to regard Kakashi as mere garbage. Kakashi's footsteps abruptly halted. It was as if he had been struck by an invisible cold wave, stiffly turning his head. The moment his gaze met Mingyes' eyes, his exposed Sharingan began to spin uncontrollably. Illusions, rainy nights, blinding lightning hands penetrating a boy's chest, and the lost and sorrowful eyes of Yayue, eerily overlapping with this child's eyes filled with pure hatred. Ugh! Kakashi grunted as though struck hard, staggering back a step, his back crashing against the cold wall, the medication bottle falling to the ground with a thud, the pills rolling everywhere. His one good eye's pupils constricted sharply, the Sharingan trembling violently, his breath becoming rapid and erratic, cold sweat beating on his forehead. "Waste!" A young voice cold to the core rang out clearly and flatly, like a poisoned ice needle piercing Kakashi's eardrum and heart. The entire corridor fell silent in an instant. The medical jonin was stunned, incredulously looking at Minji, then at Kakashi, who was gasping in pain, nearly sliding down the wall. The otaku gasped in his mind, "Damn. Host. Insult max, critical hit. Hatred stabilized. But, shouldn't we retreat? This white-haired guy looks like he's about to faint." Minji withdrew his gaze as if those two words had merely crushed an annoying bug. Ignoring Kakashi's pain and the medical ninja's astonishment, he nimbly jumped off the examination table, straightened his clothes, and headed towards the hospital door, without looking back, his small figure upright, exuding a chilling determination that belied his age. Kakashi pressed hard on his wildly beating Sharingan amidst the intense ringing in his ears, the cold waste, and Yu's faint Kakashi intertwined and tore at his remaining will, dragging him into an endless dark abyss. He slid down the wall to the ground, curling up his body, emitting a suppressed broken sob. In the depths of Konoha's secret base, a cold stone chamber filled with sealing techniques. The air lingered with a heavy smell of blood and a unique scent of preservative. Uchiha Shizui's corpse was carelessly discarded on the cold stone platform, like a defunct toy drained of its value. The giant gash on his neck had been treated, yet still appeared grotesque. Most chilling of all, where his eyes once were, there were only two hollow black sockets. The precious Sharingan had been gouged out. A small silhouette, nearly blending with the darkness, appeared like a ghost in the shadows of the stone chamber. The bluish flame in Mingyes' eyes reignited silently, scanning the complex seals and hidden monitoring barriers surrounding him. Post-confirmed target location. Scan complete. Danzo has set up 3 layers of trigger-style barriers, 2 hidden monitoring ninja tools, and there are 2 root ninjas napping in the adjacent guardroom. The otaku's voice reported quickly in his mind, filled with unprecedented tension. System calculating the optimal path and operation time window. Only 7 seconds. 3.5 seconds. Must complete collection, soul extraction, and body replacement in an instant. Inming system directive target recovery procedure initiated. Space replacement preparations. Ghostly blood pool link established. Body replacement preparations. Cold commands raced through Mingyes' consciousness. He held his breath, compressing his presence to the extreme. The patterns of the other shore flower on his back suddenly glowed with a strange red light, almost penetrating through his thin clothing. Several ghostly butterflies silently flew out from his sleeves, leaving faint blue trails in the air, cleverly covering the angles of the monitoring ninja tools. Now's the time. Mingyes' figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood, not from high-speed movement, but as if teleporting directly to Shizui's stone platform. His small right hand struck like lightning on Shizui's cold forehead. A powerful, invisible force erupted from the depths of the underworld. Shizui's corpse on the stone platform, along with his forcibly imprisoned broken soul filled with endless pain, anger, and resentment, was instantly extracted. It transformed into a twisted, blurry shadow, forcibly pulled into the suddenly expanding, bottomless, ghostly vortex in Mingyes' palm. Almost in the same millisecond, another body prepared in advance by the ghostly system, nearly identical to Shizui's corpse, appeared out of thin air, precisely landing in the original position on the stone platform. This body also bore a lethal wound on the neck and hollow eye sockets, its skin cold, even simulating the rigidity of a corpse, except it lacked a true soul and life signature. The entire process from disappearance to appearance followed by the body replacement was silent and fast, exceeding the limits of visual capture. Even the flow of air seemed to pause for a negligible instant. Target recovery complete. Soul Uchiha Shirsui remains has been forcibly detained and placed into the ghostly blood pool for nurturing and repair. Body replacement complete. Simulated target life signatures, disappearing state. Clearing operational traces. Complete. Mingyes' figure reappeared in the original shadowy corner, as if he had never moved. He looked pale as paper, his body slightly swaying, fine cold sweat beading on his forehead. That momentary operation had nearly drained the chakra he had just recovered, and it was a huge strain on his mental capacity. The red glow of the other shore flower patterns on his back slowly extinguished. Done. Let's get out of here. The otaku's voice was filled with the exhilaration of having survived and a sense of exhaustion. Minji took one last glance at the lifelike body on the stone platform, his figure once again merging into the shadows, quietly departing from this core, forbidden area of the root. Inside the stone chamber, only the cold body and the lingering faint chill of the underworld remained in the air. In the adjacent guardroom, 2 root ninjas remained oblivious, one of them smacking his lips, as if savoring some delicious food in a dream. Note body. A temporary human body used by the Grim Reaper while acting in the real world was a reward item from Mingyes' sign-in task. As the morning light once again filled Naruto's small shabby room, which had finally taken on a semblance of a proper dwelling, the air was thick with the aroma of grilled sori and the sweetness of milk. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Naruto held the tail of the grilled fish in one hand, his mouth greasy, as he excitedly pointed towards the distant Hokage rock outside the window, mumbling, "Minji-nichin. Look, Grandpa Third's turtle mask is still there. Huh, so many people are gathered to see it." Minji, expressionless, sipped milk, slowly, seemingly indifferent to the commotion outside. In his mind, his eye crossed his legs virtually with a smug expression, saying, "How about that? Brother's masterpiece. Extremely durable. Guaranteed to start the third's good mood from the turtle sage. TSK Tisk, host, you are too calm. At a time like this, you should be laughing with the little yellow-haired kid with your hands on your hips." Minji set down the milk carton and glanced at Naruto, who was laughing so hard he was about to fall over, a hint of barely perceptible helplessness flickering in his eyes. At that moment, a powerful, yet deliberately restrained chakra presence, like a tranquil, deep pool, unexpectedly enveloped the narrow space around the small house. Naruto's laughter abruptly ceased, a flicker of instinctive alertness and unease flashing in his azure eyes like a frightened little beast. Mingya's actions also froze in an instant, the patterns of the other shore flower on his back, seemingly stimulated by an invisible pressure, sending a subtle warmth through him. Azai's teasing also came to an abrupt halt, his voice turning serious. Damn. Everyone. It's that old smoker. With a creak, the crooked wooden door of the small house was pushed open, light pouring and outlining a figure clad in a white Hokage cloak and a conical hat. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered with his usual warm and friendly smile, pipe in mouth, walking slowly. Behind him were two masked umbus standing like silent shadows outside. Naruto, Minji-kun, good morning. The third's voice was gentle, carrying the unique kindness of an elder. I could smell the deliciousness from far away. It looks like the food is good. Seeing it was the third Hokage, Naruto's tense little face immediately relaxed, and he jumped up in surprise. Grandpa Third. He instinctively wanted to rush forward, but remembered his greasy hands, feeling a bit embarrassed as he wiped them on his pants. Minji stood up straight, his small body upright, his black eyes calmly fixed on the third, showing no trace of the awe or excitement a child might have upon meeting a big shot, only a deep, tranquil silence. This unusual calmness made a fleeting look of inquiry flash in the third's eyes. Grandpa Third, are you here to see us? Naruto asked, looking up with an expectant face. Yes indeed. The third took a puff from his pipe, and amidst the swirling smoke his gaze lingered on Mingya's overly calm little face for a moment before shifting back to Naruto, his smile deepening. I have good news to share with you both. Naruto and Minji-kun, you have both reached the age for school enrollment. Next month the Ninja Academy will start classes. The Ninja Academy. Naruto's azure eyes instantly sparkled with astonishing brilliance like two dazzling sapphires, and he jumped up in excitement. Really? Grandpa Third, can I become a ninja? Just like those adults on Hokage Rock? Of course it's true. The third nodded with a smile, reaching out to pat Naruto's golden hair, but Naruto excitedly dodged and began running around the room shouting, I want to be Hokage. I want to be Hokage. The third's gaze turned back to Minji. How about you, Minji-kun? Do you want to go to Ninja Academy with Naruto, make new friends, and become a ninja who protects the village? Azai scoffed in his mind. Humph, old fox, your words are more pleasant than singing. Protect the village. You want to put the host under surveillance, don't you? And conveniently find a companion and caretaker for the little yellow-haired kid. You really have it all figured out. Minji remained silent, not cheering like Naruto, nor showing any sign of joy. His pitch-black eyes quietly observed the layer of seemingly welded kindness on the third's face, as if he could see through that facade, perceiving the cold calculations and scrutiny beneath. Become a ninja. Protect this village that caused Lin's death, harmed Obito, led to the despair and suicide of Yue, and made Naruto suffer disdain. A chill of malice surged silently within his chest, and the temperature of the other shore flower patterns on his back subtly increased. Yet his face remained devoid of any ripple, merely giving a slight nod as if to acknowledge. That posture, rather than acceptance, seemed more like a detached, unexpected acquiescence. The third seemingly did not find Mingya's reaction surprising. His smile remained unchanged, as if Mingya's response was completely anticipated. He took a puff from his pipe and turned to the still excited Naruto. All right, Naruto, enough playing around. This afternoon, Grandpa will take you and Minji-kun to visit the Spirit Monument, get familiar with the area, and also meet a few of the village's Jonin teachers. The Spirit Monument. Naruto stopped, a hint of confusion appearing on his little face. Yes, it is where the heroes who sacrificed themselves for the village rest. The third's tone took on just the right amount of gravity and respect. As future ninjas, you must remember the sacrifices and contributions of those who came before. Ding. A special scene task encounter at the Spirit Monument has been triggered. Task requirements: accompany the third Hokage to the Spirit Monument, maintain a reasonable demeanor when facing specific individuals. Suggested reference: Uchiha ancestral pride, max disdain for useless white-haired individuals. Task tip: the path to becoming a film emperor starts from childhood. Please host to unleash your creativity, and when confronting others, ensure your words are precise and sharp, but align with a 3-year-old pseudo-persona. Reward: acting experience pack, beginner chakra, minor recovery potion 1. Failure punishment: Azai Spirit will play the Will of Fire brainwashing promotional video loop version for 72 hours. Azai screamed in his mind, whoa, here it comes. The main event. Host: the moment to test your acting and verbal skills has arrived. Target that useless white-haired guy. Go all out against him. In the afternoon at the Spirit Monument Grove. The tall stone monument cast a long shadow in the sunlight, the atmosphere solemn and heavy. The air seemed to still carry the weight of the oppressive event from a few days prior. The third walked ahead, Naruto tightly holding onto a corner of his Hokage cloak, curiously and somewhat apprehensively surveying the cold stone monuments around. Minji lagged a few steps behind, his small figure appearing particularly lonely in the shadows of the monument grove, as if he might merge into that coldness at any moment. The third deliberately slowed his pace, seemingly waiting for something. Sure enough, not far ahead, an extremely weary figure, as if on the verge of collapse, appeared, dragging heavy steps. With silver-white spiky hair drooping and a signature mask covering most of his face, the only visible eye appeared dead and vacant with dark shadows under it, as thick as bruises. He was holding a small, somewhat wilted bouquet of white flowers, moving towards the Spirit Monument, It was Hatake Kakashi. Naruto curiously leaned out his head, and upon seeing Kakashi's state whispered, "That person looks really tired." The third appropriately stopped concern etched on his face, Kakashi. Kakashi, like a rusty machine, slowly lifted his head. When his gaze landed on Naruto beside the third, that dead fish, I showed no reaction. However, when his gaze crossed Naruto and fell on the small, expressionless black-haired child behind him, it was as if an invisible current coursed through his body at that moment. Kakashi's body stiffened suddenly. The exposed Sharingan began to spin uncontrollably. His vision was instantly submerged in blood. The blankness of the spirit monument, the cold word useless in the hospital corridor, and Yu's sorrowful eyes before dying. Countless shattered phantoms sliced through his nerves like blades. Ugh! A suppressed groan of pain escaped Kakashi's throat, and the white flowers in his hand fell weakly to the ground. He staggered back a step, cold sweat instantly covering his forehead, breath becoming abnormally rapid as Sharingan fixed on Minji, filled with indescribable fear, pain, and a near terror of confusion. Naruto was startled by Kakashi's intense reaction, instinctively shrinking back behind the third. "Kakashi, are you alright?" The third stepped forward, worry in his tone, reaching out to support him. "I am fine." Kakashi's voice was raspy like sandpaper, gripping his fists tightly, nails nearly embedding into his palms, trying to suppress the almost tearing apart visions and the chilling hatred emanating from Minji. He forced himself to divert his gaze, unable to look at Minji again, but that small figure radiated a chilling aura like a parasite, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At that moment, a tender yet clear child's voice, as crisp as ice beads dropping, broke through the oppressive silence. "Get out of the way, useless." Once again, those two words, cold, venomous, carrying a complete disdain from a height. The air seemed to freeze. Kakashi's body trembled violently as if struck by an invisible hammer to the chest, his face turning pale as paper. He bent over, suddenly coughing violently, as if he wanted to expel his lungs, that exposed eye tightly closed in pain, the Sharingan beneath his eyelid jumping uncontrollably. The third's outstretched hand froze in midair, his concerned expression suddenly stiffening, a flash of astonishment and barely perceptible severity flickering in his eyes. He had never anticipated that this reticent child would in such a situation use such sharp and venomous words to accurately strike Kakashi's deepest wound once again. Naruto was also taken aback, wide-eyed at Minji, then at the coughing Kakashi, his small face filled with confusion and helplessness. "Minji-kun." The third's voice deepened, carrying the weight of the Hokage's authority. "How can you speak to a senior like that? Apologize immediately." Minji raised his eyelids, his pitch-black gaze calmly meeting the third's gaze that held an implied anger, showing no fear or remorse whatsoever. That gaze seemed to say, "Did I say anything wrong?" Azai cheered wildly in his mind. "Beautiful. Precise strike. Hatred is solid as a mountain. You are a natural-born film emperor. But the Hokage is getting angry. Maybe we should strategically retreat." At that moment, a female medical nin passing by recognized Kakashi, gasping as she rushed over to support him. "Kakashi-senpai, you haven't rested well. Quickly, let me take you to the medical unit." As she supported the swaying Kakashi, she shot a disapproving glance at Minji, whispering to the third, "Hokage-sama, the child doesn't understand and speaks out of turn. Ew, please don't take it too seriously. Kakashi-senpai has really been in poor condition lately." The third watched Kakashi's nearly collapsing figure being supported away, then glanced at the cold little kid before him, his brow furrowing deeply. For the first time, he felt an unsettling coldness and sharpness from this child, something that seemed beyond his control. This hatred directed at Kakashi seemingly stemming from deep within his bloodline. Where could it possibly come from? Could it really be because of those other shore flower patterns? Naruto timidly tugged at the third's robe. "Grandpa Third. Minji and Ichin." The third took a deep breath, suppressing his doubts and a hint of anger, and once again donned a kind facade, patting Naruto's head. "It's all right, Naruto. Minji-kun is just not in a good mood." He turned to Minji, his tone softening, but carrying undeniable authority. "Minji-kun, be mindful of your words from now on. As ninjas, you must learn to respect your comrades, understand?" Minji did not respond, merely lowering his eyelashes slightly to hide the icy mockery roiling beneath. "Respect comrades. Humph. Ding. Special scene task encounter at the Spirit Monument completed. Task evaluation S. Hatred maxed out. Target collapsed. Hokage breach defenses. Reward acting experience pack. Beginner has been issued. Chakra minor recovery potion. 1 has been stored in system space. As I said, S rank. Host, you are incredible. Acting skills exploded. I declare you the recipient of this year's Konoha Best Newcomer Villain Potential Award." The third gave Minji a deep look, his expression complex and unreadable. He said no more, taking Naruto, who still seemed a bit bewildered, and continued walking deeper into the Spirit Monument. Minji silently followed behind his small figure, appearing particularly insignificant amidst the towering grove of stone monuments, yet exuding a chilling sense of isolation that felt out of place with the solemn atmosphere around. Chapter 24: The Crow with Red Eyes and the Dilemma of the Undead. On the first day of school at the Ninja Academy, the sunlight was dazzlingly bright. Wow, so many people. Naruto clutched Ming-Yes sleeve, his azure eyes wide with excitement and nervousness as he stared at the noisy peers on the playground. He wore faded old clothes, making him stand out among the children who were all dressed up by their families. Many children cast curious or subtly disdainful glances his way. The whispers felt like tiny needles pricking at Naruto and causing him to instinctively shrink his neck and lean closer to Mingyi. Mingyi remained expressionless, dressed in equally simple black attire, ignoring the surrounding gazes and discussions. The inner voice of Ajay chimed in. To your left at 3 o'clock, that girl with the braids has an unfriendly look. To your right, that chubby one with his nostrils flared clearly needs a lesson. Host, remember their faces. The Ninja Academy bully registry is starting to be compiled. Time to settle accounts later. Daily Mischief Task released. Greetings for the new semester. Task 1. Apply strong adhesive on Iruka Sensei's podium. 01. Task 2. Evenly sprinkle the special fart powder recipe provided on the first row of desks. 01. Task 3. Draw Ajay's chibi avatar prominently on the blackboard with the caption Nincompoops, welcome to hell. 01. Reward 1 skewer of tricolor dumplings, 1 box of tomato juice, 1 minor chakra recovery potion. Failure punishment being subjected to ninja basic hand seal instruction incorrect demonstration loop for 12 hours by Ajay Sprite. Let's get to work. Ajay rubbed his hands together. Give the new teacher and classmates a profound impression. Let them feel the warm care from Ajay. Host target, teacher's office. Stealth mode activated. Mingyi silently pulled Naruto along, avoiding the crowd like 2 slippery fish weaving through the noisy playground. Naruto was still excitedly looking around, completely unaware that he was being led astray. See that? The one with the scar on his forehead is your homeroom teacher Iruka. A good person but a bit. Easy to bully. Ajay pointed out. Host, go. Give him a bit of loving sticky on the podium. Remember, apply the adhesive under the chalk groove for the best effect. Using the cover of the corridor pillar, Mingyi moved swiftly like a ghost. A tube of colorless, odorless, strong adhesive was precisely applied under Iruka's podium's chalk groove before he quickly retreated, hiding his accomplishments. Task 1. Apply strong adhesive on Iruka Sensei's podium. 1 completed. In the classroom. Seizing the brief chaos before class began, Mingyi slipped into the empty classroom like a ghost. The fart powder provided by Ajay, a powder that releases a faintly irritating gas when heated or pressed, was evenly sprinkled on the seats and backs of the first row of 5 desks. Task 2. Evenly sprinkle the special fart powder on the first row of desks. 1 completed. Finally, he picked up the chalk on the podium, and with astonishing speed and precision, drew a chibi avatar with a messy hairdo holding a toothpick and a cocky expression in the center of the blackboard alongside a crooked yet exceptionally clear line of text. Nincompoops, welcome to hell. Ajay. Task 3. Draw Ajay's chibi avatar prominently on the blackboard with the caption Nincompoops, welcome to hell. 1 completed. Perfect execution. Ajay cackled in his mind. I can already foresee Iruka's bewildered expression when he picks up the chalk and the splendid scene of the poor souls in the first row squirming in discomfort. Host retreat. Hide your achievements. When Naruto finally found his seat arranged by Mingyi far from the first row, Iruka also walked into the classroom. Upon seeing the masterpiece on the blackboard, Iruka indeed paused for a moment, then shook his head with a helpless smile, clearly not unfamiliar with such welcome gifts. He attempted to wipe it off with the chalk, but the chalk was firmly stuck to the podium. Pulling it too hard caused the chalk to break. A few students in the first row, after sitting down for not long, began to shift uncomfortably, their expressions becoming strange as a faint, awkward odor permeated the classroom. Naruto watched all this and glanced at the seemingly indifferent Mingyi beside him, his face turning red, wanting to laugh, but not daring to, his shoulders trembling slightly. Mingyi calmly took out the reward of tricolor dumplings from the system space, stuffing one into Naruto's mouth, successfully stifling his imminent laughter. No one noticed that outside the classroom atop the tall treetops, a crow with feathers as black as ink was quietly perched. Its blood-red eyes resembled the finest rubies, cold and inorganic, precisely reflecting every detail of the classroom below. Naruto's excited yet awkward demeanor, Mingyi's indifference that belied his age, the occasionally indulgent gestures towards Naruto, Iruka's helplessness, and the embarrassment of the students in the first row. Everything was vividly captured in those red eyes. The crow's gaze lingered particularly long on Mingyi. When Mingyi seemingly glanced casually out the window, the crow's blood-red pupils shifted slightly, then it silently took flight, unnoticed by anyone. It soared over the bustling campus, heading towards the Hokage building. It was not there for Mingyi. Its primary surveillance target remained that golden-haired child, Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And that black-haired child with overly tranquil eyes was merely one of the suspicious individuals on the task list who needed extra attention due to his slightly unusual behavior. Ajay clicked his tongue in Mingyi's mind. It's leaving. That dead bird again. Red-eye disease, clearly not a good bird. Host, do you feel it? That gaze like an X-ray is so annoying. But it seems mostly focused on the little yellow-haired one. Mingyi withdrew his gaze, his eyes revealing no ripples. He had long been accustomed to this omnipresent scrutiny emanating from the shadows. In the vast tree of Konoha, every branch could harbor watchful eyes. He lowered his head, his fingertips playing with a cold kunai, the blade reflecting a piercing glint in the sunlight. At night, deep within the death forest on the outskirts of Konoha, the air was thick and cold, permeated by the lingering miasma of decaying leaves and blood. Mingyi's small figure moved silently among the twisted ancient trees like a ghost blending into the night. Deep within his pupils burned an eerie blue flame, his vision piercing through the material world's facade, capturing vengeful spirits and lingering obsessions visible only to him. Night mode of the underworld system activated. KPI sign-in task released Blood Pool Patrol advanced objective collect 3 vengeful spirit crystals from the battlefield 03 time limit before sunrise. Penalty deduct 15 of host life, force decrease soul integration by 8. Hint target locked. Zone C of the Death Forest site of a minor skirmish from the 3rd Shinobi World War. Vengeful spirit crystals. Damn, the difficulty has increased. Ajay's voice carried a serious tone. These things are hardcore, highly condensed resentments, even mixed with the chakra obsessions of the deceased. Host, be careful. This is much harder to chew than ordinary resentments. Ahead, an area torn apart by immense force appeared in the eerie blue vision. The charred ground, broken weapon remnants, and a few corpses long decayed to white bones lay half-buried beneath the rotting leaves. However, within Ming Yes' underworld vision, there were several thick ink-like shadows, emitting a piercing chill and violent aura. They were twisted in shape, emitting a silent shriek formed from the entangled resentments and chakra obsessions of several powerful ninjas at the moment of their death. One particularly solid shadow seemed to sense the presence of the living suddenly, turned its head, a gash opened on its featureless face, letting out a silent roar enveloped in cold despair and murderous intent, charging towards Ming Yi like a tangible black wave. Where it passed, the leaves on the ground were instantly covered in a layer of white frost. It's coming, Ajay exclaimed. Ming Yes' eyes sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His small body erupted with surprising speed, skimming dangerously close to the edge of the black wave. The patterns of the other shore flower on his back suddenly glowed with an eerie red light. Several underworld butterflies materialized from the void, their wings fluttering, scattering specks of eerie blue phosphor dust, like cold stardust, precisely landing on the core of the vengeful spirit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The spot where the phosphor dust met the vengeful spirit emitted a sound like cold water splashing on a hot iron. The movements of the vengeful spirit suddenly stalled, giving a more piercing and agonized silent scream, the thick black mist forming its body violently churned and disintegrated. Now's the chance. Ming Yes' right hand curled into a claw, the fingertips entwined with an even more refined, nearly tangible blue thread, carrying a pulling force from the depths of the underworld, violently stabbing into the vengeful spirit's core, which had become relatively fragile due to the phosphor dust burning it. Collect. Buzz. A powerful suction erupted. The swirling, disintegrating black mist was forcibly compressed and torn apart, ultimately transforming into a crystal the size of a pigeon egg, entirely black, its surface covered with irregular blood-red patterns, exuding a dense chill and vengeful aura, which was sucked into the swirling underworld vortex in Ming Yes' palm. Collect 3 vengeful spirit crystals from the battlefield 1-3. Ming Yi breathed heavily, his face appearing even paler under the eerie blue phosphor light. The recent dodging and attack seemed simple, but consumed an immense amount of mental energy and precise control over the underworld power. The burning sensation from the other shore flower pattern on his back intensified. Beautiful. A great start. Ajay cheered. 2 more to go. Host, stay steady. The ensuing battle grew even more perilous. The remaining 2 vengeful spirits were clearly enraged. They no longer fought separately, but responded to each other, as if they had intelligence, one launching a frontal assault, unleashing a chilling shockwave that froze the ground, limiting Ming Yes' movement, while the other stealthily attacked from the shadows, forming sharp black claws aimed directly at Ming Yes' neck. Ming Yes' eyes were icy. He pushed his body technique to the limit, flipping and dodging between the frozen ground and the deadly claws like dancing on the edge of a blade. The underworld butterfly's phosphor dust continuously disrupted them. He unleashed both hands, the blue threads coiling and piercing like spirit serpents, each strike precisely targeting the most vulnerable points of the vengeful spirits. The intense battle was silent, filled only with the howling of the cold wind, the hissing of the phosphor dust burning, and the vengeful spirits' silent shrieks wreaking havoc on the consciousness level. Collect 3 vengeful spirit crystals from the battlefield 2-3. Collect 3 vengeful spirit crystals from the battlefield 3-3. Completed. When the last blood-red patterned black crystal was absorbed into his palm, Ming Yi nearly collapsed to one knee, propping himself up and gasping heavily. Sweat soaked his forehead, and the burning sensation on his back felt like a hot iron. The violent negative energy contained within the 3 vengeful spirit crystals, even after being transformed by the underworld system, sent waves of sharp pain from the depths of his soul. KPI sign-in task Blood Pool Patrol advance completed. Reward medium infusion of underworld blood pool energy soul stability 3. Special reward triggered due to the host's efficient completion of the high difficulty KPI. Additional reward. Underworld Undead basic type. 1 hint: the Underworld Undead is a specially crafted bionic container from the underworld capable of nurturing damaged souls and simulating physiological characteristics from their living days. Current inventory 1. The cold system prompt echoed, and within Ming Yes' consciousness space, a virtual icon depicting a humanoid silhouette emitting faint gray mist appeared in the item inventory. It was indeed the special container used to replace the body of Shizue earlier. Damn, an undead. Ajay's voice was filled with surprise, but quickly turned dejected. It's a good thing, but there's only one left. Immediately, he called up the system log, staring at the glaring number inventory 1, clutching his head in despair within the consciousness space. We're doomed. We used 1 to save Shirzue. Now there's only this lonely 1 left as a last resort. This thing is a sign and reward from the underworld, not a cabbage. Using 1 means 1 less. Later Orochimaru is waiting to use it. And the Uchiha Extermination Night. This isn't enough to go around. Host, we need to find a way to gather more resources from the underworld. This KPI needs to be pushed to the limit. Mingyi stared at the only gray undead icon in the item inventory, his brow subtly furrowing. The scarcity of undead was more severe than he had anticipated. This basic type undead was a key element in his future plans, yet it was also the only backup. He slowly stood up, forcibly suppressing the cold discomfort brought by the 3 vengeful spirit crystals. Moonlight filtered through the sparse tree canopy, casting dappled shadows across his pale face. Plans must be adjusted, the margin for error has become lower. Night of extermination, every step is fraught with danger. Meanwhile, deep within the Spirit Consolation Monument Forest, Kakashi Hatake leaned against a cold stone tablet, breathing heavily, cold sweat soaking the skin beneath his mask. The exposed Sharingan was filled with bloodshot veins, and his pupils constricted from intense pain. Once again he was crushed by the inescapable illusion. Crimson rain, cold tombstones, blank names carved away. And that pair of eyes. A pair of cold, pitch-black eyes filled with deep hatred belonging to a 3-year-old child. Useless. Those 2 words echoed in his mind like a curse, intertwining with the faint call from Yue before her death, tearing at his already shattered nerves. Ugh. Kakashi curled up in pain, his fingers digging deep into the soil. Why did that child's gaze toward him evoke such fear? So familiar. That hatred seemed to transcend time and space, an accusation from the depths of hell. Moonlight flowed silently, illuminating the Spirit Consolation Monument Forest in a ghastly white. Kakashi wearily closed his eyes, his consciousness finally sinking into chaotic darkness under the dual effects of pain and medication. On the brink of total oblivion, he seemed to catch a glimpse of an extremely vague, fleeting, eerie blue phosphor light, like a ghost fire among the summer night graves, which was soon completely submerged by boundless crimson. Chapter 25: The Twin Jade and the Wandering King at Night. The small stream behind the ninja school has become the secret base for 3 little rascals. The last place. You can't even skip a stone properly. Sasuke crossed his arms, his small face tense, but a hint of concealed pride glimmered in his dark eyes. Scattered at his feet were several flat stones. The stone he had thrown skipped lightly across the water's surface 4 times before sinking, which was quite an impressive feat for someone his age. Who are you calling the last place? Naruto immediately exploded, his blonde hair standing on end, as if electric. Watch my super invincible Naruto whirlpool. He exerted all his strength to throw the stone. Splash. The stone didn't even manage to skip once and sank straight to the bottom, splashing a small spray of water. Sasuke couldn't hold back the corner of his mouth curling up before he quickly suppressed it, trying to maintain the aloof persona of the Uchiha young master, but the smile in his eyes betrayed him. Indeed, it's the super invincible. Sinking whirlpool. Oh, stinky Sasuke. I want to duel you. Naruto exclaimed, preparing to pounce. Shut up. It's noisy. A cool short voice interrupted their duel. Minji sat on a smooth stone by the stream, a book titled Basic Seal Technique Analysis borrowed from the school library, spread open on his lap. Comment from a nerd, isn't this too hardcore for a 3-year-old? He didn't even lift his head. In his hand, he held a slender twig, dipping it into the stream, seemingly casually sketching out a complex and ominous rune prototype on the stone. This was an improved version of the sealing technique basics provided by a nerd aptly named Previewing, but in reality, it was laying the groundwork for the potential use of the nether sealing in the future. Both Naruto and Sasuke looked at Minji simultaneously and shot each other a glare, but obediently closed their mouths. Minji possessed a peculiar steadiness and intimidation that their peers lacked. Especially when he had a blank expression, his pitch-black eyes scanning over. Even Sasuke, the Uchiha young master, felt a little intimidated. Naruto sulkily sat next to Minji, picked up a small stone, and began to draw randomly on the ground, mumbling softly, "Stinky Sasuke. What's so great about him?" Sasuke huffed, as well, finding a stone slightly farther from Naruto, but closer to Minji, pulling out a shuriken and meticulously practicing his throwing posture, his movements precise like a little adult. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the 3 small figures. The stream babbled softly, and as Naruto drew, he began to doze off, his little head bobbing until he finally tilted over and rested on Mingye's lap. Sasuke stole a glance and saw Naruto drooling on Mingye's lap as he slept, while Minji merely frowned but did not push him away, even adjusting his position to make Naruto more comfortable. Sasuke curled his lip and muttered under his breath, "Idiot, last place," but unconsciously eased his shuriken practice. The nerd in his mind gasped in surprise. TSK tisk, a large double standard scene. Host, did you misallocate your Uchiha ancestral Thunder skill points? Why are you being so indulgent to this little blonde? But this little tomato, referring to Sasuke, looks pretty cute when acting thunderous soft and much more pleasant than that useless white-haired one. Minji ignored the nerd's teasing. The twig at his fingertip lightly touched the wet stone, and the complex rune prototype instantly vanished as if it had never existed. He glanced down at the defenseless Naruto sleeping on his lap, then cast a glance at Sasuke, who was trying hard to straighten his little body and mimic his brother's authority, a fleeting complex and indescribable ripple passing through his eyes. Tolerance, perhaps. In this cold and calculating vortex, these two pure, not yet completely tainted innocences and pride were the only faint warmth he could grasp belonging to the identity of pharmacist Minji. Though this warmth was as fragile as a candle flame in the wind, it could be extinguished by the impending blood night at any moment. As dusk fell, the streets of Konoha were bathed in twilight. Sasuke, carrying a small ninja tool pouch, walked on the way home. On either side of the street, some villagers, upon seeing the child dressed in Uchiha clan insignia, instantly wore a somewhat stiff smile, their eyes flickering as they looked away, or they spoke in hushed tones. Look, it's another Uchiha. Shoo, keep it down, don't let the child hear. It feels ominous. I heard the guard team has been catching people over on South Street again, and they were pretty fierce. Although the specific contents were unclear, the atmosphere filled with estrangement and subtle fear, like an invisible ice wall isolated little Sasuke from the lively streets. He pursed his lips, subconsciously tightening his grip on the strap of his tool pouch, a flicker of confusion and hurt flashing in his dark eyes. Why? He clearly hadn't done anything. His brother was so powerful, and his father was the clan leader. The Uchiha clan was one of Konoha's founding families. Why do they have to be like this? Just then, two drunken villagers stumbling out of an izakaya approached. One of them, seeing the fan emblem on Sasuke's clothing and fueled by alcohol, deliberately shouted loudly, "Hey, watch where you're going. Uchihas, little brat." The other sneered him, a pup of the guard team. Sasuke's little face instantly turned red, not out of anger, but from immense humiliation and confusion. He stopped in his tracks, defiantly lifted his head, glaring at the two drunks, his small body trembling with agitation. "Hey, you two drunks. What kind of skill is it to bully a little kid?" A booming voice sounded. It was Asuma Sarutobi, who had just finished patrolling and was passing by. Frowning, he stood in front of Sasuke and scolded the two drunks, "You'd better get going." The drunks, seeing it was the Hokage's son, sobered up somewhat, muttering a few words awkwardly before slinking away. Asuma squatted down and tried to speak gently to Sasuke. "It's okay now, Sasuke-kun. You can go home." But Sasuke did not look at him, only lowering his head, biting his lip tightly, his small fists clenched. He didn't say thank you, bypassed Asuma, and quickened his pace to run away. That small back, elongated by the sunset, exuded a weight and loneliness that belied his age. Asuma watched Sasuke run away, then glanced at the villagers, whose eyes flickered with avoidance on either side of the street, letting out a deep sigh, his brows furrowing tightly. The rift between the village and the Uchiha was deepening day by day through these subtle frictions and cold barriers. This silent undercurrent left even the Hokage's son feeling a sense of powerlessness. As night fell, Naruto's small house, confirming that Naruto was sound asleep, emitting soft snores, Minji quietly rose. Moonlight streamed through the worn window, casting a cold silver glow on his pale face. His eyes held no trace of sleepiness, only a bottomless cold pool. The Nether System notification moonless node detected peak of EN energy, KPI efficiency increased by 30. KPI sign-in task released, Blood Pool Frenzy, Special Moonless Edition. Objective 1, I collect Battle Soul Fragments, 5 crystallized remnants of battlefield spirits, 05. Objective 2, Purify Bound Evil Spirit 1, a malevolent spirit that lingers due to strong obsession tainting the ley lines, 01. Time limit before the moon falls. Penalty, deduct 25 of host vitality, reduce soul fusion rate by 12, and forcibly enter a weakened state for 72 hours. Hint, Objective 1 locked. Outer battlefield ruins of the Valley of the End. Objective 2 locked. Depths of the Konoha Old Cemetery. Additional incentive, complete both objectives for an extra reward of Nether Skeleton Basic Type 1. Special Moonless Edition. Double KPI. Double joy. Oh no. Double danger. The nerd's voice screamed in a high pitch, but more than that was a fervor of desperation. Host, give it your all. For the skeleton. For Shizen. For our resurrection project. Go for it. As long as we don't die, we'll push through everything. Minji looked at the glaring penalties and enticing extra rewards on the virtual screen, his gaze unwavering, only filled with a cold determination. The patterns of the flower on his back glowed faintly red under the influence of the moonless power. He needed the skeleton, as many as possible. The night of extermination was the final deadline, and there was no retreat. Let's go. The cold words escaped his lips, and his figure melted into the night outside the window. The outskirts of the Valley of the End. The roar of the massive waterfall drowned out all other noises. Among the crumbling cliffs, an intense atmosphere of carnage lingered, not dissipating even after many years. In Mingya's nether vision, faint yet remarkably resilient silver-white light points drifted here, like fireflies exuding indomitable battle intent and a faint sorrow. These were the battle soul fragments. However, collecting them was no easy task. These fragments contained the fighting instincts and protective will from their previous lives, naturally repelling the nether power. Minji had to carefully use nether butterfly phosphor powder to soothe and guide them, then wrap and extract them with pure nether energy. The entire process was akin to dancing on a knife's edge, extremely exhausting on both mind and body. Collecting battle soul fragments 1525. With each successful collection, Mingya's complexion paled, further beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead in the chilly night breeze. The flower patterns on his back burned hot, like branding iron, crazily absorbing the energy from the moonless, converting it into nether power, yet also bringing excruciating pain. Host, hold on. Only 2 left. The nerd's voice trembled with anxiety. Just as Minji locked onto the 4th fragment, an unexpected change occurred. From an inconspicuous crack in a nearby rock, a pitch-black claw formed from dense resentment suddenly shot out, carrying a chilling malice and the treachery of a surprise attack, aiming fiercely at Mingye's back. This was actually a malevolent thought aggregate lurking here, waiting to devour the battle soul fragments. In a critical moment, Mingye's eyes flared with blue flames. Without even turning around, he suddenly swung his left wrist back at an impossible angle. Several kunai entwined with nether power shot out like venomous snakes, accurately pinning the claw at its joints. Hiss! The claw was pinned down, letting out a piercing shriek. Mingye's right hand did not pause, steadily drawing the 4th silver light point into the vortex of his palm. Collecting battle soul fragments 4-5 at the same time, his left hand clenched in midair. Explode. The kunai pinning the claw detonated instantly, engulfing and purifying it in azure phosphor flames. Huff! Huff! Minji panted heavily. The instantaneous reaction and explosion had almost depleted his remaining strength. He strained to collect the final battle soul fragment with trembling hands. Collecting battle soul fragments, 5-5 completed. Quick! To the old cemetery. Time is running out. The nerd shouted urgently. Konoha Old Cemetery. The chill and silence here were 10 times that of the Valley of the End. The tombstones where askew weeds grew rampant, and the air was thick with the nauseating stench of decay and the aura of resentment. Deep within the cemetery, at the center of a massive nest formed from countless grievances and bones, loomed a huge shadow, thick and viscous like tar. It had no fixed form, with countless distorted and tortured faces appearing on its surface, wailing and then vanishing, exuding a terrifying malice and frenzied obsession that could freeze the soul. This was the bound evil spirit. Sensing the intrusion of the living, it instantly awoke. The temperature in the cemetery plummeted, and the ground froze into thick black ice. Countless black thorns coalesced from resentment, surged towards Minji from all directions, like living creatures, cutting off all routes of escape. A harsh mental shockwave mixed with the wails of countless deceased swept over like a tsunami. Host! The nerd's voice had changed pitch. Mingye's pupils constricted. There was no way to avoid it. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain triggering him to simultaneously detonate all remaining nether power and Senju chakra yang release within him. The flower patterns on his back exploded with a blinding blood-red light. Nether butterfly, 1,000 phosphor wall. Buzz! Countless nether butterflies surged out from within him. They were no longer scattered phosphor, but formed a giant cocoon of azure phosphor flames around Minji, spinning rapidly. Hiss hiss hiss. The black thorns of resentment wildly struck and coiled around the light cocoon, emitting a fierce, corrosive sound. The brilliance of the cocoon dimmed at a visible rate. Minji, at the center of the light cocoon, had a pale face like gold paper, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. He tightly formed a complicated seal with both hands, every muscle in his body trembling, extracting every ounce of strength to maintain this final defense. The mental shock of the bound evil spirit came like a heavy hammer, repeatedly striking at his consciousness, causing his vision to blur, and countless fragmented memories of the deceased flooded in like a tide. Hold on. It's consuming your power. You must find the core. The nerd's voice quivered with urgency. Minji gritted his teeth, his blood-stained pupils locking onto the center of the swirling black mud through the wobbling light cocoon. There, an extremely weak yet extraordinarily pure resentment belonging to a specific soul flickered like a lighthouse in the darkness. That's it. In the split second before the light cocoon shattered, Mingye's eyes erupted with a terrifying brilliance. He poured all his remaining strength along with the life force contained in the blood from his tongue into his right index finger. At his fingertip, a point of dark light condensed to the extreme, akin to the abyss itself. Break illusion, nether finger. A beam of dark light condensed to perfection pierced through the darkness like a spear of the underworld, ignoring all the barriers of the surrounding thorny resentment, and precisely stabbed into the center of that swirling black mud, the core of that specific obsession. Aya! A terrifying shriek surpassing the material plane and resounding directly at the soul level, filled with endless pain and unwillingness, swept across the entire cemetery. All the black thorns instantly crumbled. The massive tar-like evil spirit twisted and contracted as if a balloon had been popped, ultimately being completely engulfed and purified by that point of dark light. Purification of bound evil spirit 1 completed. Splash. Minji could no longer hold on and fell heavily to one knee, coughing up dark red blood clots mixed with internal debris. It felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. His soul felt torn apart and brutally sewn back together, the pain washing over him like a tide. The glow of the flower patterns on his back dimmed, but still emitted a remarkable heat. His vision blurred, and he was nearly on the brink of losing consciousness. KPI sign in task: Blood Pool Frenzy, Special Moonless Edition completed. Reward: Nether Blood Pool Energy Infusion, Large Soul Stability 5. Additional reward: Nether Skeleton Basic Type 1 has been issued. Current Nether Skeleton Inventory 2. Warning: Host body is severely overloaded. Moderate soul damage. Forced entry into a 72-hour weakened state. Got it. The second skeleton. The nerd's voice was filled with a mix of joy and deep concern. Host. Hold on. We're going back. Minji looked at the newly added gray humanoid icon in his inventory, the blood-stained corner of his mouth struggling to curl upward slightly. Worth it. He exhausted every last bit of strength channeling the pitifully weak Senju release chakra within him to staunch the bleeding of his internal organs, staggering to his feet like a broken puppet, dragging his nearly worn-out body step by step toward Konoha. With each step, he left a shallow, bloody footprint on the cold ground. Under the moonlight, his small, swaying silhouette was heartbreakingly stubborn. Uchiha clan grounds, clan leader's residence. Fugaku sat in the tea room, his expression solemn. In front of him lay a report from the guard team detailing recent conflicts with villagers, as well as the abnormal increase in the number of patrols by the Yambu in certain key areas. An invisible pressure permeated the air. The paper door was gently pulled open, and Mikoto entered with tea utensils, worry etched on her face. Fugaku, it's late. Sasuke has already fallen asleep. It seems he came back today. Not very happy. Fugaku did not take the tea, his gaze still fixed on the report, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the tatami. The village is growing increasingly wary of us. He raised his head, a glint of cold determination flashing in his Sharingan. How is Itachi's contact going? Itachi. Mikoto hesitated, finally letting out a soft sigh. That boy thinks too much. However, he did mention today. She paused, lowering her voice. He asked about the child named pharmacist Minji, the one who is close to Naruto, saying that there's a kind of aura about that child that makes him concerned. Pharmacist Minji. Fugaku's brows furrowed. That black-haired boy from the orphanage who was taciturn yet had connections with both the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and his own son. Have Itachi keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, at the Konoha root base, Danzo leaned on his cane, his one eye glimmering with a serpent-like light under the dim glow. A root ninja knelt before him. Target Minji has a mysterious presence, especially at night, with extremely strong counter-surveillance abilities. Multiple attempts to track him have lost him in the Death Forest and the outskirts of the Valley of the End. His chakra fluctuations occasionally exhibit an abnormal cold attribute. He has a close relationship with Naruto and displays unusual hostility towards Kakashi. The root ninja reported emotionlessly. Danzo's fingers caressed the snakehead ornament on his cane, producing a soft rustling sound. Cold chakra. Hostility towards Kakashi. Close to the Jinchuriki. A flash of cold light flickered in his one eye. Continue monitoring, and if necessary, delve deeper. This boy has too many uncontrollable factors. A thread of icy killing intent silently spread in the secret room. The moonlight flowed silently over the quiet Uchiha clan grounds, illuminating the window of a dilapidated little house on the edge of Konoha. Inside the window, the golden-haired child slept soundly, completely oblivious to the dark currents surging outside. And in the shadow outside the window, a pitch-black crow silently swept by, its blood-red eyes scanning the little house, finally settling on the Uchiha clan's imposing walls, where within its pupils reflected the figure of a boy bearing a heavy mission. Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 26: Bloodpool Deficit and the Five Coffins at the Abyss. Two bodies. The voice of Minji echoed under the cold moonlight like pebbles thrown into stagnant water, causing no ripples. He sat cross-legged in the shadow of Naruto's small house, his consciousness sinking into the abyss of deep blue data. The system's item panel floated before him, two icons of the Inming Corpse basic type, wrapped in thin gray mist resembling lonely grave mounds in the cold night, silent, yet glaring. 1 year. Azai's voice exploded in the consciousness space, no longer a complaint, but a poisoned eye spear, each word cutting to the heart. Near death 7 times, soul shattered 13 times, meridians smashed to pieces and forcibly glued back together. Roll. Roll to the point of nearly draining the blood pool. And what do we get? 2 bodies. Is this broken system part of a pie show? Or are those bastards in the underworld skimming my hard-earned money? The number stock 2 on the virtual screen was glaringly crimson. The countdown to the night of clan extermination ticked in Mingye's mind, each tick striking at the most vulnerable nodes of his nerves. 2 bodies. One from Ji Shui, one from Orochimaru, just barely hanging on the line of life and death in the plan room for error. That was a word so luxurious it felt unimaginable. Obito's madness, Danzo's venomous fangs, Itachi's blade, and those 2 innocent little sunshines dragged into this deadlock by him. Any deviation required an additional shell to contain the inevitable splinters of the soul. Not enough. Mingye's consciousness clashed like cold iron, severing his eyes. Curses, 3 bodies short. Variables piled like mountains, suffocating. Danzo's roots ran deeper, the third's crystal ball spun more frequently, and the balance in Itachi's eyes groaned under the unbearable burden between Sasuke and the greater good. And Naruto's foolish offering of rice balls, Sasuke's forced calmness, unable to hide his worried gaze. These flickering lights became the only warmth in his frozen world, and the most fatal weakness in the plan. He needed more coffins, not out of greed, but to carve out a chance to protect that flicker of hope when the blood sea surged. Azai's virtual shadow twisted and compressed wildly in the data stream, emitting a deafening hum, as if it would completely shatter at any moment. After a few seconds of silence, a roar mixed with madness and determination exploded. Bet. Host. Bet your damn last hand. Blood Moon Final Feast. Only that cursed task's pool could contain enough weighty goods. 5 bodies. I need 5 bodies. 1 short is unacceptable. He slammed his virtual hand against the screen, bringing up a task icon locked by layers of blood red runes. Blood Moon Final 5 Coffins Feast. Inming System Notification. The ultimate Blood Moon Node Abyss Echo will descend in 29 days. Pre-task Chain Vengeful Souls Ladder has been forcibly activated. Task Chain Goal before the new moon. Sacrifice Fierce God Remnants X303. Task Chain Penalty. If any remnant escapes or the sacrifice fails, the host soul will immediately be stripped of 20 to the Blood Pool Furnace, and the task chain will be permanently closed. Task Chain Reward. Obtain access key for the Blood Moon. Task 5 Coffins Feast. Warning: Vengeful Souls Ladder difficulty rating Abyss. Current host status: Soul severely injured. 7-9 Yang Dune Origin exhausted. 3-1 Meridians on the brink of collapse. The Abyss level prerequisite failure means soul scattering, and the only thing gained is a ticket to the final gambling table. Yet the promise of the 5 coffins remained as elusive as smoke. Ming-Yes's gaze swept over the glaring Yang Dune Origin exhausted. 3-1 deep within his pitch-black pupils. The blue and blood light silently clashed. He slowly closed his eyes, the remaining Senju bloodline struggling like dying embers, squeezing out the last trace of warmth amid the shattered meridians, trying to mend the wounds repeatedly torn by the power of the Yinming. The patterns of the other shore flower on his back burned like a branding iron, each heartbeat tugging at the cracks deep within his soul, emitting a groan on the verge of shattering. Repair? 29 days. The command was cold, undeniable. Leave it to me. Azai's roar carried a desperate ferocity. Host, just focus on stitching yourself together. This vengeful soul's ladder, I'll risk my life to pave the way for you. Systems bottom level protocol. I'll tear it down for firewood. Energy conversion rate. Squeeze. Squeeze it to death. Extract every last drop of oil from those 3 fierce gods' bones. 5 coffins, 1 short, and I'll fill myself in. Daytime in Konoha. The taut string was about to snap. Ninja school training ground. The air was as thick as lead. Dead last. Is your chakra control as doughy as your punches? Sasuke's reprimand carried an uncontrollable hostility, and the fiery flame of unrest flickered deep within his dark eyes. The shuriken he threw whistled through the air, striking the target with such force that the wooden board cracked. The movement was no longer training, but a release. Stupid Sasuke. You're the one who's doughy. Naruto shouted back, though the kunai in his hand trembled slightly. His azure eyes unconsciously darted to the side. Minji leaned against a dead tree, eyes tightly shut, his face pale, as if freshly exhumed from a grave, his breath so faint it was nearly non-existent. A chill of panic gripped Naruto's heart, and he suddenly turned to shout at Sasuke. Why are you so angry? Can't you see Nikon is unwell? Minji. Sasuke was momentarily stunned by the shout, and as he followed Naruto's gaze upon seeing Ming-Yes's lifeless pale face, his feigned ferocity crumbled instantly, his visage drained of color, leaving only the unmasked fear of youth. The air in the clan grounds had already solidified. The light in his father's study that burned all night, the fear hidden beneath his mother's forced smile, the ninja tool pouches his uncle's never unbuckled, and those dark red stains that occasionally clung to his clothes upon returning from patrol, everything coiled around him like a cold snake, tightening ever more. He could only double the suffocating fear and unexpressed anger, pouring it all out on the training ground, pouring it all on this only thing that allowed him to temporarily forget being dead last. Sasuke opened his mouth to retort, but his throat felt blocked. He looked at Minji, a cold and desolate feeling of being abandoned by the entire world mixed with fear of the truth washed over him like a tsunami. Silence. Iroke's voice rang with unprecedented severity, even carrying a hint of barely detectable tremor. He quickly walked to Ming-Yes's side, crouching down, cautiously probing his carotid artery with his fingers, feeling icy cold, the pulse barely there like a wisp of thread. Minji-kun. Iroke's tone changed. Ming-Yes's eyelashes trembled imperceptibly, slowly opening. His pitch-black eyes resembled 2 unfathomable cold ponds reflecting Iroke's anxious face, yet lacking any warmth of a living person, only a profound fatigue of death. I'm fine. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. Is this what you call fine? Iroke was both anxious and angry, wanting to help him up, but his hand was pushed away by an invisible chill, freezing his fingertips. You must go to the medical team. Now. Not going. Minji leaned against the tree trunk, slowly standing up, his movements as stiff as a marionette, every slight motion pulling at the silent collapse within. He pushed Iroke's hand away, his gaze sweeping over the frozen Naruto and Sasuke, finally landing on Sasuke's face, which was filled with panic and helplessness. Take care of yourself. His voice remained flat, but it pierced Sasuke's heart like an ice-coated needle. Having said that, he no longer looked at anyone, dragging his heavy leaden steps one by one, moving in the opposite direction of the medical team, towards Naruto's small house. The setting sun stretched his solitary back long, each step feeling like walking on the edge of a blade. Sasuke stood frozen in place, watching that figure disappear around the corner, his small fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, causing sharp pain. Ming-Yes's cold gaze and his distant attitude made him feel a chilling coldness, more piercing than any clan member's words, and an anger of betrayal. Why? Even you want to push me away? Even you want to isolate me from that cold world? A surge of mixed feelings of grievance, unwillingness, and a powerful urge to tear through all the fog crashed violently within him. Naruto, on the other hand, felt as if his soul had been ripped out, staring blankly at the direction Minji disappeared, tears welling in his bright blue eyes. Nikon. He murmured, a fear greater than ever before seized him. He felt Nikon drifting away, walking towards a cold, dark place that he could not reach. Night devoured the last light. In the Konoha forbidden area, the core of the Ghost Cry Forest, the third fierce god nest. Here it was no longer a scene of the human realm. The space twisted into grotesque whirlpools, and the viscous darkness squirmed like a living entity, exuding an aura of desecration that could freeze the soul. In the center, a three-headed, six-armed, evil god statue forged from countless twisted bones and boiling resentments slowly opened its six vertical eyes, oozing contaminated blood. Just a sweep of its gaze caused the surrounding rocks to silently crumble into dust. The terrifying pressure of resentment crashed down like a tsunami, instantly throwing the tiny intruder to the ground. Puff! Minji was struck as if hit by a ton of giant hammers. Blood mixed with internal fragments gushed out. His body crashed heavily onto the ground, covered with sharp bone spikes, the sound of breaking bones clear to hear. His soul felt as if thrown into a meat grinder. The six gazes of the evil god statue burned like red-hot irons, brutally branding his consciousness, bringing excruciating pain that scorched his soul. The patterns of the other shore flower on his back erupted with blinding blood light, frantically drawing upon the source of life to resist this overwhelming erosion, yet it was like a drop in the bucket. Host! Azai's desperate scream pierced through despair. The core. Its core is in the center of that head's forehead. That is the vengeful eye. There's only one chance. Use bloodlet. Use your soul blood to resonate with the blood pool. Blow it up. In Mingye's blood-stained pupils, the last trace of clarity burned in the agony. He understood what Azai meant. Using his own soul blood as a sacrifice to forcibly overload the communication with the Inming blood pool, igniting a resonance. This was suicide, but it was also the only desperate strike to tear open this evil god's defense and reach its core. No hesitation. Mingye's blood-stained right hand suddenly stabbed into his chest. It was not a physical entity, but the claw of the soul wrapped in the last will, fiercely gripping that faintly pulsing source of soul blood. The pain instantly surpassed all perceptions. With the soul as the lead, blood prison, open. Sizzle. A viscous crack thick as blood and exuding endless deathly silence and madness suddenly tore open in the ground beneath Minji. That was not a spatial crack, but a projection from the source of the Inming blood pool. The violently turbulent death energy surged like a volcano suppressed for millennia, erupting with a roar. The blood flow surged upwards, carrying a terrifying will that could annihilate all beings, crashing fiercely into the center of the evil god statue's forehead, the writhing vengeful eye. Booming. An indescribable horrific sound erupted on both material and spiritual levels. The entire Ghost Cry forest trembled violently. The evil god statue emitted a shriek, so piercing it surpassed the limits of hearing. The head in the center, along with that vengeful eye under the wash of the blood pool's death energy, melted and collapsed like ice and snow under the blazing sun. The bones and resentments that formed its body surged and evaporated in madness. Sacrifice fierce god remnants, Lord of Resentment 1-1 completed. Thud. Almost at the moment the notification sounded, Mingye's body collapsed to the ground like a shattered porcelain doll. Blood surged from every pore in his body, quickly pooling into a stunning crimson puddle. Consciousness sank completely into boundless darkness and void, with only a faint breath proving that this body had not yet completely died. The light of the other shore flower on his back extinguished, leaving behind a dead silence of dark red imprint. Pre-task, Chain Vengeful Soul's Ladder completed. Reward access key for Blood Moon Final 5 Coffins Feast has been issued. Warning: host life signs are on the verge of disappearing. Soul fragmentation, level 89. Forcibly entering absolute slumber. Preparing. Azai's virtual shadow pounced towards the newly generated ominous blood-glowing key, clutching it tightly in his hand. He watched the ever-expanding, gradually cooling pool of blood on the ground, his data stream-formed body shaking violently, emitting a silent, heart-wrenching wail. Then that wail morphed into the most frenzied obsession. The key. I've got it. 5 bodies. Host. Wait for me. 5 coffins. Not one less on the road to the Yellow Springs. He'll carry your coffin. In the Uchiha clan grounds Nana Shrine. The flickering candlelight elongated Uchiha Itachi's figure, casting a distorted shadow on the ancient stone wall. In the basin of water before him, the murky surface reflected the aftermath of the conflict in the commercial district. Shattered stalls, dried blood, and the villagers' unabashed, deep-seated hatred as they gazed towards the Uchiha clan. The ripples on the water surface stirred slightly again, reflecting Kakashi's disheveled, soulless silhouette in front of the memorial stone. Itachi's fingers unconsciously brushed over his ninja tool pouch, touching something cold and hard. He slowly drew it out. Resting in his palm was a sharp-edged, dark, crimson hand shuriken fragment. This was a souvenir obtained from a root ninja after an accidental conflict days ago. The cold touch of the fragment was like Danzo's venomous single eye staring at him through the fabric of time and space. For Sasuke. For that unreachable, perhaps non-existent light. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the black eyes that once reflected his brother's innocent smile had transformed into a deep, unfathomable red frozen of all emotions. The complex patterns of the kaleidoscope slowly rotated in his blood-red pupils, resembling a vortex leading to hell. Meanwhile, deep within the dark forest of the Valley of the End, a vortex-shaped mask silently floated in the shadows. Behind the mask's hollow sockets, the blood-red kaleidoscope Sharingan was peering through layers of spatial barriers, looking towards a dilapidated small house at the edge of Konoha, locking onto the small body, soaked in blood on the ground, breathing weakly like a flickering candle in the wind. Other shoreflower, the aura of the Yiming, and that nauseating life force belonging to the Senju. A hoarse, twisted voice whispered in the silence, infused with a sickly fanaticism and inquiry, "Pharmacist. Minji, what exactly are you? On the night of the Uchiha's demise, what role will you play?" Truly, an exciting blood-red stage. Chapter 27, Understanding Under the Blood Moon. The system prompt indicated that the blood moon energy had reached its peak. Mingyi stood on the roof of the orphanage, the night wind lifting the corners of his black cloak. The thousand-handed cells flowing beneath his skin were quietly repairing the weariness accumulated over the days. This was the legacy left to him by his father, the alchemist Xian, and had nothing to do with anyone else. "Host, the barrier of the Uchiha clan has just been triggered." The voice of Ajay carried an unusual weight. Mingyi nodded slightly, his gaze directed towards the distant buildings stained crimson by the blood moon. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the two hellbound corpses hidden in his sleeves. These were precious vessels he had accumulated over the past year through completing various perilous underworld tasks. Suddenly, ripples of disturbance spread through the space, and a figure wearing an orange vortex mask poked half of his body out from the void. "Hey there, what is this young sir looking at?" The exaggerated tone stood out starkly in the night. "Tonight's moon is so red, doesn't it resemble the favorite color of the Uchiha clan?" Mingyi did not turn back, merely responding calmly, "Mr. Fate, a visit at such a late hour, what is your business?" "Oh dear, how cold." The masked man twirled as if dancing. "Faye is just here to inform the young sir that there is a big sale at the Uchiha supermarket tonight, buy one get one free." Mingyi finally turned around, his pitch black eyes locking onto the crimson Sharingan. "I want 2 complete ones." "Deal." The masked man snapped his fingers. The clan leader and his wife just happened to be a pair. The space vortex enveloped the two, and in the next moment, they stood at the periphery of the Uchiha clan leader's residence. The smell of blood permeated the air, but strangely, there was a profound silence around them, as if even the chirping of insects had been suppressed by some force. "Fugaku is in the study, Mikoto is in the tea room." The masked man tilted his head. "Faye will wait for the young sir here." Mingyi silently passed through the corridor. In the study, Uchiha Fugaku lay sprawled on his desk, a family ledger opened beside him. Mingyi carefully placed the body into the first corpse, the wet ink on the ledger showing he had been recording something until his last moment. The door to the tea room was half ajar. As he pushed the door open, Uchiha Mikoto was kneeling by the window, a kunai reflecting cold light beneath the moon. Hearing the noise, she struggled to lift her head. "You are that friend's friend of Sasuke." Her voice was soft, carrying a mother's unique tenderness. "Please, tell Sasuke." Mingyi spoke softly, the healing power of the thousand-handed cells flowing through his fingertips into her heart's meridian, temporarily locking her life force. "Rest well." When the second corpse was also absorbed into the system space, Mingyi noticed the masked man squatting in the courtyard, poking at a blood-stained white flower with his finger. "All done." The masked man jumped up. "Face smells something unpleasant." In the distance, several figures wearing animal masks were gathering at the periphery of the clan territory. Mingyi squinted. Root's movements were faster than he had anticipated. "Oh dear, Danzo's old dog has really long reach." The masked man exaggeratedly waved his arms. "Should Faye help him chop off a few fingers?" Mingyi shook his head. "No need." He looked towards the main house where the heart-wrenching cries of Sasuke faintly reached him. "You should leave now." The masked man's body stiffened imperceptibly. As the space began to distort, he suddenly said, "That blonde little brat is quite interesting." Mingyi did not respond, merely watching the vortex disappear into the night. He knew that Obito was referring to Naruto, and he understood the implication behind those words, a warning and a promise. In the darkest moment before dawn, unnatural ripples spread across the barrier surrounding the root base. Danzo suddenly looked up from his documents. "Who goes there?" "Good evening." A cheerful voice came from all directions. "Faye has come to bring warmth." From the shadows, the vortex mask slowly emerged, the Sharingan radiating an eerie glow in the darkness. The root members quickly formed formations, but could not find a target for their attacks. Voices seemed to emanate from every corner at once. "Lord Danzo has been very busy lately." The tone suddenly turned cold. "Busy inserting spies into the orphanage." Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly. "Absurd. This old man is merely..." "Shoo." A pale finger suddenly pressed against his bandaged right eye. "Faye hates liars the most." The finger gently traced the bandage. "How does it feel to use this stolen IA?" The root members suddenly went rigid in unison. Their shadows had unknowingly transformed into twisted vortices, slowly wrapping around their ankles. "Next time." A chilly breath brushed against Danzo's ear. "Faye will come to take away those collectibles of yours that are soaking in jars in the basement." When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Danzo realized that the bandage on his right eye had been soaked in blood. More terrifyingly, the spare Sharingan he had hidden in the secret chamber had all turned into rotten persimmons. In the morning light, Ming Yi stood in the secret chamber of the Nana Shrine. The two corpses in the system space floated quietly above the nether blood pool, undergoing the final nurturing of their souls. Post next. Wait. Ming Yi looked out the window where two small figures were helping each other towards the ninja school. The blonde one was continuously wiping away tears, while the black-haired one held their head up stubbornly. The repairing power of the thousand-handed cells flowed quietly beneath his skin. Ming Yi knew that more opportunities were needed for the awakening of wood release. But now he had more important things to do. Prepare for the resurrection ceremony, he said softly in our own way. Ajay cheered in the sea of consciousness, understood. The nether blood pool is far more professional than Orochimaru's broken jars. The morning breeze rustled the shrine's bells, producing a crisp sound. The 7 corpses quietly awaited in the system space, like 7 unfinished requiems. And deep within the blood pool, 2 sleeping souls were slowly regaining their vitality. The rotten beams of Nanha Shrine cast spiderweb shadows in the morning light, the air heavy with the uncanny mingling of old incense, ash, and fresh iron tang of blood. Ming Yi sat cross-legged at the moss-streaked center of the worship hall, breathing in long, even rhythms. A dim golden sheen flowed beneath his skin. The thousand-hand cellular vitality forcibly poured into his marrow when he completed the Hell-Tier, Yellow Spring Guide, sign and task, a pure energy artifact unrelated to any bloodline inheritance. With every heartbeat, the miniature ocean of blood within his dantian swelled and fell like a soundless tide. His consciousness sank into that roiling nether blood pool. 3 phantom prosthetic corpses drifted like wrecks in the dark red currents. At the pool's depths, a fragment of Yujibo Fuyu's soul flickered like a candle in wind. Each blood surge carried away a little of it, and the bond severed by a sun's blade had calcified into an obstinate rent that thwarted repair. Lady Mei-Chin's spirit was knotted in even finer scars, the bone-deep wound left by a mother's last glimpse of her child's despairing cries, grief constricting her like an invisible shackle. Only the lowest, most inward corpse remained relatively whole, Yujibo Ji Shui's prosthetic husk. In the hollow of his right eye, a phosphorescent blue flame leapt and coagulated under the pool's nourishment, sketching the eye's outline as nerves and vessels reconstructed at a visible pace. Nether blood pool status report: deep scan. Yujibo Fu US soul restoration 31. 7 on the verge of collapse, core trauma, severed bloodline. Yujibo Mei-Chin soul restoration 43. 2 severely damaged, core trauma imprint of a child's wailing. Yujibo Ji Shui soul restoration 82. 9 stably recovering core trauma backlash of the deity act of self-destruction. Energy reserve 72. 3. Thousand-hand cell conversion efficiency medium. Environmental stability critical, external spiritual energy fluctuations increasing. Host Tuanzang's nose is keener than hellhounds. Ajay's voice screamed through his consciousness as virtual displays frantically cycled external surveillance. He sent 3 elite root squads. They've breached the shrine's outer perception barrier. The leader, that insect tinkering UNV Longma. His parasitic swarm is spitting out spirit break acid. Ming Yi did not lift an eyelid, yet his spiritual sense probed like an ice-cold probe through the shrine's rotten wood. 12 shadowed figures dissolved into the gloom and closed with lethal speed. The swarm's wings hummed a dirge, greedily consuming the lingering nether essence in the air. His fingertip made a hairfine mark across the dusty tatami. A thread of blood oozed and was instantly drawn in by the shrine's seemingly decayed Shimenawa. From the pool's depths, a tar-black curse like viscous pitch was forcibly extracted and slithered up his meridians to his fingertip like a venomous serpent. It was the forbidden technique gained from completing the Abyss-Tier, Vengeful Spirit Seal, sign and task, the Yellow Spring Wall. A rice grain-sized black talisman condensed at his tip and silently fired into the heart of the parasitic cloud spewing from UNV Longma's sleeve. The target was not the host, but the insects themselves. Are you insane? A surge of thought came from Ji Shui in the pool. Though his prosthetic had not fully awakened, his perception was razor-sharp. Using a vengeful curse to backbite the parasite, host will lock us instantly. Let him lock on. Ming Yi closed his eyes and regulated his breath, tone cold and flat. The Dantian pool accelerated its rotation, radiating a stronger, almost provocative pulse. The shrine's rickety wooden door exploded inward. In a spray of splinters, 12 black silhouettes flew into the dim hall like arrows. Their movements synchronized, their murderous intent palpable. UNV Longma stood at the formation's center, hands sealed, his parasitic cloud swelling with a shrill hiss as it lunged for the seated Ming Yi. Then an abrupt reversal, the black swarm suspended midair as if grasped by an invisible hand, pivoted and turned with savage speed upon its own master. Countless tiny mandibles ravaged UNV Longma's chakra shield, flesh and blood. He emitted an inhuman, keening howl as the black tide engulfed him, his limbs convulsing within the swarm. Captain, the remaining root operatives paled, their formation unraveled. Alert! The squad leader barked, glancing warily at the still-seated Ming Yi, then snapping his gaze up to the shrine's rotten beam. A flippant, ostentatious voice rang out, curiously gleeful. A figure wearing an orange spiral mask had somehow come to squat on the highest rafter, swinging a leg, idly spinning a kunai between his fingers as if watching a farcical play. Disturbing someone's tranquil hot spring time is very, very rude, he drawled. Target 2 has appeared. It's a Fey. Form up. Seize him. The leader's pupils shrank. 7 root shinobi abandoned Ming Yi and formed seals in an instant, movements like lightning. Katon majestic dragon fire art. 7 searing dragons of flame roared and wove into a net of destruction. Heat snapped the rotten beams, and the inferno surged toward the masked figure on the rafter. The blaze swallowed the rafter, the orange figure blurred and wavered within the flames until it vanished. Yet the flippant voice drifted from behind them, teasing, so hospitable. Then a Fey will give a little return gift. A kunai was nonchalantly tossed, tracing an ordinary arc as it fell toward the dusty tatami. The instant the kunai touched the mat, a shriek like fragile glass splitting echoed as space itself moaned. Countless black rifts rimmed with an ominous purple light erupted outward from the impact point like a madly spreading web. Silent, yet harboring an annihilating suction. No. A piercing scream was abruptly cut off. The 4 nearest root shinobi were gone before they could react, swallowed into those warped voids. There was no gore, no explosions. Only the sickening sound of bone and sinew being compressed and torn by spatial force. Their forms were rubbed out, as if erased, leaving not even dust behind. The 3 survivors' hearts failed them. They turned and fled toward the entrance with desperate speed. But at the exact moment their feet reached the threshold, the rotting Shimenawa that hung benignly by the door flared to life, like venomous serpents, and surged. Dark red ropes suffused with netherescence whipped around their ankles and yanked them up. With horrified screams they hung upside down from the shattered doorframe, like cattle bound for slaughter. A Fey materialized like a wraith beside UNV Long Ma's mangled, twitching form. He crouched and idly prodded a charred wound with the kunai tip, drawing a convulsion of near-death spasms. Go tell your old dog. A Fey's voice kept its exaggerated lilt, but behind the mask's eye holes the crimson kaleidoscope swept coldly across the 3 dangling urine-stained shinobi. Hands that pry too far will get cut off, you know. He raised a pale finger, and with a soft pop conjured a cluster of ghostly blue flame. The flame held no warmth. Instead, it radiated a freezing that numbed the soul. At its core, a tiny spatial vortex spun, a terrifying fusion of divine space power and nether phosphor flame. Especially if a Fey pointed toward UNV Long Ma's lone remaining eye wide with pain and fear. You touch one hair of my brother. The blue flame swelled like a living thing and wrapped itself around the man. It did not burn flesh alone, but assaulted a deeper plane. A soul wail 100 times worse than any fleshly agony tore through the shrine. Before the 3 dangling men's stupefied gaze, a translucent, writhing apparition, UNV Long Ma's soul, was forcibly drawn out of the shattered body by the blue flame. The spirit rolled and deformed within the fire, enduring unimaginable torment and emitting a silent shriek that struck at the minds of all living beings present. The flame acted like a ravenous furnace, refining the soul's impurities, compressing and purifying them. The process lasted a suffocatingly long few seconds. At last the wail collapsed into silence. UNV Long Ma's spirit had been thoroughly smelted into a viscous drop, dark as blood but speckled with ghostly blue starlight, floating on a Fey's fingertip. A little souvenir for you. With a flick he launched the bead of solescence into the open collar of one dangling man, letting it nestle cold against his heart. Tell Tuan Zhang's old dog that I'll keep this solash for him. Next time, the mask turned to the last near-fainting shinobi. I'll personally fetch those glass marbles in his cellar and his old life roast them for 100 years, so even reincarnation can't save him. At a Fey's words the ropes slackened, and the 3 shinobi fell like sludge, scrambled away into the foggy woods, without once looking back, leaving a scene of ruin and UNV Long Ma's blackened, desouled husk behind. A Fey appeared before Ming Yi as if by teleportation. Behind the mask his gaze pierced flesh and landed on Ming Ye's dantian, where the pool's breath was settling. Xiao Ye's blood pool. It buries itself deeper and deeper. The tone held neither praise nor contempt. Ming Yi opened his eyes, his pupils were abyssal black. He lifted his right hand palm up. A fist-sized globule of roiling blood-colored liquid rose and hovered above it. Within the outlines of 3 prosthetic corpses drifted and blurred. Fuyu's fragments, Meiqin's sorrow, Jishui's right eye burning with blue flame. All were visible in that churn. The pool's ominous pressure made the remaining spatial rifts hum with unease. Wanted. Ming Ye's voice was void of motion. TCH still so unlovable. A Fey complained, and without warning lunged his left hand forward like a talon, space warping with his divine space power as he drove it toward Ming Ye's heart. The grab was lightning fast and targeted, toward the core of the Dantian pool. A space vortex formed at his fingertip the instant it appeared. Ming Ye's palm liquid boiled. Like a wrathful primeval beast, it erupted in world-consuming flame. No longer dark red, the fire flared a blinding scarlet, exuding the scent of annihilation. The blaze swelled, devouring a Fey's reaching arm and ravenously corroding along his space vortex. Nanha Shrine's interior was painted into a glaring blood purgatory. Rotten beams, the altar, the Shimenawa, all warped and cracked under the heat with snapping pops. The air reeked of char and sulfur. A phase space channel shook violently under the onslaught of the blood flame and groaned as if about to collapse. He grunted, snapping his arm back like lightning. The black sleeve that had covered his forearm turned to ash, the exposed skin bore dark red scorch marks like brands. Threads of space energy tried to mend them, but were stubbornly blocked by the dead nether aura of the blood flame residue. Crack. The orange spiral mask on his face split another pronounced seam. I warned you, Ming Yi said, bloodlight rippling in his eyes like lava at the abyss's floor. The blood flame in his palm retracted and reformed into the roiling blood liquid, but its perilous aura did not diminish. If you grasp the pool, the nether core's self-destruct protocol triggers. The system collapses, the pool erases itself and everything within, including your petty designs, into oblivion. His voice was as flat as stating a fact. Or you can try killing me. Same result. At worst. A cold arc of a smile twisted his lips. It reboots. At the word reboot, the crimson kaleidoscope behind a phase mask pupils contracted sharply. He glimpsed within the deepest reaches of Ming Ye's consciousness a massive grotesque skull-shaped sigil formed of endless blood-red runes, the rebirth protocol, slowly turning, emanating a soul-freezing aura of annihilation. It was not a threat, but a statement. At that moment, distant from the shrine, a sobbing, panicked voice cut the suffocating stillness. Nikon. Nikon, are you inside? The Hokage came with so many people. They look scary. The blood liquid vanished into Ming Ye's palm at once. The churning sea in his dantian stilled into gentle, nurturing ripples. Ming Yi rose, brushed non-existent dust from his robes, took a rag from the offering table, and calmly wiped the dust from the altar as if nothing had occurred. A Fei had returned to the highest rafter without a sound, as though he had never left. He swung his leg and idly twirled the kunai again, as if the earlier confrontation were mere sport. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen charged into the shrine with Kakashi and a detachment of root under his command, faces grave. The choking scent of blood charred the warped residue of spatial rifts, and UNV Long Ma's ghastly remains weighed on them all. Sarutobi's hawk-like gaze swept the ruin and finally fixed on the masked figure on the beam and the quiet child polishing the altar below. Mr. Afei. Sarutobi's voice was low. The ember in his pipe flickered as his suppressed emotion fluttered. What are you doing here? Afei's tone flipped to an exaggerated cheer as he leaped down and landed lightly, theatrically dusting off imaginary dirt. Oh Lord Hokage, you finally came. He casually kicked at UNV Long Ma's carbonized, barely human shell. Just helping you tidy up the pests who trespassed. See how clean. Not a scrap wasted. Kakashi ignored the show. His attention was riveted on the black-haired child silently wiping the altar. The visible Sharingan rolled uncontrollably. Through Ming Ye's frail guise he perceived it, the roiling viscous sea buried in the dantian. Within the blood sea, three pale bodies bobbed. Yujibo Fuyu's closed Mangekyo, Meichin's vacant 3 tomo, and at the deepest point the black-haired youth's hollow left eye socket and a right eye burning with cold blue phosphor flame. 3 pairs of eyes seemed to pierce through flesh and return a frigid stare. The eyes, those eyes. Kakashi reeled as if struck, clutching his left eye in agony, swaying and almost collapsing. A ringing filled his ears, the blank scraped name on the memorial stone, a cold voice calling someone worthless in a hospital corridor, the bleak gaze of night moon at death. All these images tumbled and overlapped with the 3 cold gazes in the blood sea, shredding his nerves. They're moving, they're looking at me. Kakashi Senior must be exhausted from missions talking nonsense, Ming Yi said calmly, tossing the rag onto the altar without ceremony. He lifted his right hand, a soft, irresistible thread of pale gold light gathered at his fingertips. The thousand-hand requiem he had acquired through Seinen, a pure energy artifact. The golden thread, as if animate, slid precisely into the back of Kakashi's hand, where he clutched his eye and traced instantly to the restless Sharingan. A hum, a gentle but immense solar-like power forced itself in. Kakashi gasped. The searing pain and frantic visions in his left eye were suppressed, and the Sharingan's rotation halted. The force, like a warm spring, soothed his boiling head and tearing pain. He went weak, dropped to one knee, gasping, his mask soaked with cold sweat. I recommend a leave of absence. Ming Yi withdrew his hand, glanced at the pale-faced Sarutobi, and finally at the charred corpse on the ground, his tone flat. Or find a good therapist. Constantly confusing trash with hallucination isn't healthy. He stepped outside without pausing, brushing past Sarutobi, as if the village's Hokage were no more important than a roadside stone. Sarutobi curled his fists beneath his wide sleeves until his knuckles blanched. He watched Ming Ye's silhouette vanish into the morning light at the shrine's gate, then looked to the rafter, where the orange-masked figure hummed a discordant tune, and finally, at Kakashi, exhausted, his face registering fatigue and an abyssal helplessness. The fractured vision of a crystal ball flashed through his mind again, the child turning with cold, penetrating eyes. Issue an order. Sarutobi's voice carried an unprecedented weight and a faint, reluctant compromise as it broke the shrine's silencing calm. Effective, immediately cancel all surveillance and probing operations against the medic Ming Yi. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as a traitor. Hokage, a root operative, blurted, that blood pool's aura, and a Fei. That is his life. Sarutobi cut him off sharply, his tone rising into a near-barren resolve as he slammed his pipe onto the altar, sparks flying. He lifted his head and scanned the masked operatives, finally resting his gaze on the ruined roof that opened to Konoha's blue yet tarnished sky. Whoever touches him, he paused. Each word seemed squeezed from clenched teeth, ice lacing his voice. That madman, Afei, really will take the whole of Konoha, and with it our souls, into his domain and roast them for 100 years. Roast until not even ash remains. The last sentence was almost a growl, a humiliated clarity by the cliff's edge. That night, deep within Root's base, in an utterly sealed chamber, Tuanzong, one-eye bloodshot, slammed his veins-trained hand onto the cold metal console. A reinforced glass of a cultivation tank shattered, pale green medium, and costly nutrients gurgled out. Inside, a dozen precious Sharingan suspended in special solution and hooked to delicate conduits were visibly withering, shriveling, rotting. They had been intended to cultivate and fuse with thousand-hand cells as the bedrock of his ambition. Now they rotted like spoiled fruit. Trash. A pile of trash. Tuanzang's roar filled the chamber, a blend of furious rage and a barely veiled terror. His carefully orchestrated probe had not only lost UNV Long Ma's elite squad, but also suffered a catastrophic blow to its most secret research. The reserve Sharingan he had hoarded had all failed within hours. As he heaved with rage, a rice grain-sized hole silently melted in the vent's metal mesh. A viscous dark red bead speckled with ghostly blue starlight shot out like a living bullet and struck the console's alloy edge near his fallen hand. The bead embedded itself and detonated. Not with flame or shock, but a strange blue and red glow rose, burning twisted grotesque blood characters into the cold metal. Next time, I'll roast you. Each glyph seemed forged from molten spirit edges flickering with an eternal nether phosphor flame. Bastard. Tuanzong snarled, veins bulging, eyes laced with blood. He swung his fist at the words. But before his knuckles met metal, the wound on his hand, cut earlier by the tank's glass, erupted in a new horror. His blood spontaneously ignited. Not ordinary fire, but an ice-deep, space-staring blue phosphor flame. The tiny tongue of flame thumb-sized exuded a soul-freezing cold. The flame wavered and warped the light. Before Tuanzang's horrified eyes, it congealed into a small, shimmering apparition of an orange spiral mask. Behind the mask's eye holes, something like crimson sight, pierced time, teasing and murderous, gazing wordlessly at him. Is the temperature right, Tuanzong, old dog? A voice both insolently playful and bone-cold echoed in the depths of his mind like a parasite. Tuanzong let out an inhuman roar and flailed to extinguish the uncanny flame. But the blue phosphor clung like a bone worm, impossible to snuff. It crawled a short way up along his blood and brought an icy pain to the marrow. He plunged his hand into a nearby disinfectant drum. The acrid liquid smothered the flame with a hiss, and the cold receded for the moment. He drew his hand out, heaving. The flame was gone, but the burned skin bore a scorched black ring and a strange sigil, aching faintly and immune to chakra treatment. Tuanzong stared at the mark and then at the burning characters on the console, hatred and a reluctant dread, something clawing from his soul, boiling in his one red eye. Meanwhile, a new crack spidered the surface of the crystal ball in the Hokage's office. Inside the globe, a clear image formed, the far corner of the 7th training ground, shadows cast by a few trees. Yuji-Bo's Zhuyu curled beneath a root, small body collapsed in grief and exhaustion, tear tracks still wet. Ming-Yi silently hefted him onto his back, not gentle, but carrying a steady, peculiar certainty. Naruto's eyes were swollen and red from crying. Between sobs, he clumsily removed his faded jacket and tried to drape it over Zhuyu, also attempting to share half with Ming-Yi's thin shoulders. Far above, where clouds thinned, a tiny figure wearing an orange spiral mask hovered in the air. Cold moonlight slid across the mask and gave it an inorganic sheen. He cast his gaze downward. The mask's eye holes seemed to pierce distance and precisely watched the two children huddled among the roots and the heavy burden carried by the figure with them. Like a raptor circling above a fragile nest, silent and dangerous, claiming and guarding without question. Sarutobi rubbed his pulsing temples, exhausted. The crack on the crystal ball seemed to spread into his heart. He waved a hand and rasped the same daytime order. Issue the order. Cancel all surveillance on the medic Ming-Yi. Priority highest. But Hokage, a counselor, pressed the pool's threat and a fey. I said it is his life. Sarutobi slammed the table, ash sprinkling the floor. His eyes showed deep weariness and the helplessness of one cornered. Don't you understand? That isn't a threat. It is a declaration. Whoever dares move against him. He pointed at the image of Ming-Yi carrying Zhuyu away. That madman Afei truly will drag Konoha into his divine space, and with his nether ghost fire roast us from body to soul, inch by inch, into ash. Leave not even a chance for rebirth. His voice trembled faintly, a reason pleading before absolute madness. Moonlight slanted through the broken roof of Nanha Shrine and modeled Ming-Yi's sleeping face. His breath was steady as if daylight's tumult had been a dream. Yet beneath his dantian the nether blood sea seethed. Scarlet energy like molten lava circled the core and sent towering waves skyward. 3 prosthetic corpses rode the storm within the pool. Yuji-Bo Fuyu's soul fragment flared and waned. Restoration crawled with agony. 31. 7. 31. 8. Each slight gain accompanied by soul-rending shrieks as the bloodline's severed bond resisted healing. Yet under the blood's brutal onslaught, the stubborn fissure's edges glinted faintly with gold, the extracted thousand-hand cell essence striving to stitch the deepest wounds. Yuji Bo Meichin's spirit was entangled in myriad threads of sorrow, her restoration fluctuating violently around 43. 2. Each crashing wave forced her to curl inward, echoing the sound of Zhu유's heart-rending cries deep within her soul. Yet in the pool's most violent core, a pure node of Seinen bestowed, Requiem starlight, had been forcibly injected, a sliver of light in the dark that briefly chased away some despair and held restoration steady at 43. 5. At the deepest point, Yuji Ji Shui's prosthetic nearly drowned beneath the surging tide. Restoration rose from 82.9 to 83.0 as the blue phosphor in his right eye burned and took shape with unprecedented speed. A new eyeball outline formed, vessels knitting under the ghostly glow, every pulse of that eye tugged at the surrounding pool into small whirlpools. The violent soul ripples radiating from him battered the pool's barriers, a sign of imminent awakening. Behind his sealed lids, the eye spun wildly, as if enduring a waking nightmare. His lips moved soundlessly, repeating two names, E2, Zhuyu. Warning: blood pool energy overload. Prosthetic: Ji Shui, spiritual fluctuations abnormal, possible premature awakening or uncontrollable mutation. Warning: external high energy spiritual interference, increasing source root-based direction. Ajai's virtual avatar flickered red in Ming Ye's consciousness, frantically adjusting energy input to calm the pool's tumult. And in the absolute forbidden zone, even Ajai could not fully scan a colossal, hideous skull sigil of rebirth, composed of billions of ephemeral blood runes, slowly accelerated its rotation. In the skull's hollow eyes, a darker, more ominous dark red gleam throbbed, like a dormant, world-devouring beast waiting to swallow everything and reboot the cycle should its host or the system core suffer a mortal blow. A night owl cried abruptly in the silent wood, ominous and foreboding. Under the shadow of the great Hokage rock, a raven as black as ink perched atop the memorial stone. Its blood-red eye reflected the direction of Nana's shrine, and within that shimmer the far corner of the 7th training ground, where a black-haired boy clutched a kunai in sleep, tears still slipping. Yuji Bo Zhuyu. The crow lifted its head and let out a piercing blood knife cry toward the blood-red moon. A viscous dark red bead seeped from the crow's eye and dripped onto the memorial stone's cold name carving, staining a small, glaring patch of scarlet. The night was still long. The blood pool's fury had only just begun. As the morning sun cast a shimmering golden edge on the imposing Hokage rock, two small figures stealthily approached the rock wall below, akin to squirrels foraging in the forest. The morning breeze carried a chill brushing against Naruto's signature golden hair. To the left bird's nest. Do you see it? Right in the seam of the 3rd Hokage's hairstyle. Azai's voice excitedly buzzed in Mingya's consciousness, a 3D rotating model of the birdsong pill simulated on the virtual screen, precise delivery. It would ensure that the 3rd Hokage would have a background soundtrack of bird songs playing on loop while reviewing documents today, refreshing his mind and dramatically improving his efficiency. Minji remained expressionless, his dark eyes sweeping over the target. He took a deep breath, the flowing Senju bloodline within him granting him physical strength and recovery far beyond that of his peers, while the chakra traits of the Uzumaki clan made his aura long and stable. With a gentle push of his toes against the rough rock wall, he climbed with the agility of a gecko, his movements swift and silent. This basic body technique taught at the Ninja Academy was executed by him with remarkable finesse, subtly reflecting the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique and precise chakra control. Below, Naruto looked up nervously, his small face flushed with excitement as he tightly hugged the prank props provided by Azai, a few colorful pills emitting a suspiciously sweet scent. As Mingya's finger accurately tossed a pill into the concealed bird's nest, Naruto couldn't help but let out a chuckle, quickly covering his mouth with his dirty little hand. His bright blue eyes curved into crescent moons filled with pure joy from the success of their prank. Ding! The prank mission Hokage Rock Symphony is complete. Reward: red bean soup, 2 special flavor from Uzumaki Kushina, fried tofu, 1 containing a trace of Een attribute, chakra recovery potion, 1 Senju cell compatible version. Next stop: Ninja School Teacher's Office. Azai rubbed his hands eagerly in the system space, the virtual keyboard clattering. Target: Iruka Sensius, beloved teapot. Let's let this conscientious teacher have a taste of rainbow sneeze powder. Task code: Teachers, Sneeze Symphony. Go, go, go. Naruto, carrying the freshly acquired warm red bean soup reward, trotted excitedly behind Minji, his face glowing with excitement. Unbeknownst to him, he had transformed from a past victim of pranks often mistakenly heard into a glorious participant in this planned, organized, and systematically rewarded mischief. The midday sun scorched the earth, and Naruto's shabby little room, which had barely been tidied by Minji, once again fell into a chaotic whirlpool. To the left mountain of instant noodle buckets. Yes, that's it. Naruto, do you hoard so many empty buckets like a hamster? Are you planning to use them as cover in the 3rd Ninja World War? Azai lamented within Mingya's consciousness, the virtual screen rapidly refreshing optimization plans for Operation Save the Doghouse V3.0 with various 3D models of furniture layouts flashing incessantly. It even simulated the odor waveform emitted from the garbage pile with values that were glaringly high. Minji resembled a pre-programmed cleaning automaton, his small face, stern, his gaze focused. The Senju clan cells within him provided an endless supply of stamina, while chakra coursed through his limbs, enhancing his muscular strength. With strength far exceeding that of ordinary children, he effortlessly dragged the mountain of garbage bags outside, his movements efficient and precise. Naruto scrambled to keep up behind, attempting to help clean the floor, but ended up kicking over a bucket full of dirty water, causing murky water to spread instantly. Slacker. Mingya's temple twitched, and a cold reprimand escaped his lips. This familiar title momentarily halted Sasuke, who was silently organizing ninja tools nearby. I am sorry, Minji. Naruto flailed, turning to grab a cloth, only to trip over the filthy orange fox plush toy he had carelessly tossed on the ground, landing heavily with a muffled thud. A short, clear laugh came from the doorway, breaking the chaos within the room. Both turned their heads simultaneously to see Uchiha Sasuke leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, his posture slightly stiff. He had changed into a clean dark blue outfit, and while there were still some slight traces of swelling around his eyes, the demeanor of the Uchiha young master returned, carrying some of his characteristic restraint and pride. He struggled to maintain a serious expression, but the earlier laugh had clearly betrayed him, the corners of his mouth curling upward, though quickly flattened, clearly visible to Naruto and Minji. Idiot slacker. Sasuke snorted lightly as he walked into the room. Disdainfully, he kicked aside an empty milk carton obstructing his path, yet smoothly picked up a relatively clean cloth from the ground, wrung it out, and began meticulously wiping up the water that Naruto had spilled. His actions were precise and brisk, carrying the unique rigor of the Uchiha clan, as if he were not wiping the floor, but practicing the precise trajectory for shuriken throwing. Naruto, rubbing his sore bottom, got up, and seeing Sasuke's movements, immediately forgot the pain, grinning widely, and revealing his little white teeth. You came to help. I knew you couldn't just sit back and watch. Sasuke, however, did not reply, merely pursing his lips and focusing on his task, though a hint of red appeared at the tips of his ears, betraying his internal turmoil. He wiped up the dirty water, and then walked towards the corner where the ninja tool pouch lay scattered, meticulously classifying and organizing shuriken, kunai, and bandages. Naruto watched Sasuke's silent and reliable figure, his bright blue eyes sparkling with astonishment, and grabbed a broom, swinging it with even more effort, though it still kicked up plenty of dust. Minji stood by, quietly observing the two small figures clumsily busy among the garbage, one like an undying little sun, with messy golden hair, full of vitality and noise, the other like the early spring chill, with smooth black hair, silent and reserved, yet exuding an inner resilience. The faint burning sensation from the ethereal patterns of the flower on his back, caused by the high-intensity cleaning through chakra use, seemed to be subtly neutralized by the strange warmth emanating from the scene before him. He said nothing, merely walked over, silently rearranging a kunai that Sasuke had missed in order of length and wear, and neatly scooped up the pile of trash that Naruto had swept into a disarray, tossing it into a bag and tying it shut with clean, swift movements. Azai's voice echoed in his consciousness, live broadcast of the large-scale, fragrant scene underway. Host, you are getting better at this Uchiha nanny and Jinchuriki caretaker part-time job. Your KPI nanny version is soaring. The system suggests unlocking the housekeeping master achievement. As dusk fell, the last rays of daylight were swallowed by the deep blue night. With the efforts of the three, primarily Minji and Sasuke, Naruto's little house finally looked refreshed, barely taking on the outline and warmth of a home. The low table was wiped clean, holding the rewards from the prank mission, red bean soup and fried tofu, along with the three-colored dango that Sasuke had specially brought in a delicate food box earlier that afternoon. The dim yellow light softly spilled down, enveloping the three small figures huddled together in a warm halo, creating an atmosphere of rare peace and tranquility after days of chaos. Minji, this biggest fried tofu is for you. Naruto eagerly picked up the largest, crispiest piece of fried tofu from the bowl with his chopsticks, and carefully placed it into Mingya's bowl, looking up at him with bright, sparkling blue eyes filled with pure joy of sharing. Sasuke said nothing, merely pushed the bowl of steaming red bean soup in front of him toward Minji, his face still habitually stern, showing little expression, but the slight redness of his ears betrayed his inner fluctuations. Minji looked at the food rapidly piling up in his bowl: sweet red bean soup, golden fried tofu, and the bowl that Sasuke had pushed over. He paused for a few seconds, his pitch-black eyes appearing especially deep under the dim light. Then with his chopsticks, he carefully split the piece of fried tofu in half, placing one half back into Naruto's bowl, and the other into Sasuke's, succinctly uttering a single word: eat. Naruto immediately cheered, a whoa, stuffing half a piece of fried tofu into his mouth, chewing contentedly with his cheeks full, his eyes squinting in happiness. Sasuke, meanwhile, lowered his gaze, taking small bites of the soft and glutinous three-colored dango. His movements refined, though he would occasionally quickly raise his gaze to steal a glance at Minji, who was quietly eating. Ding. Daily task: cozy dinner completed. Reward: chakra recovery potion, 1 Senju cell compatible version, doghouse maintenance fund, copper coins 100. Azai looked at the pitiful amount of copper coins and rolled his eyes in the system space. System, you might as well be stingy to death. Is this enough to buy a roll of toilet paper? Does the host struggle to raise the children so easily? I strongly demand an increase in the childcare allowance. As Naruto and Sasuke finally succumbed to exhaustion, falling into a deep sleep on the bedding Minji had laid out with Naruto inevitably clinging to Sasuke's arm. Like an octopus again, Minji quietly got up. The powerful Senju cells within him quickly restored the stamina consumed during the day, the soreness in his muscles receding like the tide. However, deep within his consciousness, the cold, inorganic prompt from the underworld system rang out on time, dispelling the last thread of warmth. Underworld system, night mode activated. KPI check-in task released. Yomi's Fairy Final Echo objective: collect spirit remnant beacons 505 before midnight. Time limit before the moon sets. Punishment: deduct 15 of host vitality, decrease soul fusion by 5. Note: target has been locked. The ruins of the valley of the endpoints of lingering thoughts of specific spirits. Perception mode enhancement activated. Additional incentive: perfectly collect 5 beacons. Reward: sealed Flying Thunder God Kanai Remnant 1. Flying Thunder God Kanai. Is it still a remnant? Azai's voice shot up in pitch, filled with incredulous excitement. Though it's a damaged item, it absolutely retains the unique space-time coordinate mark of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Host. Charge. For Little Chili Kushina and the Golden Flash Minato. For our impure world reincarnation. Oh no, I mean the spirit reconstruction plan. Go for it. This time it's a great profit. Mingya's figure dissolved into the darkness like a drop of ink in water, silently vanishing into the night, transforming into a wisp of spirit heading towards the valley of the end outside the Leaf Village. The cold moonlight spilled over the colossal statues of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The stone figures of 2 legends in the ninja world stood silently, as if recounting the earth-shattering battle. The deafening roar of the waterfall drowned out all subtle noises. In the ethereal vision activated by Minji, benefiting from the Hyuga bloodline's natural advantage and chakra perception combined with the power of the underworld forming a sharper spiritual sight, this ancient battlefield presented a radically different scene. Countless faint, yet resilient silver light points floated like fireflies in a summer night, drifting among the ruins and ancient roots. Each light point emitted a unique wave of intention, some steadfastly guarding Konoha unto death, others filled with deep regret over unfinished business, and some expressing unwilling howls of defeat. These were the spirit remnant beacons required by the system. Collecting them was far from easy. These beacons bore the final strong will imprints of the living, instinctively resisting and repelling the underworld's powers representing End and Fairy. Minji had to be extremely careful maneuvering the nearly transparent, ethereal butterflies condensed from the underworld's power, sprinkling calming powder as if soothing a frightened little beast. Once the resistance of the beacons slightly weakened, he would cautiously wrap and peel them off with the pure refined power of the underworld, the entire process akin to plucking the most delicate flowers from a thorny thicket filled with invisible spikes, consuming immense mental energy and chakra, especially to maintain the ethereal vision and precisely control the ethereal butterflies. Collecting Spirit Remnant Beacon 15, 25, 35. Each successful collection was accompanied by intense mental fatigue. Beneath his clothing, the ethereal flower patterns glowed faintly, greedily absorbing the Een attribute energy from the moonlight and transforming it into the underworld's power to support his actions. Just as he locked onto the 4th beacon, an ethereal butterfly gracefully sprinkled calming powder. At the moment the underworld's power was about to envelop it, an unexpected change occurred. From a nondescript rock crevice shrouded in the shadow of a massive tree root, a thick oil-like, distorted black resentment suddenly surged forth. It was not an ordinary muddled malevolent spirit, but one that radiated a primal hunger to devour everything, evidently spawned and entrenched by the strong, lingering thoughts of spirits in this area, the soul-eating miasma. It struck like a venomous snake, silently and swiftly coiling around Mingya's unsuspecting calf, instantly draining the life from the plants it touched, turning them to charred ashes. Host, be careful. It's soul-eating miasma. Physical attacks are ineffective. Quickly use underworld fire. Azai's alarm rang out in his consciousness. Mingya's eyes sharpened suddenly, his pitch-black pupils constricting instantly. Without hesitation, he decided to forcibly interrupt the collection of the 4th beacon, channeling all his underworld power to transform it into the blazing flames of the soul to dodge and counterattack. However, just in that fleeting moment, an invisible ripple in space unexpectedly spread out less than a meter beside him. Sizzle! The rushing soul-eating miasma collided with an invisible razor-sharp spatial barrier. Its distorted form was instantly sliced, torn apart, and the spatial force forcibly twisted it into a bizarre, twisted shape. Immediately after, a hand covered with black gloves suddenly reached out from the center of the spatial ripple. Fingers spread wide, a tiny yet terrifyingly powerful vortex of divine might abruptly appeared in the palm. Oh! The soul-eating miasma let out a silent, soul-piercing wail, its entire twisted form forcibly yanked into that vortex of divine might, leaving not a single trace behind. As if it had never existed. The spatial ripple settled like a stone thrown into water, swiftly calming, leaving only faint, nearly imperceptible ripples in its wake. Only the silver beacon, nearly affected, remained quietly suspended in front of Minji within the ethereal vision, as if the earlier perilous scene had merely been an illusion. Minji silently extended his hand, the underworld power surged again, enveloping that beacon. This time the process was exceptionally smooth. The faint light of the beacon reflected in his pitch-black eyes, deep and tranquil, showing no emotion, as if he were neither surprised nor concerned about the sudden spatial assistance. Collecting Spirit Remnant Beacon 4-5. He proceeded towards the last location marked by the system at the edge of a deep pond beneath the first Hokage statue. Here the mist hung heavy and the roar of the waterfall was deafening. A beacon brighter than the others with a faint warm golden glow at its core floated quietly above the water's surface. As he approached, Minji could even distinctly feel a warm and swift breath brushing against him, as if a golden flash had swiftly passed before his eyes, carrying a sense of comforting guardian will. He extended his hand, gently wrapping around the beacon with the underworld power. Unexpectedly, this golden beacon showed no signs of resistance. On the contrary, it conveyed a faint yet unmistakably clear intention, filled with gentle protective meaning, willingly merging into Mingya's palm, like a fledgling returning home. A gentle warmth spread along his arm, dispelling the coldness of the underworld's power. Collecting Spirit Remnant Beacon 5-5 completed. KPI check-in task: Yomi's Fairy Final Echo completed. Reward: Energy Infusion from the Underworld Blood Pool, Medium Soul Stability 2. Additional reward: Sealed Flying Thunder God Kunai Remnant 1 has been issued to the system space. In the item bar, a mini kunai less than the size of a palm lay quietly, its entire body exhibiting a luxurious golden hue. However, this kunai was covered in a spiderweb of fine cracks, the tip missing a critical piece. The surface of the kunai was entwined with dense, writhing black runic chains emanating a powerful and ancient sealing aura. Yet at the core of this heavy sealing, a faint yet tenacious golden light pulsed like an unyielding heart, steadily and determinately beating, signaling its extraordinary essence. Minato Namikaze. The Golden Flash. Azai's voice was filled with unprecedented awe and excitement. Host, you've gotten it. The most critical time-space coordinate token. Though sealed and damaged, the core mark is intact. With the nurturing power of our underworld blood pool, finding a suitable vessel sacrificial body in the future. Reviving this legend will no longer be an unreachable fantasy. The future looks promising. Mingya's gaze lingered on the small, heavily sealed kunai for a moment. He closed the item bar, his pitch-black eyes piercing through the heavy night of the Valley of the End, gazing towards the direction of Konoha, as if he could see beyond all obstacles to the name Minato Namikaze engraved on the memorial stone. All emotions were repressed, calm as a deep pool. He turned away, his figure blending into the darkness, disappearing, as if he had never existed, swallowed by the roaring water and silent history of the Valley of the End. Meanwhile, the light in the Hokage office remained bright. The third Hokage, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, wearily rubbed his temples. In the crystal ball before him, the image of the Valley of the End flickered like a bad signal before vanishing completely. He noticed a new, extremely fine, almost imperceptible crack on the crystal ball's pristine surface. Sighing, he picked up a report just submitted by the Umbu. It detailed the birdsong incident that occurred on Hokage Rock during the day, causing the third Hokage statue's head to intermittently emit realistic bird sounds for a full 3 hours, and the rainbow sneeze incident in the ninja school teacher's office, Iruka Sensei, sneezing in a colorful chain after drinking tea, creating quite a spectacular scene. At the end of the report was a vague description from witnesses: a black-haired child moving extremely fast, and a noisy golden-haired child. Relay this. The third Hokage's voice carried deep resignation, yet there was a hint of barely perceptible indulgence. Regarding these harmless pranks occurring near the orphanage and the ninja school, the investigation will stop here and no further action will be taken. Just strengthen the night patrols. Yes. The shadowy Umbu disappeared in response. Hiruzen's gaze turned to the heavy night outside the window, smoke rising gently from his pipe. His eyes penetrated the darkness as if seeing the scene of 3 children who had lost their loved. The warm aroma of red bean soup seemed to linger at the tip of his nose. Yomi's Fairy. He murmured softly, his eyes clouded in the swirling smoke, filled with complexity, worry, vigilance, but deep down also a glimmer of unspoken hope. Pharmacist Jin, your son, like you, walks the edge between life and death. What you have left him is ultimately hope or a deeper shackle. In the dimly lit underground base, the shadows cast a gloom over Shimura Danzo's face. He stared intensely at the charred mark on the back of his right hand, which now sent waves of subtle yet sharp pain. A report from a secret monitoring point was slammed onto the cold metal table, producing a sharp sound. The report's title was Glaring Analysis Report of Abnormal High-Strength Spatial Fluctuations Detected at the Valley of the End, Suspected Divine Might Characteristics. Akatsuki. Pharmacist Minji. Danzo squeezed out these 2 names through clenched teeth, his solitary eye swirling with deep-seated malice and rage. Do you think you can hide these petty actions in the Valley of the End from my eyes? Did you think this was the end? His gaze slithered through the darkest corners of the secret chamber. There, a black scroll wrapped in layers of sealing talismans exuded an ominous aura. It was a fragment of a forbidden soul technique underworld blood contract that he had forcefully seized from pharmacist Jin's relics. The sealing on the scroll bore faint patterns resembling the ethereal flowers on Mingya's back. Pharmacist Jin's bloodline. The power of Yomi. And the Sharingan. Danzo's solitary eye glimmered with greedy and frenzied light. All of this will ultimately become roots nourishing the rebirth of Konoha. I will never let you have your way. The night wind wailed through the quiet forest of memorial stones like whispers of the departed. A pitch-black crow silently descended perched atop the stone tablet, engraved with the name Minato Namikaze. Its blood-red eyes turned coldly, reflecting the crescent moon in the night sky, and oddly mirrored the shadowy figure of a black-haired child in a shabby little house on the outskirts of the Leaf Village, unconsciously clenching his little fist in sleep, as if tightly holding onto something incredibly precious. Pharmacist Minji. The morning sun generously bathed the village of Mai once again, yet it failed to completely dispel the mental fatigue brought by the collection of the heroic spirit's remnant beacon from last night. Mingyi closed his eyes, feeling the slow yet steady repair of chakra by the senju cells within him, while the lingering cold sensation from the patterns of the other shore flower on his back felt like a festering wound. The energetic voice of Azai echoed in his consciousness, laced with a hint of mischievous excitement, forcefully dispelling the heaviness. Host. A new day, a new sign and task. Let's have a light-hearted change of mood. Today's KPI sign and task: Dusk Therapy of the Mai F4. KPI sign and task: Dusk Therapy of the Mai F4. Objective: use transformation technique system-assisted version to disguise as an elderly version of Shimura Danzo Sarutobi, Hiruzen Mido Kage, and Tsurugi Koharu. Successfully blend into the Mai Hot Spring Tauzi Village, enjoy a luxurious bath service, and successfully sign the bill with the name of Shimura Danzo. Rewards: Uzumaki Kushina's Secret Chili Sauce 3 Soul Resonance Special Edition Basic Material Pack for Righteous Corpses Skeleton 1 A Chakra Recovery Potion 1. Reminder: the system provides a perfect elderly makeup transformation template lasting for 30 minutes. Please showcase your acting skills. The key to successful sign-in lies in immersive experience. Mingyi opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness flashed in his dark gaze. He looked at Naruto, who was still sound asleep, drooling all over the pillow, and Sasuke, who was being used as a pillow by Naruto, and seemed to be frowning in a nightmare. Hey Tailender, wake up. Mingyi poked Naruto's soft cheek with his hand. Ugh. 5 more minutes. Perverted sage. Ramen. Naruto mumbled, turning over and tightening his grip on Sasuke. Sasuke let out a muffled grunt, suddenly opening his eyes, filled with the confusion of just waking up and the fury of being disturbed. Idiot Tailender. Let go. Do you want to strangle me? After a chaotic pillow fight, the two boys, sporting identical messy hairdos, finally managed to wake up reluctantly. When Mingyi calmly announced today's great sign-in plan, Naruto's blue eyes erupted with a brightness more dazzling than the noon sun. His drowsiness completely vanished, transformed into Grandpa Hokage and that bad old man Danzo to soak in the hot spring and scrub, signing the name of the bad old man to pay. Awesome. He excitedly bounced around, as if he could already see the furious expressions of the third Hokage and Danzo upon learning of this, his small fists waving with enthusiasm. Sasuke's small face, however, was tightly tensed, his eyes filled with deep disdain and complaint, as if to say, are you two out of your minds from the waterfall at the end of the valley yesterday? Boring to the extreme. You guys go. How could the honorable Uchiha Sasuke disguise himself as those boring and annoying old men? It was simply a disgrace. He picked up a towel and vigorously wiped off the drool marks left by Naruto. Task rewards: Mingyi's voice remained flat, yet precisely throughout. The key bait include Uzumaki Kushina's Secret Chili Sauce Soul Resonance Special Edition, as well as Uchiha Itachi Flavor Limited Edition 3-color dumplings. Sasuke's motion of adjusting his collar instantly froze. He quickly glanced at Mingyi and then swiftly averted his gaze as if he had been burned, the pale red hue visibly spreading to his ears. He pressed his lips tightly together and after a long pause squeezed out a very reluctant humph. I'm just supervising you two idiots to prevent you from causing unmanageable trouble and embarrassing the Uchiha clan. Yet his body honestly began to pack his things for leaving. Tauzi Village Hot Spring, a long-standing establishment in the village of Mai. In the evening, the mist of the medicinal bath mixed with the fragrance of herbs lingered in the air. For old antiques dressed in plain bathrobes, their figures trembling helped each other as they stepped in, as if they would fall apart at any moment, slowly making their entrance. This peculiar combination instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the front hall. Shimura Danzo walked in front, his back straightened desperately in an attempt to create an air of authority, but his stiff movements resembled someone who had just been fitted with prosthetics. His right eye was tightly wrapped in bandages, while his exposed left eye attempted to mimic a sharp and sinister glare, but the effect resembled more of an annoyed orange cat. Naruto, I'm glaring. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned on a makeshift wooden Sarutobi pipe, a forced smile on his face that looked more like a muscle spasm than a genuine expression. Sasuke. Crazy thoughts flashing through my mind. Disgrace. Absolute disgrace. Mido Kage adjusted the glasses that Mingyi had temporarily formed with ice-release chakra, which were dripping with small beads of water, his expression solemn and serious, as if attending an important meeting. Mingyi, just a straightforward performance, just slow down the usual indifference tenfold. Tsurugi Koharu's expression was remotely controlled by Azai, striving to imitate her signature sharp and critical face, lips, curled down, eyes scanning the surroundings with a judgmental glare. Azai, host. Raise your chin by 3 degrees. Your gaze should look like you're looking at trash. Yes. Hold it. The proprietress behind the counter, upon seeing these 4 core powers of Mai making their grand entrance, was so shocked that the towel in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She quickly bent at a 90-degree angle, her voice trembling. Three generations. Danzo-sama, Kaja-sama, Kohara-sensei. Welcome. It's an honor. Please come in. The best Guan Mountain private room is already prepared for you. Danzo Naruto struggled to lower his voice, mimicking the somber tone he remembered from Danzo, and modestly responded with a grunt from his nose, then stepped forward with a more feeble gait. Ming Yikage controlled the puddles of water under his feet with chakra to ensure he wouldn't slip, while subtly extending his foot to prevent Sasuke Hiruzen from tripping over his makeshift wooden surtobi stick, averting a disastrous public fall for the Hokage at the entrance of the hot spring. In the Guan Mountain private room, a huge natural stone bathtub steamed with heat, while the hazy twilight enveloped the distant mountains outside the window. Sign and task reminder: please enjoy the scrubbing service to the fullest, and sign Shimura Danzo on the bill. Immersive experience is key. Let's go. Azai stifled laughter, cheering him on in his consciousness. As four strong and experienced scrubbing masters entered with utmost reverence, the atmosphere in the room became awkward to the point of near-stasis. As the rough scrubbing towel first touched Danzo Naruto's bare back, the sensitive sensation caused Naruto to jump up as if someone had stepped on his tail. Ow! A short gasp was stifled by his hand. Ming Yikage shot a cold surgical gaze over the overwhelming pressure of his spirit, infused with a hint of eerie power, instantly froze Naruto in place, leaving only his shoulders suspiciously quivering. Hiruzen Sasuke remained completely stiff, his face buried deeply in the steaming wet towel, with only the tips of his ears showing bright red, as if not enjoying the service, but rather enduring some inhumane torture. The scrubbing master was careful with every action, fearing that he might hurt the Hokage. Koharu Azai fully played the role of a critical advisor. To the left, a little below the left shoulder blade. Haven't you eaten? Use some force. Yes, right there. Tisk, the skills of today's young people are truly declining with each generation. The sharp words left the scrubbing master in a cold sweat, flustered. Only Kage Ming, he kept his eyes closed, breathing evenly, exuding an air of him, just going through the motions. You all hurry up and finish, allowing the scrubbing master to perform. He controlled every muscle in his body with his powerful spiritual force, ensuring that he would not expose any flaws due to excessive relaxation, while the patterns of the other shore flower on his back flickered in the steam, greedily absorbing the faint natural energy from the hot spring to replenish itself. When the service concluded and the bill was respectfully presented, Danzo Naruto restrained his excitement, his small hand trembling slightly, as he signed Shimura Danzo in a crooked but forceful manner at the most conspicuous spot on the bill, the handwriting carrying a sense of sweet revenge. Ding. KPI sign-in task: Dusk Therapy of the My F4 completed. Rewards have been issued to the System Space Uzumaki Kushina's Secret Chili Sauce 3 Soul Resonance Special Edition Basic Material Pack for Righteous Corpses Skeleton 1 A Chakra Recovery Potion 1. Azaiwu. Sign-in successful. Chili Sauce acquired. Skeleton Material acquired. Hosted beautifully. The four of them, mainly Naruto and Sasuke, hurriedly fled Taozi Village. As they turned into a secluded alley, the system-assisted transformation technique was released with a poof, white smoke dissipating to reveal three panting, red-faced individuals. Huh. Naruto leaned against the wall, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up, tears streaming down his face. Did you see the proprietress? And the scrubbing master's expressions. That was so much fun. Signing the name of that old man felt so good. Sasuke's face remained flushed, half from the hot spring steam, half from embarrassment. He shot Naruto an angry glare, but the taut corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He awkwardly extended his hand. My dumplings. Ming Yi silently materialized the Uchiha Itachi Flavor Limited Edition 3-color dumplings, which emanated a sweet aroma and were adorned with red bean paste, and handed them over. Sasuke accepted them and took a small bite, the sweet and glutinous taste slightly soothing the trauma brought by the earlier humiliation experience. Late at night, all was silent. Confirming that Naruto and Sasuke had both fallen into a deep sleep, Naruto still tangled around Sasuke. Ming Yi quietly got up. The lightness of the hot spring task during the day receded like a tide, and the cold, prompt tone of the Eerie system timely resonated in his consciousness. Eerie system night patrol mode activated. KPI sign-in task released the gift of the underworld soul resonance. Objective at midnight in front of the My Memorial tablet: use Uzumaki Kushina's Secret Chili Sauce Soul Resonance Special Edition 1 to guide and collect the dissipated soul fragments of the Little Chili Special Edition 1. Time limit 15 minutes before the incense burns out. Punishment: Soul Shock Backlash from the Other Shore Flower Moderate. Reminder: this fragment is provided by the system, originating from the underworld's strong obsession with a specific soul, resonating with no direct connection to the current body, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sign-in rewards: Basic Material Pack for Righteous Corpses Blood and Flesh Meridian Prototype 1 Soul Stability 1. Host: the key point is coming. Azai's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of excitement. The soul fragments provided by the system. This is the underworld's response to Kushina's powerful maternal love's obsession, strong enough to shake the Eerie. Although it's only a fragment's resonance, it contains her purest spiritual imprint and chakra qualities. It's the key seed for us to reconstruct the Little Chili in the future. The memorial tablet is the most concentrated place of remembrance in and the best resonance point. The chili sauce is the fuse. Hurry. Ming Yes' figure blended into the night like a wisp of intangible wind in an instant, appearing in the quiet grove of memorial tablets. The moonlight was cold, casting over the icy stone tablets, names quietly lingering in the night. He found the stone tablet inscribed with Uzumaki Kushina closely adjacent to Namikaze Minato. He took out the bottle of chili sauce rewarded by the system. The bottle was an ancient ceramic jarred seal wrapped in fine, almost alive dark red chakra sealing runes that were subtly flowing. As soon as he opened it, an extremely domineering, fiery, almost soul-igniting spicy aroma erupted. This aroma did not appeal to the sense of smell, but directly impacted the spiritual realm. Ming Yi felt as if his consciousness was thrown into a pot of boiling chili oil, scorching and hot, filled with the vibrant restlessness and a crazy will to protect something at all costs. He unhesitatingly poured the entire bottle of chili sauce at the base of the stone tablet, inscribed with Uzumaki Kushina. Sizzle. Like hot oil splashing on snow. The dark red sauce touched the cold stone tablet and ground, instantly rising into a thick, soul-tinged crimson mist. The mist rolled and coalesced, vaguely outlining a furious figure with fiery red hair and wide-open eyes. That figure radiated a violent chakra aura, embodying the essence of the blood-red chili Kushina. Now's the time. Host, use the power of the blood pool to guide. As I urged, Ming Yi focused his mind, and the patterns of the other shore flower on his back suddenly glowed with eerie light. He formed a complex seal with his hands, combining some of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan with the principles of the Erie's guiding seal, pressing his palms downward. A pure energy infused with the unique chill of the other shore flower and guiding power, mixed with the chakra from his Uzumaki bloodline. Though thin, it was intensely stimulated by the resonance of the chili sauce, transformed into countless nearly transparent shimmering threads of energy, gently, yet firmly wrapping around the furious figure in the crimson mist. Roar. The figure emitted a soundless roar filled with resistance. This fragment resonated with Kushina's fierceness, instinctively resisting any power attempting to bind her. The crimson soul energy violently crashed against Ming Yes' eerie threads, the heat spreading up his arm as if trying to ignite his very soul. Ming Yes' gaze remained calm, the depths of his dark pupils swirling as if a vortex spun within. He exerted all his strength to operate the eerie power, the glow of the patterns of the other shore flower on his back, growing brighter, greedily absorbing the moonlight's cold energy to counter this fierce heat. At the same time, the strong control over chakra brought by his Uzumaki bloodline firmly steadied those energy threads, preventing them from snapping. This was a silent struggle. The crimson ferocity clashed fiercely with the eerie blue chill in front of the memorial tablet. Ming Yes' forehead beaded with sweat, his body trembling slightly. Time passed second by second, the incense, symbolizing the time limit, burned rapidly in his consciousness. Just as the incense was about to burn out, that violent crimson figure seemed to sense a faint yet incredibly pure resonance of the Uzumaki aura within Ming Yes' eerie power from his bloodline, as well as the non-malicious essence deep within the guiding power. Its resistance weakened suddenly. Now's the time. Collect. As I shouted. Ming Yi seized this fleeting opportunity and suddenly clasped his hands together. All the eerie threads tightened instantly. That turbulent crimson mist was forcibly compressed and coalesced, ultimately transforming into a soul crystal fragment the size of a fingernail, yet shining like the purest ruby with a flicker of flame burning within. At the core of the fragment, a miniature version of Kushina could be seen sleeping with her eyes closed. The fragment transformed into a streak of light, instantly merging into Ming Ye's chest, connecting with the core deep within his consciousness, linked to the eerie blood pool. Ding. KPI sign-in task. The gift of the underworld soul resonance completed. Sign-in rewards issued: basic material pack for righteous corpses, blood and flesh prototype 1, soul stability 1. A warm, nourishing power instantly flowed through Ming Yes' body, soothing the soul burns brought about by the earlier resistance, the enhanced stability sensation clear and distinct. In the system space, in addition to the previous skeletal material pack, there was also a glowing orb exuding a gentle life force, as if faint blood vessels were subtly pulsing within. We did it. Host. Azai's voice was filled with excitement, the soul seed of Little Chili, and the flesh and blood prototype. Our heroic spirit reconstruction plan has finally taken its first step. The coordinates of the golden flash have also appeared. The future is truly beckoning us. Ming Yi stood in front of the memorial tablet, the night breeze ruffling his dark hair. He looked down at the two names side by side on the stone tablet, feeling the warm and tender fragment merging within him, as well as the skeleton and flesh prototypes symbolizing new life in the system space. He slowly raised his hand, gently brushing over the name Namikaze Minato beneath the cold touch of the stone tablet, as if a golden flash flickered through his memory. He said nothing, merely bowed his head slightly towards the stone tablet. Then his figure faded away, consumed by the night, disappearing without a trace. The grove of memorial tablets returned to silence. Under the moonlight, a black crow silently landed on top of the stone tablet, inscribed with Uzumaki Kushina. Its blood-red eyes turned, reflecting the remaining dark red sauce on the ground that exuded a domineering spicy aroma, then gazing in the direction where Ming Yi disappeared, ultimately fixing its gaze on the edge of my village towards the dimly lit little shabby house. Chapter 31 Doodles Special Training in the Smoke of the Ramen Shop. Konoha Ninja School one day before graduation exam afternoon. The golden rays of the setting sun lazily filled the empty classroom, casting long shadows on the wooden floor. The air still carried the scent of sweat and hard work. Huff, huff, Iruka sensei. I really can't go on. Naruto Uzumaki slumped on the floor like a fish out of water, gasping for breath as sweat dripped from his forehead onto his blonde hair. He had just completed another transformation technique, and though the details of the Iruka he manifested were still a bit fuzzy, the overall shape and chakra fluctuations were already quite stable. Don't say such defeatist things, Naruto, Iruka said with a smile of encouragement, patting Naruto's shoulder firmly. Look at your results now. It's already much better than during noon. Remember this feeling, hold on to it, and tomorrow's exam will definitely be fine. He turned to the other two. Sasuke, Maya, thanks to you both for your help today. Sasuke Uchiha leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, merely responding with a casual hum, as his gaze swept over the exhausted Naruto. The corners of his mouth curled slightly before returning to his usual demeanor. Maya the pharmacist quietly sat at a desk by the window, his black eyes gazing out at the gradually setting sun, seemingly lost in thought, only nodding slightly to acknowledge he was listening. Grr. Naruto's stomach let out a thunderous protest, instantly breaking the tranquility of the classroom. Iruka couldn't help but laugh. Looks like our special training hero is starving. Let's go my treat Ichiraku ramen. To celebrate Naruto's successful special training, he waved his hand grandly. Yay, Ichiraku ramen. I want the extra large bowl. Double chashu. No triple. Naruto instantly sprang up from the floor, shaking off his fatigue, his blue eyes sparkling as if he hadn't just been exhausted. Slowpoke, be careful eating so much or you'll turn into chashu. Sasuke teased habitually, though his feet followed honestly. Maya also gracefully leaped down from the desk, silently joining the group. Ichiraku ramen shop. The familiar warm yellow light and rich aroma of bone broth enveloped them instantly, healing their training fatigue. Old man, for large bowls of miso chashu ramen. Naruto's order needs triple chashu. Iruka called out as he lifted the curtain, familiar with the routine. Got it. Iruka sensei. Just a moment, ITLL be ready soon. The cheerful voice of the ramen chef echoed from the kitchen. As the four of them sat down at the long counter, the curtain was lifted again, bringing in a gust of cool evening wind and two tall figures. Boss, 2 bowls of signature tonkatsu ramen. Make them large. The passion of youth needs the energy of food to nourish it. Kakashi. Guy's signature vibrant voice instantly filled the small shop. Beside him was Kakashi Hatake, who always looked half awake with silver hair hiding one eye and a mask pulled tightly over his face. Hey Iruka, bringing your students to replenish their chakra, huh? Guy greeted warmly, his bright white teeth shining in the light as his gaze swept over Naruto and Sasuke, finally landing on Maya with pure curiosity. It's senior guy, senior Kakashi. Iruka quickly stood up and smiled in response. Tomorrow is the graduation exam for Naruto and the others. I just finished giving them special training on transformation techniques to reward them. Kakashi lazily lifted his eyelids and raised his hand in greeting, his gaze casually scanning Iruka and his 3 students. When his gaze passed over the quiet boy sitting at the edge with messy black hair and calm eyes, pharmacist Maya, a subtle, familiar, yet unsettling feeling instantly gripped him. Almost simultaneously, Maya lifted his eyes. Their gazes met in the warm air filled with the aroma of food, like 2 cold shurikens crashing into each other without any buffer. Buzz! A sharp, familiar pain erupted from the depths of Maya's soul, exploding at the position of his heart. It felt as though a cold sunbon wrapped in lightning had pierced him in an instant. The intense pain made his body stiffen suddenly, his complexion losing color at a visible rate, turning pale as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. At the position of his spine, the hidden patterns of the other shore flower felt like ice cubes thrown into boiling oil, suddenly becoming unbearably hot. The chill and burning pain intertwined, violently impacting his nerves, causing his hand to clench tightly on his knee, his knuckles turning white from the force. Kakashi felt just as miserable. At the covered left eye, the Sharingan belonging to his late friend sent a sharp pain, as if being painfully pricked by an invisible needle. This pain was accompanied by an indescribable cold thrill instantly piercing through his lazy demeanor. He instinctively raised a hand to press down on the eye beneath the forehead protector, his exposed right eye narrowing slightly, the usual laziness replaced by a hint of surprise and barely perceptible irritation. Again, every time I see this student named Pharmacist Maya, it's like this. What is this strange, otherworldly pain and heart-thumping sensation, along with the unmasked, palpable cold malice in the other's eyes? Kakashi's thoughts raced, yet he could find no reasonable explanation. They clearly had no intersections, except for every time they met, the other acted just like now. Humph. A cold, unabashed sneer filled with disdain and aversion, like a poisoned icicle, sharply disrupted the previously harmonious atmosphere in the ramen shop. All eyes instantly turned to the speaker, Pharmacist Maya. His pale face forced out an extremely harsh, sarcastic smile, his dark eyes reflecting Kakashi's figure, swirling with an unyielding cold hostility. What a nauseating coincidence, Hatake Kakashi. Maya's voice was not loud, yet it clearly pierced into everyone's ears, each word wrapped in ice shards. What's the matter? Did the wildflowers at the memorial stone not bloom today? Or has your precious paradise of affection finally turned the last page, allowing you, the perennial latecomer and directionally challenged king, to finally move your royal backside dragged here by senior guy like a dead dog to have a warm meal? Every word pierced to the heart. Each sentence was laced with thorns mercilessly pricking at Kakashi's most notorious pain points and hobbies. The entire ramen shop fell into a dead silence. Irika's smile froze his mouth, slightly agape, speechless in shock. Naruto had just picked up his chopsticks to dig in, but now he stared wide-eyed, worriedly looking at Meiya's frighteningly pale face and clenched fists. Sasuke's eyes instantly turned sharp as an eagle's, keenly noticing Meiya's body trembling slightly, not in anger, but more like enduring immense pain. His gaze towards Kakashi immediately filled with scrutiny and vigilance. Guy was also stunned, looking between the coldly hostile Meiya and Kakashi, whose expression had sharpened. His thick brows furrowed tightly, his rugged face marked with confusion and a hint of displeasure. "Hey kid, what's your attitude? How can you speak to Kakashi like that?" Kakashi lowered his hand from where it pressed against his forehead protector, his revealed right eye narrowing slightly. The lazy aura vanished, replaced by a sharp, scrutinizing and cold demeanor. He fixed his gaze on Meiya, his voice low, carrying both inquiry and a hint of offended coldness. "Pharmacist Meiya, we've met more than once. I'm quite curious about what I did that makes you so enthusiastic every time we meet." Enthusiastic. Meiya seemed to have heard the greatest joke, the mocking curve of his lips widening further, yet his gaze was as cold as ice. "Don't flatter yourself, copy ninja. I simply find it a waste for someone who can't even protect his teammates, spending his days reminiscing at the grave and in yellow literature, breathing the air of Konoha." His gaze pointedly swept over Kakashi's covered left eye before landing on his face, his words like a poisoned dagger precisely stabbing at Kakashi's deepest scars. "Obito Rin." Boom. A bone-chilling killing intent erupted from Kakashi, as if it were a tangible force. Though it was fleeting and quickly suppressed, the spoons on the counter trembled slightly from the momentary chakra fluctuation. Kakashi's gaze became dangerously sharp, as keen as a blade, locking onto Meiya. "Obito Rin, how could this boy know? Who is he?" The air in the ramen shop seemed to freeze into ice. Irika felt the cold sweat on his back soaking through his clothes, wanting to smooth things over, but finding his throat blocked, unable to make a sound. Naruto anxiously looked at Meiya, then back at the dangerous Kakashi, feeling at a loss. Sasuke's hand had quietly moved to the ninja tool pouch at his waist, his Sharingan not yet activated, but his muscles were already tense, ready to respond to any conflict. Guy's expression had also darkened entirely. He stood between Kakashi and Meiya, speaking in a deep voice. "Kid, enough. Apologize immediately. Ramen is here. Sorry for the wait. Iruka-sensei, here's your ramen. The 2 Jonin's orders will be ready soon." The chef's booming voice was like a heavenly sound, timely coming from the kitchen. He strode out with steaming, aromatic ramen, a warm smile on his face, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere that had nearly ignited. The warm aroma of food instantly diluted the invisible smoke. Meiya took a deep breath, as if using all his strength to force back the heart-thumping sensation and the burning pain of the other shore. He no longer looked at Kakashi's dangerous gaze, nor did he heed Guy's reprimand, picking up his chopsticks, his voice returning to its usual calm, yet carrying a cold detachment that kept others at bay. "Eat, slowpoke. Finish eating and go back to sleep, regain your strength, and tomorrow don't truly become a slowpoke. Embarrass me." He deliberately emphasized the words "embarrass me." Naruto looked at Meiya's still pale profile, and the cold sweat at his temple filled with concern. "Niken, you. Shut up, eat." Meiya interrupted him, his voice leaving no room for doubt. He lowered his head, focusing on stirring the steaming noodles in his bowl, the rising white mist shrouding his pale face, concealing the intense pain and heavy complexity swirling deep in his eyes. The cold shadow of the memorial stone seemed to weigh heavily on his heart. Revenge. That was too cheap and too uninteresting. He was executing a grander, more challenging plan, one about rebirth and the future. And the silver-haired man before him, Hatake Kakashi, was both a scar etched into his soul, a nightmare that tormented him on the night of the full moon, and also an extremely important, yet troublesome, unavoidable piece in this grand game. In the ramen shop, only the sound of slurping noodles and slightly awkward silence remained. Kakashi's gaze, as tangible as substance, lingered on Meiya's lowered head, his right eye filled with inquiry, cold anger, and deeper confusion. This pharmacist Meiya was like a malicious mist, every contact causing him pain and unease. What does he truly know? Where does his hostility stem from? Kakashi's instinct told him that this was far from simple teenage rebellion or unreasonable antics. On the distant coast of the land of waves, an inconspicuous merchant ship slowly approached the shore in the dusk. At the bow, 3 cloaked figures silently blended into the dark harbor. Uchiha, Shursue, Fugaku, and Mikoto, like 3 silent undercurrents, officially began their infiltration of the Kato Consortium. The game named The Underflow of Waves quietly laid its first piece on the eve of Konoha's graduation season. Meanwhile, in this small ramen shop, another silent smoke had just begun to spread. In the quiet night of Konoha, after the silent smoke of the ramen shop dissipated, a heavy, indescribable weight settled in. Yao Shiming, Yi brought Naruto and Sasuke back to that familiar little shabby house, where the warm light inside contrasted sharply with the cold moonlight pouring in from outside. "Niken, are you really okay?" After washing up, Naruto climbed onto his small bed, his blue eyes filled with lingering worry, as if he could still see Ming-Ye's pale face and trembling words from the ramen shop. "Stop talking, dead, last go to sleep." Sasuke's tone was still brusque, but his brow was furrowed, his gaze firmly fixed on Ming-Ye. He sensed the stronger weariness surrounding Ming-Ye, a profound sense of oppression that seemed nearly overwhelming. Ming-Ye did not respond, merely adjusting the blankets for the two boys in silence, his movements almost mechanically gentle. He sat on a small stool beside Naruto's bed, the dim yellow light casting deep shadows under his lowered eyelashes like a barrier isolating all the tumultuous emotions swirling in his dark eyes. At the position along his spine, the patterns of the other shore flower burned like a red-hot brand, each heartbeat accompanied by a cold, wrenching pain emerging from the depths of his soul. The greeting gift Kakashi had given him a chilling imprint from the death of Uchiha Yayue in his second life. He sat quietly until the two boys' breathing became even and deep, with Naruto even letting out soft snores, his hands and feet unwittingly entangling themselves with Sasuke's arm. Sasuke murmured in discontent in his sleep, yet did not push him away. Confirming they were fast asleep, Ming-Ye slowly rose, his movements as light as a feather. He did not activate the demonic system for nightly check-ins as he usually did. The tasks, rewards, and the undercurrents of the land of waves were all overwhelmed by a more tumultuous, uncontrollable flood of emotions. He silently left the little house, merging into the dense night. The streets of Konoha were silent and deserted, with only the moonlight laying out a silver path leading to the source of his pain. His footsteps were resolute, with a clear target in mind, heading towards the desolate, forgotten area on the edge of the village, the former site of the Hatake clan. The once prosperous Hatake clan's grounds now lay in ruins, with crumbling walls and wild grass casting flickering shadows under the moonlight. Only the central training ground, exceptionally solid and smooth from years of wear, and countless footsteps stubbornly retained traces of its former glory. This was the place where Hatake Tsukumo trained with his sword, and where the young Kakashi honed his skills. The cold moonlight poured unreservedly over this open space, illuminating every stone and inch of ground in a ghostly white, reflecting the deep-seated desolation and solitude. Ming-Ye stood at the edge of the training ground, the icy night wind tousling his dark hair, yet failing to dissipate the heat and agony within his heart. Each breath tugged at the brand on his back and the old wounds in his heart. Kakashi's piercing, scrutinizing gaze from the ramen shop, filled with cold anger, and that question of "what have I done?" And more vividly, the chilling memory fragments from the death of Uchiha Yayue in his second life. The rapidly enlarging right hand wrapped in blinding lightning, the bone-chilling pain piercing through his heart, and the last thing he saw before consciousness faded was Kakashi's pair of Sharingan frozen in agony and despair, as if to consume his very soul. Ugh! A muffled groan suppressed to the extreme like a dying beast escaped from his tightly clenched jaws. He bent down sharply, almost violently, grabbing a still relatively straight and resilient dry branch from the ground. The rough, cold texture ignited a strange flame in his heart, one that had been simmering with pain and longing. He gripped the dry branch like it was a blood-stained blade of vengeance, embodying a past he could not let go of. Under the moonlight, his figure suddenly moved. There was no flow of chakra, no extravagant ninjutsu. Just the purest, most primal, and most fierce swordsmanship. With the starting posture, he bent his waist and dropped his hips, the dry branch pointing diagonally at the ground. An invisible, fiercely determined sharpness instantly filled the air. In the next moment, his figure darted like lightning. The dry branch tore through the air, emitting a piercing scream. Slash, chop, lift, stab, white block, sweep. Each move was simple, swift, and ruthless, carrying a violent desire to sever fate and tear apart memories. This was the swordsmanship imprinted deep in his soul, belonging to Kakashi Hatake, inherited from White Fang. Ming-Ye's figure wildly flickered across the empty training ground, the dry branch transforming into a blurred, wailing shadow. Sweat instantly drenched his forehead and thin clothing streaming down his pale cheeks, and mixing with the scalding liquid pouring from his eyes, splattering onto the cold, hard ground, spreading dark stains. Tears streamed down his face, not because of the searing pain from the other shore flower on his back, but because each swing of the blade felt as if it pierced him again with that lightning blade. That cold pain that had robbed him of his life in the second world. Each breath filled with an unspoken, unreachable, yet deeply ingrained love and longing for that silver-haired man. Each meeting twisted that surging love into cold malice and harsh words distorted by intense pain and memories of death. He was like a hedgehog wanting to get close to warmth, yet only able to pierce both himself and the other with his sharp quills, leaving them bloodied. It was because he loved Kakashi Hatake so deeply, a love that transcended life and death, yet became a curse connecting the two lives, bringing endless pain and eternal torment. Ugh! A hoarse scream filled with endless pain, unwillingness, longing, and despair finally broke free from his throat, echoing mournfully in the silent air above the old Hatake grounds, startling all the resting birds in the distant forest. He swung the dry branch in a frenzy like a madman tirelessly. The swordsmanship of White Fang was performed in his hands like a storm filled with a self-destructive madness. Sweat, tears, and blood seeping from the cracks in his palms mixed and dripped to the ground, painting a mottled picture. It was as if he was fighting an invisible death, battling against the phantom of Kakashi left in his memories, fighting against the love that was destined to bring destruction. He did not know how long it had been, as if he had exhausted the last trace of strength in his soul. Ming's tempestuous movements abruptly came to a halt. The dry branch in his hand fell helplessly to the ground with a thud. His entire being felt as if all support had been stripped away, falling straight back and landing heavily on the cold, hard ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Lying on his back in the desolate training ground, his chest heaved violently, gasping for breath. Each inhalation felt like swallowing blades pulling at the tearing pain throughout his body. The moonlight ruthlessly poured over his face, pale as paper, marked with tear-stained sweat and specks of blood, his dark eyes hollowly gazing at the vast, cold, starry sky, filled only with an unshakable fatigue, deep-rooted pain, and a sense of deadened bewilderment. The other sure flower on his back still burned, the pain in his heart, both physical and spiritual, still twisted, yet the extreme exhaustion made these pains feel distant and numb. Ding! High-level warning. Detected an ultra-high energy target approaching rapidly. Direction due east, distance 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Target locked. Kakashi Hatake. Intense chakra fluctuations. Host. Immediate retreat. Repeat. Immediate retreat. The shrill, piercing alarm from the system pierced through Ming's nearly disoriented consciousness. Kakashi, how did he end up here? Was it the noise just now? Or did that damn Sharingan sense something? Ming's pupils constricted to pinpoints. A fierce, soul-deep fear of being discovered, or fear of facing the one who could take his life again, instantly overwhelmed all his fatigue and pain. No, absolutely must not let him see me. Must not let him know. The instinct to survive, or perhaps the instinct to guard his secret, unleashed the last of his strength. He rolled over sharply, enduring the excruciating pain, as if his bones were about to fall apart, pushing off the ground with one hand, instantly channeling the residual demonic energy within him to its utmost limit. Demonic escape, shadow, erosion. His body melted into the thick moonlight, transforming into an almost undetectable, chilling streak of black light, moving at a ghostly speed close to the ground, silently vanishing into the dense bushes and shadows of the collapsed walls at the edge of the training ground. Left behind was only a few drops of still wet mixed sweat, tears, and blood on the ground, and the dry branch lying quietly, still seemingly imbued with its owner's violent energy. In the very next second after Ming's figure disappeared, whoosh, a silver-haired figure appeared like lightning, tearing through the night, suddenly appearing at the edge of the training ground. It was Kakashi Hatake. He was not strolling leisurely, but rather rushing with an unprecedented vigilance and speed. He still wore the black form-fitting attire of the umbu and a jonin vest, his face mask secured tightly, the forehead protector covering his left eye, but his exposed right eye glinted under the moonlight with a sharpness akin to that of a hawk, filled with scrutiny and a hint of urgency he himself had yet to notice. Just moments ago, while he stood before the memorial stone, a sudden, unprecedented pain shot through his left eye, the Sharingan that belonged to his dear friend Obito, as if stabbed by an ice pick. Amidst this pain, there was also an unusually clear, yet faint energy fluctuation tinged with a chilling, ghostly aura. What stirred his soul even more was that within this cold aura there intertwined a trace of something exceedingly familiar, yet long buried deep in his heart. The intent of the blade. It was the essence of the White Fang swordsmanship belonging to his father Hatake Tsukumo, and also the one he had tempered day and night in his youth. This bizarre combination struck him instantly. There was nothing unusual near the memorial stone, yet this stirring and pain felt like an invisible thread strongly pulling him, compelling him to instinctively rush toward this long-abandoned ground that held his most complex memories, the clan's training ground. Kakashi's footsteps precisely halted at the spot where Ming-Yi had just fallen. His sharp gaze swept across the entire training ground like the most precise radar. Something was off. Very off. A faint, rapidly dissipating cold aura lingered in the air like the chill wind of the polar deep winter, carrying a ghostly sensation that did not belong to this world. But that was not all. What shook Kakashi even more was that on this land he knew to the bone there now lingered a violent, painful, yet astonishingly familiar residue of blade intent. The moonlight over the old site of Kiki shines coldly upon Kakashi's motionless figure. He slowly crouched down, his fingertips touching the few droplets on the ground that were not yet fully dried, a mixture of sweat, tears, and blood. Cold, viscous, carrying a haunting fatigue and a breath of madness. The residual chilling aura was faint yet piercing, like maggots clinging to bones, echoing the intense pain that had just radiated from his left Sharingan. What shook his soul most violently was the ferocious and painful intent of blades that permeated the desolate training ground. This was undoubtedly the mark of the White Fang's blade technique. Furious and desperate, infused with a madness that came from being driven to the edge, yet each trace bore the sole mark of the Kiki clan. Yuya, a name layered with sealed pain and disbelief, was almost squeezed out from between Kakashi's teeth. He suddenly raised his head, his Sharingan silently rotating beneath his forehead protector, desperately capturing the remaining traces, but only finding the broken dry branch and a few wet stains. In the ramen shop, the pale face of the pharmacist Minji, the agony and irritation behind his harsh words, and the almost overlapping aura of blade intent in this moment, Suspicion's vines crazily grew in Kakashi's heart. Pharmacist. Minji. He murmured the name, his exposed right eye sharp as a blade. Graduation exam project shadow clone technique. Irika announced loudly, successfully create one or more tangible shadow clones to pass the assessment and receive the Konoha forehead protector. Naruto's face instantly fell. Another shadow clone technique. Sasuke looked on disdainfully. Minji stood beside Naruto, his face slightly pale, his eyes indifferent, the mark of the other shore flower on his back subtly aching. The exam proceeded. Sasuke effortlessly created 2 perfect clones. It was Naruto's turn. Shadow clone technique. Puhaha. Laughter erupted. Failed, Irika announced helplessly with an expression of pity. Mizuki approached with a gentle mask. Don't be discouraged, Naruto. After school, come find me on the rooftop. His voice was enticing. Naruto returned to Mingye's side in a daze. Nikon. I failed again. Minji silently ruffled his blonde hair. Tonight, I will take you to a place. There are some things I need to tell you. Uchiha Shursue, Fugaku, Fuchio, and Mikoto sat together. The nails of the land of ways have been removed clean and neat, Shursue said calmly. Fugaku nodded. The funds are flowing back normally and the channels are open. Mikoto's face showed worry. Lord Minato and Lady Kushina's soul fragments are stabilizing in the blood pool, but the recovery is slow, requiring purer soul energy and time. Resources are continuously being searched for. Shizui's eyes flashed with a hint of red. Mingye's graduation exam has concluded. The class division is imminent. Kakashi. A sense of vigilance emerged. Fugaku pondered. Regarding the class division results, the third Hokage may have arrangements. If he is in the same class as Kakashi. Follow me, Minji said to Naruto, ignoring the cornered Sasuke. He led Naruto to an abandoned building at the edge of the village covered in sealing techniques. Forming seals, black runes flowed, and the heavy stone door silently slid open, revealing a dark staircase, a chilling and bloody wind rushing out. Where is this? Naruto shivered. Between the seals. The cage of the tenant within you. Mingye's voice was cold as he stepped into the darkness first. Deep within the eerie dungeon behind a massive iron gate, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils filled with endless hatred and ferocity suddenly lit up. The terrifying pressure bore down like a tangible weight. You little brat. You're back again. A low malice-filled roar exploded in Naruto's mind. Naruto retreated in terror, held down by Mingye's grip on his shoulder. Look closely, Naruto. Mingye's voice pierced through the Nine-Tails' malice, cold and clear. This is the monster sealed within you, the Nine-Tails. 12 years ago it attacked Konoha and your parents. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina sacrificed themselves to seal it to protect the village and you. You are the Jinchuriki. The truth struck like thunder, leaving Naruto's mind blank. A monster of hatred. The sacrifice of his parents. Jinchuriki. The voices that cursed him as a monster found their source. No. It's impossible. Naruto murmured, his blue eyes filled with confusion and pain. Accept it, understand it. Mingye's voice carried an undeniable strength. It is both a curse and a power. How to choose is up to you. Meeting with Mizuki, leaving the dungeon, Naruto's expression was dazed. The massive information shock left him in a stupor. Halfway, he suddenly remembered Mizuki's promise. Nick and Mizuki-sensei asked me to go to the rooftop. Go ahead. Mingye's gaze turned slightly cold. Remember what I said. No matter what you hear, judge for yourself. Watching Naruto run towards the school rooftop, Mingye's figure quietly melted into the shadows. Stealing the sealing book rooftop. Mizuki's gentle mask was completely torn off, revealing his greedy and sinister true nature. Naruto, do you want to graduate? Do you want to gain power? I know a way. Go steal the sealing book. It contains powerful forbidden techniques, including the shadow clone technique, which is 100 times more powerful than the basic clone technique. As long as you learn it, you can graduate. Irika, that fool, doesn't understand you at all. Only I can help you. Mizuki's voice was filled with temptation, beautifying the act of theft as the only means to gain power. Under the impact of the truth about the Nine-Tails, the desire to prove himself, and the thirst for power, Naruto's gaze became firm and impulsive. I understand. Where's the sealing book? In the most confidential storage room of the Hokage's office. Remember, this is your only chance. Don't tell anyone, especially that pharmacist Minji. Mizuki warned insidiously. Minji's monitoring and secret protection night fell. Naruto, relying on unexpected stealth technique No. 1, or perhaps luck, actually infiltrated the heavily guarded Hokage's office and found the scroll of the sealing book. He carried the massive scroll, panting heavily as he ran to the edge of the village to the deadly forest. Shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique. Naruto anxiously opened the scroll, searching by moonlight. Finally, he found it. Taking a deep breath, he clumsily and forcefully formed the seal's shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. A series of white smoke erupted. Dozens, hundreds of tangible clones identical to Naruto instantly filled the space in the forest. I succeeded. So many. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, jumping up at the spectacular sight before him. Ding. Detected key plot node. Uzumaki. Naruto has learned the multiple shadow clone technique. Checkpoint successful. Reward issued 500 Yaming points, 3 soul crystals small. A cold mechanical voice echoed in Mingye's mind. He stood silently in the shadows of a nearby large tree, as if merging with the darkness, his aura of yaming flowing perfectly concealed from all senses. He watched the delighted Naruto, his gaze complex. Iruka's protection and Mizuki's ambush, Naruto. Iruka's anxious voice came through as he followed the noise and finally found the scene, seeing Naruto's clones scattered everywhere and the massive scroll of the sealing book. His complexion changed drastically. Put down the sealing book. You have been used by Mizuki. Iruka-sensei. Naruto was taken aback, then recalled Mizuki's words. No. Mizuki-sensei is a good person. He said I could only graduate by learning the techniques above. Idiot. That was a lie. Iruka shouted angrily. The sealing book is the village's highest secret. Mizuki is a rogue ninja. He wants to use you to steal it. At that moment, several shuriken whistled through the air, ruthlessly shooting towards the defenseless Naruto. Watch out. Iruka's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he lunged forward, using his body to shield Naruto. Pooh! The shuriken embedded deeply into Iruka's back. Blood instantly stained his clothes. Iruka-sensei. Naruto looked in terror at his teacher, who was bleeding and standing protectively in front of him. Mizuki's figure stepped from the shadow of the forest, a cruel smile on his face. Tisk, an annoying guy. Naruto, give me the sealing book, and I'll spare your life. Mizuki. Sensei. Naruto looked at Mizuki, who appeared completely different, then glanced at the injured Iruka, who was still desperately protecting him, and the clash of Mizuki's previous words and Mingye's warnings in the dungeon crashed into his mind. A massive sense of betrayal and anger surged. WWHYA. Why? Of course it's for power. To leave this decaying village. Mizuki laughed maniacally, raising his kunai again. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die with Iruka. Naruto receives Iruka's forehead protector. Naruto. Run. Iruka shouted through gritted teeth, enduring the intense pain. Watching Mizuki's kunai come at him, and seeing the blood pouring from Iruka's back, the last thread of hesitation in Naruto's mind was thoroughly ignited into burning rage. I won't let you hurt Iruka-sensei. Naruto roared in fury, his hands quickly forming seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. Hundreds of Naruto clones surged like a wave of anger, instantly overwhelming the unprepared Mizuki. Countless fists and feet descended like a raging storm. Mizuki's screams were drowned out by the shouts of fury. The battle ended swiftly. Mizuki, bruised and battered, fell into unconsciousness. Naruto dispelled the clones and ran to Iruka's side, tears filling his blue eyes. Iruka-sensei, are you okay? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Iruka looked at Naruto's anxious and worried face, witnessing the power he had unleashed to protect him, feeling filled with gratitude. He struggled to raise his hand, trembling as he removed the forehead protector that symbolized the Konoha ninja from his forehead. Naruto. Iruka's voice was weak, but incredibly sincere. You are already an outstanding ninja. He solemnly and laboriously tied the forehead protector, still warm and stained with his blood, onto Naruto's forehead. Congratulations. You graduated. Uzumaki. Naruto shivered all over, feeling the cold touch of the forehead protector on his forehead, looking at Iruka-sensei's pale, yet content smile. A tsunami of joy, emotion, guilt, and a sense of belonging surged, breaking down his defenses as tears streamed down. Iruka-sensei. Woo woo woo. Kakashi's inquiry in the shadows from a distance. Minji quietly observed this scene. The moment Iruka tied the forehead protector on Naruto, a barely perceptible ripple flashed in his eyes. Confirming the crisis was averted and Naruto was safe, he retreated into deeper darkness like a true ghost, disappearing without a sound. Kakashi Hatake did not appear on the scene. He stood high near the memorial stone, using his exceptional eyesight to watch the entire process from afar. His gaze was more focused on the black-clad boy who had been hidden in the shadows all along like a guardian. When Naruto successfully used the shadow clone technique, when Mizuki appeared to ambush, when Iruka shielded him with his body, that shadowy figure remained eerily calm, as if all was under control. Kakashi fiddled with the nearly broken dry branch he had brought back from the old site of Kiki, his exposed right eye narrowing slightly. Pharmacist Minji. Did he inform Naruto of the truth about the Nine Tails in advance? Did he secretly follow to protect him? Was he not surprised at Naruto's success with the shadow clone technique and the violent blade intent that belonged to Yuya from last night? Team 7. Kakashi murmured to himself, the corner of his mouth under the mask curving into a meaningful arc. Tomorrow at the time of the gathering. He was somewhat looking forward to meeting this new disciple. What kind of intense pain and irritation would unfold in the same class? Morning, classroom of the Ninja Academy. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the empty classroom, leaving only the 3 members of Team 7. The other students had long since departed with their respective Jonin instructors. Team 7. Uzumaki, Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Yakushi Mayano. Iruka closed his roster, his gaze sweeping across the 3, lingering for a fleeting moment on Mayano's pallid face. Your Jonin instructor is Hatake Kakashi. He should arrive shortly. There was a subtle uncertainty in Iruka's tone. Naruto shot up from his seat, punching the air with exhilaration. Awesome. To be grouped with Nizan and Sasuke. Just watch. We'll make Team 7 the pride of Konoha. Being placed with the 2 people dearest to him softened the sting of having Kakashi as their instructor. Sasuke gave a quiet, dismissive hum, arms crossed as he leaned against the wall, yet the rigid line of his jaw relaxed, almost imperceptibly revealing quiet satisfaction with the arrangement. Mayano sat alone by the window, turned away from the door, gazing silently at the swaying shadows of trees outside. Sunlight caught the dark tips of his hair, but failed utterly to dispel the dense glacial aura clinging to him. His fingertips tapped the windowsill, unconsciously faintly, as if counting seconds or suppressing something deeper. Beneath his skin, the scar of the blood-red flower burned faintly, a grim reminder of the ordeal soon to come. Iriko observed the trio's delicate, unspoken tension, especially Mayano's distant, impenetrable silhouette, and hesitated, words unspoken. In the end, he simply nodded, a trace of quiet concern in his eyes, then, good luck. With that, he turned and left. The moment the door clicked shut, silence deepened. Thick, suspended, absolute. Only Naruto's excited, slightly ragged breathing and Mayano's nearsilent, rhythmically restrained tapping broke the stillness. The long wait, and the latecomer's gift. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Naruto's initial elation curdled into impatience. He slumped over his desk, drumming his fingers noisily. Where is that silver-haired jerk? Did he get lost again? This time at the very edge of existence, Soy. His stomach growled in perfect ironic timing. Sasuke stood by the far window, arms crossed, radiating cold disdain, utterly pointless. Wasting time. His sharp gaze flickered repeatedly toward Mayano's motionless back, brows furrowing. He sensed it. The chill emanating from Mayano was sharper, now denser, like an icebound volcano trembling on the verge of eruption. Mayano's fingers stilled abruptly on the sill. He tilted his head, just slightly, glancing first at Naruto's restless energy, then at Sasuke's frigid presence before his eyes drifted upward to the clock above the podium. A glacial thought pierced his mind, accompanied by an ill-timed mechanical voice. Beep. Condition met for mission Konoha mischief routine. Target Jonin Hatake Kakashi has exceeded 15 minutes of tardiness. Mission objective: design a welcome ceremony embodying the true spirit of mischief. Reward 10 Yomi points. A faint icy curve touched Mayano's lips, cold resorthin laced with cruel amusement. He beckoned Naruto with a subtle curl of his finger. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. He scrambled over Nizan. Mayano murmured a few low words. Naruto's impatience vanished, replaced by pure glee. He bobbed his head eagerly. Oh, got it. He. Leave it to me. He dove into his ninja tool pouch, grinning with mischievous delight. Sasuke watched their hushed exchange, snorted, yet made no move to intervene. A flicker of detached curiosity, perhaps even anticipation, gleamed in his eyes. Another 10 minutes crawled by. Then, creak, the classroom door swung open, pushed lazily inward. Sorry. The silver-haired Jonin sauntered in, waving his signature copy of Ica Paradise, voice dripping with insincere apology. I lost my way along life's winding path, and helped an elderly woman cross the street. Before he could finish, plop, clatter, a duster heavy with chalk dust struck Kakashi's silver hair with uncanny precision. Simultaneously, several glass marbles, slick with oil, slid soundlessly into his path. Oomph! Kakashi reacted instantly, instinctively arching backward to evade the duster, only for his foot to slip violently on the polished floor. Even with his elite reflexes, he staggered awkwardly before regaining balance, though his silver hair and mask were now dusted white, lending him an absurd comical air. Naruto clutched his stomach, pointing and roaring with laughter. Ha! Silver-haired jerk. Chronically late. Serves you right. Nizan's idea is genius. Even Sasuke's lips twitched upward, rare, fleeting, and gone in an instant, replaced once more by icy reserve. Mayano had turned to face the doorway, watching the chaos with detached, glacial indifference. His expression remained unreadable, but deep within those obsidian eyes flickered something sharp, cold, veiled satisfaction, and colder, sharper mockery. Kakashi lifted a hand, brushing chalk dust from his hair with deliberate calm. His visible eye crinkled into a crescent moon, utterly unruffled. My, what an exuberant welcome ceremony. His gaze swept over the grinning Naruto, the aloof Sasuke, and finally settled on Mayano's pale, incisive face. A sudden searing stab of pain lanced through his Sharingan beneath the forehead protector. The chakra emanating from this boy, icy suffused with death, was identical to the residual trace lingering at the old Hatake compound last night. That familiarity resonated in the marrow of his soul. Since everyone's assembled, and the atmosphere is so lively, Kakashi ignored his own dishevelment, voice light as air. Let's relocate. Follow me. He turned and strode out, certain they'd fall in a step behind him. Naruto stuck out his tongue, tugging Mayano's sleeve. Come on, Simon Nizan. Let's see what that silver-haired jerk has up his sleeve. The moment Kakashi turned, Mayano's body tensed, imperceptibly but profoundly. His heart clenched as if gripped by an arctic fist, convulsing violently. The bloodflower brand on his back flared scorching hot, like white-hot iron pressed to flesh, while suffocating dread palpitations and surging irritation crashed over him like a tidal wave. He clenched his fists until his nails bit deep into his palms, using the sharp, grounding pain to suppress the groan rising in his throat, and the caustic, venomous retort threatening to spill forth. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, he forced down the roiling nausea, then stepped forward, radiating an aura of glacial forbiddance, trailing behind Naruto. The rooftop. Introductions under the sun. Sunlight blazed harsh and unrelenting. Kakashi leaned lazily against the rust-pitted iron railing, as if the earlier fiasco had never occurred. Alright, standard procedure first, self-introductions. Tell us what you like, what you dislike, your dreams, and so on. Huh. Naruto immediately stomped his foot indignant. That's not fair. You haven't introduced yourself at all. So sneaky. Me. Kakashi's lone eye crinkled playfully. I'm Hatake Kakashi. Likes and dislikes. Classified for now. Dreams. Nothing particularly worth mentioning. Another practiced evasive answer. TCH. Stingy jerk. Naruto muttered under his breath, but stepped forward first, golden hair blazing in the sun, pounding his chest with fervor. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. My favorite thing is Ichiraku ramen, courtesy of Iruka Sensei. My least favorite. Waiting 3 whole minutes for instant noodles to cook. My dream. To become the greatest Hokage of all time, surpassing every previous one. So that the entire village will finally acknowledge me. A fierce burning flame ignited in his eyes. Sasuke slid his hands into his pockets and walked to the center of the rooftop. His black bangs framed eyes sharp, cold, weighted with burdens far beyond his years. Uchiha Sasuke. I dislike many things. His gaze swept over Kakashi, unflinching, analytical, edged with latent hostility. And I like almost nothing. My dream. He paused, voice dropping low, thick with lethal intent, is to grow stronger. And then all eyes now turned to Mayano. He remained rooted in the shadowed entrance as though sunlight itself were repulsive to him. Kakashi's gaze held quiet scrutiny, Naruto's wide-eyed curiosity, Sasuke's cool appraisal. The air stilled, expectant, waiting for the enigmatic boy to speak. Yakushi Mayano. The voice cut through silence like frozen glass, striking marble. Crisp, emotionless, final. He offered only his name. Then, a long, suffocating silence followed. Kakashi's gaze deepened. The ache in his Sharingan sharpened, intensifying. As he saw the moment Mayano spoke his name, the boy's glacial aura surged, like subterranean currents churning beneath placid ice. He felt it, the agony tightly coiled within Mayano's frame, and the tempestuous, distorted storm of emotion straining against its chains. Was it love? Or hatred bone deep and absolute? Or some terrible, inseparable fusion of both? Mayano's lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line, his pallor deepened, fine beads of sweat pricking his temples. He felt Kakashi's gaze, not merely observing, but piercing, dissecting his soul. What did he like? That silver-haired fool standing bathed in sunlight. What did he love? The very man who had slain him, and haunted his every waking breath. His dream, to stand beside him. Not like this, where each step forward tore his heart apart. Each thought was a knife twisting in his chest, reopening old wounds in his spirit. The brand on his back burned so fiercely, he nearly buckled. Rage, thick and venomous, coiled around his reason like thorny vines, urging him to lash out with words that would wound or flee entirely. He dared not speak, not a single syllable. He feared that if he opened his mouth, only shattered sobs, or curses carved from despair, would emerge. Instead, he met Kakashi's probing gaze with his own, those bottomless black eyes holding a defiance so fierce, so self-destructive it stole the breath from the air. That silence, profound, charged, unbearable, carried more weight than any declaration. Kakashi's heart sank. This silence, this suffering, this unbearable restraint, it was achingly familiar. Familiar as the cold stone seat before the memorial stone. Familiar as the blinding lightning flash of a rain-soaked night. He shifted his gaze away, deliberately breaking the suffocating stillness. Quite the distinctive personalities, Kakashi remarked, voice easy, as if Mayano's turmoil had escaped notice. Tomorrow morning survival training. Location training ground 3. He raised one finger, tone shifting to sober gravity. Remember, skip breakfast. You'll vomit. A puff of white smoke. Then he vanished. Another clone. Sasuke frowned, his Sharingan flashing briefly, capturing the fading chakra signature. Mayano's gaze had already drifted past the rooftop, fixed coldly on the direction of the memorial stone. His voice was barely a whisper, he's always been there. Tone heavy with exhaustion, and something ineffably complex. The next morning, preparations for survival training. A small weathered house. Pale dawn light filtered through the window. Sasuke stood ready, fully dressed, preparing to leave. Hey, dead last, let's go. He glanced at Naruto, still dawdling. Wait up, Sasuke. Naruto stuffed bread into his mouth, while fumbling with his forehead protector. Mayano emerged from the kitchen, pressing 2 neatly wrapped bento boxes into Naruto's and Sasuke's hands. The boxes retained gentle warmth. Eat. His voice held no inflection, yet the command brooked no refusal. Needs it. But that silver-haired jerk said. Naruto stared at the steaming bento, eyes bright, but hesitated, recalling Kakashi's warning. If you don't eat, you won't have strength to seize the bells. Mayano glanced at him, voice flat. Whether you vomit or not is my responsibility. Sasuke looked at the bento in his hand, then at Mayano's translucent pallor and the faint, weary bruise of exhaustion beneath his eyes, evidence of a sleepless night. He paused, silent for several seconds, then opened the box without another word. An intoxicating aroma bloomed instantly. He knew Mayano was right, and instinctively trusted his judgment. As for Kakashi's warning, to hell with it. Naruto cheered, devouring his meal with gusto. Nizen is the best. Mayano watched them eat swiftly, his own appetite utterly absent. Just thinking of facing Kakashi summoned the familiar gnawing dread and agitation. He turned away, fingers unconsciously pressing the searing spot on his back. Training ground 3, survival training. Morning mist had long since burned away, the sun beat down fierce and unyielding. 3 solitary wooden posts stood starkly in the open field. Kakashi reclined against one post, deeply absorbed in Ika paradise. He appeared languid, but his visible eye remained sharply attuned to the training ground's entrance. At last 3 figures appeared. "You're late." Kakashi closed his book, slowly drawling the words. "I've waited until the flowers wilted." Mayano stepped forward first, his gaze a physical lance of frost piercing Kakashi. A liar who falsifies meeting times, lacking even the most basic integrity, has no right to utter those words. His voice carried undisguised contempt, and an undercurrent of strain born of sheer agonizing self-control. Within 10 meters of Kakashi, the familiar suffocating palpitations surged anew. Only iron-willed discipline kept his outward composure glacial. Naruto planted his hands on his hips, puffing up indignantly. "Made us wait forever." Sasuke instantly dropped into a combat stance, eyes locked onto Kakashi, scanning for openings. "Simple rules," Kakashi said, ignoring the barbs, pulling 2 red-corded bells from his pouch, letting them chime softly. "Before noon, take them from me." He shook them, the clear, bright sound ringing out. "Those who fail," he pointed to the nearby posts, "will be bound there, forced to watch the others enjoy delicious bento." His gaze lingered meaningfully on the 3, especially on Mayano. Naruto's eyes widened. "What? Starve while watching others eat?" He patted his full belly instinctively. Sasuke's stare grew colder, battle readiness igniting. Mayano's eyes darkened completely, still as the calm before a cataclysm, fixing on Kakashi with chilling finality. "You truly are an irredeemable fool." Kakashi's visible eye curved into a pleased crescent. "Thank you for the compliment. Time is precious." The lazy ease dissolved from his posture. An elite Jonin's presence surged forth, sharp, lethal, honed as a drawn blade, engulfing the entire training ground. "Begin." The battle in the training ground has reached a fever pitch. Naruto had just freed himself from the earth dirt covering his face, yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, capturing every subtle flaw in Kakashi's clone. Minji moved like a shadow, cold even under the sunlight, darting swiftly at the edge of the battlefield. Each time he came within 10 meters of Kakashi's clone, the piercing pain and the burning mark on his back made his movements imperceptibly stiffen, his deep blue coat soaked with cold sweat. In a desperate attempt to evade Sasuke's tricky shuriken barrage and Naruto's shadow clone charge from the side, Kakashi's clone suddenly shifted backward at an almost physically impossible angle. In that fleeting moment, Minji, utilizing the bizarre speed of the spectral body technique, accurately predicted his landing point, appearing like a ghost in the path of his retreat, intending to seal him off. The figures of the 2 men brushed past each other at an extremely close distance. To stabilize his backward momentum, Kakashi's clone naturally and almost unconsciously raised his left elbow slightly outward. This ephemeral feather-light touch. The outer side of Kakashi's clone's elbow brushed lightly, almost grazing the fabric of Mingya's right arm. Ugh! This trivial physical contact ignited a powder keg. A wave of icy, excruciating pain exploded from the depths of his soul. That feeling was indistinguishable from the memory of death when Raikiri pierced his heart in his second life. The mark of the flower of the other shore on his back felt as if it was thrown into a furnace, burning hot enough to pierce through his spine. Suddenly engulfed by boundless darkness, his chi surged violently, the strong smell of blood rushing to his throat. Mingya's body trembled violently, nearly collapsing on the spot. Spectral butterfly, protect the master. Just as Mingya's consciousness was about to be completely submerged by this devastating pain, on the verge of collapse. Buzz! Several translucent, ethereal butterflies shimmering with a ghostly blue glow suddenly coalesced from Mingya's wildly swirling, nearly uncontrollable spectral chakra. They were not physical entities, yet they emanated a chilling and mysterious aura. As if possessing a will to protect, the swarm of butterflies instantly transformed into ghostly blue streams of light, encircling Kakashi's clone with pinpoint accuracy. Whoosh! A fantastical blue-purple phosphorescent powder replete with strong illusionary power erupted like a blossom of death from the rapidly vibrating wings of the butterflies, completely enveloping Kakashi's clone in an instant. Kakashi's clone's retreating movement froze in an instant. The pupil of his revealed right eye dilated suddenly, the focus dissipating as if trapped in the deepest and most stagnant mire of a dream. Even his fingertips stiffened and could not move. Hard control. 1 minute. Seize the bell. Let the bell. Intense pain crashed against Mingya's nerves like a tsunami, but he gritted his teeth, even biting through his tongue, the sharp pain bringing a twisted sense of clarity. This is the chance. Only this once. Using the precious fleeting minute created by the spectral butterflies, he forced down the surging chi and the soul-rending pain, pouring all his strength into his legs. Swish! His figure transformed into a blurred afterimage accompanied by a sharp whistle through the air, instantly rushing in front of the frozen Kakashi's clone. The speed was so fast that it kicked up a cloud of dust from the ground. With a swift motion, Mingya's fingers like lightning accurately severed the red string tied around Kakashi's clone's waist, 2 heavy bells falling into his cold, sweat-drenched palm. Without a moment's hesitation, "Naruto, Sasuke, now." Mingya's voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping against wood, carrying an undeniable command and an almost drained resolve. He didn't even turn back to confirm. His arm swung back fiercely. Dingling, dingling. The two bell symbols of qualification traced precise arcs. One flew toward Naruto, who had just gotten up and still looked bewildered, while the other flew toward Sasuke, whose gaze was sharp and was watching the spectral butterflies with uncertainty. Instinctively, both reached out and caught the flying bell steadily. You. Sasuke looked at the cold bell in his hand, then suddenly lifted his head to see Mingyes' wavering figure, his Sharingan, filled with shock and confusion. Niken. Naruto clutched the bell, watching Minji tremble violently, as if he would collapse at any moment, panic filling his blue eyes. Minji did not turn back. His back was to them, his voice suppressed under immense pain, yet exceptionally clear as he said the bells. You hold on to them. I can be reborn. Each word was squeezed out through clenched teeth, accompanied by heavy breaths. Control time is over. Announce qualification. 60 seconds fleeting as a blink. The dreamlike phosphorescent powder enveloping Kakashi's clone dissipated in an instant like mist blown away by the wind. The spectral butterflies also transformed into tiny ghostly blue particles, quietly vanishing into the void. Kakashi's clone's gaze instantly regained clarity, and control of his body returned immediately. He quickly sensed the disappearance of the bells at his waist, and the glaring metallic reflection in Naruto and Sasuke's hands. His eyes quickly locked onto Minji, who was turned away from him, his breath wildly unstable, like a candle flickering in the wind. What just happened? That strange butterfly and phosphorescent powder. Was it an illusion? Such a powerful and unique illusion. And the current state of this boy. Kakashi's clone, as well as the main body sharing perception through the clone, felt a storm brewing within. Yet he showed no sign of it on his face, his exposed right eye gazing deeply at Minji's upright, yet painfully fragile back. Heh. Kakashi's clone let out a cryptic low laugh, slowly putting away the book Intimate Paradise. His gaze swept over Naruto and Sasuke, who were holding the bells with varied expressions, finally returning to Minji, his eyes filled with complexity, curiosity, shock, perhaps even a hint of dull pain that he himself was unaware of. Survival exercise. His voice regained its usual laziness, yet carried a hint of unexplainable seriousness. Qualified. Tomorrow morning at 7, gather at the 5th task release point. He clearly announced the time and location for the gathering. As his words fell, bang! A thick cloud of white smoke erupted at the spot where Kakashi's clone stood. The shadow clone technique was dispelled. The chakra's fluctuations completely dissipated into the air of the training ground. Critical collapse. At the very moment when the clone's chakra faded and Kakashi's presence completely vanished from this space, Mingyes, which had been barely holding on, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The suppressed triggered pain from the touch, anchored only by the clone's presence, surged back with the force of a flood that had lost its last dam, rebounding with 100-fold, 1,000-fold strength. Pooh! A large mouthful of scalding blood thick with the taste of iron rust erupted like a long-repressed volcano from Mingyes' mouth. It splattered under the sunlight, a glaring crimson. His once straight back collapsed instantly, the spark in his eyes extinguished like a candle snuffed out by a fierce wind. All his strength was instantly drained. His body fell like a marionette, with severed strings, losing all support, collapsing limply and unconsciously toward the cold, hard ground. Niken, Minji. Two heart-wrenching cries rang out simultaneously. Naruto's eyes widened in horror, the bell in his hand clattering to the ground as he lunged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Sasuke's Sharingan instantly contracted to the extreme, moving so fast that an afterimage was left behind. Just before Mingyes' head was about to crash heavily into the ground, Sasuke's arm, like an iron clamp, precariously supported his neck and shoulder. The point of contact was icy and stiff. Mingyes' eyes were tightly shut, his face pale as paper, his lips and the front of his shirt stained with glaring blood, his breath faint like a wisp of smoke, already plunged into deep unconsciousness. Hospital. Konoha Hospital. Hurry. Sasuke's voice was filled with unprecedented urgency and a barely perceptible tremor as he unhesitatingly carried Minji on his back. Wait for me. Naruto picked up the bell on the ground and hastily stuffed it into his ninja tool pouch, frantically following behind. The two of them, carrying the unconscious Minji, sprinted towards the direction of Konoha Hospital, leaving behind a pool of glaring blood, a solitary wooden post standing still, and a lingering, almost imperceptible spectral aura in the air. Before the Soul Consolation Monument, Hatake, Kakashi's main body, slowly opened his eyes, the Sharingan beneath his forehead protector flashing violently, unable to calm for a long time. He lowered his head, looking at his left elbow, which he had raised unconsciously in sync with his clone, his fingertips curling slightly. The moment of that touch, the intense outburst of the cold chakra sensed by the clone, the strange spectral butterflies, the image of that boy collapsing and spitting blood, all etched into his mind like a brand. Pharmacist. Minji. He whispered this name, his gaze deep as a chasm. It seems further probing is necessary. One must not be overly aggressive. Outside the intensive care unit, amidst the shadows of silver hair and torn pasts, Kakashi stood like a stone statue in the corner of the corridor. He did not come here out of duty, but was instead pinned here by a gravitational pull intermingled with fear and desire. The Sharingan beneath his forehead protector silently activated its crimson gaze piercing through barriers almost greedily, yet with profound pain locking onto the pale face on the hospital bed. So similar the arc of restraint between the brows mirrored exactly that of Zhuyu when enduring suffering. The medical shinobi's examination continued. Kakashi's Sharingan distinctly captured a cold surging power lying dormant within Ming Yi, a weakness yet imbued with a familiar resonance that made his soul tremble akin to the last warmth of Zhuyu's chakra. The organs were intact, yet life force waned like sand slipping through an hourglass. This sensation instantly pulled him back to that rainy night beyond the borders. Zhuyu dissipated into specks of light in his arms. He desperately tried to grasp hold, but could only clutch the cold rain. The examination touched his back, and the Sharingan sensed the terrifying core of energy sealed beneath, a cold burning intertwining and tangled with resentment. Kakashi's heart was gripped by an invisible hand. This was it. The aura of the old place from last night, the source ignited by today's touch. This bone-deep pain. Was it the Raikiri he shot at Zhuyu all those years ago, piercing through the beloved once again across the realms of life and death? Guilt gnawed at him like a poisoned ice blade scraping against his heart, fingers deeply embedded in the wall seeping blood. The medical shinobi whispered to the ceiling team. Coma core severe soul energy oscillation. Mental overload. Matching the characteristics of an unbearable mental shock or soul resonance backlash. The nature of the sealing energy at the back is unique, as if a hybrid of death's imprint and reincarnation bond. A highly dangerous trigger. Soul resonance backlash. Death's imprint. Reincarnation bond. Kakashi's body quivered almost imperceptibly. Resonance. With whom? With Kakashi. With that rainy night at the distant borders that shattered his world. He recalled Zhuyu's horse we can rebuild before collapsing, that almost self-destructive determination. He was using his last strength to pass on the qualified to those who cared about him. Just like Zhuyu back then, unhesitatingly blocking in front of Rin when she charged towards his Raikiri, transforming into light with the same resolute final gaze. Memories of withered branches in front of the memorial stone, the violent despair engraved in the old place of Kakashi's youth. This was the shared youth of Zhuyu and him. The painfully concealed turmoil and annoyance in the ramen shop, and this pale paper-like youth on the hospital bed who seemed on the verge of vanishing into light. Countless fragments thundered and collided in Kakashi's mind, pointing towards the answer that made his soul both yearn for embrace and fear-shattering. Uchiha Zhuyu. His dear friend, his brother, the one he loved. The one who fell alongside Rin at the borders, who willingly died to protect the village from his Raikiri, and who in trying to protect Rin transformed into light, together waiting for reincarnation. His beloved. Exploration. No longer related to the mission. This was a desperate self-redemption and confirmation. He needed the truth. He needed evidence of the Himalayan flower. Not for the village, but for his heart, which had been frozen by the rainy night, and now lay shattered by every bit of pain and familiarity emanating from this youth. He wanted to know if this heart-wrenching resonance stemmed from the eternal farewell he caused with his own hands. Was this transcendence across life and death real? Was that pattern of the Himalayan flower left for him by Zhuyu a mark and message transcending death? He gazed deeply at the lifeless face on the hospital bed, his eyes complex as a shattered kaleidoscope. There was penetrating scrutiny of the soul, heart-wrenching tremors, deep-seated guilt, and within it surged the almost sanity-shattering cherished love that neither life nor death could erase. Ultimately, all emotions collapsed into a decisive resolve. He could no longer let probing become a torment. Every unintentional approach, every breath that pulled away could be tearing apart this youth's, possibly Zhuyu's, reincarnation soul. He must find the answer to end this painful cycle. Silently, his figure melted into the shadows, carrying a heart heavier than lead. He would seek the Himalayan flower for him, and for the unfulfilled vow they made. 3 days later, early morning. Kakashi leaned against the memorial stone, his fingertips almost reverently tracing the withered branches. These withered branches were the last tangible connection to that rainy night. Zhuyu and Rin had no corpses, only light. Was the light of that day the endpoint of despair, or the starting point of reincarnation? Hospital news. Ming Yi awakened, attributed to chakra disturbance. Chakra disturbance. Kakashi's lips twisted into a bitter arc. This was the soul of Zhuyu crying out in pain within him. The image of Ming Yi collapsing and spitting blood in the training field once again pierced through his nerves, the imprint on the back scene in the hospital like a manifestation of Zhuyu's death. Probing. Approaching. Equivalent to torture. For Ming Yi, and more so for him. Each contact was a reenactment of the loss on that rainy night. Losing Rin, who willingly went to her death, and losing Zhuyu, who turned into light to protect her. He could no longer let this youth, who might be Zhuyu's reincarnation, continue to endure the tearing pain brought by himself past and present. He needed evidence of the Himalayan flower. For redemption and reunion. To free the soul trapped in pain, to end this endless cycle perhaps. It was also to touch that light that had once slipped through his fingers. Kakashi's eyes were sharp as a drawn white fang, holding a determination akin to fighting against the odds. He tucked away the withered branches as if putting away the remnants of Zhuyu left in the world, and his figure appeared in the Hokage's office. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, his gaze as deep as a well. That incident beyond the borders, Rin willingly died from Kakashi's Raikiri to stop the Three Tails from rampaging, and Yu turned into light to protect and intervene profoundly changed Konoha, directly giving rise to the emergency plan for tailed beast Jinchuriki, loss of control, and mandatory psychological intervention regulations for high-risk missions, reshaping the medical and tactical systems. Hokagesima. Kakashi's voice was calm, yet harbored a storm. Team 7 needs real combat training. Please assign a crank mission away from the village cross-border with potential conflict. He emphasized away and cross-border. He wanted to take him away from the cage to a place where answers the Himalayan flower might be found, or where fate the rainy night could repeat. Saratobi Hiruzen picked up a new scroll. The Land of Waves commissioned Yomi in operation, everything under control. Crank escort. The client Dazuna from the Land of Waves needed escort to ensure the completion of the bridge. Required to cross the sea, the internal forces posed a higher risk than Crank. He handed over the scroll, his gaze as sharp as a torch. Team 7 will be led by you, Kakashi. The tone was heavy as iron. Protect your students well. Moreover, hold on to that light you once lost. Directly pointing at the core, Kakashi took the scroll, and his fingertips trembled slightly as they brushed over Land of Waves. The Sharingan beneath his forehead protector surged like a storm. Desire for the truth, fear of reliving the rainy night, anxiety over confirming his love, and the resolute determination to protect sworn with his life. Understood. He put away the scroll as if holding the key to redemption and turned to leave. His back was straight as a flagpole, but bore the weight of transcending life and death. Early morning at 7. At the task release point. No. 5. Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Let's go. Crank mission. Sasuke crossed his arms, his eyes sharp. Ming-Yi wore a light belt, standing slightly apart, his illness still evident, silently gazing down the road home. The Hatake, close to Kakashi, felt like dark currents beneath ice, fiercely suppressed by will. Morning. Kakashi's lazy tone rang out as he approached, swaying the scroll, his gaze sweeping over Naruto and Sasuke, ultimately locking onto Ming-Yi for a long, profound moment. That gaze was no longer investigative, only filled with the suffering surging like lava, ironclad will to protect, and the obsession to fulfill vows even across life and death. A silent vow flowed through their eyes this time. No matter where the Himalayan flower bloomed, I will never let that light dissipate again. From the Raikiri. Mission escort Dazuna to the Land of Waves. The words Land of Waves slipped out calm, yet like a heavy hammer striking down the fateful pact of seeking redemption and recognition across 2 lives. The air thickened and Ming-Yi's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, while Kakashi's gaze never left his pale profile, as if wanting to engrave that visage deep into his soul. Departing from the hustle and bustle of Konoha, Team 7 embarked on the long journey to the Land of Waves. The scent of the sea breeze grew stronger, mingling the humid air with a salty tang and the odor of decaying vegetation. At first Naruto was excited, chattering away, but the long, tedious journey and the oppressive atmosphere, Ming-Yi's silence, Kakashi's seemingly lazy but hawk-like vigilance, and Sasuke's heightened alertness, quickly dampened his spirits. The client Dazuna, a thin old man reeking of alcohol, with flickering eyes, carried a large toolbox and walked with heavy steps. Occasionally he cast anxious and calculating glances at his guards. They crossed the fog-laden strait on a makeshift fishing boat in silence. Upon stepping onto the Land of Waves, they were greeted by a desolate wetland known as the Grass Wave Coast. The land was lowly and covered with half-a-man-high withered reeds and murky puddles, while a thick, impenetrable gray-white fog reduced visibility to less than 10 meters. The air was cold and damp, carrying the taste of rust and decay with every breath. The only sounds were the squelching of feet in the wet mud and the distant murmur of waves, creating a suffocating atmosphere. If we cross this wetland, we'll see the village soon. Everyone be careful of the fog. Dazuna's voice trembled slightly, leaving his words unfinished. As the team delved into the heart of the wetland, they reached a more open area, surrounded by large puddles of water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of projectiles shattered the heavy silence of the fog. Several shurikens glinting with a cold blue light shot out like poisonous fangs from the depths of the fog to the front. The target was incredibly precise, directly aimed at the seemingly most relaxed person in the group, Naruto Uzumaki. Enemy attack. Sasuke shouted, sharply activating his Sharingan. In an instant, his body, slightly bent kunai, already in hand. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, his hands swiftly reaching for his ninja tool pouch. Ming-Yi's fingers resting on the hilt of his shallow blade tightened silently, his aura suddenly turning cold and sharp like a drawn sword. However, Naruto, at the core of the attack, was completely stunned by this sudden, deadly assault. His pupils dilated, his body felt as if bound by invisible ropes, frozen in place, his mind blank, helplessly watching the lethal light rapidly enlarge in his field of vision. Fear choked his throat, preventing him from uttering a complete scream, leaving only short gasps. TSK. Kakashi clicked, his tongue vanishing like a ghost from where he stood, arriving just in time. A series of crisp sounds rang out as he skillfully deflected all the shurikens aimed at Naruto, with his kunai sparks flying briefly in the thick fog. The attackers seemed to have merely conducted a cold, ruthless test. Missing their mark, they immediately vanished like ghosts merging into the fog. With the crisis temporarily averted, Kakashi retrieved his kunai, his exposed right eye turning to Naruto, who stood frozen in place, pale as paper and still trembling uncontrollably. His tone was icy and devoid of warmth, like a blade tempered in ice. Do you lack even the most basic alertness and reflexes? You are the bottom of the barrel. If I hadn't intervened just now, you would already be a corpse filled with poison darts, slowly rotting away. With such a useless performance, how dare you even think about becoming Hokage? Protecting others. Each word struck Naruto like a heavy slap to the face. He felt as if struck by lightning. A tremendous shame and anger towards himself exploded within him like magma in his chest. He stared at his trembling hand, which he could not control, and felt Sasuke's disdainful gaze upon him. Finally, he looked to Minji, who had already retracted his hand from the hilt of his blade, his expression still unreadable, but the deep disappointment flickering in his pitch-black eyes pierced Naruto's heart more. I. Naruto's lips trembled violently, humiliation and fury nearly consuming him. He suddenly drew his kunai. PSH. The sharp blade decisively sliced across his left palm. Scalding blood gushed forth, dripping onto the cold, wet mud beneath. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I swear on my blood. He raised his bleeding palm high, his voice hoarse and distorted from extreme excitement, yet his azure eyes burned with an unprecedented, almost frenzied flame. From this moment on, I will never back down again. I will never hold anyone back again. I will become stronger than anyone. Strong enough to protect all those I cherish. If I break this vow, may it be as this palm. The boy's bloody oath echoed through the silent fog, embodying a grim determination of burning bridges and a resolve that nothing short of death would suffice. Kakashi observed Naruto's bleeding hand and those burning eyes, a subtle shift in his gaze, yet he said nothing. Sasuke snorted softly, but the contempt in his eyes was noticeably diminished. Minji silently watched the glaring red, a flicker of complex emotions rippling deep within his gaze. The following journey was steeped in a tense atmosphere as heavy as lead. Naruto seemed like a different person, his spirit highly strung, senses heightened to the limit, constantly scanning for any movement in the fog. Sasuke's Sharingan operated like a radar. Minji remained silent, yet the cold aura around him resembled a coiled snake ready to strike the shallow blade, reflecting a faint glimmer in the fog. Kakashi appeared lazily engrossed in his book Intimate Paradise, yet his Sharingan under the forehead protector had never truly closed, like a lurking leopard. Dasna observed this strangely tense, yet evidently fierce team, and the anxiety in his eyes deepened. Finally, after passing through a dense thicket of reeds, a long, dilapidated wooden bridge appeared ahead, connecting to the denser fog deeper in the wetland. Once we cross this bridge, it will be much safer. Dasna's voice trembled slightly, just as everyone stepped onto the bridge, reaching the broadest part in the center. A sudden change occurred. Buzz. A bone-chilling, cold, killing intent surged forth from the murky puddles beneath the bridge without warning, instantly locking onto the entire wooden bridge. The fog seemed to thicken, becoming even more viscous and heavy, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Highest alert. Kakashi shouted hoarsely, his book disappearing in an instant, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade. Splash. A massive splash erupted like an explosion. A towering figure akin to a mountain surged from the murky waters beneath the bridge with unmatched momentum. The man had blood-soaked bandages wrapped around his face, revealing only a pair of cold, cruel, and emotionless gray-white eyes, carrying a gigantic, decapitating sword nearly as tall as he was wrapped in leaking bandages. The rogue ninja of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. The first one is the old man. Zabuza's gravelly voice, like the grinding of stones, sounded like the pronouncement of death as the massive sword tore through the fog, accompanied by a piercing wail bearing down with incredible force towards Dasna's head. So fast it surpassed the limits of visual capture. Not on my watch. Sasuke reacted the quickest. His Sharingan accurately predicted the trajectory, launching several shurikens bound with explosive tags like shooting stars towards Zabuza's face, while his body exploded into extreme speed, trying to push Dasna out of harm's way. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto yelled angrily, instantly creating several shadow clones, recklessly throwing kunai as distractions. Minji moved the instant Zabuza appeared. Like a shadow merging with the fog, he instantly appeared at Dasna's side, the blade reflecting a chilling light. A cold, ominous aura spread out, preparing to clash with this thunderous strike. However, Zabuza's target was never Dasna. This thunderous strike was merely a feint. Water clone technique. At the moment the decapitating sword fell, Zabuza's figure twisted and dissipated like rippling water. The real Zabuza appeared, seemingly teleporting, with cold water vapor unexpectedly materializing at Kakashi's side in his blind spot. A hand covered in thick calluses, brimming with terrifying power, wrapped in highly compressed chakra, reached towards Kakashi's neck like an iron claw. The timing, angle, and speed were all impeccable. Though Kakashi's Sharingan caught the movement of Zabuza's true form, Zabuza's explosive power and battle experience far surpassed that of an ordinary jonin. In a rush, Kakashi could only tilt his body backward. PSH. Zabuza's hand missed his neck, but fiercely grabbed Kakashi's left shoulder like steel claws. A torrent of violent water-style chakra surged into him, water-style water prison technique. A massive solid cage formed from highly compressed flowing blue water instantly enveloped and imprisoned Kakashi's body. Kakashi's body stiffened suddenly, his chakra forcefully suppressed, and disrupted like an insect trapped in amber, completely losing the ability to move. Kakashi sensei. Naruto cried out in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Damn it. Sasuke cursed through gritted teeth, immediately abandoning the rescue of Dazna, turning to attack Zabuza directly. Mingyas's gaze was as cold as ice, his shallow blade fully drawn, swirling with visible dark aura, his figure transformed into an afterimage rushing straight for Zabuza. Annoying insects. Zabuza maintained the water prison with one hand, while casually gesturing toward the lake with the other. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Several colossal water dragons formed from the murky lake water roared, deafeningly charging, with overwhelming momentum, towards Naruto, Sasuke, and Minji. The force was terrifying, instantly forcing the three back. Bloodline exposed thunder from the other shore. The fierce battle erupted on the fog-laden bridge. Naruto's shadow clones recklessly charged at the water dragon, attempting to offset the impact with sheer numbers, but were easily torn apart by the raging current. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, unleashing fire-style fireball jutsu, which clashed violently with the water dragon, creating a thick cloud of steam, while shurikens rained down like a torrential downpour towards Zabuza's arm, maintaining the water prison. Minji showcased a stunningly eerie movement technique, his trajectory flickering in and out like a ghost in the fog, the blade creating lines of cold death accurately cutting through the rushing water, even managing to briefly freeze parts of the water dragons. He did not utilize deeper levels of the ominous power, deftly maneuvering with exquisite body flicker techniques and fierce swordsmanship amidst Zabuza's onslaught. During a high-speed dodge from the water dragon's bite, Mingyas's movement was too exaggerated and his thin clothing ripped open, leaving a long cut across his back. Sasuke, who had been locking onto Zabuza with his Sharingan, searching for openings in the water prison technique, caught a glimpse of Mingyas's back out of the corner of his eye. In that instant, Sasuke's pupils constricted like needles. Even his breath caught in his throat. Through the torn fabric, he clearly saw a bizarre, vividly lifelike flower tattoo imprinted just below Mingyas's shoulder blade, close to his spine. The petals were a deep blood red like congealed blood, the core gleaming with molten gold, while thorn-like black lines intertwined, radiating an eerie aura that sent shivers down his spine. A mixture of ultimate death and eternal obsession. What shocked Sasuke, even more, nearly shattering his understanding, was that within the core veins of that bizarre pattern flowed an extremely pure chakra wave uniquely belonging to the Uchiha clan. Although enveloped and suppressed by an even deeper, colder, ominous power, that chakra rooted in the Sharingan could not deceive his three-tomo Sharingan. You, Uchiha! Sasuke exclaimed in shock, his attack faltering noticeably. This mysterious medic Minji was actually a survivor of the Uchiha clan. Why have I never heard of this? Why hide his identity? What kind of evil entity is that ominous flower? Meanwhile, trapped in the water prison, Kakashi, desperately trying to break free, also clearly captured the fleeting image of the pattern on Mingyas's back with his Sharingan. The flower, that alluring red flower, symbolizing death and the eternal separation from the other shore. In that moment, as he discerned every detail of the pattern and felt that unique aura mingling death and the Uchiha's in-release chakra. Ugh! Kakashi's mind was pierced by an invisible spear entwined with fragmented memories. The scene before him was instantly torn apart and shattered. Dusty, bloody fragments of memory exploded like a volcano, carrying the pain and despair of searing the soul, breaking through all rational barriers, drowning him completely. A rainy night at the border, muddy and cold. Lin's gaze was hollow and desperate, as if drawn by an invisible thread, screaming as she collided with his right hand, which shone with blinding lightning. This bizarre scene shocked Kakashi, trying to pull back, but terrified to find his body seemingly unresponsive. Lin, no! Nightman's terrified scream tore through the rain curtain. His three-tomo Sharingan activated to its limit. His gaze swept over Lin's resolute figure as she charged towards Raikiri. The precise insight of the Sharingan made him instantly understand. Lin's death was already determined. Her movements and chakra waves pointed to one inevitable end, and there was no time for rescue. A massive sorrow struck him like a hammer to the heart, but the instinct of a ninja and the will to protect Kakashi overrode everything. Kakashi! Nightmoon did not hesitate, like a lightning bolt tearing through darkness, aiming directly for Kakashi. His keen Sharingan clearly captured the chakra within Kakashi, being forcibly twisted by a cold, unknown force filled with absolute malice. This power acted like invisible shackles, firmly binding Kakashi's body and while driving his arm to strike at Lin. Kakashi was being controlled by an unfathomable, terrifying force. Not good. He's being controlled. Nightmoon's heart raced with alarm. What made him even more furious was that his Sharingan caught a glimpse behind Kakashi in the fog shadows. Several ninjas wearing enemy headbands emerged like phantoms, their shining kunai and ninja blades aimed directly at Kakashi's unguarded back. A malicious timing. Just as Kakashi was manipulated, shocked, and about to attack Lin. They were clearly trying to kill Kakashi. No. Nightmoon's eyes were filled with nothing but Kakashi in that instant. A cruel choice lay before him. He could use his Sharingan and speed to dodge Kakashi's controlled thrust towards Lin, which was actually aimed at him at the last moment. But then Kakashi's back would be completely exposed to those lethal assailants. With Kakashi in such a vulnerable state, he would undoubtedly die. Kakashi, stay alive. Night Moon's eyes erupted with unparalleled determination. That was the will to protect his best friend beyond life and death. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned all evasion and defense. His body lunged forward. With his chest, he accurately and actively met Kakashi's controlled arm wrapped in destructive lightning. At the same time, he extended his arms wide, trying to shield Kakashi from all incoming attacks with his own body. Lin was gone, and he could not let Kakashi die here. In Kakashi's blurred vision filled with pain and despair, he saw, at the wound on Night Moon's chest, a blooming, otherworldly massive flower of light suddenly unfolded in the core of the gushing, scorching blood. The petals were as red as congealed blood, the core flowing with molten light, while thorn-like black lines intertwined, exuding an eerie aura that mingled death and eternal obsession. This flower of light, composed of pure radiance, overlapped cruelly and shockingly with the real flower of blood rapidly blooming beneath Night Moon's body, forming a harrowing and shocking juxtaposition. PSH. The icy and familiar terrifying sensation of Raikiri piercing through living flesh, accompanied by the subtle sound of bones cracking, reverberated clearly along his arm. Scalding, life-filled blood gushed like a fountain, splattering across his arm, face, and even into his eyes. The world turned a shade of crimson. He felt the rapid loss of Night Moon's life, but was powerless to stop it. The overwhelming guilt, the pain of losing his best friend, and the ultimate fear of that unknown controlling power crashed over him like a tsunami, instantly collapsing his last defenses. No. A soundless, despairing wail emanated from the depths of Kakashi's soul, enough to tear the heavens apart. Everything went black before his eyes, his body collapsing like a puppet with severed strings, losing consciousness the moment Night Moon was pierced and the flower of light bloomed. He did not even see Night Moon fall. Events following Kakashi's fainting, he is unaware, as reports from subsequent Konoha ninjas come back later. When the Konoha patrol ninjas arrived at the border battlefield, they found Kakashi unconscious and covered in blood along with Lin's cold corpse. The scene was a mess, with the bodies of enemy ninjas scattered everywhere, their deaths horrific. And Night Moon. This unbelievable sight became an unexplainable mystery, ultimately relayed back to the higher-ups of Konoha as intelligence. As for Uchiha Obito, in the official records of Konoha and everyone's understanding, he had long since perished in the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge, completely unrelated to this tragedy. It was this flower. At this moment, the bizarre flower tattoo, blooming on Mingya's back, flowing with Uchiha blood, perfectly and cruelly overlapped with the flower of light that blossomed at the wound on Night Moon's chest during his final moments. That was not a tattoo. It was the ultimate manifestation of Night Moon's will to protect the last figment of his life burning out. This flower symbolizes the brilliance and dissolution of the protector's life, representing an eternal debt of blood and guilt that the protected can never repay. And the last image in Kakashi's memory was fixed on that bizarre and despairing flower of light blossoming from his best friend's chest. As for the tale of Night Moon ultimately transforming into light, it would become a myth-like report relayed by Konoha's intelligence department in the future, deeply imprinted in his heart. PSH. Kakashi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood from the water prison. His soul was repeatedly torn apart by the ultimate tragic image of the flower of light blooming from Night Moon's chest. The chakra maintaining the water prison instantly became chaotic and uncontrollable. He only remembered the moment his best friend was pierced by his controlled hand, the flower blooming on his chest, which struck him down completely. Ugh. Zabuza grunted, his expression shifting slightly. He could clearly feel the chakra of that silver-haired jonin in the water prison raging like a wild beast, filled with the ultimate pain of losing a best friend, unbearable self-hatred, and an overwhelming hatred towards that unseen controller. This violent tremor from the depths of his soul even made it difficult for him to maintain the water prison. Breaking the impasse, forging evidence, and the sorrow of the protector, now's the time. Sasuke suppressed the overwhelming shock regarding Mingya's identity, seizing this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity as Zabuza momentarily lost focus, unleashing a massive fire-style phoenix fire technique, resembling an angry firebird aimed directly at Zabuza's arm, maintaining the water prison. Shadow Clone Barrage. Naruto reacted swiftly, sending several shadow clones recklessly charging at Zabuza's lower body in a suicidal interference. Mingya's gaze was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, a sharp black blade of condensed cold death energy, silent, yet swift as lightning, struck at the water prison's weakest core node connecting to Zabuza's chakra. Engulfed from both sides. The timing was perfect. Damn it. Zabuza was forced to loosen his grip on the water prison, his decapitating sword hurriedly returning to block Sasuke's fire technique and Mingya's sword energy. Splash. The water prison, losing its core maintenance, instantly collapsed. The muddy water splattered everywhere. Kakashi broke free. However, the state of the freed Kakashi was terrible. His face was as pale as gold paper, his Sharingan under the forehead protector filled with gruesome blood vessels resembling shattered glass, his body swayed violently from excruciating pain and immense mental shock, the memory flashback from moments ago nearly draining all his strength and reason. But the pain, fury, and profound killing intent in his eyes burned like tangible flames. This killing intent was not merely directed at Zabuza before him, it transcended time and space, locking onto the hidden hand controlling everything. This unknown terrifying force like fate itself. You will pay. Kakashi's voice was hoarse like the grinding of sandpaper, each word soaked in overwhelming hatred for fate, for that unknown hand, and for himself, as his Sharingan spun to its extremes. He held nothing back, replicating Zabuza's water style, his hands instantly enveloped in blinding lightning. Raikiri. With the might of thunder driven by a reckless impulse, he unleashed a tempestuous counterattack. His battle experience techniques, Sharingan replication ability, and reckless fury combined to form an overwhelming force. Zabuza immediately fell into absolute disadvantage, facing numerous near-death experiences, new wounds constantly appearing, blood staining his bandages. Just as Kakashi's Raikiri was about to pierce Zabuza's heart and deliver a fatal blow. Whoosh! A dense barrage of ice Senbon silent, yet swift shot from the depths of the fog, aimed not at Kakashi, but at Zabuza on the ground. PSH. Countless ice Senbon penetrated Zabuza's neck with deadly precision. Zabuza's body stiffened, suddenly disbelief reflected in his eyes, as he released raspy breaths, his massive form crashing to the ground, breath instantly extinguished. Kakashi's Raikiri halted midair, his exposed right eye fixed intently on the depths of the fog. Sasuke and Naruto also halted their movements warily. Minji sheathed his blade, his gaze solemnly directed towards the source of the Senbon. From the fog emerged a figure slightly thin, wearing a mask from the mists, slowly stepping forward. Under the eye holes of the mask, a pair of seemingly calm eyes scanned over the fallen Zabuza, then turned to Kakashi and the others, speaking in a deliberately altered, hoarse, cold voice. Thank you all. I am a member of the Mist's assassination unit. This rogue ninja Zabuza has been our target for many years. Thank you for depleting his strength, allowing me the opportunity to deliver the final execution. With the mission accomplished, I take my leave. Saying this, he did not allow Kakashi and the others a chance to inquire, swiftly forming hand seals. Bang! A thick cloud of white smoke erupted, and his figure along with Zabuza's corpse vanished without a trace. On the bridge, only Team 7, a shaken Dazna, and the lingering fog mixed with the remnants of battle remained. Kakashi stared at the spot where the enemy had disappeared, his Sharingan slowly rotating, finally shutting down in exhaustion. He breathed heavily, his body trembling slightly as the forcibly unleashed power receded like a tide, leaving behind a deeper emptiness and a pain that resonated from his soul. He instinctively covered his left eye. The flower of light blooming from his best friend's chest burned into his soul like a brand. The image of Night Moon falling, Lin's hollow gaze, that invisible controlling power, all of it intertwined into a nightmare that nearly consumed him. As for the legend of Night Moon ultimately dispersing into light, at this moment he knew nothing of it. That would be a deeper scar conveyed to him in a near-mythical report by Konoha's intelligence department at some point in the future. Sasuke's gaze once again fell on the flower tattoo on Mingye's back, now hidden beneath the torn clothing, yet the shock and questions from that fleeting glance remained buried deep within his heart. Who exactly is this medic Minji? What unknown connections does he have with the Uchiha clan and Kakashi Sensei's painful past? Why does that flower resemble the flower of light that bloomed from Nightmoon Senpei's chest? Minji silently sheathed his blade as if everything that had just happened was none of his concern. Yet within the depths of his unfathomable black eyes, a fleeting, unnoticed ripple of complex emotions passed. The fog of the grass wave wetland remained thick, the scent of blood mingled with the water vapor, signaling that the journey in the land of waves had only just begun, filled with dangers and mysteries. And the flower nourished by the blood of a best friend within Kakashi's heart was cruelly awakened once more by the eerie tattoo on Mingye's back today. The secret of Night Moon's transformation into light would wait for the day it could be uncovered like stardust scattered in a distant rainy night. The gloom of the grass wave wetlands had yet to fully dissipate, but the sparse sunlight of the land of waves finally brought a hint of respite. Dazna huddled in his home, still shaken. Naruto was filled with a fiery determination ignited by the blood oath, his azure eyes burning with a desire for strength, though a tinge of fear lingered. Sasuke remained even more silent, his Threedemo Sharingan acting like a precise probe, repeatedly scanning the silhouette of Minji tightly concealed beneath layers of clothing. That probing gaze seemed almost capable of penetrating the fabric, reaching the secrets hidden beneath. Kakashi leaned against the door frame, his forehead protector drawn down to obscure his left eye, holding the paradise of affection in his hands, his posture seemingly relaxed as usual. Yet his pallid complexion, the barely noticeable tension in his left shoulder, and the occasional unfocused gaze drifting toward the shadow, where Minji stood silently, revealed the dual scars on his body and soul. The eerie tattoo on Mingye. He needed to shift his focus, and more importantly, he needed to restore the team's combat strength as quickly as possible. Beneath the waters of the land of waves, dark currents surged. Minji remained isolated in the shadow of another tree, his breath as still as an ancient well. As Naruto once again blasted the bark off the tree, he subtly turned his head. The next moment, his figure like a wraith unexpectedly slid vertically up to the treetop, lightly tapping a slender branch, causing no disturbance to the falling leaves as he gracefully descended, as if he had never moved. Throughout the entire process, only the faintest disturbance in the ethereal atmosphere was felt. Sasuke accurately captured this inhuman scene. He stopped training and walked directly in front of Minji, his Sharingan burning with intensity. Medic Minji. The tattoo on your back at the grass wave pier flows with Uchiha's in-release chakra. Who exactly are you? What is your relation to the Uchiha? The cloud of bloodline suspicion must be cleared. Naruto curiously leaned closer. Kakashi's gaze also lifted from the pages resting on Minji with barely perceptible scrutiny. Minji raised his eyes to meet those scarlet ones, his expression calm and unruffled. My mother is an Uchiha. So you are also one of the Uchiha clan? No, he replied decisively, his tone cold and clear. The bloodline began with her. For me it is diluted, mutated. He pointed to his pitch-black eyes, the depth of which seemed capable of swallowing all light. This is the proof. Medic is my surname and also my identity. The glory and karma of the Uchiha have nothing to do with me. He acknowledged the source, but declared a complete severance with the coldest tone. Sasuke stared intently into those abyss-like black eyes, trying to find a flaw, but saw only an expanse of frozen silence devoid of even the slightest ripple. He snorted coldly, turning away to continue training. Kakashi's gaze, however, could no longer tear itself away from that shadow. Guilt, responsibility, and a strange stubbornness that even he found unfamiliar. A solitude that repelled others, the scars hidden beneath clothing, the intertwining of inhuman strength and fragility. All magnetically attracted him, yet also pierced him deeply. It was a blend of intense protectiveness, curiosity, and even a hint of unwillingness stirred by that icy barrier. As Naruto and Sasuke focused on their training, Kakashi put down the book and walked toward Minji, taking steps with a cautious trial he himself was unaware of. Minji instantly became alert, his aura suddenly sharp like a drawn blade, his black eyes offering a frigid warning, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a few degrees. Kakashi stopped 5 steps away. At this distance, he could clearly perceive the deathly aura radiating from Minji. The injury on your back, Kakashi's voice was soft, carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness, was left by the water blade of the grass wave, and there are old wounds as well. Ordinary medical treatment is ineffective on you. He recalled that inhuman self-healing and rejection along with the lingering dark energy. In the depths of the mind, Ajay excitedly rubbing hands. Here it comes, here it comes. Kakashi is taking the initiative. Host, stop pretending to be an iceberg. Although getting close will hurt, this is the beginning of a mutual approach physically. Charge. Minji fell silent for a moment, his thin lips curling into a temperatureless arc, his sharp tongue like a needle frozen in ice. White hair, put away your cheap and annoying concern. Stay away from me. That is the best medicine for my wounds. Every word precisely pierced Kakashi's intent to approach, reminding him to maintain his distance. Kakashi's breath caught slightly, a subtle sting radiating from his heart. Not physical harm, but discomfort struck by that cutting remark. But he suppressed the rising emotions and tentatively took a small step forward. In an instant, a bone-chilling pain surged forth as if countless ice needles pierced into his marrow. The old injury on his left shoulder felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped it, causing intense agony. Kakashi furrowed his brow, his complexion instantly paling, cold sweat seeping from his temples, his body swaying imperceptibly, yet he stood firm through sheer willpower. Tisk, are you addicted to self-harm? Minji sneered, his sarcasm intensifying, a cruel glint flickering in his black eyes. Seeing you endure pain so valiantly, his sharp tongue upgraded as if relishing Kakashi's plight. Kakashi remained silent, the veins on his forehead twitching slightly, silently retreating 5 steps. He noticed a fleeting motion in Mingya's eyes, a flicker of response to his endurance, but that ripple was quickly covered by a more profound cold indifference. This instead ignited a deeper curiosity within Kakashi, a stubborn determination not to rest until he discovered the truth. In the following days, Kakashi's focus on training shifted dramatically. He persistently tested the invisible safe distance while enduring Mingya's increasingly sharp verbal assaults, moving half a step closer to offer water. Has the Konoha Jonin turned into a servant? Or did you poison the water, trying to kill me to inherit my legacy? The inheritance joke made Kakashi's mouth twitch. Sitting closer to rest, polluting the air, stay 3 zhang away. Your chakra smells like a salted fish. Kakashi silently sniffed himself, attempting to slowly approach while Minji closed his eyes, planning a sneak attack. With your half-broken state and slow reactions, save it. Each approach brought a chill that invaded him, and the pain corresponding to his left shoulder. Kakashi clenched his teeth and endured, silently taking notes. He discovered that when Minji was fatigued or when the wound on his back flared up, that invisible repulsion seemed to weaken slightly, and he could awkwardly close the distance to 4 steps. But when Minji was in good form, 5 steps was an absolute red line. The water blade wound on his back healed at an extremely slow rate, the black energy swirling around like a living being, exuding a disquieting ominousness. Offering medical bandages. Save your pathetic chakra, it won't even be enough to scratch my wound. Better keep it to save your own life, white hair. As expected, ordinary methods are ineffective. Kakashi leaned against a tree, panting, sweat soaking the strands of hair beneath his forehead, protector, a sense of defeat wrapping around him like vines. He gazed at the figure in the shadow that always maintained its distance, where Naruto was shouting and running across the water's surface and Sasuke stood firmly in the center. Their progress was visibly apparent, while on his end, aside from pain and a barrage of sharp words, it seemed there was no progress at all. However, amid frustration, a thought grew clearer and hotter. What drove him closer might not be any principle of medical ninjutsu at all. Rather, it was the impulse to tear through that icy shell to confirm whether beneath the repulsion was truly only silence, and to touch. This impulse was so intense that it startled him. Ajay rolling around excitedly in the mind. Kakashi finally enlightened. Host. He is approaching not out of responsibility or mission. He wants to get closer. This awkward attraction. This damn tension. Respond to him with your blushing face. Use your sharp tongue to conceal your heartbeat. Charge at him. Let him feel both pain and joy. His heart raced in his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. Kakashi took a deep breath and walked toward Minji again, his gaze no longer tentative, but filled with a near-stubborn focus and undeniable gentleness. In his mind, there was no night moon, only this cold, awkward boy filled with thorns before him. That profound emotional current. Was it protection? Was it curiosity? Was it pity? Or was it some more complex secret attraction? At this moment, what drove him was an impulse from deep within his heart, impossible to suppress. 4 steps. 3 steps. The bone-chilling pain surged forth like a rushing tide. His left shoulder felt as if it were struck hard by a heavy hammer. Kakashi's body trembled violently, letting out a muffled groan, his face turning as pale as paper, cold sweat instantly soaking his back, but he gritted his teeth, his gaze unwavering, even carrying a sense of resolve as he took another step. 2 steps. Ugh. Minji suddenly let out a short cry of pain, his body recoiling fiercely like a startled beast. For the first time, his black eyes clearly reflected intense pain and an unexpected astonishment. Get away. Are you looking for death? The sharp tongue remained, but there was a hint of barely perceptible panic in his voice. Ajay screaming, the defense has been breached. The host has broken through. Look at Kakashi's expression. Host, look at his eyes. He wants to touch you. Face. Watch your face. It's turning red. It's turning red. Show him. Don't be afraid. Kakashi's voice was hoarse, but carried a strange warmth and determination that penetrated through the chilling darkness. He endured the excruciating pain that felt as if he were being torn apart, shivering as he reached out his right hand through the swirling dark energy. A thin layer of frost rapidly covered his fingers and arm, but he paid it no mind, persistently and slowly reaching for Ming-Yes's arm. His goal aimed directly at the wound concealed beneath the clothing. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the sleeve of Ming-Yes's clothing, Ajay shouting at maximum volume in Ming-Yes's mind, he touched it. He touched it. He touched you, host. Oh, so embarrassing. Face. Your face is red. It's turning red. A surge of indescribable warmth like a volcanic eruption rushed from the depths of Ming-Yes's heart straight to his cheeks. The pale skin, almost translucent, instantly blushed with large patches of intense crimson, like the most splendid evening glow rapidly spreading to his ear's neck and even into his collar. Those usually cold, unfathomable black eyes were now wide open, filled with unprecedented shock, the embarrassment of having his defenses forcibly breached, and a panic amplified endlessly by Ajay's screams. He could even feel the tips of his ears burning. You. Minji, like a cat that had stepped on its tail and been electrocuted, erupted with an unprecedented burst of strength, yanking back his arm fiercely, accompanied by a wild and uncontrollable dark energy, and in extreme embarrassment shouted at Kakashi, shameless white hair. Stay away from me. If you get closer, he'll chop off your claws. His voice slightly pitched due to embarrassment, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Before his words had even faded, he transformed into an uncontrollable black lightning bolt, swirling, with chaotic cold air vanishing into the depths of the forest, leaving only a fleeting shadow and the chilling aura laden with his intense emotional fluctuations. The echo of his sharp tongue lingered in the air, but it felt more like a declaration of retreat. Kakashi's hand froze in midair, his fingertips still tinged with the icy fabric he almost touched and the piercing chill of the dark energy. He stared blankly in the direction where Minji had disappeared, his mind a blank slate. What just happened? Ming-Yes's face was red, almost like a ripe tomato. The color was so intense it seemed ready to bleed, and that reaction was exaggerated, as if he had faced the most horrifying attack. 100 times more dramatic than being hit by his rakage. Those wide, shocked, embarrassed, and flustered black eyes were vividly etched onto his retina, unshakable. Ajay excitedly rolling around in the direction Minji disappeared. The plan worked. The host has achieved an epic blushing face. Though he ran away, the contact progress was 10086. Kakashi's shocked and dazed state is permanently acquired. One giant leap closer to healing. The host's reaction. Tisk too theatrical. This awkwardness. This contradiction. This pure fluffiness. It's no wonder Kakashi is bewildered. That direction must be explored deeper. Ziz. A faint sound, almost inaudible, like snow melting, seemed to emanate from the lingering dark energy on Kakashi's fingertips. Simultaneously, a faint yet real warmth and an unprecedented sense of relief seemed to emerge from the depths of the old wound on his left shoulder. This feeling was so faint, fleeting, it almost made him think it was an illusion. Kakashi slowly lowered his head, staring at his trembling fingers that had almost touched Minji. He suddenly raised his head, gazing into the deep woods where Minji had vanished. Reflecting on that stunning glimpse enough to overturn all his perceptions, the intensely blushing face and the explosive reaction, an absurd yet strangely enlightening thought began to grow wildly within him. Pain is real, rejection is real, the sharp tongue is real. But that overwhelming blush capable of melting an iceberg and the uncontrollable embarrassment seems completely not due to hatred and pain. Could it be, beneath that icy fortress lies Ajay excitedly rolling around in the distance? Kakashi's, and you guessed it. The host's awkwardness is the biggest flaw. To speed up recovery, it is time to consider the system's suggestion of, that unconventional yet undoubtedly effective direct approach to the host's soul and face special plan. The host's blush is the brightest signal light. Make him blush. Make him explode. Make him reluctant, yet welcoming. Kakashi instinctively touched his mask, his fingertips seemingly still lingering with the cold touch of Ming-Yes's clothing and that breathtakingly vivid blush imagery. A bold, even somewhat dangerous idea gradually took shape in his contemplative gaze. Perhaps, dealing with this hard-headed yet soft-hearted, defensively strong but prone to sudden blushing boy truly required a bit of very, very unconventional means. For example, making that redness more frequent and intense. Kakashi discovered that drawing near Minji eased his old wound, and he began to intensify his so-called treatment. Water too cold. Let me warm it with my chakra. Your clothes got dirty. Don't move, they'll wipe them. Minji shot back with a venomous tongue, only to be repeatedly interrupted by Kakashi's accidental touches. Under the moonlight, Kakashi suddenly removed his mask. Ming-Yes's pupils contracted as if struck, his mind blanked. Kakashi's hand took the chance to cover the wound on his back. Minji burned from head to toe, his inner voice in his spiritual sea shrieking madly. Shoo! Kakashi chuckled softly. Look, the black chi is dispersing. The aftershock of Ming-Yes's flared retreat was like a tangible icy shockwave that lingered on Kakashi's fingertips long after he withdrew. That burst of crimson fierce enough to scald 1,000 years of frozen ice, and the look in Ming-Yes's eyes, far beyond mere hatred or pain, a blazing mix of furious shame and panic, was seared into Kakashi's retina like a brand. Kakashi slowly retracted his hand, which had frozen midair and shimmered with a thin frost. Unconsciously, he rubbed his fingers as if still tasting the near touch, the chill of Ming-Yes's clothing and the blade-like sharpness of his nether aura. Deep within his left shoulder, the old grafted-in wound felt impossibly a faint but unmistakable warmth and ease, like a hidden undercurrent stirring beneath an icebound river. This was no illusion. Kakashi's gaze darkened, his usual languor gave way to a keen, almost surgical curiosity. Nearby, Naruto was still flailing on the water's surface, gleefully splashing as he practiced running. Sasuke stood steady in the rushing stream, his 3-demo Sharingan turning slowly as he precisely apportioned chakra to his feet. His eyes swept toward the direction where Minji had vanished, then settled on Kakashi with the acute perception of a prodigy. Kakashi drew a long breath, tamped down the surge of thought, and returned to his habitual lazy tone. Looks like you two are making progress. He padded to the water's edge, taking in Naruto's drenched disarray and Sasuke's composed bearing. Naruto, gather the chakra in your souls. Don't just stomp the water. Sasuke, your control is good, but mind your endurance. The current changes every moment. He appeared to be coaching them, but the corner of his eye swept like a precise radar over the dark woods where Minji had disappeared. That startling crimson, the bristled fury, and the strange residue left on his fingertips. Like a stone thrown into a lake, the ripples these stirred in his heart were far larger than he had anticipated. In Ming-Yes's spiritual sea, an excitable inner voice spun like a high-speed gyre. It cried that the host had been touched, that Kakashi's look was catastrophic, that the CPU was overheating. It raved about the expression, declared the plan a success, and squealed at the spectacular red face effect. The contact progress bar might not be full, but the shock value had peaked. It crowed that the old wound had felt something and gleefully concluded that Minji was Kakashi's personal human heater, a physical warm buddy, urging more of the same until Kakashi would be compelled to embrace him. Minji pressed his back against a great solitary tree away from the training ground. The rough, cold bark rasped through the thin fabric of his clothes. He closed his eyes and forced his racing heart back into his ribs. The heat that still lingered on his face felt branded there, a reminder of the unprecedented loss of control he had just suffered. The clamorous screams of that inner voice only made his breath more ragged. Shut up, he snarled inside his spiritual sea, his voice hoarse with unspent humiliation. Be noisy again, and he'll mute you for 3 days. Instantly chastened, but still bubbling with mischief, the inner voice begged forgiveness, insisting it was rejoicing for him. That Kakashi had clearly taken notice that the man who seemed lazy was privately replaying Ming-Yes's crimson face, and that he would surely return. It urged Minji to maintain composure, to keep flushing crimson, and maintain his biting tongue. Victory, it promised, was near. Minji ignored the restless voice and forced his attention back to the wound on his back, the slit torn by grass and water blades. Black chi writhed beneath his flesh like living vipers, hindering healing and sending sharp, chilling stabs through him. He summoned his cold, dormant Yuming chakra to suppress and expel the ill omen, but the effect was negligible. Kakashi's single step closer, and the chaos that accompanied it seemed only to rile the black chi further. In the days that followed, the training ground took on a strange, viscous atmosphere. Naruto and Sasuke's improvements were obvious. Naruto could now lurch across the water for short stretches. His posture was comical like a waterlogged duck, but his chakra control was no longer hopeless. Sasuke moved like a swift swallow, steady even in the roughest currents. He began attempting rapid directional changes on the water's surface, his Sharingan's gleam calculating every ripple. Kakashi's center of gravity, however, leaned entirely toward one cold-breathed youth who sat beneath the trees. A duel of probing and barbs. "Hey, little apothecary," Kakashi's lazy voice drifted over, cracking the deliberately cultivated frost around Minji. He had somehow drifted to a spot 5 steps from Minji, juggling a water flask. "Your lips look dry. The sun in the land of waves isn't harsh, but the wind is drying. Want a drink?" He made a show of offering it, and shifted forward half a step. At once that familiar ice needle pain stabbed through Kakashi's bones. The old wound in his left shoulder jerked sharply in response. He barely flinched, the water remained offered, his eyes carrying an innocent concern. Minji snapped his eyes open, his black gaze was a blade of ice. "White hair, stop with the fake solicitousness. Thirsty? Isn't that exactly what you want? Save Konoha's rations, why waste them on me?" His words were a precise, chilly barb. Kakashi pretended not to hear and maintained the offering posture, inching his toes forward as if unaware. The cold pain flared, a thin sheen of sweat crept across his temple, yet a faint, almost imperceptible smile lingered at his mouth, as though he relished this self-inflicted experiment. "'Tisk, such poor taste. I swear there's no poison in the water," he said, shaking the flask with the airiness of a man commenting on the weather. "Or are you afraid that drinking it will make you as lazy as I am?" He deflected the attack with self-mockery. Minji snorted coldly, the air around him chilled further. "Provocation. Immature. Both your water and you strike me as filthy." Kakashi stepped forward instead of retreating, using the feint of being rocked by Mingya's barb to lean in. Pain crashed over him like tidal force, his old shoulder felt as if branded by an invisible iron, and he grunted through it. Yet at the apex of that agony a whisper of warmth, faint but crystalline, bloomed from the scar's core like a single firefly igniting in darkness. It eased him in a way words could not capture. The sensation passed quickly but with absolute clarity. Kakashi's heart beat hard, his look toward Minji grew fathomless, threaded with an unmistakable hot curiosity. As he suspected, proximity, particularly the brutal crossing of Mingya's repulsive field, provoked the old wound. He braced himself, pretending to chastise. "You brat, your tongue gets sharper by the day." He steadied himself on a nearby trunk, pale and breathing hard, pain threaded through his voice, but a faint excitement hiding beneath it. "Maybe you're just restless. Time to increase training intensity." He used drills as a pretext to mask the enormity of his discovery. Minji watched Kakashi's forced endurance with slow, heavy eyes. The sweat at his temple and the tremor in his frame were no pretense. A brief, almost invisible flicker of emotion, annoyance or something else, crossed his gaze and was gone. He closed his eyes again and fell back into his usual cold silence, tossing off a final barb. "Mind yourself, you half-broken, useless Jounin. Stay away from me, and that's the best help you can offer." Kakashi remained by the tree a moment longer. He savored that remnant warmth in his left shoulder like a scarce draft in a desert, small but brimming with unprecedented promise. Watching Mingya's quietly returning iciness at his side, a bolder, almost brazen plan unfurled in his mind. If pain was the gateway to sweetness, then this amount of pain was one Kakashi could willingly shoulder. The treatment escalated brazen contact. Kakashi's teasing harassment grew more blatant and inventive. Each move tiptoed the edge of Mingya's tolerance, each touch costing Kakashi sharp pain, but delivering a brief, genuine solace to his old wound. In the afternoon shade, Minji closed his eyes to breathe. Kakashi crept in until 4.5 steps distant, the limit he had probed and found Minji could tolerate when composed. The chill pricked at him instantly. Kakashi bore it, holding a clean cloth in hand. "Hey brat," he murmured in a voice that seemed half awake. "You've got moss on your left sleeve. It's dusty and looks ugly. Want me to wipe it?" Before Minji could react, the cloth was already sweeping toward his arm in a motion so natural it could be mistaken for habit. Minji sprung like an alarmed viper, eyes snapping open as he lurched backward. His black gaze flared, looking for death. His words carried lethal intent. Kakashi's fingers skimmed the edge of Mingya's sleeve. He felt the nether chill seep from the fabric. The repulsive field flared, jolting his arm numb and sending the cloth clattering to the ground. He feigned a rueful wince, clutching his left shoulder. This time the pain was real, and stepped back. "Why such a big reaction? I only wanted to help clean it." "Damn, biting the hand that feeds you." Minji stared at the mud-stained cloth on the ground, then at Kakashi's seemingly injured, yet innocent posture. His lips compressed, the air around him chilled until it might freeze, but unusually, he offered no further venom. Instead, he turned his back to Kakashi, planting the nape of his head toward him with a clear message: "Keep your distance, especially you white hair." At dusk by the stream, Naruto and Sasuke washed a little farther off. Kakashi squatted upstream, methodically rinsing his hands. Minji stood a few paces below, splashing cold water on his face, as if to dispel something. Kakashi's eyes lingered on Mingya's hands submerged in the stream, pale and articulated, almost too white against the water. He rose, flicked the water from his hands, and casually moved to a spot 3 steps to Mingya's rear, a distance that eased the pain but still let the old shoulder twitch. "This stream must be snowmelt. It's freezing," Kakashi remarked as if in idle conversation, but he slouched down and slid his hand into the water as well. As Minji prepared to leave, Kakashi's hand in the stream traced with a lightning-quick accident across the back of Mingya's hand. The icy current could not mask that brief brush of skin. Minji recoiled as if seared by a hot iron, snatching his hand away with an electric jerk. The frozen mask on his face cracked, with thin rose crept up to his ears. His black eyes flashed with a mix of shock, fury, disbelief, and the mortification of a successful ambush. White hair. You, huh? What is it? Kakashi looked up the crescent of his exposed eye, filled with pure, innocent bewilderment. The current nearly unbalanced me. I brushed you aside, not on purpose. Only he knew the violence of the pain that ripple had caused, and how intoxicating the subsequent fleeting warmth in his left shoulder felt. Mingya's chest heaved as he glared at the lazy, innocent eyes. For a moment, the impudent brazenness left him too stunned to spit a sharper insult. He shook the water from his hand as if it were contaminated, then turned and strode away in a hurry that spoke of escape rather than composure. Inside Mingya's spiritual sea, the inner voice erupted into ecstatic, gibbering contact. He touched him. The host's ears flushed. Kakashi was a sly fox trading pain for healing and testing limits. It howled that the tactic was genius, that Kakashi should be forced to embrace him, and urged Minji to stay flustered and let the redness continue. It would speed healing. Kakashi watched Mingya's hasty retreat and rose slowly from the stream, water dripping from his fingers. He still felt the slick chill of Mingya's skin on his fingertips and a tiny electric thrum left behind. The warmth in his left shoulder lingered a touch longer than before. He touched his mask, and the exposed eye lost its leisure. It glittered with a hunter's certainty, cold and unwavering. The approach felt right. When conventional methods failed against a sharp tongue and fragile pride, he would rely on brazen manufactured accidents. His suspicion about the blush grew firmer. Every apparent successful touch and ensuing verbal assault flashed through a sliver of crimson and panic beneath Mingya's surface. It was no longer mere chance. Night bled in, saturating the fringe of the land of waves forests. Naruto slept sprawled on the tatami at the Dazuna house, snoring thunderously. Sasuke sat cross-legged by the window, replaying chakra control details in his head beneath the cold moonlight. The Freedomo Sharingan flickered faintly at intervals. Kakashi leaned against a corridor pillar, not reading his book. He tilted his head to the sky, where a moon, not yet full, cast silver light that outlined his jaw beneath the mask. The day's repeated probes left a residual ache in his limbs, particularly in the left shoulder, where a dull, familiar sting pulsed now and then. More vividly imprinted in his mind, however, were the brief, real warmths that followed each pain peak, and the sight of Mingya's frozen mask being torn open to reveal surprise, and that flush of crimson. That red as fierce as the strongest liquor did not dampen his urge. Under the moonlight, it only grew more ravenous. A daring, almost dangerous idea clamored in his chest. If touches and accidents made that warmth rise, what if he did more than merely accidentally touch? What if he peeled back a deeper layer of disguise? His gaze drifted inevitably to the giant cherry tree in the courtyard corner. Even in darkness, he could sense that familiar presence, cold and silent like a block of jade in moonlight. Minji sat alone beneath the tree, his back to the corridor and facing the dim forest. His silhouette nearly merged with the shadows. Only his pale profile caught a thin, chill gleam. He seemed to be drawing in the moonlight to suppress the restlessness of his back wound. The nether aura clinging to him was darker and colder than during the day. Kakashi inhaled the night air tinged with pine and grass, then rose soundlessly and stood straight. Without hesitation, he descended the wooden steps, crossed the soft grass, and walked directly toward the lone figure beneath the cherry tree. His footfalls were light but distinct in the hush. Mingya's aura snapped taut like a beast sensing a predator. He did not glance back, but his body tightened, and the air chilled as if to ice. The warning was clear. Kakashi acted as if unaware. He closed the gap step by step 543. The familiar bone-deep cold stabbed him again, as if falling into a frozen pit ransacking his body. The left shoulder's old wound tore anew. Cold sweat soaked the skin beneath his hair. His breathing grew labored. Still he advanced, eyes sharp, fixed on Mingya's back with a near-obsessive intensity. Get lost. Minji spat one single freezing word that carried undisguised killing intent. Kakashi halted 2 steps away. The pain from that distance was annihilating, as if his bones were being frozen and ground to dust. The edges of his vision darkened. He bore it, grinned with a slight twist, and an almost painfully bright clarity, his voice hoarse with suffering. The moon's nice. It's dull watching it alone. Minji whipped his head around. His black eyes burned in the moonlight like a frozen inferno. One last warning, white hair. One more step, and I. His threat fractured in mid-sentence. The moment he turned, Kakashi moved with a lightning decision and a lornithing resolve. His uninjured right hand shot up with blinding speed and hooked the edge of the black mask over his face. The faint rustle of fabric in the still night struck like thunder. The mask was torn down, sliding to his jaw. Moonlight, cool and bright, poured unimpeded onto the face that had been veiled for so long. A high, noble nose, a jawline clean and decisive beneath the mask, a lips pale but well-shaped, a small, mysterious mole at the corner of his mouth glinting in moonlight. Stripped of its habitual coverings, the handsome features, once softened by laziness, revealed a blade-like sharpness and a suffocating, aggressive masculinity that seemed to cut the air. Time itself felt clipped in that instant. Mingya's fathomless black eyes widened to their limit when they met the unveiled face. It was as if a silent tenfold quake had ripped through his pupils, all his coldness raged defenses, and barbed words shattered beneath that unexpected visage. His mind emptied, thought frozen, breathing halted. He stood rigid, caught mid-turn like a statue of ice under the moon. The deliberately maintained icy mask crumbled, replaced by a raw, dumbstruck stupefaction and awe. Inside Mingyes' spiritual sea, the inner voice erupted in a banshee-like scream. He took off his mask. It's his face. It's Kakashi's face. The mole. It's a killer. The host's CPU must be fried. Kakashi had been waiting for this precise moment of cognitive rupture, the fatal gap when all defense systems faltered. As Mingyes' mind went blank and his body froze, Kakashi fought through the numbing invasion of nether cold that threatened to still him and took one final decisive step forward. Their distance collapsed to nothing. That thin frosted right hand, trembling from pain, yet driven with an irresistible force and a devout resolve, landed squarely on Mingyes' back, right on the grisly wound torn by grass and water blades, and knotted with black chi. Minji cried out a short, sharp wail, as if struck by 10,000 volts, the sound raw and fierce. His body convulsed violently. More furious than any prior contact, the nether chi erupted like an unruly black dragon blasting from the wound and pours to lash at Kakashi. Kakashi could not hold it. He spat blood in a sudden geyser, spattering Mingyes' shoulder and the grass with vivid crimson under the moon. He felt as if an iceberg had struck him. Every bone moaned under the strain, and the left shoulder felt about to be ripped asunder. The edges of his vision blackened, his consciousness thinned. And yet, at the very apex of this annihilating agony, an unprecedented immense warmth burst forth from the deepest recesses of the old injury, like a dormant volcano roaring awake. That warm tide carried life and thunder. It swept through half his body, ripping away the accumulated cold and sickness like a cleansing flood. Relief bloomed at the left shoulder, and near renewal, a tingling, liberating, unburdening, as though a long crushing stone had been lifted away. At the same time, beneath his pressing palm, he felt a transformation in the wound itself. The viscous black chi that clung like a gangrenous rot, foul, unmoving, radiating deathly cold, met the blended force of his own faint chakra and the strange warmth beneath, and hissed as if boiled by scalding water. The black chi writhed and contorted violently, shrieking in a mute animal way. It thinned, splintered, and visibly dissolved. The corrupted purple-black flesh at the wound's edge began to hint at a living faint pink, the fragile color of pulsing life returning. Minji finally tore himself from the stupor. The unbearable pain that radiated from his back combined with another alien surge, a molten, searing warmth exploding from the point of contact, shattering all his reason in an instant. This time it was not merely the sight of a face. The ferocious heat that erupted from Kakashi's palm convulsed through him, scorching upward like flame to his crown. His pale neck, ears, and even the collarbone hidden by cloth flamed into sudden intense patches of crimson, as if set alight by the fiercest fire. He felt his blood roaring. Shame, fury, the panic of being taken by surprise, and an instinctive burning bodily response all collided. A chaotic tide of emotion filled his widened black eyes like a storm upon the sea. Shoo! Kakashi breathed in his ear, voice rough as an old bellows and tinged with iron. It bore a strangely tender, soul-penetrating hush, an undeniable lullaby of comfort. His warm breath brushed Mingyes' heated ear. Minji shuddered and nearly collapsed. Kakashi clung to the last thread of clarity. Blood smeared his fingers as he pressed harder, voice low and oddly guiding, with a weak, triumphant smile that tasted of strategy fulfilled. Don't move, look. Mingyes' blurred vision followed the prompt, stiffly angling as if to glimpse his own back, though he could not see it. He could feel it, the gnawing, bone-deep cold that had tormented him like a parasite was being driven out by a scorching, domineering force erupting from the contact. The black chi that had blocked healing was dissolving before his perception. A new, mildly biting, yet freeing sensation spread from the palm's center like rings on a pond. Inside Mingyes' spiritual sea, the inner voice had gone utterly berserk, a wild chorus of exultation. He was touched. The hand pressed on. The black chi scattered. Kakashi's blood. His face. His hand. The host had felt it. The healing surge was monumental. The torrent of sensations, the crushing onslaught of revelation finally exceeded Mingyes' capacity. He emitted a choked, strained sound and unleashed a violent burst of power, wrenching free from Kakashi's exhausted grip. This time he did not retort with venom. Extreme humiliation mingled with the fevered, scorching flood erupting from his body, obliterated speech. He could not even look toward Kakashi, neither at the face that had struck him nor at the blood at the corner of the man's mouth, and that singular smile that seemed to know everything. Like a black bolt struck by an unseen force, Minji hurtled into the forest in a frantic, disordered torrent of nether cold, faster than when he had fled by the plank bridge. He left behind a boiling void and a few blades of grass spattered with dark red. Kakashi could no longer hold himself. As Minji broke free, he pitched and dropped to one knee, gasping. Each breath shredded him with new raw pain, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. He wiped the blood from his lip. Moonlight painted his fingers starkly red, yet his eyes shone like stars burning in a cold night. Though the vast warm tide that had surged through his left shoulder ebbed with the broken contact, a novel, unprecedented lightness remained where the old sickness had been. He looked at the hand that had pressed hard against Ming Ye's wound, still carrying the chill of Ming Ye's body and a faint trace of the black cheese residue. His palm seemed to retain the feel of the wound's flesh and the odd dissolving sensation as the black chi had retreated. He slowly lifted his head and stared in the direction of the dark forest where Minji had disappeared. Moonlight fell on the blood at his lip and on the unmasked, unveiled face. The smile that touched his mouth was weak as if after a near-death reprieve, yet it carried the certainty of a hunter who had uncovered a secret and a thread of dangerous relish. The pain had been real, the repulsion real, the verbal barbs real. But so had the crimson flush that had rendered Minji speechless and the sensation of the black chi dissolving beneath his palm. Kakashi raised his blood-slick fingertips and brushed them once along his exposed lip as if savoring the memory of Ming Ye's ragged breathing and scorching heat moments before. A low hoarse chuckle escaped his blood-tinged mouth, weakened by ordeal, yet carrying the exhilaration of an adversary matched. "Heh, I caught you, stubborn brat." Seems remarkably effective. In the courtyard, only the swirling cold air remained along with a few blades of grass stained with dark red blood and Kakashi kneeling on one knee gasping violently, blood at the corner of his mouth. The moonlight ruthlessly illuminated his pale face, now unmasked, where a small mole by his lips appeared almost enchanting under the blood's hue. He raised his hand slowly and forcefully, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his movements tinged with a weariness born of survival, yet his gaze shone brilliantly, like burning embers. Deep within his left shoulder, the overwhelming warmth that had erupted from forced contact had receded, yet the lingering, unprecedented sense of ease remained clear as a brand. The accumulated years of cold stagnation seemed to have been briefly washed away by some force. He lowered his head, staring at his right hand that had pressed firmly against the wound of the night. His palm retained the chilling essence of the underworld, yet it also seemed to hold the strange sensation of the dark energy, tumultuously churning and dissipating under the impact of the warm current. Heh! A deep, hoarse laugh escaped his bloodied lips again, laced with a hint of weak tremor, yet also with a near-mad certainty and sense of control. Indeed, it worked. Pain is the key, proximity the cost, and the strange warmth and the dispersal of the dark energy are the heart-stopping responses from deep within the keyhole. The core's secret beneath that awkward little fortress was being pried open bit by bit. He pushed against his knees, slowly standing upright. Every bone in his body groaned and his organs ached dimly, but those exposed eyes scanned the corner of the courtyard, where Naruto and Sasuke had concealed themselves. Under the moonlight, the area was deserted, only a few leaves hurriedly stirred up, still swirling about. "Host, are you alright? Has the CPU rebooted?" Kakashi's move was explosive. Removing the mask is a nuclear weapon. Pressing directly on the wound is a suicidal attack. The effect was nuclear level. The dark energy has dissipated significantly. Host, your body is completely flushed, like a steamed crab. Although you ran away, the depth of contact and the purifying effect have skyrocketed. Kakashi's old injuries must be greatly alleviated. Host, don't hide. Strike while the iron is hot. He leaned against a giant tree far from human habitation, the rough bark pressed against his burning forehead. His heart thudded madly in his chest, nearly breaking free from his throat. His blood boiled and screamed, the burning sensation lingered on his face, neck, and even on the skin covered by clothing, contrasting with the unprecedented, slightly stinging sense of ease from the wound on his back, creating a torment of ice and fire. Kakashi's face was imprinted in his mind without any obstructions, terrifyingly clear. That high nose, pale thin lips, the mole by his lips, and those eyes that had shed their laziness, now sharp and probing, filled with a focus that made his very soul shudder. What made him even more furious was the sensation of that bloodied hand pressing hard against the wound on his back. Hot, domineering, carrying an irresistible force that fully exposed his most vulnerable and shameful injuries. And that damn dark energy was truly dispersing. Bastard. The knight spat out those two words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse, trembling with an incomprehensible shiver. He tried to mobilize the underworld chakra to suppress the surging blood and the lingering heat on his face, but he found his breath more chaotic than ever. Though the noise of the annoying chatter in his mind was muted, the intense sense of shame from being exposed and touched felt like a maggot impossible to shake off. First encounter in the snow, the pure mirror, and the boiling shadow, the dense forest on the edge of the land of waves, is shrouded in thick fog and chill air year-round. A sudden cold wave last night unexpectedly brought a delicate and crystalline snow to this rarely snowing land by morning. Naruto rubbed his hands together, huffing out white breaths, bouncing along the forest path covered with a thin layer of snow, trying to dispel the cold. Sasuke silently followed a few steps behind, frowning slightly, his freedomo Sharingan scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Kakashi's serious injury and the knight's disappearance made the atmosphere somewhat heavy. "It's so cold. Sasuke, should we find some firewood to take back?" Naruto shouted back, his blue eyes particularly bright in the snow light. At that moment, a faint, almost pitiful whimper like a young beast's cry drifted through the wind. Naruto paused, his ears perked up. "Huh? What sound is that?" Sasuke's Sharingan immediately locked onto the source of the sound, behind some bushes not far ahead. He silently made a gesture of caution. However, Naruto could not contain his curiosity and cautiously pushed aside the snow-covered branches. The sight before them caused both boys to pause slightly. In a small clearing, thin snow covered the withered grass. A boy looking slightly younger than them was curled up there. He wore thin, faded old clothes, his slender figure messy black hair sticking to his pale cheeks, and tiny ice crystals hanging from his long eyelashes gently shaking with the trembling of his body. He held tightly in his arms a snow-white bird with an injured wing, which emitted faint plaintive cries. The boy lowered his head, focused, and gently breathing warm air onto the shivering little life. Snowflakes silently fell on his dark hair and thin shoulders like a quiet and fragile painting. Pure fragile, carrying a sadness untainted by dust. This was Naruto's first impression of the boy in the snow. "Hey, are you alright?" Naruto immediately forgot the cold rushing over in a few steps, crouching down, his face filled with unfeigned concern. In such cold weather, wearing so little could freeze you to death. The boy holding the bird seemed startled by the sudden voice, his body jolting like a frightened deer as he lifted his head. It was an extremely delicate face, the features as exquisite as a doll, especially those large warm eyes, their pupils a rare pale glass color, now filled with lingering fear and a hint of imperceptible vigilance. As his gaze swept past Naruto's dazzling golden hair and azure eyes, that vigilance seemed to fade somewhat, and a slight ripple-like fluctuation passed through his glassy eyes. "I am fine." The boy's voice was soft with a slightly mushy nasal tone like melting snow water. Its wing is hurt, it can't fly, and it's very cold." He looked down at the small bird in his arms, his expression gentle and tender. "Ah, the little bird is hurt." Naruto was immediately diverted, leaning in to take a look. "Let me see. I used to often bandage injured little animals." Sasuke remained in place, his Sharingan still active. He scrutinized the suddenly appearing boy. Too clean to the point of being out of place in this dangerous forest. Moreover, the fleeting fluctuation in that glassy-eyed gaze directed at Naruto raised a hint of doubt in Sasuke's heart. This boy possessed an extremely restrained flow of chakra, very peculiar. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto pounded his chest in self-introduction and pointed at Sasuke. "That stinky guy is Uchiha Sasuke. What about you?" The boy holding the bird slightly lowered his eyelids, the long eyelashes casting faint shadows on his pale skin, his voice still soft. "My name is Haku. My name is Haku." Just as Naruto enthusiastically prepared to help treat the bird's injury, Haku's gaze seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, crossing over Naruto to the dark shadows of the trees not far behind him. The knight had appeared there at some point. He leaned against the trunk of a massive ancient tree, his figure almost merging with the dark bark. His pale face had lost much of the shocking scarlet from last night, leaving only a barely perceptible light pink by his ears. But those abyss-like black eyes at this moment were deeper than the shadows of the trees, carrying a sharp gaze that was cold and seemingly capable of penetrating one's soul, firmly locked onto the boy in the snow, holding the bird, who called himself Haku. Haku's body tightened imperceptibly the moment the knight's gaze fell upon him. The fingers holding the bird curled slightly. In the depths of those glassy eyes, a pure sadness seemed to be covered by something deeper and more complex. Curiosity, wariness, or some indescribable intuition. He slightly lowered his head, avoiding the knight's overly direct and cold gaze, holding the little bird tighter as if it were his only shield. "Host, it's Haku. The ice-released bloodline from the original work. He saw you. He definitely sensed your underworld chakra. His chakra is peculiar, like a mirror. Wait, your wound. The residual dark energy is agitated. Get closer to him. Quickly approach and see the reaction. Maybe his mirror can reflect your shadow, leading to unexpected discoveries." The knight ignored the noise in his mind. He maintained his cold demeanor, but a faint ripple quietly spread through the depths of his profound black eyes. Haku's chakra was pure, yet carried a strange reflective sensation. Meanwhile, the residual dark energy behind him seemed to generate a faint, indescribable resonance and repulsion at the edge of Haku's chakra field. Healing upgrade embrace and the uncontrolled warmth, the temporary residence of the Dasna family, was filled with a faint herbal scent. Haku was pulled back by Naruto's enthusiasm, now quietly kneeling in the corner, carefully using clean strips of cloth and crushed herbs to treat the wound of the injured snowbird. His movements were gentle and precise, his fingertips surrounded by a barely perceptible warm blue chakra halo, like flowing ice crystals carrying a strange, soothing, and healing power. Naruto squatted beside him, watching intently, continuously exclaiming, "So amazing." Sasuke leaned against the wall across from him, arms crossed. Though his Sharingan was closed, his gaze occasionally swept over the quiet Haku, and the other two where the atmosphere remained eerie. Kakashi leaned against the soft cushion by the window, his left shoulder wrapped in fresh bandages, his complexion somewhat better than last night, yet still pale from blood loss. He held a cup of hot water in his hands, but did not drink. His right eye, the mask, had been red-on, exposed, revealing an unmasked focus and a hint of subtle calculation, fixed firmly on the figure by the windowsill. The knight faced away from everyone looking out the window. He supported himself with one hand on the windowsill, his figure tall, yet emanating an aloofness that repelled others. Outside, the fine snowflakes continued to fall, the dim light outlining his overly pale jawline and tightly pressed lips. He was watching the snow, but everyone could feel that the chilling energy surrounding him acted as an invisible barrier, thoroughly isolating the inside from the outside. The wound on his back, though covered by clothing, seemed to be more restless than last night, faintly exuding an ominous feeling. Kakashi set down his cup of water, his movements slow and deliberate. He did not rise immediately, but lingered his gaze on the tense outline of the knight's back for a moment, as if assessing something. Then he supported himself on the cushion and somewhat laboredly stood up his steps, carrying the unique lightness of an injured person as he slowly step by step walked toward the knight by the window. The air in the room seemed to freeze in an instant. Naruto curiously looked up. Haku's actions in treating the bird paused slightly, his glassy eyes glancing over in that direction. Sasuke tightened his crossed arms, frowning, and his Sharingan silently activated. In those crimson pupils, 3 tomo slowly spun, instantly capturing the subtle changes in chakra flow around Kakashi's body as he moved. At least 3 parts of that unsteady step were deliberately feigned. 4 steps. 3 steps. As Kakashi approached, the back of the knight's hand resting on the windowsill tensed slightly. Though he did not turn around, the chilling aura emanating from him suddenly sharpened and solidified like invisible ice spikes piercing toward the approaching person with a strong warning. The air temperature dropped sharply. Kakashi seemed oblivious, even quickening his pace slightly. When he was 2 steps away, the familiar bone-chilling cold pain and the tearing agony from his left shoulder surged upon him like a tsunami. He grunted in pain, his body visibly swaying, his face paling even more as cold sweat beaded at his forehead. At that moment of explosive pain, a glimmer flashed in Kakashi's eyes. He endured the tearing pain, and instead of retreating, took a remarkably natural step forward, as if drawn by the scene outside, and stood right next to the knight, almost shoulder to shoulder. The distance instantly closed to less than half a step. Their sleeves nearly brushed against each other. Ugh! The knight was caught off guard, his body stiffening suddenly. The violent underworld energy erupted uncontrollably from the wound on his back. He instinctively tried to sidestep this dangerously close contact. Timing. What Kakashi wanted was precisely this moment of imbalance and distraction. Kakashi's voice carried just the right amount of surprise and urgency. At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning, not aimed at the knight's back wound, but seemingly casually. With an irresistible force, he suddenly wrapped his arms around the knight's waist. With a pull, he enveloped the knight in a half-embrace, simultaneously forcing him to turn his gaze toward a direction outside the window. This was a posture akin to an embrace. Kakashi's chest pressed tightly against the knight's back through the clothing, that arm wrapped around his waist as securely as a steel hoop. Boom! The knight's mind went blank. All the poison, the backlash of the underworld energy tenfold 100, it violently struck Kakashi. Puff! Kakashi spat out another mouthful of blood, the warm liquid splattering onto the collar of the knight's neck. The arm embracing the knight instantly became covered with a thick layer of white frost, the bones groaning under the unbearable weight. The intense pain rolled in like a tsunami, nearly drowning his consciousness entirely. Yet, just as this destructive pain reached its peak, deep within his left shoulder the dormant warmth erupted like a volcano fully ignited. Unprecedentedly vast and scorching. With a life force that could sweep away everything, it surged like a golden tide, instantly crashing through all the cold barriers at the sight of his old injury on his left shoulder. The years of accumulated stone-like sickness and stagnation swiftly melted and broke apart before the wave of warmth, like snow dissolving under the spring sun. A feeling of near-rebirth, transparent and powerful, swept through half of his body, as if shedding the heavy shackles he had borne for years. At the same time, he pressed against the knight's back, clearly sensing the sudden stiffness and violent tremors of the other's body. What shocked him even more was, beneath his palm, the knight's waist, that firm and icy flesh felt as if an unimaginable, pure and scorching torrent, like the earth's core fire suddenly awakened, surged from the depths of the knight's body, crazily rushing toward him through tightly pressed skin. As this scorching torrent met the warmth erupting from his left shoulder, it unexpectedly produced a mysterious resonance and fusion, like a symphony of ice and fire. An even more powerful, purer, strange energy carrying a purifying aura of all impurities erupted between their closely pressed bodies. This energy surged toward the knight's back wound, which was shrouded in dark energy, as if alive, rushing toward it with vigor. Hiss! Like a red-hot iron plunging into ice water. A distinctly clear, hair-raising sound of dark energy being intensely burned and melted echoed from the knight's back. The thick, stubborn dark energy under the impact of this fused energy evaporated and disintegrated at a visibly rapid pace, like remnants of snow exposed to the scorching sun. Deep within the wound, the decayed dark purple was rapidly replaced by a new healthy pink. Ugh! The knight let out a suppressed yet still broken groan of pain. This time it wasn't just his back. The waist he was embracing, the tightly pressed back, the warm blood splattering on his neck. All points of contact transformed into scorching iron. An indescribable torrent mixed with extreme pain, violent energy, cleansing, and the boiling humiliation brought by the forced embrace instantly overwhelmed all his nerves. Ziz, a slight but strange sound as if coming from the depths of the soul. The knight suddenly struggled. This time the erupting force far surpassed before, carrying a kind of devastation and fury. Kakashi could no longer be restrained, violently thrown back by this immense power. His whole body flew back like a kite with a severed string crashing heavily against the wall, emitting a muffled sound sliding down to the ground, blood once again oozing from the corner of his mouth, staining the edge of his mask. He coughed violently, each cough pulling at the intense pain throughout his body, yet his exposed eyes were filled with unprecedented near-ecstatic shock and clarity. It worked, not only alleviating the old wounds. It was a near-healing wash, and he could clearly feel it. That surge of scorching power arising from the depths of the knight's body, jointly triggered by his contact and his own warmth, and the terrifying, purifying ability of that fused energy against the dark energy, and the knight. He staggered back a few steps, his back hitting the window frame heavily before barely stabilizing himself. He did not flee as he had the previous 2 times. He stood there stiffly facing away from everyone. However, every person who could see his side, Naruto, Haku, and Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan, could clearly see. The knight's originally pale, nearly transparent profile was now thoroughly soaked in the most intense scarlet. From the base of his ears to his neck, then down to the collar, hidden in his garment, patches of vivid scarlet spread like a wildfire, crazily expanding. That red was so deep, so bright, that it seemed ready to drip blood at any moment. His hand hanging at his side was clenched into a fist, the knuckles turning pale from excessive force, shaking uncontrollably. Most alarming were those eyes. Those eternally unfathomable cold-pull black eyes were now fixed intently on the spot on his waist where Kakashi had just embraced him, their expression hollow and chaotic, filled with extreme shock, incomprehensible anger, and a kind of bewilderment and collapse, as if his very soul had been thoroughly burned through by that scorching torrent in the tight embrace. He even forgot his sharp tongue, forgot to retaliate, forgot to escape. He just stood there stiff like a plaything, his whole body flushed red. Only his wildly heaving chest and uncontrollable slight tremors exposed the tumultuous waves stirring within him. The chatter in Haku's mind erupted silently, filled with explosive information. Embrace. It's an embrace. Host, you were embraced. Kakashi hugged you tightly from behind. Waist. He touched your waist. So close. Blood. His blood splattered on your neck. It fused. The energy fused. The dark energy. The dark energy has been purified by more than half. The host's underworld core has been activated. Oh, host, you are flushed. Fully cooked. The CPU exploded into fireworks. Kakashi's godly operation. This system kneels. Duda Sasuke. Sasuke is watching. His Sharingan is fully activated. Blood Eyes secrets the truth of warmth and dark energy. Sasuke's Sharingan, under the rapid rotation of 3 tomo, had long turned into a crimson whirlpool. From the moment Kakashi weakenly rose to walk toward the knight, to his feigned steps, sudden approach, embrace, spitting blood being thrown away, and the knight's earth-shattering flush and stiffness. Everything had been captured flawlessly by those eyes that could perceive chakra flow and subtle energy changes. Sasuke's breath completely halted at the moment when the Sharingan captured the most critical scene. He saw it. At the moment Kakashi forcibly embraced the knight, their bodies pressed tightly against each other. A dim yet vital and warm essence of pale golden chakra erupting from deep within Kakashi's left shoulder collided violently, spiraling and fusing with a pitch-black chakra, the power of the underworld core forcefully drawn from the very core of the knight's body. At the moment of contact, it was as if yin and yang had violently collided, rotated, and fused. The energy produced from the fusion was no longer simply golden or black, but a gray-white energy that was difficult to describe, carrying a purifying aura like the opening of chaos. This gray-white energy, as if possessing self-awareness, violently surged toward the wound on the knight's back. Sasuke's Sharingan clearly saw that thick, sinister energy tinged with grim silence and ominous aura in the face of this gray-white energy, emitted a silent shriek, being crazily burned, decomposed, and purified. The decaying texture at the wound was visibly repairing and regenerating at an astonishing rate. What shocked Sasuke even more was another scene. Kakashi being thrown away, the blood he spat out splattering in midair, and when those warm drops of blood carrying Kakashi's life force splattered onto the exposed skin of the knight's neck. Those few drops of blood, at the moment they touched the knight's skin, did not slide off, but like water droplets merging into a sponge, were peculiarly absorbed by the knight's skin. Though it was merely a fleeting change under the extreme inside of the Sharingan, it was exposed without concealment. Sasuke's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints due to the shock, and the clues connecting in an instant. Kakashi's old wounds. That sudden improvement. The dispersal of the knight's dark energy. The strange energy that erupted upon their contact. And the bizarre scene of Kakashi's blood being absorbed by the knight. Also, the knight's extreme flush and bodily reaction far surpassing the realm of rejection and disgust. A fragment of absurd yet cold logic thundered into Sasuke's mind. The intense pain Kakashi suffered from forcibly approaching the knight might not be meaningless. The alleviation of Kakashi's old wounds after that intense pain and the purification of the knight's dark energy. Could the core medium be Kakashi's own blood? Or perhaps a certain power contained in the blood could only draw out some dormant energy within both bodies when in contact, especially deep contact, generating that powerful healing and purifying effect. And the knight's extreme flush and reaction. Perhaps they were not simply revulsion and rejection of pain, but Some uncontrollable, instinctual, life-driven reaction to this contact and energy fusion. Sasuke's gaze, like a cold probe, was fixed firmly on the knight, whose entire body was flushed red, rigid, and trembling, and on the corner, where Haku was clutching his chest, panting blood at his mouth, but his eyes shining astonishingly bright. The room fell into silence. Only the sounds of Kakashi's suppressed coughs and the knight's breathing, disordered to the extreme, could be heard. Outside, the fine snow fell silently. In Haku's glassy eyes, this strange and tense scene was reflected like two clear mirrors reflecting chaos and deep-seated secrets. The snowbird in his arms seemed to sense the stifling and dangerous atmosphere, emitting a faint, anxious chirp. The mountain stream bit cold, but it could not quench the searing imprint beneath his skin. Ming-Yi sank deeper into the shadowed bend of the stream, his back pressed against the slick, frigid rock, his labored breaths painfully distinct in the stillness. Each inhale tugged at the wound along his spine. The residual black chi had been largely purified during that harrowing embrace, and the newly formed flesh burned with raw, sensitive pain. More vivid and more scorching than the wound was the lingering sensory memory, an iron-like arm clamped around his waist, a chest pressed suffocatingly to his back, warm droplets of blood sprinkling his neck, and that volcanic rush erupting from the deepest core of his body, colliding and mingling with the other's warmth, sweeping away everything in a drowning tide of oblivion. Ugh! He shut his eyes hard, trying to dispel the chaotic memories. Worse, deep inside him, the forcibly awakened nether core still pulsed faintly and persistently, like thirsty roots, silently craving contact. A timid voice in his spiritual sea host. Does your back still hurt badly? The black chi has really diminished a lot. He gave no answer. Ming-Yi buried his face further into his arm, the cold stream washing over his waist, as if to freeze the strange heat in his veins and the even fiercer tumult in his heart. All he wanted was to flee, away from that suffocating closeness, away from eyes that seemed to pierce every disguise, eyes that held calculation and a heat he dared not explore. Outside the window, the falling snow had ceased. A crescent moon struggled free of thin clouds, its lonely silver spilling across the courtyard and dappled upon the creek where he hid. The moonlight was cold and distant, yet strikingly familiar. A faint, deep ache from the soul pricked his chest without warning. It was not the pain of a wound, but a more ancient, buried, dull ache sealed by cycles of rebirth. This moonlight, such moonlight. The floodgate of memory was violently forced open by the combined exhaustion of body and spirit, and that familiar clarity. The sealed images, bearing faded warmth and icy shackles, rose like ghosts freed from bondage and overwhelmed the cold shell he had fought to maintain. This time in the vision, his form was smaller. He had to tilt his head up slightly to see the silver-haired figure beside him. On that silver-haired face, there was no forehead protector hiding the left eye, no crimson Sharingan. Only a pair of pure winter sky gray-blue eyes. Under the moon, white fawn, a blade's purity and a gaze that quickened the heart. The air smelled of grass and dew. A short blade flashed a chilling light beneath the moon. Chi Mu Shuamao stood tall and straight as a pine, his features resolute. Only when he looked at the two small figures before him did a warm smile soften his eyes. He gripped the hilt calmly, his voice low and firm. Look closely, Kakashi. The white fawn's blade is not about speed alone, but the refinement of heart. To his right stood a small silver-haired figure, Kakashi. Without a forehead guard, without a mask, the moonlight revealed his face in full, still retaining a touch of baby fat, yet already well-defined. Those gray-blue eyes, pure as an untainted lake, were focused and luminous, reflecting the blade's cold gleam. He held a smaller version of the white fanged short blade, his small face tensed as he meticulously imitated his father's posture. Standing, he strained to hold the wooden practice blade that was heavy for him, yet his eyes could not help but steal adoring, almost reverent glances at the upright, focused figure beside him. His obsidian eyes were full of pure, fluttering longing. Each time Kakashi swung the blade cleanly, each time his gray-blue gaze fixed on the edge in the moonlight, every neat line of his profile made Yuyu's heart skip uncontrollably. Without the Sharingan, Kakashi's pure concentration and edge were like a blade in moonlight, clean, acute, and stabbing straight into Yuyu's naive heart. Kakashi is really handsome. Kakashi, lower your wrist by 3 degrees. Power rises from the ground and issues from the waist. Shuo Mao patted Kakashi's arm with approval. Yes, father. Kakashi's voice rang clear and boyish. He adjusted at once, his gray-blue eyes shining with earnestness. Shuo Mao's gaze turned to the small, serious-faced Yi Yue, his smile deepening. Yi, your intent wavers, and the blade drifts. Don't keep looking at Kakashi, watch your blade. Kakashi, you are the elder. Mind your brother. Kakashi replied, glancing at Yu with the natural authority of an older brother. Focus, Yi. Your posture is wrong. The gray-blue eyes were clear as before, void of later shadows, offering only pure instruction. Yu blushed and hurriedly looked away, stammering yes. Master. Kakashi. He tried to concentrate and swing. The wooden blade sliced the air. With every movement, the silver-haired, grayed figure in his periphery clung to him like a magnet. Not because of brotherly awe, but because of that unnameable secret thrill. Steam in the bath, naked eyes, and the clamoring heartbeat. Training finished, the bathing room steamed warm and humid. Yu soaked in a wide tub, eyes half closed in comfort, his flushed face misted by steam. The water splash was steady when the door opened. Kakashi entered, wrapped only in a towel, silver hair still dripping. In the haze of steam his face softened from its training sharpness looked clean and striking under the dim light. No forehead protector, no mask. His face was completely uncovered. A high nose, slightly pale thin lips, and those gray-blue eyes now veiled with bathing mist like a fogged lake. Less keen, more languid softness. Yiyu's heartbeat stuttered as if gripped by an invisible hand. He bowed his head reflexively and unconsciously stirred the hot water with his fingers to hide his sudden disarray. Those eyes, without the Sharingan strangeness, only pure gray-blue, made him more unsettled than ever. Stop daydreaming. Kakashi's voice was husky from the bath. He picked up a bar of soap and sat naturally on the stool by the tub, patting Yiyu's shoulder. Turn around, show your back. The command had the elder brother's tone unquestionable. The gray-blue eyes looked at him plainly. Oh. Yiyu snapped back to reality, his face flaming like a ripe tomato. He turned nearly clumsily bare back, exposed to Kakashi, hard hammering. Warm water streamed over him, followed by the fragrant, measured scrubbing of soap. Kakashi's fingers were long and strong, his movements earnest and meticulous from scapula to spine, leaving no place untouched. The warmth passing through the skin brought a strange comfort, yet it ignited a wildfire in Yiyu's chest. The skin on his back reddened from the rubbing and became hypersensitive under that unguarded touch. He felt Kakashi's fingers trace across his shoulder blades like an electric tingle that shot through his limbs and bones. He bit his lower lip so hard to keep from letting that small whimper escape his throat. His body froze as stone, afraid to move, every sense focused on those wandering hands and the unobstructed, candid gray-blue gaze behind him. Heat rose on his face, far hotter than the bathwater. It was only a back scrub, so why did his blood feel as though it were surging and screaming? All because of Kakashi, his uncovered face that made Yiyu's heart race, and this suffocating, intoxicating touch. He liked the touch, yet was ashamed of that secret liking. Done. Kakashi broke the silence, scooping water to rinse away the foam. You wash the front yourself? His gray-blue eyes turned away naturally. Oh. Yiyu felt forgiven, his voice trembling barely. He splashed water over himself hurriedly, as if to douse the flame rising within and to wash from his back the maddening flutter that had no hiding place under those clear eyes. The training fields, wind, an elder brother's guardianship, and a decided bride. Sunshine warmed the Ninja Academy's training ground. Hey, Kakashi, come spar. A boisterous, goggles-porting black-haired youth, Dai 2, hands on hips, shouted at the resting Kakashi, his face alight with competitive fire and a hint of envy of Kakashi's prodigy reputation. When he glanced at the resting Yiyue, his gaze was filled with proud, brotherly fondness. Kakashi leaned lazily against a tree, his gray-blue eyes flicking at Dai 2 with a smugness only a genius could carry. Try hitting my clone first, slack tail. What did you say? You bastard, Kakashi. Dai 2 exploded, then his attention was caught by approaching footsteps. Dai 2 and Kakashi can rest and have some water. A gentle, clear voice. A girl in a green vest and brown ponytail, Yiyuan Lin, walked over with a water jug, smiling. Her concern landed immediately on Yiyu. She offered the jug naturally. Yekwen, are you tired? Thanks, Lin. Yiyu accepted the water, his face easing into a warm, relaxed smile. Lin's smile was like sunlight, simple and unburdened. She was the one Dai 2 approved of, the one Yiyu had decided would share his life. With her he felt grounded, quietly safe. Lin, what about me? Dai 2 popped over, grumbling, but pleased to see Lin's attentiveness to Yiyu, delighted and proud for his brother. There's enough for you two, Dai 2. Lin smiled wryly and poured him a cup with practiced ease. Kakashi watched Lin's natural care for Yiyu and the genuine peaceful smile Yiyu gave her. His gray-blue eyes betrayed no ripple. He straightened, walked to Yiyue, and smoothly took the water jug Yiyu had just sipped from, drinking deeply straight from the spout. Hey, Kakashi, that was for Yekwen. Lin frowned slightly, playfully scolding. Doesn't matter, you won't mind. Kakashi shoved the jug back into Yiyu's somewhat stunned hands, his gray-blue eyes sweeping over Yiyu with a natural closeness, yet a stiff tone. We go. Father said there's extra training this afternoon. He grabbed Yiyu's wrist without asking and pulled him off, leaving a bemused Lin and a flustered Dai 2 behind. Kakashi, that arrogant brat. Always like that. Dai 2 fumed, punching the air at Kakashi's retreating back, then reassured Lin, don't mind him, that's just his temper. What matters is Ye's heart. He thumped his chest proudly, as if vowing to protect his future sister-in-law. Lin watched Kakashi lead Yiyu away, brows knitting as she sighed. Kakashi seems a little too possessive of Yi. She sensed an intensity in Kakashi's possessiveness that felt abnormal, an exclusivity that made her uneasy. Festival bells, the elder brother's control, and the affirmed lover. The New Year festival roared. Muya's streets were drowned in lights and crowds. Yiyu wore a new, deep blue kimono, tiptoeing through the throng to scan every unfamiliar face, looking anxiously for Lin. Hear ye? Kakashi's clear voice came from just ahead. He stood in a simple pale moon kimono, upright and striking, standing out among the crowd. No mask, no forehead guard, his immaculate, handsome face drew many glances. He reached through the crowd and grabbed Yiyu's wrist. Stay close, don't get lost. His grip and commanding tone pressed on Yiyu, quickening his pulse and bringing a small, stifling irritation at being controlled. He was led along, eyes still scanning for the familiar figure. Kakashi. Lin is over there. Yiyu spotted Lin by a candied apple stall and brightened, attempting to point, but his wrist was gripped tighter. Too many people, don't run. Kakashi cut him off, pulling him toward a goldfish scooping stall. Play this. His gray-blue eyes seemed deeper in the lamplight, deliberately ignoring Yuyu's urgency. Yuyu watched Kakashi's long fingers deftly work the paper net and effortlessly scoop a little red fish. Kakashi handed the bag with the fish to Yuyu. Hold it. Thanks, Kakashi. Yuyu murmured, eyes darting toward Lin. When fireworks burst, their brilliant light washed over the pair. Kakashi tilted his head to watch. His flawless profile in the glow took one's breath away. Seizing the moment when Kakashi was distracted by the fireworks, Yuyu yanked his hand free. Lin. His clear, excited call cut through the din. Lin heard and turned, her smile exploding brighter than the fireworks. Yekuin. She ran over, lifting her kimono hem like a cheerful bird. Yuyu greeted her with a smile and naturally took her hand. Lin affectionately dabbed the candied sugar at his mouth with a handkerchief. Dai too followed, clapping Yuyu on the shoulder, his goggles hiding eyes full of approval and blessing. Kiddo, take care of Lin, or I, your brother, won't spare you. His tone was purely brotherly admonition and acceptance. Kakashi stood alone, watching the pair hand in hand beneath the lights, watching Dai too's proud brotherly gesture, watching Yuyu's unhindered radiant joy. His hand in his pocket tightened slowly. The handsome face under the lights showed no expression. Those gray-blue eyes mirrored the warm scene like a frozen lake, coldly reflecting that glaring felicity, while a repressed undertow of loneliness churned beneath. The elder brother's silhouette cold and out of place beneath the festival lights. White Fang falls, pure collapse and suffocating chains. The image shattered into ash-white despair. A solemn, oppressive funeral hall. A cold coffin. Grief and lingering whispers of scorn filled the air. Chi Mu Shua Mao, that dazzling White Fang who had once protected all, was forever silent. A crushing, earth-shattering pain and bewilderment seized little Yuyu. He watched the small, stiff, statue-like figure kneeling before the coffin, Kakashi. Without the Sharingan, those gray-blue eyes were hollow as a starless night, emptied of everything, leaving only deathly stillness. That immense grief and the terror of losing his soul pillar drowned him like solid ice water. After the funeral, that silhouette changed utterly. Silver hair remained, posture remained tall, but those gray-blue eyes lost their clear light and became a hollow that frightened the heart beneath, which simmered in obsessive volcanic panic. And the single anchor for that panic was Yuyu, his only charge entrusted by his father, and the quiet object of an unspoken love already carved into his bones. Kakashi became a shadow Yuyu could not shake. At home, he watched silently at Yuyu's door, or lurked in corners, his gaze like a tangible chain wound tight around Yuyu, full of suffocating possessiveness and a crippling fear of loss. There was no Sharingan illusion now, but the raw, unmasked madness in those gray-blue eyes was far more horrifying. Anyone who tried to approach Yuyu, be it a clan messenger or Lin, would meet Kakashi's icy corpse-like stare. Kakashi, Lin and I plan to go to the bookstore. Yuyu tried softly, attempting to keep some normalcy with his lover. No. Kakashi's voice rasped like sandpaper, raw and brittle. Here. Now. You're not allowed to go anywhere. He planted himself like a barricade at the door, eyes fixed on Yuyu, overflowing with terror and unyielding madness. Outside is dangerous. Stay by my side. That was no longer protection, but pure imprisonment. The stifling constraint, like poured concrete, hardened day by day and trapped Yuyu in a shrinking world. He could only watch the free sunlight beyond the window and think of Lin's worried face, a helplessness and anxiety filling him. Lin's doubted descent with no choice. The conflict erupted under unbearable pressure. At the training grove on the fringe of the Chi Mu territory, Lin finally found the caged, sullen Yuyu. Her face etched with worry and hurt, she stepped forward despite the danger of Kakashi appearing and grabbed Yuyu's hand. Yekuin. Come with me. You cannot be kept like this forever. Die too. Before she could finish, a cutting ice-cold presence locked onto her. Kakashi materialized behind Yuyu like a specter. His gray-blue eyes were polar ice, boiling with pure, irrational, killing intent and loathing. He held no lightning blade now, but his clenched fists whitened chakra surging with violence around him. He would kill Lin for attempting to take Yuyu away. Let him go. Kakashi's voice was an icicle. Kakashi, stop. Yuyu, terrified and furious, shoved Lin behind him, using his body to shield her from Kakashi's murderous gaze. Lin is my lover. Kakashi halted, his gray-blue eyes pinned to Yuyu's face, boiling with wounded rage and a deeper, heartbreaking despair. Lover. She will only take you from me. You are mine. Father entrusted you to me. You are my only one. The only one. His voice shredded, full of twisted possession and bone-deep panic. There was no Sharingan illusion here. The obsession sprang from love, and fear warped into horror, more naked and suffocating than any trance. Those three words, the only one, struck Yuyu and Lin like a hammer. Yuyu's heart was torn apart. He watched the man before him become a creature of pain that had turned love into a heavy shackle, feeling Lin's trembling hand against his back. A great sorrow and helplessness overwhelmed him. His love for Lin was warm and steady. But for Kakashi, that secret love, like winding vines, had already entwined his heart. Faced with Kakashi's despairing, crazed possessiveness, it became clear, heavy, and impossible to break free. Lin, you go. Yuyu's voice was hoarse, resolute, and exhausted. Go to the village entrance. Wait for me. I will handle this. He squeezed Lin's hand gently, an apology and consolation in the touch. Yekuin. Lin looked into Yiyu's fathomless pain and struggle into the unbearably complex look he flashed at Kakashi, her worry soaring. Go. Yiyu barked, voice breaking into a sob. Lin bit her lip, glanced at the near-mad Kakashi and the resolute Yiyu between them, and fled. She had never seen such pure killing intent in Kakashi's eyes, nor such ruinous sinking anguish in Yiyu's. Kakashi's gaze was poisoned ice locked on Yiyu, and his gray-blue eyes held a churning darkness. Yiyu inhaled, swallowing a sob and the ripping ache in his chest, and looked at Kakashi, each word deliberate and heavy as if tearing something apart. Kakashi, I promise you. When I finish, I will return. I will come back to the Chimu clan. I promise. The vow soothed the trapped beast and bought a sliver of time to see Lin one last time. Kakashi's body shuddered, the madness receded like a tide, revealing beneath it a fathomless fragility and a nearly abject dependence. He stared into Yiyu's eyes as if to draw from them the last oxygen for his reason. After a long pause, Kakashi's raging chakra finally calmed. He thrust out his hand and gripped Yiyu's wrist with a force that could crush bone, voice hoarse and shattered, begging with a lore-nothing despair, remember your word, Yi. Remember, if you dare lie to me, if you fail to return, I will find you, no matter the ends of the earth. The obsession and terror in his words chilled Yiyu to the marrow and painfully confirmed the secret love buried in his own heart. At the village gate, Lin waited anxiously, her heart in turmoil. Yekuin. When she saw Yiyu approaching, pale and small with a clear bruise on his wrist and obsidian eyes brimming with inescapable pain and near desperate stillness, her heart clenched. Yekuin, your hand. Lin reached out, wanting to touch the bruise. Yiyu slightly recoiled. He lifted his face to the lonely moon. Its light showed the dried tears on his cheeks and a fatigue that was almost resignation. Looking at him, a terrible, incredulous thought leapt into Lin's mind. She remembered Kakashi's crazed, possessive look, Yiyu's unbearably tangled gaze when facing Kakashi, the flushed profile in the bath, the unyielding way Kakashi had led Yiyu away at the festival. Her voice trembling, she asked the question that had haunted her. Yekuin, have you fallen in love with Kakashi? Love. The word was a searing iron brand across Yiyu's already scarred heart. His body convulsed as if all strength had been drained. Under the moonlight, he bowed his head, unable to meet Lin's eyes full of shock, hurt, and disbelief. After a long silence, a hoarse, broken voice barricaded by endless pain and helplessness forced the answer past his trembling lips. I have no choice. Those 4 words were a rusted, dull blade that cut through all pretenses, exposing the bleeding truth beneath. He loved Lin. That love was a warm light. Yet he could not resist Kakashi, the sinking that had already seeped into his bone and blood, poisoned and bristling with thorns. Before Kakashi's suffocating cage of love, all his struggles seemed pale and powerless. He had no choice but to sink. The moon was cold, illuminating the boy's pained, resigned profile and the girl's sudden whitening face and trembling world. That not-choice love was a weighty shackle of fate, dragging all 3 into an insoluble whirlpool. Under the moon, a lone shadow, the stamp of descent and the fear of reincarnation. The icy stream choked Ming Yi and yanked him back from the crashing tide of memory to brutal reality. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, his fingers dug deep into the cold mud of the stream bank from gripping the rock. A chill wetness covered his face. He could not tell if it was stream water or tears. The embers of memory still burned. The pain and fatalism of those words, no choice, left the deepest brand upon his soul. That heavy, suffocating love from a past life, that helpless sinking under Kakashi's obsessive confinement, remained so vivid across the cycles that his chest tightened and he could hardly breathe. It hurts. Ming Yi instinctively lifted a hand, trembling, and pressed his fingers to the side of his waist, where Kakashi had once gripped him. There, as if still present, lingered the arrogant, searing touch. The suffocation of being imprisoned in a past life tangled with the shame of that forced closeness in this life. The entwining of black and white of desire for the purging warmth, like vines of poison and fire strangling his heart. He longed for that contact to wholly dispel the ominous black chi from his wound. He longed for the brief, real relief that the warm stream's wash had given. But it was too painful. Each step toward closeness came with a soul-rending backlash from the nether. More painful still was the bone-deep terror the past memory brought. The dread of the brand of no choice, the fear that the cage of love would once more lock him tight and drag him into an unresolvable abyss. Ah! A torrent of mingled longing and fear burst the fragile dam within him. Ming Yi let out a strangled, beast-like cry and flung himself up from the cold stream. Water exploded outward. Under the moon, he stood, dripping black hair plastered to pale cheeks and throat droplets tracing down his skin. His obsidian eyes now shimmered with fierce struggle, pain, confusion, and a bone-deep dread of that cyclical, inexorable sinking into no choice. He staggered back, away from the water, away from the cold clarity. The new wound along his spine throbbed, proof of how fierce and effective the treatment had been. But, run, a hoarse, broken syllable spilled from his trembling lips. Must run. Run from the body's craving for that contact and cleansing. Run from the fate named Kakashi, that suffocating vortex of descent. Run from the man who in every life left him with no choice. A black shadow like a startled bird plunged into the dark forest again, leaving only widening ripples on the creek and shattered moonlight that reflected the cold echo of those fateful words. no choice. In the moonlit night, the fabric soaked by the stream clung to the skin, yet Ming Yi felt no chill. The residual warmth on his back felt like an unquenchable inferno burning through to the marrow from the touched skin. The embrace of that arm, the heartbeat transmitted from that chest, the blood dripping from his neck. All sensations screamed madly at the nerve endings. Even more terrifying was the surging desire within him. The Yomi core awakened like a beast sensing blood, opening its parched eyes in the darkness. Jai consciousness, trembling host. Your chakra is going out of control. The Uchiha bloodline is awakening. Ming Yi roared in his mind, his nails deeply embedded in his palm. The moonlight shattered upon the water's surface, each shard of silver transforming into sharp fragments of memory. The silver-haired boy from his past life, without a headband, gazing at him, with sky-like gray-blue eyes. Yue, don't leave. Is it blood? Sasuke's voice pierced the stagnant air of the room like an icy blade. From the shadows, his single tomo Sharingan slowly rotated, the crimson pupil swirling with a cold light that seemed to peel away flesh and stab into the darkest corners of the soul. Kakashi's back pressed against the wall, each breath felt like swallowing shards of glass. His gaze passed over Sasuke and landed on Ming Yi by the window. The blush on the boy's profile had not yet faded, and in the shadow cast by his black hair, one could faintly see his tightly bitten lower lip. It's not what you think. Kakashi had just begun to speak when Sasuke suddenly closed in. The young man's long fingers pressed into the blood-stained bandage, the single tomo linking the blood from last night, the entanglement of this morning, and the residual chakra in the air into a cold chain of evidence. Each contact would exchange blood, wouldn't it? Your voice hissing like a venomous snake. You endure the rejection just to use your blood as a catalyst to awaken his purifying power. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air tore through the stagnant atmosphere. A kunai wrapped in purple-black chakra shot in from outside, aiming straight for Ming Yi's throat. Kakashi's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Before Sasuke's single tomo could complete its trajectory prediction, his body reacted before his mind. The kunai plunged deep into his blocking right arm, the bluish-black toxin burrowing into his veins like a living creature. Kakashi staggered and collided with Ming Yi's back, the blood-stained mask brushing past the other's neck, leaving a glaring streak of blood. You. Kakashi's left hand gripped Ming Yi's collar tightly. The toxin blurred his Sharingan's vision, yet he stubbornly focused, as if this was the only thing worth seeing clearly in the world. Ming Yi turned around. Under the moonlight, he saw Kakashi's ashen face, saw the place where the poisoned kunai had embedded itself, exactly where the hand that pressed against his wound last night had been. A terrifying realization exploded in his heart. This hand had once gently wiped the grime from his back, but now it had become a tool of demand. Sasuke's voice was like a death knell. Your blood purifies him, while simultaneously stealing his power. The single tomo reflected the entangled chakras of the two. Is this what you call a no-choice situation? No. Kakashi's defense was crushed by the excruciating pain. Under the erosion of the toxin, blood tears flowed from his Sharingan, and Ming Yi's face gradually blurred into pale moonlight. Ming Yi stared at Kakashi's unfocused pupils. Memories from his past life surged like a tide. Before the coffin, the silver-haired boy gripped his wrist, nails digging into flesh. You are mine. The only one. Now the same hand clutched his collar, the same gaze looking at him. But this time all tenderness was stained with the grime of exploitation. Sasuke's inference was like a dull knife, slowly sawing through his heart. Exploitation. Catalyst. How reasonable. How nauseating. The power of Yomi erupted violently. Ming Yi knelt on the ground, holding his head, two forces within him tearing at each other. The awakening Sharingan wanted to break free from the earth, while the Yomi core desperately suppressed it. His eyeballs were filled with blood vessels, the pupils violently switching between pitch black and crimson, as if two souls were fighting for this body. Host! Jai screamed in his mind. The Sharingan is trying to forcibly break through. The Yomi seal is collapsing. Sasuke's single tomo suddenly contracted. He saw Ming Yi's left eye completely turn into an abyss-like black, while the right eye displayed a strange blood-red color. Deep within the pupil, a tomo struggled to condense, continuously torn apart by black energy, like a candle flame struggling in a storm. Get away! Ming Yi shouted furiously. The violent chakra blasted Kakashi away. The man crashed against the wall and slid down, leaving a glaring streak of blood on the surface. When Kakashi struggled to lift his head, the moonlight shone upon Ming Yi's face. The left eye was darkness that devoured all, and the right eye was a shattered blood-red tomo. Two streams of blood tears traced down the pale cheeks, refracting an eerie glow in the moonlight. You. Not. Kakashi reached out with a trembling hand. The toxin had already eroded his heart, and the Sharingan had completely dimmed. He saw the unfathomable pain in Ming Yi's eyes, saw the anger of betrayal, and even more so, that heartbreaking attachment that could not be severed no matter how many cycles of reincarnation. The black figure transformed into a stream of light and dissipated. Only a drop of blood tear fell onto the windowsill. Floating within it was a half-formed tomo, like a crescent moon devoured by dark clouds. Sasuke's single tomo slowly stopped rotating. He looked down at the unconscious Kakashi. The man's hand reaching towards the void fell limply, still entwined with a strand of black fabric. Naruto. He stopped the teammate trying to rush out his voice hoarse look at the patterns on the kunai, the reverse blade mark of the umbu from the hidden mist. The moonlight filtered through the shattered window, casting mottled shadows on Kakashi's ashen face. Sasuke recalled the constantly reshaping Tomo in Ming. Yes, right, I just like the moon reflected in the water, shattered and reformed by ripples. When Ming Yi collapsed at the edge of the swamp, the three Tomo in his right, I throbbed uncontrollably. When the patrolling rogue ninja discovered him, the boy's pale face still bore traces of dried blood and tears, while his left eye was as dark as an abyss, seemingly capable of swallowing even the moonlight. Quick, inform Lord Fuchio. Fuchio threw down the ledger, and Meichin knocked over the medicine box, while Shizumi vanished in an instant. By the time the three gathered in the medical room, Ming Yi had already been placed on the bed, and the medical ninja was sweating profusely, struggling to suppress the rampaging chakra within him. Fuchio's Sharingan was fixed on the boy's right eye. Free Tomo. Awakened. His voice was hoarse, filled with both relief and anger. Who did this? Information soon arrived: Kakashi's poison, 1,000 needles, and Sasuke's heart-wrenching words. Fuchio crushed the wooden frame of the bed. Kakashi was placed under the care of the Daizuna family to recuperate. The Land of Waves had no medical ninjas, only Daizuna's daughter Tsunami to look after him. This kind-hearted woman was unaware that certain visitors were secretly at work. A small adjustment to the medicine. In every potion, Tsunami brewed super spicy pepper powder was always mixed in, causing Kakashi to feel a burning sensation in his throat after each sip. His bandages were accidentally replaced with coarse burlap, making every movement a painful grind against his wounds. 2. Daily little accidents. The wooden chair he leaned on suddenly broke, causing him to fall onto his still healing right arm. At night, while sleeping, a tile on the roof just happened to come loose and hit him on the head. Special care in meals. In every meal, Tsunami prepared his most detested natto, always appeared, often overly fermented and foul. Once while drinking soup, he found several live crabs jumping around at the bottom of the bowl. Fuchio stood at a distance in a tree, his Sharingan coldly observing it all. This is just the beginning. Sasuke's special training. Sasuke had been feeling quite down lately. 1. Chance encounters in the woods. Whenever he trained alone, a mysterious figure wearing a vortex mask would suddenly appear, forcing him into a puddle with shurikens. His kunai and his ninja tool pouch had mysteriously been replaced with wooden toy versions. Instruction in physical arts. One night, a mysterious person claiming to be Uchiha Madara beat him to the point he couldn't get out of bed for 3 days, mumbling as he left, "Just like your father when he was young. You're a pain." When Fuchio removed his mask, Meichin sighed helplessly. Can't you just teach him ninjutsu directly? Awakening and returning to the team. When Ming Yi opened his eyes, the three Tomo in his right eye were now stabilized. You're awake. Fuchio handed him a bowl of hot soup. Next time you go crazy, remember to come back and shake people first. Shizumi smiled while fiddling with the kunai. Kakashi hasn't been sleeping well lately. Should we have Auntie poison him into silence? Ming Yi looked down at the reflection of the Sharingan in the soup bowl and softly said, He'll handle it myself. The crow on the roof flashed its red eyes, and Itachi silently retracted his observing technique. Next chapter preview. Kakashi's nightmare, the accidents in the Land of Waves continue. Sasuke's confusion. Who exactly is that masked man who keeps beating him up? Ming Yi's revenge. After stabilizing the Sharingan, he intends to personally have a talk with Kakashi. Kakashi awoke at dawn, jolted awake by a searing pain in his throat. A steaming black medicinal broth sat on the bedside table, weighed down by a note written in sharp, incisive script. Drink it, coward. He smiled bitterly and raised the bowl without hesitation, draining it in one swift motion. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, agony erupted. His mouth pierced as if by 1,000 senbon. Then came the horrifying scorch of his esophagus burning from within. Kakashi curled up, coughing violently, blood trickling between his fingers. How does it taste? Myoya's voice drifted in from beyond the window. When Kakashi looked up, he saw only the youth's silhouette amid the morning mist, the cold, glinting light of the three Tomo swirling in his right eye. Milder than I imagined. Kakashi choked out the words with great effort. Myoya let out a scornful laugh and flung a small vial toward him. Kakashi caught it. Inside was an antidote. Delicate butterfly motifs were etched onto the vial's surface, identical to the one Night Moon had carried in his past life. Don't misunderstand, Myoya said, turning to leave. I simply don't want you to die too easily. By the time Kakashi staggered into the courtyard, Myoya stood beneath the withered tree. Morning light pierced through his slender frame, casting shadows across the ground like a fragile web. Night Moon. That name is dead. Myoya whirled around abruptly, the three Tomo spinning wildly. Killed by your own hand. Kakashi's breath ceased. He watched as the youth pulled open his collar, revealing a charred lightning-shaped seal just below his clavicle, its bars eerily resembling prison bars. Do you remember this? Myoya's voice trembled, tightly coiled. You called it protection. Memory flooded in, rain lashing the Night Moon, fleeing Kakashi, dragging him back, branding his skin with lightning chakra. 17-year-old Kakashi, consumed by obsession, believed that so long as he left his mark, he would never lose him again. Back then, no choice. Myoya sneered. How convenient. Rin said those very words to me. Kakashi felt as though struck by lightning. Only now did he realize. Night Moon's final words before leaping from the cliff had echoed Rin's last utterance. And yet he had used those same words to lock Night Moon deeper inside a cage of his own making. You should count yourself lucky, he only poisons you now. Fugaka's voice cut through the silence from behind. Kakashi turned to find 3 Uchiha standing in the courtyard's deep shadow. Mikoto twirled a poisoned shuriken between her fingers as Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan flickered faintly behind his mask. We all know what happened back then. Mikoto's voice was soft as a serpent's whisper. You locked him in the ANBU interrogation chamber for 3 days and nights, just because he wanted to leave Konoha. Kakashi's nails dug deep into his palms. That memory remained his deepest nightmare. Night Moon writhing in the iron chair, lightning chains searing black scars into his flesh, while Kakashi raving like a madman repeated over and over, you will not leave. So what do you intend now? Fugaka's eyes shifted into the Mangekyo pattern. Continue your game of imprisonment. Kakashi looked toward Mioya. The youth stood beneath the barren tree's sunlight passing through his frail body like that of a ghost about to fade. In that instant Kakashi understood. His so-called love had always been nothing but selfish possession. A shuriken sliced past his cheek. Mioya had closed the distance without sound. The 3 tomo nearly pressed against Kakashi's face. You'll never learn to let go, will you? The youth's voice dripped with bone-deep hatred, just as you'll never understand why Night Moon chose the cliff over turning back. That afternoon Sasuke intercepted Mioya at the training ground. That seal. He hesitated. Was it left by Kakashi sensei? Mioya gave no reply, only lifted his forehead protector. A deeper scar gleamed on his temple, shaped like lightning piercing the moon. Know what this is? He murmured, a faint chilling smile playing on his lips. He struck it with Chidori. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. That perpetually lazy Jonin had once done this. Why tell me all this? Because you bear Uchiha blood, Mioya replied, securing his forehead protector once more. One day you'll have to choose, to bind the one you love or set them free. The sound of waves surged suddenly clear. Sasuke remembered Naruto's radiant grin, Sakura's tear-streaked face, and his chest clenched inexplicably. I won't become like him, the boy declared, stubbornly resolute. Mioya's gaze drifted past him, fixing on the hospital window in the distance. Neither did Kakashi back then. That's what he said too. Deep in the night, Kakashi awoke, gasping from a nightmare. Moonlight spilled across the room. Mioya stood silently at the foot of the bed, idly turning a syringe between his fingers. Are you going to kill me? Kakashi asked, calm and quiet. Mioya said nothing, only slowly expelled the liquid from the needle. Pale blue fluid shimmered unervingly in the moonlight. This is the refined version. He whispered, it won't hurt much. Without hesitation, Kakashi extended his arm. As the needle pierced his skin, a familiar numbness spread. A formula Kakashi himself had once used to subdue Night Moon. How bitterly ironic. His vision blurred. Mioya leaned in close, the 3 tomo blazing with eerie brilliance in the dark. Now you know what it feels like to be imprisoned. In the final sliver of consciousness, Kakashi grasped Mioya's wrist with all his remaining strength. I'm sorry for making you suffer so. Mioya froze. A single tear rolled from Kakashi's lone eye, tracing a path down his temple into his hairline. Then, memory crashed upon him like a tidal wave. The ANBU interrogation chamber, young Kakashi, weeping uncontrollably, yet still refusing to loosen the chains. Madman. The syringe clattered to the floor. Mioya trembled as he withdrew his hand, then stumbled backward, knocking over the chair. He fled the room in blind haste, his right eye's 3 tomo fracturing, dissolving into jagged, broken patterns. When dawn mist once again veiled the land of waves, Tezuna's servant found Kakashi's hospital room empty. Upon the rumpled sheets lay an ANBU mask. Beneath it 2 photographs, one of Team 7, the other of the old 3-man squad from years past. Both photos bore identical handwriting on their backs this time. I'll be the prisoner. 10 kilometers away on the rocky shore, Mioya stood gazing out to sea. Shursue appeared beside him, silent as mist. Shall we pursue him? The wind tangled Mioya's black hair. His fingers brushed the unstable 3 tomo at his temple. No. This time, I'll let him choose. As the sun rose above the horizon, a drop of blood tear fell onto the rocks, swiftly washed away by the tide. Like all tales of love and confinement, they would vanish, dissolved forever in time's relentless current. Before dawn, a lead-gray mist enveloped the bridge of the land of waves, while the salty sea breeze carried a hint of rust as it weaved between the steel beams. Mingyi stood in the shadow of the bridge, the hem of his black robe fluttering in the sea breeze, while the 3 tomo Sharingan in his right eye glowed with a dark, blood-red light in the fog. His long fingers gently brushed over the hidden black flame shuriken in his sleeve, the cold metallic touch keeping him in absolute clarity. Sasuke leaned against the railing on the other side, his single tomo Sharingan scanning the depths of the thick fog. Sweat trickled down his temple, crystallizing into tiny ice shards in the cold morning. That bastard Kakashi. He muttered through gritted teeth, the kunai in his hand making a faint sound of metal deformation due to his tight grip. Focus. Mingyi's voice was almost drowned by the sound of the waves, yet it made Sasuke's spine straighten instantly. They are coming. The harsh sound of metal scraping against the ground shattered the silence before dawn. The silhouette of the beheading sword gradually became clear in the thick fog, the blade dragging a long mark across the ground. Zabuza's tall figure emerged, as if stepping out from a nightmare, the massive blade on his shoulder gleaming with a cold, sharp light in the morning. "Where are the watchdogs of Konoha?" Zabuza's voice was as rough as sandpaper, his mocking gaze sweeping over the two young ninjas. "Did you send only 2 pups to guard the gate? How pathetic." Haku stood quietly behind Zabuza, resembling a delicate ghost. Between his slender fingers, ice crystals were forming into the shape of thorns, refracting a rainbow of colors in the morning light. The eyes behind the mask calmly observed the enemy across from them, without a trace of turbulence. The battle erupted in an instant. Zabuza's beheading sword came down with a piercing sound, but Mingyi flickered with astonishing speed to stand in front of Sasuke. His movements were as graceful as a death dance, the black flame shuriken sliding out of his sleeve, tracing a perfect arc in the air. Yaming bone erosion flame. The black flames coiled around the beheading sword, as if alive. The sound of the metal being corroded was excruciating. Zabuza was surprised to find his weapon visibly eroding and immediately retreated several steps. "Back off," Mingyi said without looking back at Sasuke, his right eyes, 3 tomo locking onto Zabuza's every minute movement. There will be a 0.3-second flaw in his sword technique during the 3rd strike. In that fleeting moment, Haku's figure had transformed into a stream of ice. His voice was like the cold wind of winter, secret art magic mirror ice crystal. Countless ice mirrors rose from the ground, instantly trapping Sasuke within. Shuriken fell like a torrential rain from all angles, Sasuke's Sharingan spinning wildly, as his kunai shattered 3 ice mirrors, yet he was still forced into a dead end. A shuriken grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. "Your eyes." Haku's voice echoed in the mirror palace, carrying a hint of pity. "What are you afraid of? Is it the loneliness of being abandoned again?" "Sasuke." Naruto's roar sounded like thunder, crimson chakra erupting from him like a volcanic explosion. The beastly claws easily shredded the sturdy ice spikes, blood-colored tails sweeping across the battlefield. The violent energy fluctuation made the bridge tremble, rust falling from the steel beams like red snowflakes. Boom! The ice crystal world shattered into fragments under the impact of the Nine Tails chakra. Haku was thrown away by the shockwave, and the mask revealed spiderweb-like cracks. In his berserk state, Naruto was like a red lightning bolt, his beastly claws aimed straight for Haku's throat. At this critical moment, the crumbling mask finally could not withstand the pressure and shattered completely. Morning light penetrated the thick fog, illuminating the face carved like ice and snow. The delicate brows, straight nose, and slightly pale lips. This face made Naruto's beastly claws come to a halt in midair. Sister. When Naruto's voice became hoarse due to the beast transformation, but the shock was unmistakable. Haku's bloodstained lips curved into a bitter smile. "I am male." The ice beneath Naruto's feet cracked under the sudden force of his halted motion. He stood frozen, like a statue, the beast cloak retreating like a tide. Haku slid down to the ground, leaning against the bridge column, ice crystals coalescing in his palm into a sharp kunai. He pressed the blade against his heart, his voice as soft as melting snow. "Please end me. A tool without purpose is worthless." Naruto's hand trembled as he grasped the icy blade, blood dripping through his fingers, blooming small red flowers on the ice surface. "You clearly said," his voice choked. "When a person wants to protect something important, they become stronger." Haku completed the dialogue from that day in the forest. The ice blade pushed half an inch deeper into his heart. "My light is only Zabuza Sensei." Suddenly a blinding blue-white light erupted 20 zhang away. "Farewell, Zabuza." Kakashi's voice penetrated the battlefield. Haku's figure instantly transformed into an ice crystal, blocking the trajectory of Raikiri at a speed difficult to perceive. Blood traced a beautiful arc in the air, splattering into Kakashi's suddenly contracting pupils. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Kakashi watched Haku fall like a bird with broken wings. The beheading sword slipped from Zabuza's hand, emitting a dull thud. "Kill them. Leave none." Kato charged from the fog with a large group of henchmen, his face trembling with anger. However, in the next second, the leader of the rogue ninjas suddenly turned and thrust a knife, accurately piercing Kato's heart. Dying, Kato's eyes widened. In his last moments of consciousness, he caught a glimpse of the Uchiha fan's dark pattern flashing past the attacker's sleeve. In the shadow of the unnoticed bridge, pure Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope, Sharingan, slowly extinguished. The morning sun finally pierced through the blood mist, completely casting golden light on the battered bridge. Kakashi knelt beside Haku, gently placing the beheading sword on the boy's chest. Blood had soaked through his gloves, yet he seemed to feel no stickiness. Was it worth it? Ming-Yes voice floated from the mist, yet no figure was visible. Kakashi lifted his head, the morning light gilding his silver hair. "This time, I should have arrived sooner." His voice carried deep remorse. Sasuke abruptly pulled the still-dazed Naruto. "Let's go, dead weight." The double Tomo Sharingan in his eyes reflected the morning light on the sea. "Wait." Naruto suddenly broke free from Sasuke's hand and rushed towards the seaside. He pulled out a slightly deformed wild sunflower from his pocket, one he had picked casually while passing through the fields that morning. He threw the flower with all his might towards the ice raft carrying Haku's body. "Be free." That night, Ming-Yi stood alone at the edge of the cliff, the blood pool surging beneath his feet. The phantom of Kushina Uzumaki emerged from the water's surface. She reached out to gently touch the ripples. That child left in peace. The phantom of Minato Namikaze followed, his gaze gentle and appreciative. Naruto has grown up. Ming-Yi silently watched the water surface, suddenly noticing a box of ointment by the edge of the pool. He bent down to pick it up. A familiar voice emerged from the shadows. Improved version, it won't hurt. Kakashi stepped out from behind a tree, his silver hair shimmering softly under the moonlight. I've tried it really. As the three tomo flowed under the moonlight, Ming-Yi tucked the ointment into his cloak. When his fingers unintentionally brushed against Kakashi's palm, both of them slightly frowned. Indeed, the heart-wrenching repulsion had lessened. It seems your resistance training paid off, Ming-Yi remarked with a light snort, turning to leave. Kakashi suddenly reached out to grab his sleeve. Wait. The 7th Squad is having a celebration banquet at Dazna's house tomorrow. He waved the latest volume of Ika Paradise. Want to watch it together? Are you sure you want to read this kind of pseudo-scientific literature in front of a medical ninja? Ming-Yi raised an eyebrow. That's why I need a professional to guide me. Kakashi's eyes curved into crescents. As the two walked side by side back to the village, Naruto suddenly jumped out from the bushes. Gotcha. Teacher Ming-Yi secretly sneaked out. Sasuke quickly noted down, tomorrow's lunch will be less. Sasuke emerged from the shadows, his double tomo Sharingan gleaming faintly. Idiot, he can't hear you. Hey, I was helping you keep watch. Naruto protested. Ming-Yi facepalmed. So this is what you call a tactical ambush. Kakashi chuckled as he flipped through Ika Paradise, a youth. The next morning at Dazna's house. Why is my lunch so much less? Naruto wailed, holding a noticeably smaller lunchbox. Sasuke calmly took the last fried shrimp, because some deadweight's tracking skills were too poor last night. Ming-Yi pushed the extra lunch portion in front of Naruto. Eat, and next time remember to wash off the smell of ramen before tracking. Kakashi watched this scene from outside the window, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly beneath his mask. He touched the box of ointment in his ninja pouch and turned towards the training ground. Today he would teach Sasuke a new lightning release technique, while Ming-Yi had promised to come guide medical ninjutsu. Sunlight poured through the clouds over the bridge of the land of waves. The shadows of the 7th Squad stretched long. In a hidden underground chamber in the land of waves, a crystal ball emitted a ghostly blue light. The capital flow has been completely taken over, leaving no traces. Fugaku's kaleidoscope Sharingan flickered in the dark. Continue to maintain regular surveillance on Konoha. Don't alarm the snake. He paused, especially. Don't alert that child. The morning light shone on the bridge of the land of waves. The Uchiha clan emblem's molten marks glimmered with golden light in the sunrise. On the sea, the ice raft carrying Haku and the beheading sword slowly drifted away, turning into a small din of shimmering waves. Dead weight, wipe your tears. Sasuke crossed his arms, his double tomo Sharingan reflecting the retreating ice raft. Naruto rubbed his red eyes vigorously. I didn't cry. It's the sea breeze. It's the sea breeze blowing. As he spoke, he secretly wiped his face with his sleeve. Ming-Yi stood at the bridge, had his black robe gently swaying in the morning wind. His right eyes, 3 tomo slowly, turned, watching Kakashi walk towards the 7th Squad's back. When Kakashi turned to look back, Ming-Yi had already turned to walk towards Naruto and Sasuke. Today's training plan is chakra control. Naruto will practice walking on water and Sasuke will continue his adaptation training with the Sharingan. Why is it basic training again? Naruto exaggeratedly wailed. Sasuke snorted coldly. The dead weight who can't even control chakra has no right to complain. Kakashi sauntered over, holding Ika Paradise. Looks like I arrived just in time. The late king still has the nerve to say that. Naruto immediately turned his spearhead. Ming-Yi glanced at Kakashi. Since you are here, take charge of supervising Naruto's training. At your command, Kakashi smiled, tucking the book away, his silver hair shining in the morning light. The sea breeze blew through, dispersing the last trace of gloom. The 4 members of the 7th Squad stood on the rebuilt bridge, their shadows stretched long by the morning sun, intertwining together, no longer separate. Chapter 46, Daily Life in Konoha Underworld. KPI and Mackerel Bounty. Task Report: The Farce in the Hokage Office. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage puffed on his pipe, squinting at the task report from Team 7. Amidst the swirling smoke, he flipped through the page that was scribbled all over. Naruto's spiral doodles covered half the page, while Sasuke coldly provided a serious report beside him, and Kakashi's comment was merely, everyone made it back alive. So the 3rd Hokage tapped the ash from his pipe. The bridge in the land of waves was completed successfully, and the Kato Corporation disbanded due to force majeure. He emphasized the last 4 words, his gaze sweeping to the corner where Ming-Yi stood with crossed arms. Indeed. Kakashi lazily leaned against the window, his fingers flipping through the pages of Paradise of Affection. What a peaceful conclusion. Old man, what about our reward? Naruto lunged onto the desk, causing the teacup to jump. I used the newly developed Naruto's 1000-strike combo to knock Kato's bodyguard away. Sasuke yanked him back by the collar. Idiot, that move only hit 3 times. Ming-Yi stood in the shadows, his right eyes, 3 tomo slightly turning. His gaze passed through the 3rd Hokage's shoulder, locking onto the umbu in the back. There was a shadow with a raccoon mask, and as it flipped through documents, a glimpse of the Uchiha fan pattern flickered. Otaku rolling in the sea of consciousness. Ding. Konoha daily task line activated. Today's KPI complete 3 drank tasks, organize the underworld vegetable garden. Reward Kakashi's favorability 5. Additional drop mackerel cooking manual. Rejected. Ming Yi sneered inwardly last time's ramen coupon was simply expired. Task Konoha's mischief daily. Task 1 help the old lady find her cat unexpectedness no. 1. Cat teacher. 20 of Naruto's shadow clones exploded simultaneously darting towards different streets like fireworks. The third team knocked over a fruit stand, the fifth team startled a flock of carrier pigeons, and the main force got stuck in a narrow alley because the original body suddenly wanted to try the new method of wall climbing chakra. Sasuke stood on the roof holding his forehead the tail end. His Sharingan swept across the southeast corner, suddenly narrowing his pupils. A tricolor cat perched on the treetop was gently enveloped by Ming Yi's black flames, and under its paws lay a detonating tag. Sasuke appeared in an instant. Ming Yi pinched the talisman with 2 fingers, and the underworld chakra instantly corroded it to ash, a mark of Kato's remnants. He picked up the frizzy-haired cat and tossed it towards the pile of Naruto's clones. Catch it. 30 seconds later, Naruto's original body scratched into a patchwork by the cat's claws cried out, "This must be a ninja cat. Why can't it use shadow clones?" Task 2 clean up the river trash unexpectedness no. 2 watch this. Water release, great waterfall. Wait, idiot. This is the inland river. Sasuke's yell came too late. The raging waters swept away mountains of aluminum cans along with Ding Ci, who was fishing downstream, and conveniently flooded the nearby Umbu duty room into a hot spring. Ming Yi sighed and dozens of chakra black threads flew out of his sleeves, accurately entangling each unfortunate soul rolling in the water. Underworld's secret technique, causal retrieval. With a splash, Ding Ci still held half a grilled fish, while the Umbu members had water plants hanging from their masks, and Naruto sat barefoot on the turtle's back grinning. Hey, this turtle shell is steadier than a surfboard. Task 3 take care of kids Konoha Maris Rampage, event brother Ming Yi. Teach me that. Konoha Maru pointed at the kunai glowing with black light, at Ming Yi's waist, the one that can slice through rocks with a swipe. First learn to hold the knife. Ming Yi tossed him a wooden sword, swing it 1,000 times. 3 minutes later, Udon and Mo Huang ran over crying. Konoha Maru used the wooden sword to knock off the eyebrows of the Hokage rock. Kakashi peeked out from behind Paradise of Affection. Oh dear, now I have to explain this to the third Hokage. Before he could finish speaking, Ming Yi had already formed seals and activated an illusion technique, instantly repairing the crater created on Hokage rock with underworld power. Reward. Ming Yi extended his hand towards the stunned Konoha Maru. 3 boxes of takoyaki. Lunch break, bento from the underworld. Under the cherry blossom tree at the training ground, Naruto complained while munching on cup noodles, "Why does Sasuke have rice balls?" "Shut up, this is from Sakura." Sasuke's ears turned red. Kakashi smiled as he swayed over to Ming Yi, maintaining just the right 3-step distance. This was the closest proximity allowed by the unbroken shackles between them. "What about my share?" Ming Yi didn't raise his eyes, merely pushing the food box towards him. On the dark purple lacquered container, the ethereal blue chakra patterns flowed like water. As the lid was lifted, the dark red tomatoes, a specialty of the blood pool, glimmered like pearls. The hell chili fried rice wafted a mysterious aroma, and the grilled mackerel cooked with underworld fire emitted an enticing roasted smell. Kakashi's fingertips hesitated slightly just before touching the food box. He could feel underworld items refused to let mundane beings pry into their essence. Any chakra trying to analyze would be repelled by an invisible rule at the moment of contact. How strict? He chuckled lightly and obediently picked up the chopsticks. Ming Yi turned his face slightly, his ears turning red. "Eat yours." When Kakashi bit into that tomato, the juice bursting in his mouth, he seemed to see the illusion of the Sanzu River. But the next second, Ming Yi's finger discreetly brushed the edge of the food box, cutting off the chakra that tried to pry. "Don't do anything unnecessary," Ming Yi said softly, a hint of warning in his voice. Kakashi raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, but the smile in his eyes deepened. "I just think it's delicious." Underworld KPI late night overtime. By the Southie River at midnight, Ming Yi formed seals to open a portal. The ripples of underworld power rippled through the air, and the door that could only be seen by the Rinnegan slowly opened. Scene switch. Underworld vegetable garden. Blood pool tomatoes unfurled their branches and leaves under the moonlight, each fruit glowing with a dark red sheen. Ming Yi's fingers brushed over the leaves and chakra fell like fine rain. These plants refused to be replicated or analyzed, though any attempt to pry would invite the underworld's backlash. "What's the progress?" Ming Yi paused. Kakashi leaned against the edge of the gate, maintaining a 3-step distance. This was the closest position permitted by their shackles. The silver-haired Jonin's gaze politely avoided the crops that should not be seen by mortals, focusing intently on Ming Yi's back. "What are you doing here?" Ming Yi didn't turn around, but his ears were slightly flushed. "It's time for treatment." Kakashi shook the medicine bottle in his hand. "Even though you said you don't need it, I think." Ming Yi interrupted him, but still walked over. The process of treatment was always silent and restrained. Kakashi's chakra carefully probed into Ming Yi's meridians while Ming Yi stood stiffly in place, enduring the sensation of being invaded. The existence of shackles prevented them from truly getting close, but with each treatment, those stubborn restraints would loosen a bit. "That's enough for today." Ming Yi suddenly stepped back, interrupting the flow of chakra. Kakashi withdrew his hand, his fingertips still tinged with the coolness of underworld power. Is there any improvement? Ming-Yi turned his face away, tossing a packet of seeds to him. Plant them in your backyard. Don't use chakra to hasten their growth. Kakashi caught the seeds, and his fingertips inadvertently brushed against Ming-Yi's wrist. In that moment, both of them froze. The shackles emitted a subtle tremor, both a warning and a kind of resonance. Ming-Yi quickly withdrew his hand and turned to disappear into the underworld passage. But Kakashi noticed that his back was not as resolute as usual. Underlining foreshadowing. 1. The Umbu in the Hokage office attempted to analyze a trace of black flame left by Ming-Yi, but were burned in the eyes at the moment of contact. Underworld items cannot be desecrated. 2. Sasuke's Sharingan inadvertently captured the chakra chain between Kakashi and Ming-Yi. Those shackles were slowly crumbling. 3. In Kakashi's ninja tool pouch, the seeds given by Ming-Yi were emitting a faint glow, and the paper wrapping around them read water daily, no peeking. Chapter 47, Sand Shadow enters the village. The first sound of the Star Core. Konoha, Main Gate Consciousness, see Barrage Carnival. Warning. An SS-level sand sculpture artist approaches. The electronic voice of the otaku explodes in the consciousness, see setting off holographic fireworks, while Kanjuro has a glowing barrage hovering above his head. The true record of puppets achieving sentience, the ballerina on a wire. With an expressionless face, Minji crushed the virtual ribbons in his consciousness, see, turn off the effects. Alright, the otaku switched voice modes, wind shadow substitute wig shift left by 3 mm. I suggest using wind release breakthrough to grant it freedom. The poison needle lunged towards Naruto's throat in an instant, and the white scabbard at Ming-Yi's waist suddenly heated up. The shallow strike that Kakashi had personally tied for him in the morning buzzed and trembled while the silver threads around the hilt jingled with a sound like a bell. Contract of the shallow strike, starry traces under the moon. Consciousness, see memory retrospective. The otaku danced the mechanical dance of consciousness clouds. Ding. You've received a soul mate gift, Star Core shallow strike. Passive skill. When the host's heart contradicts their words, the bell will play the stubborn duck march. Minji scoffed coldly, boring. In the mist that surged, last night's scene emerged. Kakashi pushed the purple sandalwood knife box over the hot spring stone table, a consolation gift for a certain blade-killing star. Inside the box, the white scabbard flowed with moonlight, and the hilt was engraved with tiny characters, to the Honorable Minji, who broke 13 swords. A piece of junk. Minji flipped the box shut, yet the water surface reflected his reddened ear tips. The otaku screamed, alarm. The knife guard has recorded the soul wavelength. Star sound shocking the swans, the bell tells the heart. When the poison needle was 3 inches away from its target, the shallow strike spontaneously half drew from its sheath. Battle options. The otaku projected a blood-red window. Cutting the poison needle, reward Kakashi's morning bath, sound white noise. Blocking the needle with my body, unlock silver-haired bowties, injured breathing, high-definition footage. It's so noisy. Minji twisted his wrist to slash. Clang. The blade brushed past the poison needle, exploding into indigo star fire with the blade's northern dipper pattern surging like a galaxy. Kakashi's kunai froze in midair. Is this my spare teaching knife? Found in a junkyard. Minji sheathed his knife. However, the blue bell jingled out 7 notes. The otaku announced, soul resonance degree 20. Junk, this knife is passable. Star pattern, jelly blue bell dream. A gift of apology. Kakashi handed over a lacquered box. Minji paused in opening the box. Amber jelly formed the 7 stars of the Big Dipper with a light crystal lily embedded, the only flower he had ever praised. Molecular level carving. The otaku exploded electronic firecrackers in the consciousness. See, the defective product has fattened 8 ninja dogs. Vulgar. Minji closed the lacquered box, yet his fingertips swiftly snatched the light star. The shallow strike suddenly resonated with Starry River Nocturne in the consciousness. See, the boy's wrist trembled slightly, and the lacquered box fell into the grass. Kakashi bit the Tion Shu star jelly. You dare to abandon a token of affection. He'll return your broken knife. Minji tugged at the knot at his waist. The white scabbard transformed into stardust, merging into his brow. The spiritual consciousness, see, suspended a star-patterned long knife with the hilt's silver threads adorned with 2 sapphires. Otaku system holographic log. A poison needle attacks, B consciousness, C command. BC cutting sound bath effect. BD blocking with damage footage. E Kakashi's gift, F host reaction. F plunder light, star G heart and mouth inconsistency index explodes. F knife, sheath transforms into light H, soul forging completed. Stars hanging over the plains. Minji closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the consciousness. C. The stars shattered and the knife flowed through the air. The otaku's electronic voice emanated from the sapphire. Binding prompt, Star Core knife soul is 100 compatible with your mental power. The boy sneered coldly, disassemble and reforge. The knife pattern suddenly brightened, reflecting Kakashi's sleeping profile. The silver-haired man murmured in his dreams, the sapphire, like his eyes. The otaku stifled a laugh. Should I turn off the screen? Minji dispersed the light and shadow. Testing the gemstone's refractive index. Ming-Est's under rules. 1. Reverse translation dictionary. Junk. The knife pattern carving is acceptable. Found in a junkyard, this knife is barely pleasing to the eye. Stealing the light star, this item is to my liking. 2. Blue bell secret language system. Single tone crisp sound withdraw. 7 tones tremble together. Take another step closer, and I will cut you. Starry River Nocturne. This night is still good. Chapter 48 Shadows of Sand and Heartblade Resonance. The shuriken thrown by Iruka split into 12 cold lights under the moonlight, and as Naruto cried out and retreated, a chakra line entangled around his ankle. Warning. Disguise technique. Azai unleashed a barrage in the sea of consciousness. The true body is hidden in the southeast 35 ancient locust tree hollow with chakra containing sand and iron elements. The blue bell of the star-shattering blade rang out in 7 tremors, and suddenly the old scar on Mingyas's left chest burned. The white blade sheath transformed into flowing light that pierced the wound, and indigo star patterns burst forth from his robes, tearing the illusion of fake Iruka into shreds. The puppet play of sand hidden. As the true body leaped out from the tree hollow, the tip of Mingyas's blade was already pressed against his throat. It is time to end this. The puppet master's skin peeled away, revealing the shocked face. The boy's star scar suddenly brightened. Your chakra. Disturb my wound. Black secret technique mechanized light shield. Kanjiro's puppet's chest cavity erupted with a matrix of poison needles. The star-shattering blade spun through the air, yet the poison needles mysteriously curved toward Mingyas's heart. Minji. Kakashi's lightning strike arrived in an instant, yet he saw the poison needles adhering to the star-shaped scar, like iron filings, the meteor metal melting into crimson fluid within the flesh. Azai popped up a holographic diagnosis diff. Heart scar furnace overloaded. Transforming enemy attack metal into enhanced blade body. Side effect pain sensitivity increased by 300. The boy with cold sweat on his forehead sneered. Just a tickle. Yet the blue gem reflected his convulsing fingertips. Last night's sensation of Kakashi touching this scar in the hot spring suddenly surged back, and the searing pain in his heart surprisingly diminished by a third. Chapter Star Essence Forged Blade Dual Scars Cast Together. Falling Star returns. Kanjiro's puppet's abdomen exploded with a purple core. As Kakashi's lightning strike pierced the core, Mingyas's heart scar suddenly tore open. Indigo star flames surged into chains wrapping around the silver-haired Jonin's right arm. Sizzle. Amidst the shockwave of the clash between lightning and the star core, Kakashi's right arm manifested a star-shaped light mark identical to Mingyas's heart. Shared scars. Sasuke's Sharingan widened in surprise. He's transferring damage. Minji had already flashed behind Kakashi, pressing his bloodied palm onto the newly born arm scar. Useless, can't even hold the lightning strike properly. The moment their scars touched, the star-shattering blade pierced the puppet's core. Fragments of the fallen star melted into purple gold liquid flowing back through the blade's spine to Mingyas's heart scar. Chapter Blade Soul Revealing Feelings Heart Sound Recording. As the forest returned to silence, Kakashi tore off his bloodied forearm guard. The newly born star scar flickered with Mingyas's breath, and the boy suddenly swung his blade towards the sapphire. If it reflects again, I'll shatter it. Yet the gem autonomously played back the image, recalling last night in the mist of the hot spring. Kakashi's fingertip lightly touched Mingyas's heart scar. Does it still hurt? The boy brushed his hand away, forgot it long ago. The surface of the water reflected his trembling knuckles gripping his robe, at this moment resonating with the star scar on Kakashi's arm. Azai quietly interjected, need to replay the heart inconsistency index. Chapter Symbiotic Scar System Manual. A enemy attack metal B heart scar furnace receives B transform C star shattering blade enhancement D Kakashi injured E arm scar resonance E damage transfer F heart scar tears G dual scars contact H star essence forged blade ultimate technique. After Kanjiro fled, Mingyas's heart scar had returned to smoothness. Kakashi suddenly bit his fingertip, smearing the blood droplet onto the opponent's old wound, disinfecting. The boy shook off his hand, busybody. The star-shattering blade, however, emitted 7 musical notes. The sapphire reflected the ripples of his accelerated heartbeat. Chapter Core. Kakashi suddenly pressed his hand against his heart, groaning. The boy's arm scar burned along with his movements. You. Minji ripped open the other's clothing only to see the illusion of his own heart scar floating on Kakashi's chest. The star-shattering blade sapphire suddenly projected last night's hot spring conversation, forgot it long ago. Mingyas's voice echoed in the secret chamber. The silver-haired Jonin chuckled, holding the hand pressed against his chest. You liar. The blade sheath's blue bell chimed, playing the Star River Night song, drowning out the boy's uncontrollable heartbeat. At dawn, a mission scroll landed next to Mingyas's pillow. Rank guardianship task, ensure the stability of Kakashi's right arm star scar, methods unrestricted. The boy swung his blade, shattering the scroll, yet saw the star-shattering blade etching new words on the wall. Sleeping can reduce pain sensation by 90. Kakashi's voice seeped from the blade handle. Want to test its effectiveness? Mingyas's ears turned bright red as he swung at the sapphire, but the blade light transformed into a gentle breeze upon contact. The blade spine star patterns flowed out, new engravings. This heart is your sheath. In the indigo starlight, the decaying leaves of the death forest floated, resembling a reversed river of blood-red stars. Kakashi knelt on one knee, his right hand digging fiercely into the star-shaped scar on his right arm. This wound greedily consumed the moonlight, casting the veins beneath his skin into a translucent, eerie blue network. 10 steps away, Minji leaned against a charred tree trunk, gasping heavily. With each pulse of the wound on his chest, deeper stains of blood seeped through his black kimono. The symbiotic system overload is at 117. Sasuke's 3-Demo Sharingan spun rapidly in the shadows of the trees, while the intertwined chakra threads in the air transformed into a deadly web in his vision. 3 minutes remain until the rift reaches its critical point. Click! Suddenly 3 kunai wrapped in purple-black star patterns shot out from the ground. Naruto's shadow clone instinctively swung his fist to block, but was drained of chakra the moment he made contact. Don't touch those things. Sasuke's Chidori pierced through the kunai, lightning bursting forth and causing cracks to erupt across the star patterns. Bloodied iron stench unique to the Kankuro puppets oozed from the fissures. Boom, boom, boom. 6 headless puppets burst forth from the earth, their chests embedded with familiar meteor cores. These mechanical creations ignored the members of Team 7 as if drawn by a magnet, charging straight for the space between Kakashi and Minji. Each swipe of the puppet's claws tore indigo fissures in the space between the two. Sasuke's 3-Demo deeply analyzed nature of the fissure forces the resonance distance of the star marks to expand. Deadly mechanism. When the fissure width exceeds 1 meter, the symbiotic system will tear the soul apart. Energy source. The puppet core burns with the chakra left by Kankuro. 20 meters northeast. Sasuke's roar synchronized with Mingyas actions. The star-shattering blade shattered the joints of the puppet in an instant, while Kakashi's Raikiri had already pierced through its core. Yet the meteor fragment shot out a beam of purple light before exploding accurately, striking Mingyas' heart. Mingyas' chest wound suddenly tore open as black flames surged forth, mingled with blood. Even more terrifying was that Kakashi's right arm's star mark correspondingly burst open, flesh and blood gushing out as if invisible blades were flaying his arm. The sensation of pain has turned into a life link. Sasuke's Sharingan captured the horrifying scene. Mingyas' nether power was pouring into Kakashi's body through the chains of star marks. Kakashi's chakra veins were severed inch by inch under the scorching black flames. The star-shattering blade Sapphire was flashing a frantic warning in red light. Suddenly, the silver-haired Jonin smiled. His blood-stained fingers formed an incomplete seal of the snake as the glow of Raikiri surged in his palm, but it wasn't aimed at the puppets. Instead, he fiercely stabbed through the star mark on his own right arm. The principle of reverse resonance. Kakashi coughed up blood as he pushed Minji towards the safe zone. My wound can become your shield. When Kakashi's blood soaked the star mark, an incredible reversal occurred. The wound that was spewing black flames suddenly solidified. The star-shattering blade flew autonomously into Kakashi's hand. The blood spewing from Mingyas' heart transformed into a black-red chain that wrapped around the hilt. Catch it! Kakashi threw the blade towards Minji. In the moment their palms overlapped, the star-shattering blade disassembled and reformed in midair. The left blade coiling with nether black flames, the right blade erupting with Chidori lightning, and the spine of the blade flowing with the bloodline of the two. Sasuke's 3-Demo captured the trajectory of the ultimate killing move, Naruto. The meteor's weak point is at 9 o'clock. The golden-haired youth transformed into a crimson meteor, forcefully crashing through the puppet formation. The dual-bladed star-shattering blade pierced the core like a spear of judgment, nailing the 6 puppets in the direction of the Big Dipper formation. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, Sasuke's Sharingan permanently recorded this scene. Kakashi's right arm and Mingyas' heart were tightly pressed together, with newly formed silver star patterns intertwining on the surface of their skin, forming the totem of the Big Dipper. The floating star-shattering blade embedded into the scorched earth, and the Uchiha clan's language engraved on the blade flowed in the morning light. Wounds are the covenant of life and death. The stars and moon illuminate the gall and bile. The third Hokage's mission scroll turned to ashes in Mingyas' hands. The youth turned to leave, but was grabbed by Kakashi, who seized his wrist. The silver-haired Jonin tore away his blood-stained forehead protector, revealing a complete face that had never been shown before. A star-shaped old scar that was identical to Mingyas' heart wound clearly crossed below his left eye. 37 years ago, White Fan carved the first star mark for me here. Kakashi's fingertips brushed over the scar on his face, and then lightly touched Mingyas' heart. Now it's yours. The star-shattering blade suddenly resonated with 7 notes, the sapphire hilt reflecting the shocking truth. Memory, rewind. Young Kakashi knelt before his father's grave, carving a star mark on his face with the short blade of White Fang time-space link. At this moment, the pattern of the wound on Mingyas' heart precisely matched the scar on Kakashi's face. Madman. Mingyas' black eyes trembled slightly. The blade aimed at the sapphire froze in midair. Kakashi held his hand that gripped the blade and pressed it against his own heart. The first rule of the Guardian mission. During cohabitation, destruction of the token of affection is prohibited. End of chapter. As the bronze giant door devoured the last rays of daylight, the star-shattered blades, sapphire, reflected 2 parallel shadows. His blood still burned the old scar on my heart, while my blade had already severed the chains of fate. The parchment trembled in the wind of the blade. The third Hokage's pipe tapped against a blood-red annotation. Guardian distance, 1 meter. Sparks splattered onto the knife's tip, suspended in the night. Will you sign? Kakashi leaned against the window frame, the shadow of his forehead protector obscuring the star scar beneath his left eye. If it's beyond 5 steps, my heart tightened like a branding iron. The indigo glow from beneath his collar surged towards Kakashi like a poisonous snake. The young man's wrist trembled, and the star-shattered blade fell straight onto the signature line. Clang. The pure white scabbard blocked the sharp blade. Kakashi had somehow gotten close behind, bloody bandages wrapped around the hand gripping the knife. Ink splattered on the parchment. The two characters Ming Yi emerged in starlight, while Kakashi was branded into silver lightning. The sapphire lit up the images from last night. Ming Yi gripping the sheets tightly as the ointment was smeared over his chest wound, Kakashi's bloodied wristband marked with bite marks. Shut up. The bronze puppet 20 meters tall spewed forth a toxic mist of sand and iron from its eyes. The left puppet's sealing scroll unfurled with a whoosh, and Ming Yi's pupils reflected the illusion. Kakashi's right arm torn by the star scar, the star-shattered blades, sapphire replaying the image of falling off a cliff. Real pain exploded in my heart. The right puppet's giant blade seized the opportunity to strike between the two. Indigo fissures gnawed at the earth. Distance 3 meters. Overload 117. The alarm pierced through my consciousness. Kakashi yanked off his forehead protector, and the blood light from the star scar in his left eye surged violently. A torrent of real memories surged back. A 7-year-old boy kneeling before a tombstone, white fangs, broken blade, carving star scars on his face, blood droplets seeping into the crevices of the stone as Ming Yi's heart bore a silver scar in unison. The illusion shattered. As the star-shattered blade pierced the left puppet's scroll, blood from Kakashi's cheek flowed along the blade's spine into Ming Yi's palm. The right puppet's chest erupted with 360 chakra lines, and the meteor's bitter kunai poured down like a torrential rain. Ming Yi spun and slashed at Kakashi's left arm. An indigo chain of light was drawn from the star scar. The cluster of poison needles melted into molten iron poured into the blade's spine. Kakashi's palm pressed against Ming Yi's heart, the unhealed scar burning like a brand. Focus. The low voice resonated in his chest. In the moment their backs met, the star-shattered blade cleaved through the air, creating a doppelganger. The left blade, entwined with the ethereal flames, severed the chakra nodes, while the right blade, wrapped in lightning light, struck directly at the core. The sapphire force-fed the images last night. Ming Yi bit down on Kakashi's wristband. With a muffled groan, the bloodied bandage showed pale knuckles. In reality, the meteor's core exploded with a thunderous roar. The sand-hidden Jonin Maki stepped out from the wreckage. The star core compass locking onto Ming Yi's heart dissolved the symbiotic contract. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. Kakashi ripped open his clothing. From the star scar at the corner of his eye to the new scar on his heart, 7 source imprints formed the Big Dipper, the life and death contract etched by White Fang 37 years ago. The star-shattered blade sapphire revealed the ultimate image of boy carving scars before a tomb, blood seeping into the gravestone. The same droplet of blood traversing time and space to condense into Ming Yi's silver scar. The present day Kakashi gently brushed over the boy's wound. This body serves as the sheath. The compass exploded into fragments. The signing table flickered with star flames. Ming Yi pressed down with his bloodied thumb, and Kakashi bit through the tip of his finger, covering it with his fingerprint. Where the two bloods mingled, golden patterns burst forth. Where the blade points is where the heart desires. The bronze door thundered open, and the blood moon of the death forest illuminated the door crack. Ming Yi shrugged off his hand. Mind your own business. Yet the star-shattered blade returned to its sheath, and the blue bell rang out the galactic night song. The alarm popped up. Diff heart scar furnace stable state. Pain threshold 92, optimal distance 0. 35 meters. Kakashi shot a kunai into the thicket. The sand-hidden puppet crashed down and shattered. The meteor core was recording the sapphire images. The final frame paused on the overlapping blood fingerprints of the two. Monitor X12 infiltrating the examination room. The star-shattered blade emitted a crimson warning. The star scar on Ming Yi's heart glowed brightly, and the blade tip shattered the last meteor probe. Gate Guardian Trial Confidential Files, Star Scar Resonance Record Trial Phase, Heart Rate Synchronization, Sapphire Leak Incident Illusion, Heart Mirror 89, Changing Image X 2000 Machine Lock 173 Breathing Audio X 3 Knock on Heart's Door 307-year-old Blood Contract, Holographic Playback, Final Clearing Data, Meteor Monitor Destruction Count 1212, Optimal Combat Distance 0. 48 meters. Star Shattered Blade New Function Automatically Plays Kakashi's Water Sounds when spying interference. Success Rate 98. As the bronze door closed, Kakashi grasped Ming Yi's wrist. The boy's counter-slash caused the blade to slice off half of his own black hair. The strands intertwined with silver hair in Ming Yi's palm. A talisman. Kakashi slipped the ring onto the kunai's handle. The star-shattered blade whistled past, clipping only a strand of Kakashi's silver hair. The star-splattered strands floated into Ming Yi's clothing, and the old scar on his heart suddenly burned. When Lee Rock's bandaged legs swept across Sasuke's jaw, the star-shattered blade's sapphire reflected Kakashi's suddenly constricting pupils. This kick should land on your face. Minji caressed the star scar on his chest, and Kai raised his thick brows. This is the clash of youthful passion. Dust floated in the sunlight at the registration area as Lee Rock in his green jumpsuit cleaved through the crowd. His gaze passed over Naruto and locked directly onto Sasuke, Uchiha's genius. Let us settle this with taijutsu. Sasuke's Sharingan flared crimson, the three tomos slowly rotating. Leaf whirlwind. Lee's figure suddenly vanished, and in the next moment the soles of his shoes collided with Sasuke's blocking arms, creating a burst of wind. I see it clearly. Sasuke sneered, the Sharingan precisely capturing Lee's movement trajectory. However, not yet finished. Lee's figure accelerated again, his afterimage almost blurring into a haze. The blue bell of the star Shatterblade suddenly trembled, a strange heat radiating from Mingya's star scar. Kakashi's chakra was linking through the star scar, frantically analyzing Lee's taijutsu data. Fifth gate, open. Lee's skin flushed red, chakra erupting like steam. Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly constricted. This time his dynamic vision was somewhat unable to keep up. Lee Lotus. The bandages coiled around Sasuke like a white python as their figures spiraled into the sky. Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed. Blood suddenly oozed from the star scar beneath Kakashi's left eye. Mingya's corresponding wound burst forth with indigo light patterns, and the star Shatterblade unsheathed itself, poised at Kai's throat. The fifth gate will tear his muscles apart. The blade's edge reflected Kai's serious face. Your disciple will die. Youth requires restraint. Kai raised his hand to block, but the assault of the bandaged leg had already been forced to halt. Sasuke fell from midair, his Sharingan recording Lee's taijutsu trajectory. This data was the foundation for the later Lion's Roar. Minji pressed down on the trembling star scar, sneering, stealing techniques. Kakashi wiped the blood from his face. It's the real-time tactical sharing of the star scar. Niji's Byakugan suddenly erupted with veins. He saw images imperceptible to ordinary people. Kakashi's right arm star scar, extending a lightning chain, Mingya's heart scar blooming, with a totem of the other shore flower between their wounds flowed the light pulse of the Big Dipper. Lee's bandages suddenly snapped. The sapphire of the star Shatterblade forcibly played back last night's training footage. Kakashi's Raikiri grazed Mingya's old wound. The boy sliced off a few strands of silver hair. Another step closer, and it won't just be hair that gets cut. In reality, Kai was moved to tears. This is the bond that transcends life and death. When Lee handed his green jumpsuit to Minji, the star Shatterblade knocked the gift aside, pinning it to the wall. Vulgar. However, the blade's sapphire reflected astonishing data. Taijutsu, recording complete 8 gates, energy trajectory, resolution 87, suggest merging star essence blade to develop new techniques. Amid the sound of Kai's departure, Kakashi suddenly pressed down on Mingya's shoulder. Look at the ground. In the shadow where sunlight could not reach, the meteor core on the fragment of the sand-hidden forehead protector shimmered with indigo light, synchronized with the end of chapter. In the early morning, the sunlight filtered through the examination room window, casting sharp reflections on the lenses of Yakushi Tobi's glasses. His motion to adjust his glasses was 0.3 seconds slower than usual. This subtle flaw could only be understood by those who had experienced the night of their clan's destruction. The Freedomo Sharingan in the shadows spun silently as Sasuke's gaze fixed intensely on the yellowed card in Tobi's hand. Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted. Dried bloodstains lingered on the edge of the card, and beside the words Yakushi Minji, there was an indentation of a fingerprint that had been rubbed repeatedly. Memories abruptly flashed back to a rainy night when he as a child had seen similar bloodstains. Those were from the battle report his father brought back, detailing the blood splattered when the last member of the Yakushi clan took their last breath. Minji suddenly let out a cold laugh the moment the kunai slipped from his hand, leaving behind a trail of ghostly blue chakra flames. With a crisp sound, the blade tip accurately pinned itself into the crack of the floor in front of Tobi's feet. As the bandages unraveled, they revealed the internal bleeding seal pattern, written with special chakra ink from the Senju clan. Mind your own business. Mingya's voice was as cold as ice, but Tobi's medical ninja senses instantly deciphered deeper information. The way the bandages were tied was a reverse butterfly not uniquely created by Yakushi Shien, and the number of wraps was precisely the exclusive 7.5 loops of the clan leader. 3 hours ago, in the Konoha hospital archive room, moonlight filtered through the ventilation window, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Tobi's fingertips hovered over a certain encrypted scroll when he suddenly noticed that the seal had been tampered with, not destroyed but rather reorganized with a more exquisite technique. As the scroll unfolded, the handwriting of the newly added treatment plan made his breath halt. The curve of the turn was exactly the same as when the clan leader corrected his homework 20 years ago. In the written examination's silent battle for medical knowledge, the puppet master from Sunagakure in the second row suddenly convulsed and fell. When Morinai Ibiki frowned to check, he discovered that 3 fingers on the examinee's right hand were petrifying at an odd angle. The bones of the Kagaya clan. No. He keenly noticed the faint purple patterns emerging on the petrified surface. This was a mutated bloodline that incorporated the characteristics of the Senju cells. Minji casually twirled his pen, and beside the densely packed answers on the exam paper, he annotated 3 different solutions. In the last section for the antidote to the composite neurotoxin, he deliberately wrote a 4th solution in a different handwriting. It was the radical method that Yakushi Shien had been rejected for during an internal discussion at the medical department many years ago. Pop! Tobi's fountain pen suddenly exploded, and the ink spread across the paper, forming strange patterns. Only he recognized this as a deformation of the Yakushi clan emblem. What was even more terrifying was the chakra mixed within the ink. It was of the same origin as the special antidote that had inexplicably appeared by his pillow 3 months ago. In a blind spot of the examination monitoring, a root ninja had just handed a cheating scroll to a companion when he suddenly noticed spiderweb-like purple lines appearing on his palm. He looked in terror at the black-haired boy by the window, only to see him forming hand seals with his left hand, while his right was drawing a perfect anatomical diagram on the exam paper, an exact representation of the blockage in his own meridians at that moment. In the invitation of the Death Forest, when Yusho Akane's kunai came flying through the air, Minji didn't even raise an eyelid. The blade tip suddenly turned 3 centimeters away from his temple, piercing the sleeve of a certain Sunagakure examinee behind him. 3 poisoned shurikens clattered to the ground. The examiner was really enthusiastic. When Minji pulled out the kunai, his fingertip subtly paused for 0.5 seconds on a certain indentation on the handle. Toby's breath instantly became erratic. That was the identification mark he had intentionally left on the kunai during his first infiltration mission at the age of 15. In the shadows at the forest entrance, Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils flickered with a hint of amusement. At his feet lay the bodies of 5 Sunagakure assassins, each with fatal injuries that precisely avoided all vital meridians. Exactly the living specimen handling method that Yakushi Shien most revered. Young clan leader. Toby's murmurs were scattered by the wind. He trembled as he took out a small vial from his ninja tool pouch containing the purple crystal that had mysteriously appeared in his potion box that morning. When activated by chakra, the spectrum refracted from the crystal was the Yakushi clan's secret code. 3 kilometers southeast, the antidote is buried under the 7th red pine tree. As Mingya's figure disappeared deep into the forest, the 3rd Hokage lifted his head from the crystal ball. The old man's wrinkled hand gently brushed over a certain encrypted scroll, which recorded the list of all unexpected deaths of root members over the past 5 years. Each person's cause of death corresponded to the action numbers from the extermination of the clan. This child. The 3rd Hokage smiled wryly, shaking his head, the glow from his pipe illuminating the latest addition to the records, the complete annihilation of the Sunagakure spy team, with the chakra characteristics left at the scene fully matching those of Yakushi Shin's medical ninjutsu from 20 years ago. Moonlight penetrated the treetops, shining on Toby's trembling hands. The antidote he was preparing suddenly emitted a ghostly blue glow, exactly the same as the chakra on Mingya's kunai. In the distance, the cawing of crows echoed, and he looked up to see a formation of 7 ninja crows flying towards the center of the Death Forest. That was the long-lost 7-star guiding of the Yakushi clan, the last recorded user being Yakushi Shin, who fought his way out while carrying an infant. In the deepest part of the Death Forest, the flower patterns on Mingya's back suddenly burst forth with brilliant golden light. The electronic voice of Azai echoed in his consciousness, detecting chakra fluctuations at the 6 paths level, activating the Huaxia Guardian Protocol, permission confirmed holder of the Netherworld system. Suddenly, Obito's space-time ninjutsu became stagnant, and he was horrified to discover that his Kamui space was collapsing. Reflected in that scarlet Sharingan was an unimaginable scene. Minji merely raised his hand lightly, and the arm wrapped in bandages was crushed as if by an invisible force. This is impossible. Obito's voice caught in his throat. The ocular technique he prided himself on, capable of distorting reality and space-time, seemed like child's play before this young man. Mingya's gaze was as indifferent as ice, just a mere 6 paths level daring to pry into Huaxia's netherworld. He lightly waved his finger, and half of Obito's body instantly turned to ashes. No hand seals, no ninjutsu, as if he had casually brushed away a speck of dust. In the shadows, Orochimaru's shock was palpable. His pride in scientific research, his pursuit of eternal life for many years, seemed ludicrous at this moment. The meticulously prepared corpse trembled in the aftermath of the Netherworld's power, as if submitting to a supreme existence. This is true power. Orochimaru's tongue slid across his lips, and for the first time pure awe appeared in his golden vertical pupils. He suddenly understood that the 2 corpses Minji had given him were not gifts but warnings. Against Huaxia's netherworld, any resistance was futile. In the Hokage's office, the crystal ball of the 3rd Hokage suddenly shattered. The old man's wrinkled hand, however, steadily caught the splintering fragments, each reflecting a different scene. Danzo's roots were gathering, the puppet army of Sunagakure was secretly infiltrating, and Minji was standing at the eye of the storm with the netherworld gate looming behind him. Send the message down. The 3rd Hokage slowly rose, his Hokage cloak billowing without wind. From this moment on, Konoha would enter a state of full-scale war readiness. All Umbu. At all costs, protect Yakushi Minji. As the last word fell, a synchronized sound of kneeling came from the shadows of the office. 12 elite Umbu who had never revealed themselves simultaneously appeared, their forehead protectors engraved with the same mark. This was the medical team badge designed by Yakushi Shin himself 20 years ago. In the center of the Death Forest, Minji stood on an ancient altar. The kunai in his hand suddenly melted, transforming into flowing starlight that seeped into the ground. The earth began to tremble, countless netherworld orchids breaking through the soil, blooming with an eerie radiance under the moonlight. In each flower petal emerged fragments of memories, Yakushi Shin fighting bloodily, while holding an infant, the 3rd Hokage secretly swapping the infant's swaddling, and Orochimaru stealthily altering experimental data in the laboratory. As well as Toby's tearful figure crying alone over the clan's genealogy. Father. Minji whispered softly as blood tears fell onto the center of the altar. The netherworld system operated at full power, and Azai's electronic voice was unprecedentedly solemn. Final clause of the Huaxia Netherworld Agreement activated. Bloodline tracing commence. In the blinding white light, a phantom figure gradually solidified. Yakushi Xian's gentle smile transcended time and space, once again illuminating a ninja world shrouded in hatred. In a fleeting moment, as the bronze chains tore through the air, the patterns of the other shore, behind Minji, erupted into 9 radiant wheels. The torrent of runes crystallized into the scales of judgment in the void. Purpose in protecting offspring and action. Target in Sasuke, Minji. Activate protecting offspring star ring emerald shield of exemption. Return the bronze protecting offspring codex. Aloof research in action. Purpose and host in action. Target. Trigger cremation punishment, the bronze fire that once destroyed the laboratory. Return permanent deprivation of experimental permissions. The chain stopped abruptly 0.3 centimeters from Orochimaru's throat, enveloping his serpentine body with the emerald star ring. The blood scab at the severed eye was washed away by the bronze solution, coalescing into a single lens, frameless glasses, the temples flowing with scalding terms. Special license for protecting offspring. Article 1 feeding rights. Allows the provision of nutritional supplements, requires system scan. Daily limit, 3 times violations melt the lens. Article 2 pain sensation conversion rights. 10 of the pain sensation from the judgment seat translates into training energy. Prohibited scenes, Minji bloodline berserk period. Article 3 absolute ban. Prohibition of any form of host cell collection. Violators trigger the melt lens Bernhardt protocol. The art of serpents compliant feeding. As Orochimaru's serpentine tail extended to hand over the test tube, the emerald star ring suddenly projected a scanning beam. Item ID Sharingan activator. Component detection Uchiha Chakra X, 10 pain sensation, X3. Safety certification passed, rating S level cub food. So many rules. Orochimaru adjusted his bronze glasses, the lenses suddenly displaying a blood red warning. Detected intention of violation. Nanoblood collection, needle hidden in left-hand scales. Executing the first stage of the melt lens program. The left lens leg instantly melted, the scorching bronze liquid dripping through 3 serpent scales. Pain training ground gift from the judgment seat. When Sasuke activated the Sharingan special training, the right lens projected a control panel. Mermaid. Flowchart LR. A real-time pain sensation from judgment seat. B emerald star ring filter. BC10 purified energy. C D Sasuke's training cabin. D Ichidori enhancement module. Thunder rumbled in the training ground. Sasuke's Chidori transformed into a blue lightning dragon, the scales flickering with the phantom of Danzo, pierced by thorns. The boy coldly gazed in the direction of the judgment seat. This scream is quite pleasant. Orochimaru's compliant operation. He respectfully submitted the energy application form. Latex. Begin document. Title Energy Dispatch Application for Protecting Offspring. Section Wednesday Special Training Plan. Begin itemize. Item Extract Pain Sensation from the Judgment Seat, 15-5 Overage Application. Item Purpose Sasuke's Lightning Transformation Research. Item Safety Assurance Embedded Energy Melt Incantation. And itemize. And document. The rock wall of the judgment seat suddenly trembled violently. The excess extracted pain transformed into bronze shackles, sealing Danzo's screams in his throat. System Annotation Application Approved. Gag Package delivered. Final chapter. The cage in the glasses. As the emerald star ring dispersed, the bronze glasses had fused with Orochimaru's skull. The inner side of the lens inscribed with the ultimate warning. When number of violations 3. Execute melt lens Bernhardt. Release all stored memories of violations within the glasses. Live to the judgment seat. Orochimaru licked his scorched scales, the serpent tail quietly coiling around the bandage that fell during the Minji training. Just 3 inches off the ground, the glasses suddenly shot out bronze flames. Warning. Natural shedding belongs to the system. Remaining violation times 23. Amidst the charred bandage, ashes, a drop of blood quietly vanished beneath the serpent scales. New snake-shaped inscription added to the judgment seat base. Protecting offspring is not indulgence, but rather the fire of a blade. Orochimaru adjusting the melted lens leg. Sasuke-kun, how about increasing the pain training tomorrow? Danzo on the judgment seat, eyes bulging in rage. My suffering. How could it be? Parenting material. Emerald star ring flickering in the void, detected natural shedding of host cells. X1, recovered. The moonlight passed over the lenses, reflecting the dark compartment of the serpent's lair laboratory. Beside the remnants of the bandage burned by the bronze flames, a microculture dish glowed faintly. Label reads, Gifts from natural shedding. System rule loophole, daily limit of 3 grams. Earth vein grafting spread of judgment seat roots. As the roots of the bronze judgment seat tore through the earth, metallic wails echoed from beneath the hidden sound village. The nether code like liquid cables penetrated the rock layers, transforming the laboratory into a flesh and blood server. Mermaid. Graph TB. A Danzo's judgment seat, pain sensation fiber. B pain sensation distribution hub. B C Sasuke's lightning training cabin. B D Minji medical maintenance cabin. C Ichidori resonance device. D F bloodline stabilization matrix. E energy feedback G Susanoo simulator. F. Overflowing energy H. Blood Jade Purification Module. Wherever the roots passed, experimental equipment mutated into bronze organisms. Microscopes grew fangs to devour data. The solution in the culture tank surged with sound wave spectrums of Danzo's screams. Screams, energy visualization in the training cabin. As Sasuke swung his blade in the spherical training cabin, the walls suddenly became transparent. Images of Danzo being pierced by thorns surrounded 360 degrees, each wail transformed into blue arcs. Wail decibel lightning amplification strength. 150 dB 10 Chidori sharpness, thorn through the throat. 170 dB 20 lightning range, eyeball juicing close-up. 190 dB unlock lightning dragon form, sound effect of shattering bones. As the boy swung the Kusanagi sword, the lightning unexpectedly manifested Danzo's twisted face. You bastard. The account. The lightning dragon born from the screams shattered the target. Blood Jade illusion library nutrients of sin. When the purity of Blood Jade reached 0. 1. The bronze helmet descended from the training cabin's ceiling. Markdown. Unlocking illusion sinful labyrinth. Scene material night of Uchiha's annihilation memory. Training AI slaughtered Uchiha spirits, pain sensation synchronization rate 30. Special effect. Each defeated spirit extracts 1 cubic centimeter of bone marrow from Danzo. Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly pierced with pain. A vision of his mother being stabbed by root ninja blades appeared. The system prompt echoed in his ears. Would you like to consume 0. 1 of Blood Jade to resurrect this enemy? Orochimaru's precise calculations protecting offspring plan. Orochimaru's serpent tail unfurled a scroll. The bronze glasses projected a holographic application form. Latex. Document class 12. Nether protecting offspring plan. Begin document. Section energy dispatch periodic table. Legend tabulark. Line. Textboof date. Textboof judgment seat output. Textboof beneficiary. Line. Monday wailing energy 15 Sasuke's lightning form research. Wednesday nerve pain sensation 20 Susanoo bone reinforcement. Friday despair emotional wave 30 Sharingan illusion library. Line. And tabular. Section Sunday maintenance clauses. Begin itemize. Item force Danzo into sleep mode brainwave suppression. Item energy conversion medical wave from judgment seat treating Mingyes bloodline berserk. Item text colored risk of violation may trigger Danzo's mental breakdown. And itemize. And document. As the scroll burned the system's blood-inked approval read execution, the boy frowned. There's a sweet taste in the energy. Orochimaru adjusted his glasses. Of course, that's Lord Danzo's sincere happiness. Melt lens warning cost of violations. When Orochimaru attempted to divert Mingyes' healing energy, the glasses suddenly turned crimson. Diff. Violation detected concealed 0. Free medical wave. Executing lens melting procedure. Remaining exemption times 23. The right lens transformed into bronze liquid dripping down scorching the serpent scales. The judgment seat echoed with Danzo's gleeful laughter deserved. Before the laughter faded, the mechanical arm injected him with double the happiness agent. New clauses emerged on the training cabin's walls. Protecting offspring rights sharpened by rules. Sasuke lightning dragon biting Danzo's phantom. This wailing is not pure enough. Judgment seat amplifier volume max. System prompt. Lightning amplification 50. Last for 30 seconds. The monitoring screen flickered red. Orochimaru amidst the wreckage of the melted lenses. A micro receiver glowed faintly. Label inscribed. Violating energy diversion 0. 28-inch. Exploitation successful. Tail Beast live stream new reward rules. Cross-border live broadcast judgment seat carnival. The Nine Tails claws shattered the ceiling space barrier. The nether code intricately wove into a blood-colored barrage wall in the void. Mermaid. Graph LR. A Nine Tails chakra beer ward converter. BC bronze judgment seat energy tank. CD real-time special effects generation. The fox demon's mad laughter caused Naruto's eardrums to bleed. Watch closely, brat. A massive virtual keyboard formed from golden flames, the claws striking out after images. Tail Beast Ball X3. Smash the lightning tank completely. Reward storm energy visualization. The top of the judgment seat suddenly split into 3 holes. Dark blue energy surged like magma. Mermaid. Pi. Tidal Tail Beast Ball energy manifestation. Lightning dragon reverse scale. 60 solidified into physical dragon scales. Chidori sharp claw. 30 transformed into lightning gloves. Overload effects. 10 judgment seat ejects arcs. Sasuke's Chidori suddenly transformed. 3 phantom claws of the fox demon reached out amid the lightning, tearing through the alloy walls of the training cabin as if ripping paper. Danzo on the judgment seat suddenly convulsed violently. His spine extracted and transformed into dragon spine, steel embedded into the lightning dragon core. Streamer's gift interactive punishment. The barrage wall suddenly displayed audience voting. Markdown. Current reward Nine Tails, Tail Beast Ball X3. Please select additional effects. Thorny electrocution 20 screaming value. Eyeball juicer generates Blood Jade X1. Special program Danzo dances in the Pure Land. The Nine Tails claws smashed option select. Give me maximum power. The judgment seat's thorns instantly wrapped in high voltage electricity. Danzo's screams mingled with the aroma of roasted meat echoing through the serpent's lair. The blood jade generation progress skyrocketed by 0.7. Melt warning violating reward. When the Ninetales attempted to reward the sixth-tailed beast ball, the barrage wall suddenly collapsed. Diff. Energy overload warning. Detected fluctuations in the host's bloodline. Executing melt protocol. All special effects abruptly halted. The judgment seat extended its bronze mechanical arm, stuffing the overloaded tail beast ball back into the ceiling space. The Ninetales was scorched black by its own energy. Damn system. I spend money and still have to be restricted. Special column judgment seat VIP. The system suddenly displayed a bronze member interface. Markdown. Ninetales exclusive privilege package. Monthly fee 30 chakra. Rights. 1. Daily custom punishment, choose 3 types. 2. Scream value exchange for emoji example 1.3. Priority request for annihilation secrets. The fox demon's fury instantly subsided its claws piously, selecting the package. Mermaid. Flowchart LR. A package B eyeball juicer X2. A C daily bone crack sound effect. A D uncut version of Annihilation Knight. Danzo's right eye was suddenly pried out by an invisible hand squeezed into liquid in the void and sprinkled onto the blood jade. Audience reward progress 1. 3. A prompt box popped up in the training cabin. Thanks to the Gold Master Ninetales for the tail beast ball. Unlock hidden skill Fox Howl Thunder Prison. Sasuke lightning claw tearing apart Danzo's phantom, noisy fox. Ninetales wearing a VIP crown in the ceiling space. Brat. Give me a 5-star review for a rebate on the tail beast ball. Danzo left eye bleeding profusely beast. I am not. A live streaming tool. As the bronze selfie stick extended from the bottom of the judgment seat. Close-up of Danzo's twisted face. The barrage floated by. Ninetales rewarded tail beast ball X10. The right eye has also been juiced. System. The next special program has been arranged. The Dance of the Peepa Bone Piercing. Final chapter 3-year contract. New snake-shaped clauses were added to the Hokage Rock's monument. Orochimaru's privileges. 1. Receive nether-protecting offspring subsidy blood jade fragments X3 weekly. 2. Can apply for judgment seat energy for experiments, requires Sasuke's signature. 3. Violation will trigger melt lens warnings. 3 violations result in permanent disconnection. Sasuke's growth agreement. 1. Accumulate 5 blood jade, unlock the trial version of Amaterasu. 2. Accumulate 30, activate Susanoo skeleton. 3. The pale moonlight pierced through the gaps in the forest like a venomous needle searing into the back of Sasuke's neck. The intricate patterns of the triple seal suddenly boiled, melting into a scorching bronze slurry. The young man groaned and knelt, arcs of bluish-black lightning exploding between his fingers. A dull pulsation emanated from deep within the ground, akin to the heartbeat of a monstrous beast. The roots of the trial seat awakened. The residual lightning energy in the training ground transformed into a venomous serpent biting at his tendons. Ugh! Sasuke's left hand uncontrollably plunged into the stone wall, his nails scraping out blinding sparks. His vision was abruptly torn apart. The left eye saw the dim passage of the examination hall, while the right eye clearly reflected the scene of Danzo undergoing punishment. A thick bronze thorn was spinning and driving into his own spine. In the shadows, Orochimaru's snake-like eyes glinted with a strange light as bizarre data streams cascaded over the surface of the lens. A viscous bronze solution seeped from the stone wall, wrapping around Sasuke's convulsing left arm and instantly solidifying. A sinister bronze gauntlet enveloped his hand, the knuckles protruding like fangs. The uproar from the audience suddenly withdrew, plunging the passage into dead silence, with only the metallic wailing of the trial seat's roots pulsating deep within, echoing. With each tremor, a circle of crimson ripples spread across the surface of the bronze gauntlet. A marvelous resonance. Orochimaru's tongue licked the edge of the lens as an inconspicuous droplet of bronze liquid silently fell into the shadows, precisely penetrating the passage entrance 100 meters away, causing the centipede summoned by the red copper armor to instantly stiffen and convulse. Sasuke struggled to rise while leaning against the cold bronze wall. The gauntlet suddenly emitted a sharp, buzzing sound. The ground tiles sizzled, oozing thick, bluish-black mist which twisted and coalesced into a thorny thicket, growing wildly. The ceiling lights flickered intermittently, each flash casting a grotesque silhouette of the trial seat's gears rotating on the wall. On the surface of the wall, it seemed as if an invisible knife had carved through, leaving behind cold verdicts. Emergency regulations of examination area. 7 activated. Detected high purity pain. Energy source traced. Shimura Danzo Guardian Defense Mode activated. All offensive chakra automatically marked. Damage conversion efficiency raised to the limit. Natural debris forced recovery system online. Sasuke's Sharingan spun uncontrollably. The real examination passage and the mental realm's trial chamber thunderously overlapped before his eyes. Opposite the passage, the figure of the red copper armor twisted and warped amidst the interplay of reality and illusion, as if transformed into a stone statue of a sinner entwined with heavy chains. In the shadows, Orochimaru's snake tail silently moved, dripping several drops of scorching bronze solution from the melted eyeglass leg. He silently intoned obscure power quietly seeping in. 3 meters below the audience seats, the hard bricks silently cracked open a few barely noticeable fissures. A few fibers falling from Sasuke's training suit along with several drops of fresh sweat were wrapped in an invisible bronze mist racing along a hidden passage in the ground towards a laboratory buried deep underground. Among them 3 drops of fresh blood seeping from Sasuke's fingers mixed in reflecting a strange purple halo in the dark passage. On the enormous bronze base of the trial seat a deep ancient mark quietly formed, bloodline like a bow pain as the arrow. At the same time the Ninetales' agitated reward thoughts swept through the void like a blood torrent, tailed beastball x200. By the best pain reliever for the little one. The cold system prompt echoed in the depths of Sasuke's mind, detected natural loss of blood 3cc, blood purity improved 0.07. The arena's abnormality unfolds. The extension of the ethereal, the sound of moonlight and the wind's cough resonated in the empty examination ground. The echo of the duel begins still lingering. Boom. A deafening roar tore through the air. Just as the chakra threads of the red copper armor touched the ground, a 3-meter grotesque bronze pillar erupted through the hard tiles, soaring into the sky. The surface of the giant pillar was not smooth, but instead undulated with the agonized visage of Danzo being pierced by thorns. The most horrifying aspect was the top of the pillar. Crafted from solidified sound waves, it bore a relief of Danzo's mouth. The gaping dark mouth emitted a solidified harrowing sound wave peaking at 145 decibels. Ugh. The forehead protector of the red copper armor shattered, blood instantly oozing from his ears. The bricks beneath his feet were marred with charred bluish-black footprints, as if corroded by some extremely cold energy. The lament of the thunder beast, the embodiment of the laws. Sasuke's right hand seemed to be pulled by invisible threads, uncontrollably forming seals at high speed. What should have been a clear and sharp chirp of the Chidori now twisted and deformed, mingled with the horrifying wails of metal friction and shattered bones. Amidst the blinding lightning, the twisted serpent-like ancient inscriptions on the base of the trial seat faintly emerged, each rune seemingly greedily absorbing the ultimate pain belonging to Danzo from afar. Ziz. The furious lightning suddenly materialized. Each link of the chains bore the miniature reliefs of Danzo's suffering during punishment vividly imprinted. Destructive sound waves slammed against the surrounding walls, rebounding to form a triple overlapping echo storm, violently assaulting everyone's eardrums and nerves. The first echo, ugh. Uchiha's little ghost. That was Danzo's desperate scream as his throat was pierced. The second echo, pain. Quickly kill me. That was the frenzied plea for death as the eyeball was crushed by an invisible force. The conclusion, the roar of the punitive thunder dragon. Sasuke's figure traced paths through the arena, leaving behind trails of bronze-colored remnants as the distorted chirp of the Chidori ultimately transformed into the metallic wail of the trial seat's gears turning. When the violent lightning coalesced into the form of a giant dragon. The dragon's head was unmistakably a transformed version of the trial seat's judgment platform, adorned with patterns of shackles. The dragon's whiskers were woven from countless thorny bronze thorns. Its reverse scale covering vital points directly replicated the form of the trial seat's base. Chidori. The young man howled, his body transforming into a torrent of destruction woven from bronze, and lightening the trajectory of his charge, seemingly scorching ethereal imprints in the air. The giant dragon let out a soul-shattering roar, its massive toothy maw formed from shackles lunging fiercely at the red copper armor. Meanwhile, on the surrounding walls of the arena, a 360-degree circular projection of the horrifying scene of Danzo being brutally torn apart by bronze shackles perfectly overlapped with Sasuke's current attack. The ethereal accounting. The echoes of pain, the red copper armor crashed into the wall like a shattered sack, leaving spiderweb-like bluish-black cracks at the impact point. The cold surface of the wall seeped flowing bronze liquid, quickly solidifying into a floating holographic panel. Ethereal battle, accounting complete core metrics, enemy pain, energy absorption rate, 41, high efficiency conversion, trial seat, energy invocation rate 19. 3, approaching threshold, blood jade, matrix purity 0. 35, steadily improving natural debris recovery list, hair strands, x3, including high activity hair follicles, nail fragments, x2 attached, with epidermal cells, sweat crystal x0. 3G, detected blood jade matrix, special loot, unlocked trial seat, thorn template 9, attack form, red copper armor, nerve pain sensation map, illusion material, new ocular technique, for Sharingan, punitive shackles memory, activated Orochimaru's hidden hand, seeds among the embers. Sasuke stumbled as he left, leaning against the cold stone wall, gasping for breath. A droplet mixed with a bronze hue quietly seeped from the seal on his neck, falling towards the ground. Just as the droplet was about to touch the ground, it was instantaneously swallowed by an invisible spatial vortex. The ethereal accounting panel in the corner, still lingering, refreshed with the final line of cold text. Hosts natural loss, blood 3cc, recovery, complete, converted into medical energy wave. Trial seat, energy recovery, efficiency 92. 1, a historic high. The hoarse declaration of the moonlight wind was drowned by distorted metallic echoes. The victor. Uchiha Sasuke. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers mixed with the Ninetales' agitated, yet domineering reward thought. Tailed beast ball, x1000. By the coolest bronze armor for my little one. The cold system prompt followed. Reward energy has been injected into the blood jade purification process. Orochimaru's tongue slowly licked the scorched marks on the frame, his golden snake eyes locking onto the back of Sasuke's neck. There beneath the skin a new ethereal mark was quietly emerging, dragon roars breaking the enemy's bones. Blood nourishes the divine weapon's initial form. 3-year countdown. Contract under the moonlight. Sasuke leaned against the cold rough stone wall, gasping heavily. The seal at his neck burned with heat, a dark countdown projection, silently branded on his retina. Execution, Bow Transport Program, countdown, initiated 2 years, 11 months, 28 hours, conditions to be met 1. Blood Jade Purity 5, current 0. 35, 2. Trial Seat Energy Invocation Rate, 30, current 19. 3. Host Natural Debris Collection, 1 kilogram, current 0. 003 kg. A chilling sound of snake scales rubbing echoed from the depths of the passage. A half-melted lens reflected the cold moonlight in the shadows. Soon, Sasuke-kun whispered like a serpent's hiss echoing in the empty passage. In the crack of the stone wall, a cleverly intercepted medical energy wave silently coalesced into blood-colored ice crystals within a hidden test tube. On the wall of the test tube, a line of ghostly small text quietly emerged. System loophole, battle medical, residual wave recovery exemption, daily limit 0. 35. At the same time, on the enormous bronze base of the trial seat, a brand new proverb seemingly inscribed with blood and fire slowly took shape. Wind and thunder together, the fledgling dragon roars. Iron laws make the dragon's blood the boat. The Ninetales' impatient reward thought exploded again. Tailed beast ball, X100. Shut up that little brat from Sand Village with the fan. It's so noisy. As Naruto leapt into the arena, the dust kicked up by his shoes shimmered like shattered silver under the moonlight. A sudden chilling howl erupted from the audience. Akamaru trembled violently in Kiba's arms, his amber beast, eyes narrowing to pinpoints. Rusty blades soaked in rotten blood. Did you fall into a grave, kid? Only then did everyone notice the fine dark green light seeping from the edge of Naruto's forehead protector like living fireflies dancing in the moonlight. Scenes from last night's Death Forest training flashed through. As Sasuke's Chidori tore through the night, the bolts of lightning mixed with the shards of the execution seat. At this moment, an eerie chill emerged from Naruto's sweat-drenched golden hair. Beast mimicry ninja technique, Fong Wolf Fong. Kiba's roar shattered the deathly silence. Akamaru transformed into a crimson whirlwind charging towards Naruto's neck, the gleaming fangs mere inches from his throat. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales' massive claws tore through the void. A mutt dares to touch my vessel. A golden torrent of 300-tailed beast balls crashed against the invisible barrier, warping the arena's dome. Clang! The phantom of a bronze chain descended from above the invisible pressure, causing Akamaru's bones to creak in agony. The moment the little dog fell stiffly, scalding urine poured like a burst dam, drenching Naruto from head to toe. The overwhelming stench exploded forth, causing the audience to erupt with laughter. Ugh! You stink, you dumb dog. Naruto frantically wiped his face, the sticky liquid flowing into his eyes from under his forehead protector. 20 shadow clones exploded into existence, their legs weaving a deadly net in the air. Kiba stumbled awkwardly on the urine-soaked ground, his heel suddenly sinking into a crack in the bricks. Moss of dark green had sprouted there unbeknownst to him, feeling as cold and slippery as a snake's skin. Bang! A perfect slide at a 45-degree angle caused his chin to slam against the ground. As the sickening crack echoed, 2 bloodied front teeth embedded into the bizarre patterns of the bronze tiles. The roar of the Ninetales rattled Naruto's eardrums. Add 500-tailed beast balls. Give that kid 2 pure gold ones. As the medical team carried Kiba away, he mumbled curses through his bleeding mouth. Damn arena. We'll eat teeth, those monsters. Akamaru licked his master's bloodied fingers, fearfully gazing at the dark green light swirling in Naruto's hair. The announcement of Naruto Uzumaki's victory was drowned out by the laughter amid the swift wind and moonlight. The base of the execution seat quietly formed new scars, the bloodstains winding like mocking mouths. The battle of falling cherry blossoms. Uchiha's heart-guarding blade. Little wooden-faced Uchiha. Take this. In the moonlight, Ino lightly tapped the railing with the tips of her toes, her golden hair casting a comet-like arc. 3 early spring cherry blossoms shot forth from her fingers, their petal edges shimmering with a faint chakra glow. The wide sleeves of Medic Nin Maya flowed like clouds, a crimson flame pattern briefly revealing its family crest. Just as the petals touched the fabric, mental battlefield, cherry blossom execution court. Ino's consciousness dove into the sea like a swimming fish. Amidst the swirling pink snow and exquisite courtyard emerged the sound of a startled deer striking the stones, echoing ethereally. As her fingertip was about to touch the core of the boy's consciousness, a stone lantern shattered with a loud crack. Dark green flames erupted, burning the illusion as the vermilion pillars of the Uchiha ancestral hall burst forth from the ground. Blood flames coalesced into 3 giant magatama in the void, ancient whispers booming like funeral bells. The lament of the Uchiha rests here, kind-hearted ones retreat, malicious ones. Reality battlefield, scarlet fire incense. The audience gasped in shock. The flying cherry blossoms ignited without fire, the dark green flames enveloping the petals transformed them into gray butterflies. Ino staggered back, the cherry blossom hairpin at her hair's end sizzling and charring, singeing a strand of her golden hair. The Uchiha's defense. The girl panted, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. It's like poking a hornet's nest. It's not over yet. She bit her fingertip and drew symbols in the air, droplets of blood condensing into thousands of chakra poison needles. Ninja technique, heart disturbance, 1,000 needles. Amidst the piercing wails of the needle rain, a sudden sound of fabric crying emerged from Maya's sleeve. 9 segments of bloodied bandages burst forth. Heart-guarding flower array, the unburnable pact, shredded bandage fragments danced wildly in the air, sparks racing along the cotton fabric's texture. When the first poison needle was only 3 fingers away from Maya's heart, all the bandages suddenly unfolded into a circular array. The burning ashes within the formation were reborn, coalescing into 9 fiery cherry blossoms. Each petal was a miniature flame-patterned fan with a bronze balance swirling at the center. As the poison needle struck the flower array, a plume of metallic smoke rose. The lethal strike transformed into gentle light rain, softly falling and illuminating Ino's incredulous eyes. Maya raised her hand to catch the only intact cherry blossom. The edges of the petals shimmered with a cerulean hue, which she gently placed into the girl's sweaty palm. Cherry blossoms shouldn't bloom in late autumn, having received the grace of heaven to blossom. Why stain with blood? Ino stared in shock at the flower in her palm, suddenly tiptoeing to tuck the cherry blossom into the bloodied sleeve of the boy. Tell Sasuke. As her golden hair swept through the bandage fragments, sparks flew. Next year's Cherry Blossom Festival, I want to eat the cherry filling made by the Uchiha clan leader himself. She turned and leapt down from the arena, the ashes lingering at the tips of her hair, scattering like stardust in the moonlight. The base of the execution seat silently revealed new scars, the depths of the carvings seemingly etched with unburned petal patterns. Sand prison blood pool, the indomitable azure, the 6th gate. The view gate. Open. Lee's roar was drowned out by the blood frothing in his throat. His green jumpsuit tightened and ripped in the steam, bulging veins coiling like green snakes around his muscles. Mike Guy in the audience shed tears, his nails embedding deep into his palms, drawing blood droplets. Gar's eyes of sand glinted with a cold bronze light as the defense protocol of the execution seat awakened within his veins. Sand binding coffin. The waves of sand coiled around the shattered execution seat, forming a spiraling drill. Pooh! The bronze sand blade pierced through Lee's right shoulder, blood gushing like a waterfall, staining half the arena's sand a muddy color. Temari sneered, fanning herself at the sand village's spectator seats. Such trash should. Shut your mouth. Naruto Uzumaki cracked the stone railing with a punch. That watermelon rind can shatter 10 of you. The Nine-Tails chakra overflowed uncontrollably in golden flames, the stone pillars in the audience cracking with spiderweb-like fractures. The green figure in the blood pool suddenly surged upward. Torn muscles hung with bronze sand particles, white bones faintly visible on his shoulders. His right fist tore through the blood mist, crashing towards Gar's face, creating deep trenches in the sand. The wails of the sandstorm and the sounds of Danzo's bones shattering from the execution seat formed a hellish symphony. Lotus. Blossom. As the fist approached Gar's nose by 3 inches, the sand wall mixed with execution seat debris slammed shut like a giant mouth from hell. Enough. Kai transformed into a green lightning bolt, crashing through the barrier. The bronze sand flow instantly pierced through his crossed arms, a blood rain mixed with bone fragments exploding. Enough, kid. Kai shielded his student with his back, the sand blade scraping his shoulder, exposing stark, white bone, while his spine creaked under the immense pressure, emitting a sickening crackling sound. In the shadows, medic Nin Maya pointed her fingers like blades. Black curses shaped like tadpoles oozed from the gaps in the bandages, and the roots of the execution seat beneath the ground suddenly stirred violently. The stream of sand about to pierce Kai's heart twisted in an eerie arc, brushing past his ribs and crashing into the wall, exploding debris raining down like a torrential downpour. The victor. Gaara. The announcement of the swift wind in the moonlight was choked into a broken sound by the swirling dust. As the dust settled, the hellish scene stung everyone's eyes. Kai's arms, exposed and bone-bare, still tightly embraced his student. Lee, unconscious, maintained a punching stance, his nails embedded deep into his palms. The sand prints in the arena were embedded with bloodied bronze sand, the surface of the sand grains floating with Danzo's agonized face. The bandages that had fallen from Maya's sleeve turned to ash, while her wrist bone cracked with fine bloodstains. Naruto leapt over the railing towards the blood pool, the chakra of the Nine-Tails coalescing into the phantom of a demon fox. I will tear that gourd apart. Kakashi's Raikiri blocked the way, slicing through several golden hairs. Calm down. Do you want to be disqualified? The base of the execution seat revealed bloody engravings, the 4th line's lettering clearly faded, as if forcibly erased by some unseen power. As the medical team carried Kai away, his bloody chin rested against Lee's forehead, whispering amidst blood froth, "You will always be the azure beast of Konoha." The boy's convulsing right hand still clenched into a fist on the stretcher, blood mixed with sand seeping between his fingers. Maya bent down to pick up a grain of bloodied bronze sand, data flowing like a waterfall in her pupils. Energy deviation traces have been covered. Violation count 2. 13. Finale. The 7 blades directory, the electronic screen's cold light pierced through the dust blood, slowly dripping down the edges of the screen. 1. Sasuke Uchiha victory over Red Copper Armor 2. Shino Aburame victory over Sakura 3. Kankuro victory over Ken Misumi 4. Maya victory over Ino Yamanaka 5. Gaara victory over Rock Lee 6. Naruto Uzumaki victory over Kiba Inuzuka. The base of the execution seat thundered as the final chapter was etched deep engravings stained with blood and sand. The fangs mockingly break the golden child. The ashes hide the spring guarding the cherry's first bloom. Azure blood soaks the blade of bone. The seven souls forge the map of hell. In the shadows of the corridor, Orochimaru's serpent tail swept through the debris. 3 trophies were whisked away by an invisible force, a brick soaked in the Nine Tails chakra steaming, with a putrid heat, a bloodied canine tooth broken at the root still clinging to scraps of flesh among the ashes of Maya's burnt bandages, a half-jarred outline of a cherry blossom. 300 meters underground, the embryo of the Godslayer pulsated within the blood jade matrix. Ino tucked the cherry blossom into Maya's collar, a trace of bronze bloodline, quietly flowing through the petal's veins. The outer wall of the cultivation tank condensed with water droplets meandering like traces of tears. Chapter 56, Month of Cultivation, Cohabitation Era. The new resident of the Hatake house. The morning sunlight poured into the entrance of the Hatake house through the sheer curtains as Kakashi heavily placed a set of keys onto the oak shoe cabinet, the metallic clinking resonating crisply within the silent abode. His gaze fell upon Ming-Yi, who stood at the doorway, the youth bowing his head to examine the dark serpentine veins winding across his arm, those peculiar patterns glimmering with a metallic sheen in the morning light. From today onward, this will be your medical monitoring room. Kakashi's voice was unwavering as he stepped forward, firmly grasping Ming-Yi's wrist. The strength of the silver-haired shinobi was just right, neither causing pain nor allowing the other to escape. Ming-Yi lifted his head, revealing a pair of resistant eyes beneath the bandages. I do not require monitoring. This is not a request. His thumb lightly caressed the pulsating vein on the youth's wrist. According to the Dark Division Regulation Article 37, a high-risk bloodline limit, host must undergo 24-hour monitoring. Suddenly, an exaggerated commotion erupted from outside the window as Naruto leaned against the windowsill, making exaggerated expressions. Wow. Kakashi Sensei is so dominant. Sasuke's Chidori aptly interrupted his teasing, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps fading away. Anomaly at the training ground. In the midday training ground, Sasuke's palm once again gathered a violent lightning charge. However, this time the Chidori manifested an eerie dark blue hue, arcs of electricity uncontrollably bursting forth. The nearby fir trees withered at a visible pace upon contact with this lightning. Focus. Kakashi's hand rested on his disciple's shoulder, yet he keenly sensed a familiar chakra fluctuation. He suddenly turned his head, noticing Ming-Yi standing at the edge of the field, the eyes beneath the bandages gleaming ominously. What are you doing? Kakashi's voice carried suppressed anger. Balance. Ming-Yi replied succinctly, his voice eerily calm. The energy overflow from the execution seat will affect the nature change of his lightning release. Sasuke, panting heavily, lifted his head, sweat dripping from his chin. I don't need your... His words went unfinished. With a loud crash, Naruto fell from the sky, the chakra of the Nine Tails uncontrollably leaking out, shattering the surrounding training posts. Kakashi Sensei. My shadow clone exploded again. The Dark Division's surveillance report. In the late-night study of the Hatake house, a solitary lamp illuminated Kakashi's weary face. He meticulously read the encrypted scroll sent by the Dark Division. Observation target pharmacist Ming-Yi. Execution seat synchronization rate 63, an increase of 11 from last week. Abnormal behavior record. At 3:17 a.m., daily forming seals towards the southeast for 7 minutes. Engaging in unidentified item exchanges with summoning snakes. See attachment 3. Setting up an unknown barrier on the 3rd underground level of the Hatake house. Structural diagram in attachment 7. Recommendation: implement class A monitoring measures immediately. Kakashi's fingers tightened slightly, the scroll turning to ashes in the lightning. He tiptoed towards the guest room, pushing the door open to find Ming-Yi standing by the window. Under the moonlight, the youth's bare arms had turned completely to a strange bronze color, the patterns writhing as if alive. Explain. Kakashi's kunai silently pressed against Ming-Yi's throat. System maintenance. Ming-Yi's voice was eerily calm. The pain supply from Danzo is fluctuating, requiring an adjustment in output frequency. Outside the window, a serpent's eye flickered among the shadows of the trees before vanishing. Kakashi's Sharingan caught this detail, but he chose to remain silent for the time being. Daily life of cohabitation. In the morning kitchen, Kakashi discovered that all the knives were covered in a layer of bronze rust. These rust spots formed regular geometric patterns, clearly not naturally occurring. Ming-Yi sat quietly at the dining table, 2 steaming cups of tea placed before him. You used my knife. Kakashi stated, his tone devoid of emotion. Removing the rust. Ming-Yi pushed 1 cup of tea towards him. The short blade left by your father should not be forgotten like this. Kakashi's fingers froze in midair. These knives indeed belonged to his father, which he had deliberately avoided using for many years. Ming-Yi stood up, the morning light filtering through the gaps in the bandages, casting mottled shadows on his face. Today, during Sasuke's Chidori training, I will adjust the execution seat's output frequency. Why help him? Kakashi finally asked the question that had been troubling him for days. Mingyi paused at the door, not looking back. Because he resembles you too much when you were young. This statement was as light as a sigh, yet it struck Kakashi's heart heavily. Undercurrents. In the courtyard at midnight, Mingyi stood alone under the moonlight. He unwrapped the bandages from his arm, allowing bronze-colored droplets of blood to fall onto the ground. The blood eerily seeped into the soil, automatically forming complex ritualistic symbols. How long do you plan to keep this from him? Orochimaru's voice emerged from the shadows, raspy yet playful. Long enough. Mingyi skillfully wrapped new bandages. The system can maintain stability for about 2 more months. What about the embryo of the god-slaying spike? It is growing as planned. Mingyi looked up towards the lit window on the 2nd floor before he discovers it. I will resolve everything. In the study on the 2nd floor, Kakashi's pen suddenly broke. The ink smeared across the freshly written mission report, the top line, still clearly legible. Request to suspend all field missions. Reason: family matters. The calm before the storm. As the sun set over the training ground, Naruto was undergoing his 37th tree climbing training, resulting once again in a clumsy fall onto the mat. Sasuke's Chidori finally stabilized. The pure lightning no longer mixed with those terrifying dark hues. Mingyi stood in the shade of the tree, the corner of his mouth barely lifting. Kakashi leaned against the thickest fir tree, his gaze shifting between the 3 disciples. Unconsciously, his hand reached towards his ninja tool pouch, where an ancient wedding ring was concealed, found among his father's relics, engraved on the inside with the words, "To protect." No one noticed that as Mingyi turned to leave, the bronze patterns on his arm had silently spread to the area of his heart, and within the soil stained by his blood, tender sprouts with a metallic sheen were beginning to sprout. Chapter 57: The Sound of Cicadas and the Spiraling Sphere. So-called cultivation is about sweating alongside the underachievers and geniuses during the summer days. In the blazing sun, the waterfall in the back mountains of Konoha steamed with mist. Naruto formed seals for the 17th time, his chakra surging in his palm, erupting into a cloud of smoky scent. Failed again. He knelt in the shallow water with a splash, his golden hair soaked and drooping, perverted sage. This is harder than climbing trees. Jiraiya squatted on a rock, his eyes glued to the latest volume of Make Out Paradise, without lifting his head. Idiot summoning technique requires mutual understanding, not brute force. He casually tossed the leftover watermelon rind behind him, just like me and Tsunade. Ow. The rind was caught midair by a delicate hand. Sakura stood behind him, her fists cracking. Lord Jiraiya, did you just say material? Her smile seemed to lower the temperature of the waterfall's water by a few degrees. Do you need help with material? Training results. Naruto finally summoned a palm-sized toad, though it could only say idiot, and hungry. Jiraiya's new work, Make Out Ninjutsu, was confiscated by Sakura and handed over to Tsunade for review. The fish downstream of the waterfall turned belly up from chakra pollution, becoming the evening's barbecue feast. Chapter: Sasuke's Chapter Chidori and Tomatoes. The training ground at noon was distorted by heat. Sasuke's Chidori went out of control for the 9th time, shattering the wooden post that Kakashi had just repaired. Chakra must flow like water through your fingers. Kakashi's Sharingan spun, his finger lightly tapping Sasuke's wrist. It's not about smashing rocks. I know. Sasuke shook off his hand, sweat dripping from his chin onto the scorched earth with a sizzling sound. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shinya under the shade of the trees. That guy was actually peeling tomatoes. Even more infuriating was that each tomato was carved into a finely detailed lightning manipulation model. Sasuke snatched one and took a bite. The moment the sweet and sour juice burst forth, his chakra seemed to listen more obediently. Late night practice under the moonlight, Sasuke discovered that all the wooden posts had been replaced with special materials. Each surface engraved with amplification runes, causing blue lightning arcs to flow back along the Chidori, correcting the chakra trajectory. In the distance, Shinya's bandage swayed gently in the wind, fingertips still dusted with wood shavings. Chapter: Living Together. White fang and bandages. The morning at the Hatake residence was awakened by the scent of burning. Is this a fried egg? Kakashi poked the charred mass on the plate with a kunai. Shinya expressionlessly dumped it out. Experimental product of medical ninjutsu. As he turned, his sleeve slipped, revealing fresh burns on his wrist. If you need to stop the bleeding, forget it. Kakashi covered his face with Make Out Paradise. Let's go grocery shopping today. Market interlude. Shinya used his Byakugan to help a vegetable-selling grandma find her lost cat. The cat was hiding in a pile of cabbages. Kakashi was surrounded by a group of aunties recommending blind date candidates. Pack and stole 3 skewers of dango and was chased for compensation. In the afternoon, Kakashi paused in front of his father's old knife box. Shinya appeared silently, placing the reforged white fang short sword in his hand, its handle wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, the sealing technique still warm to the touch. You stayed up late. Chakra couldn't sleep. Chapter: The Final Chapter. Cicadas and Fireworks. On the last night of rest, the banks of the Nanha River were crowded with people. The giant tadpole summoned by Naruto flopped in the river, splashing water all over Sasuke's face. Sakura snatched the watermelon that Sasuke had just cut. Jiraiya's screams after being punched into the river by Tsunade startled a swarm of fireflies. As the fireworks rose, the bronze patterns on Shinya's arm faded for a moment. Hey! Naruto suddenly hooked his neck. Teach me sealing techniques, starting tomorrow. He pointed at his belly. The nine-tails old man is so noisy. Sasuke snorted coldly but stuffed the tomato carved into a rabbit shape into Shinya's hand. Kakashi gazed at the firelight illuminating the night sky, suddenly recalling the last page of his father's diary. So-called family is the kind of people who allow you to come home smelling of blood to eat dinner. Chapter 58 Stabilization Program of the Execution Seat. The self-disciplined gain freedom. True control begins with discarding the vial. Morning taming communing with cells. Meditation in darkness is a daily essential. Ming Yi sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground. The thousand-handed cells beneath his skin surged like wild horses, the wooden texture faintly visible on his right arm. Self-suppression record. The left hand formed the child seal, guiding chakra into the ground. A sapling 3 meters away suddenly grew wildly, only to have its energy supply precisely cut off before reaching the eaves. New leaves wilted and shriveled instantly. The blood light from the Sharingan leaked through the bandages as he pressed a kunai against his temple. Withdraw. The cold gaze receded like a tide into the depths of his mental sea. When the mint flavor of the Tunga sublingual pill exploded, the electronic voice of the otaku synchronized. Vibration value 5. 1,000 hands activation exceeded for 3 seconds. Kakashi's voice came from the eaves. Today you lost control by 0.8 seconds. Tested the cell division threshold. Ming Yi wiped away the nosebleed, tender green shoots sprouting from the scorched earth. Pain Laboratory, Orochimaru's gift. The lab was filled with a sweet metallic scent. Orochimaru pushed the syringe all the way. The new compound T19 will make you see your most terrifying memories. Drug illusion documentation. Thousand Hands Rampage Layer. The roots of the divine tree wrapped around his ankles. The phantom of his father Tsukumo Hatake appeared on the trunk. You should have died on the shinobi bridge. Breaking the illusion. Lightning blade shattered the illusion using the short blade technique taught by Kakashi. Sharingan Backlash Layer. Obito's blood tears dripped into a sea of blood. The reflection in the water turned into the rampaging Ninetales Naruto. Breaking the illusion. The vortex sealing technique inscribed on his palm. The sea of blood receded, revealing the lab's floor tiles. Bone vein out of control layer. Kimamaro's bone spear pierced through his chest, the spear tip hanging with the shattered core of the execution seat. Breaking the illusion. Hinata's acupuncture severed the pain nerves. He broke the bone spear with bare hands. Orochimaru turned off the generator. You woke up 2 minutes and 17 seconds earlier than expected. Ming Yi pulled out the needle and gasped. Fear is the best awakening agent. Unexpected teaching. Bloodstained training ground. Sasuke's Chidori going out of control was merely the fuse. As the blue-black lightning grazed Ming Yi's left arm, a chain reaction suddenly erupted. Real-time teaching demonstration. Thousand Sharingan predation. The bandages ignited without wind, the right eye sucking in the dispersed lightning. Release absorption requires a 0.3 second buffer. Bone vein surgery. The little finger bone pierced the skin, cutting off the rampaging blood vessels. The trick to avoiding the radial nerve is. Naruto dropped the medical kit in fear. Are you crazy? Sasuke suddenly snatched the vial, mixing tomato sauce with the hemostatic powder and applying it to the wound. Shut up, laggard. This is a live meridian lesson. Kakashi's Byakugan suddenly activated within Ming Yi's body. A more astonishing contest was unfolding. 4 types of chakra converged at the torn wound, autonomously constructing a miniature sealing array. Chapter The moment of withdrawal. The war within the veins. The vial glimmered coldly under the moonlight. The otaku's alarm blared in his mind. Dependency on the inhibitor 61. Immediate cessation recommended. Ming Yi pushed open the window, burying the vial under the maple tree in the yard. Withdrawal reaction report. 0013. The burning sensation of the Thousand Hand cells reached its peak. The training stake was crushed by the regenerating vines. 0047. The Sharingan forcibly broke through the bandages, scorching the image of Obito's mask onto the wall. 0129. The spinal spines pierced through the tatami. The vortex sealing symbol spontaneously emerged to suppress. Do you need help? Kakashi's voice came from the other side of the door. No need. Ming Yi bit down on a piece of wood, carving his self-created sealing technique on his left arm with a chakra knife, using pain as coordinates and will as the carving knife. Dawn's answer. As the morning light pierced through the clouds, Ming Yi stood amidst the ravaged training ground. The scorched earth beneath his feet burst forth with speckles of greenery, while the vines that rampaged last night bloomed white flowers. Kakashi tossed a rice ball. Sasuke stole tomato sauce from the kitchen, saying he wanted to improve your hemostatic powder. Naruto's shouting grew closer. Ming Yi, my tadpole has learned water release. Ming Yi caught the rice ball. 4 types of chakra flowed quietly in his palm. The power of the Thousand Hands urged the wildflowers beside him to bloom. The Sharingan traced the flight paths of the birds. Bone veins enhanced his fingertips to grasp dewdrops. The vortex sealing compressed the last agitation into a blue light point. The vial remained deeply buried under the maple tree, while the otaku's morning broadcast changed to new words. Stability of the execution seat. 72. Bond anchor point in effect. Bloodline control principles. 1. Pain threshold gauge records cell memory each time the pain threshold is breached. 2. Will carving knife carves self-control sealing techniques at the critical point of rampage. 3. Bond anchor point. Dawn pierced the thin mist. Minji stood within the contestant passageway, tightly winding bandages around his arms. A holographic avatar of Azai suddenly materialized, clutching a siren pulsing crimson light, detected 37 unauthorized scans. Initiating Level 3 Divine Punishment Protocol. Experimental subject, purge imminent. Kakashi's dull fish-like eye sharpened instantly. From the sewer grating surged a serpent horde. Yet at precisely 3 meters from Minji, they froze en masse, their heads calcified into bleached bone, their bodies withered into earthworms, their tails recoiled backward into the pipe. Lord Orochimaru. Tsunade's attendant Kabuto winced and clutched his eyes in the VIP gallery. All surveillance devices have melted. First battle the puppet master's end. Kankuro's crow puppet soared skyward, its poisoned blade darting straight for Minji's throat. Record of divine transgression. 1. Bandage devouring threads. The moment chakra threads contacted the bandages, they were reversed and corroded by the netherworld sigils. Kankuro's fingertips erupted with fissured capillaries. 2. Petrification curse. When the puppet's blade sliced Minji's arm, wooden joints grotesquely bloomed with fleshy tumors, and screaming human faces oozed forth between grinding gears. 3. Sandification warning. Touch it once more. Minji tightened the bandage coiled around his opponent's throat, and your body will begin to turn to sand. Kankuro trembled as he stared at the puppet's shattered fragments, the metal dissolving before his eyes into flowing granular sand. Wind shadow robes exploded outward. Serpentine limbs tore through smoke, claws lunging toward Minji. 3 precepts of divine transgression. 1. Scale shedding. Orochimaru's scales sloughed off, revealing necrotic flesh, ivory fingerbones punched through his epidermis. 2. Sword weeping. The Kusanagi blade fractured, weeping rust-black ichor. 3. Coffin immolation. The summoned impure world reincarnation coffin ignited spontaneously. Ashes shrieked with the voices of the dead. Is the thirst for knowledge also a sin? Orochimaru gazed at his rotting arm and laughed bitterly. Kabuto's glasses cracked with a sharp snap. Every backup in the lab is evaporating into corrupted data. The cost of protection, Crimson Omen. As Shikaku's claw slashed toward Sasuke's back, Minji crossed his arms and bore the full force of the Biju's power heated. Host vitality 28 remaining. Azai shrieked, transmuting into a golden shield. This is a catastrophic loss. Netherworld sigils blazed amid the sandstorm. His left arm erupted into thousand-handed vines ensnaring Shikaku. His right arm's Sharingan flames incinerated the swirling dust. Beneath his feet, a Hyuga gentle fist formation sealed the earth's ley lines. In the instant Sasuke's Chidori pierced absolute defense, Minji coughed blood, each droplet vaporizing midair, condensing into a searing crimson ring sigil. No second chances. Final scene. The boundary between mortal and divine. Amid the ruins, Naruto hoisted the unconscious Minji onto his back. Bandage freak. I'll treat you to extra spicy ramen. As the boy fumbled for his coin purse, a single coin slipped through his palm and fell silently into the scorched earth. Divine manifestation. Blood droplets combusted into azure smoke upon leaving the skin. Sweat crystallized into drifting star charts. Severed strands of hair dissolved into void-sealing talismans. Kakashi picked up a blood-stained bandage. Where his fingertip brushed its surface, the fabric fragmented into quantum-level particles. This is... Azai lounged cross-legged in midair. Do you even understand molecular annihilation protocols? Last time some fool tried stealing a single follicle from the host. A holographic screen flickered to life, replaying footage of a researcher disintegrating into pixelated static. There you go. His grave code's been scattered to the winds. Netherworld imperative etched in the crimson ring sigil. 1. Replication of flesh genetic collapse. 2. Energy analysis chakra backlash. 3. Memory theft cognitive contamination. 4. Soul exemption clause. A true friend who offers food freely shall never suffer divine retribution. Uzumaki Naruto granted permanent feeding rights. Chapter 60. The collapse of the leaves, the turmoil of the sea of consciousness, and the heavenly might of the sacred patterns. The morning light is severed by lead gray clouds, and the air in the wood leaf arena is thick with a rusty scent of blood. Mingyi stood in the shadows of the contestant passage, the skin beneath the bandages stinging like needles. The electronic voice of Azai buzzed in his mind. System diagnosis, sync rate 94. 7 soul stability, 19 days, 3 hours, 47 minutes. Bullet screen. Can the host survive through 2 episodes today? Betting starts now. Kakashi's Byakugan swept over the boy's trembling fingers. Did you bring enough suppressants? Enough for the funeral. Mingyi stuffed the vial into his ninja tool pouch, the cheers from the stands sounding as if filtered through a layer of water. That was Azai looping a remixed version of Funeral March. When Moonlight Gale announced the start of the duel, Kankuro's crow puppet soared into the air like a vulture. With the shriek of the poison blade tearing through the air, the third Hokage suddenly shouted, "Wind, release, great breakthrough." The hurricane that thwarted Orochimaru's sneak attack unexpectedly became a turning point in history. Multiple perspectives at the moment of explosion. Reality dimension. The airflow tore Mingyi's shirt apart, and his bare skin was exposed on his back. The entire arena of ninjas collectively gasped. Golden veins coursed beneath the skin, suddenly blooming into the Yin Ming Other Shore flower sacred pattern, covering his entire back. Crimson petals flowed like molten gold, dark green veins pulsed like living beings, and the character pardon at the flower's core glowed like the blazing sun. Sea of Consciousness Dimension Azai Unauthorized Exposure. Mosaic Function Malfunction. Requesting Emergency Censoring. Bullet Screen Attention Nuclear Energy Ahead. Noncombatants Close Your Eyes. System Alarm Sacred Pattern Energy Overload. Initiating Visual Shielding. Failure. Failure. Ming Yes retina was submerged by the blood-red bullet screen, and in reality, he stumbled back a step, barely evading the poison blade. The shocking transformation of the impure world reincarnation, the first Hokage's water disruption wave automatically diverted before touching the sacred pattern, and Tobirama's hand seals froze in midair as he was astonished the technique's trajectory has been rewritten. Hashirama's wooden dragon was even more bizarre. It coiled gently around Ming Yes' waist, its dragon head lightly brushing against the boy's ankle. Azai Education. The resonance of the Senju bloodline triggered the guide to Playing with Dragons. Article 3, recommended to feed chakra dumplings. Ming Yi remained expressionless in reality, yet unconsciously hooked his fingers. The wooden dragon joyfully whisked away Kankuro's puppet remains. The Grim Reaper incident. When the third Hokage formed the corpse-sealing technique, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword was already poised at his own throat. If you kill me, this child will be buried with me. The snake's pupils reflected the cold light of the sword blade. A pale Grim Reaper's phantom appeared, the scythe wielded amidst the wailing of countless spirits aimed at Orochimaru, but it halted abruptly 3 feet from the target. The absolute suppression of the Yin Ming Authority 1. Grim Reaper's perspective. The scythe clattered to the ground, and the bony claws hurriedly rearranged the tattered cloak. When it caught sight of that other shore flower, its entire body prostrated in reverence, and the hem of its cloak even trembled in a comical wave. 2. Sea of Consciousness Livestream. Azai Grim Reaper No. 7348 Kneeling Score 2. 3. Deduction points, but too high. Left hand, not properly on the ground. Cloak has holes. Bullet screen requesting a live stream of the Grim Reaper cleaning the restroom. 3 electronic candles as a reward. System announcement. The Junior Grim Reaper violated Article 9 of the Sacred Pattern Viewing Regulations. Fined 500 years of salary cleaning the restroom of the Beast Path Supervisor Azai. Reality aftermath. The Grim Reaper's phantom retreated like rewinding a tape, and the third Hokage's corpse sealing technique automatically lifted. Orochimaru's sword clattered to the ground, and his rotting right hand lightly touched the third Hokage's sleeve. UN teacher. The farewell fireworks. Orochimaru retreated to the edge of the barrier. A test tube of snake shed oozing purple liquid. Azai detected Uncle Snake's secret poison. Ingredients: 60 abandonment of research, 30 commitment to regular medication, 10 Sundara. In reality, Ming Yi suddenly spoke. Senior Hongdo said the meatball shop will always keep your seat. Oroka's pupils softened for a rare moment. Tell her, I reserve the place for 10 years. Sea of Consciousness farewell ceremony. As Orochimaru turned and leaped off the high platform, Ming Yes' mind automatically played, ah, goodbye my friend, goodbye. Remember to give a 5-star review. The serpent in his sleeve hissed angrily, sing that again and it'll make you mute. Bullet screen is Snake brother requesting need a hug. The VIP song library charges an additional 3 years of life. In reality, Ming Yi suddenly coughed, sorry, chakra backflow. The true redemption of the impure world. When the light of impure world reincarnation was lifted, Tobirama suddenly pressed Ming Yes' shoulder. Young friend, would you be willing to bear my chakra? The Yin Ming system instantly flooded the screen, warning external energy infusion request. Refusal reason, air not near death. It won't allow it. Ming Yi coughed up blood. The system is just an unfeeling inheritance program. Tobirama sneered and pulled out a charred scroll. Reverse impure world reincarnation technique. Start. Light and dust flowed back into the scroll, the bodies of the Senju brothers solidifying, as if alive. Azai alarm. Detected 2 humanoid tools. Evaluation report. Senju Hashirama S-level backup battery can drain 3 days of life. Senju Tobirama a level escape pod use requires chanting a shameful incantation. A torrent of water erupted against the cliff's edge in a million silver beads. The last light of dusk stained the waterfall a crimson hue. Zealai sat cross-legged on the slick rock, an unlit cigarette pinched between his fingers, his ashen brows furrowed as he gazed toward Konoha. Suddenly the cigarette at his fingertips snapped in two. 30 paces away, Mingren hung upside down from an ancient tree training. The blond boy's palm held a Rasengan that flickered with unstable light. Chaotic chakra shredded nearby leaves to dust. Sweat dripped from his jaw, sending tiny ripples across the pool below. Ah, it's almost stable. Mingren howled through gritted teeth, oblivious to the abnormality only 3 meters away. The black-haired youth sat by the water as if calm, yet the bandages coiling his throat leaked an uncanny dark red glow. System diagnostics, Xing's with synchronization, rate 95.1%, soul stability, 18 days, 7 hours, 22 minutes. Warning, host adrenaline surge detected, inhibitor recommended. Konoha's broadcast link flared. Minji snapped his right eye open as layers of blood-red comma marks swirled within his pupil. Through the forcibly established visual link, he glimpsed the carnage of Konoha's shopping street. A straw hat youth standing before an overturned takoyaki stall, 3 kunai buried in the throats of unseen attackers. Gui Jiao hoisted a sharkskin and laughed, barbs on his blades still flecked with fragments of an umbu forehead protector. Farther on, Kakashi knelt on one knee, panting, his forehead protector soaked with the blood of the Xylunian. Minji suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, dark stains seeped through the bandage seams. This body was paying the price for long-distance vision. Retinal capillaries ruptured in succession, filigrees of blood spreading across the iris. Zeolai's shadow fell over him. The white-haired sage crouched, his rough fingers pinching Minji's chin. "Kid your eyes." "Konoha." Minji gasped, clutching Zeolai's sleeve. His blood-stained fingers left 5 vivid prints. Was invaded by Akatsuki. Mingren, 20 meters away at the end of a backflip, froze mid-motion as he sensed the change. He saw Minji's eye sockets drip blood, and Zeolai's face had a weight he had never seen before. The forced visual link persisted. 3-2. In the final second before the link broke, Minji saw, with crystalline clarity, Yu's Wanhuating Xylunian pierced the layers of space and fixed its gaze upon him from 100 li away. The mangled remnants of the vision cut off like a snapped cord, leaving silence and a shock that thrummed through his bones. The dungeon at the root of the village smelled of rust and congealed blood. Tuanzang was pinned to the Xingzhua by 8 spectral chains driven through his shoulder blade seals like living serpents coiling around him. When Yu's fingertip brushed the Xingzhua inscriptions, the Bianhua brand on him flared with sudden heat. Ugh! Pus and blood welled from the Xylunian into Tuanzang's right arm as the chains tightened with bone-snapping cracks. Yu's Wanhuating Xylunian replayed a scene from 3 days past. Minji's palm pressed to Tuanzang's crown as the sacred sigil seared the character of absolution, devouring Izanagi. "You spoke a declaration that echoed across Konoha's night. Uezi Zhuyu is my younger brother." His voice cracked the night. The first Hokage's face on the rock rent at its right eye. A colossal clan crest unfurled in the air, left half the Uchiha fan aflame, right half the Senju wood grain. "We share the same Uchiha bloodline." Hidden in the canopy, Zhuyu snapped a branch between his fingers. A Fei emerged from the Kimui vortex, dangling a pink vial of pills on his sharkskin. His automatic medic puppet's lantern bearing the word brother flickered wildly. Yu's kunai shattered the puppet in an instant. "Stay away from him." Kai's physical intervention followed. A green meteor slammed into the battlefield with the cry, "Youth forbids harassing boys." The great Konoha whirlwind tore a Fei's mask away. Minji's Shungwen reflexively deployed a wood-type shield. A warning flower petal bloomed, reading bloodline conflict. At the instant of three-way chakra collision, a Fei's concentrated chakra vaporized into a poisonous mist as the Shungwen flagged it as contaminated by Qianjian cells. Yu's moonread illusion was shredded by the Bianhua root system. Kai's gale was absorbed and transmuted by the wood shield. Screams split the night. Zhuju's Chidori tore through darkness in a sudden assault. Yu lightly tapped his younger brother's forehead. Still so weak. In the moment the moonread world unfurled, a cold teal of the Shungwen suddenly cloaked Zhuju. Minji coughed blood, stepping between them as the Shungwen on his back projected the Uchiha genealogy. The names Uchiha Fujo and Medicine Master Xian listed side by side. The visage of Fei Yue flashed. The bloodline line linking Minji and Zhuju burned bright. "He is your cousin." Yu Xylunian shed tears of blood. "He is also mine." Kai intervened, roaring, "Youth does not permit brothers to slay one another." His air blast flung the three apart. Yu's kunai found Zhuju's right shoulder with surgical precision. "Carry the truth and grow stronger." By the time Kai caught the falling Zhuju, Yu's figure had dissolved into a scatter of crows. 100 meters from the falls, Mingren's 43rd attempt to form a Rasengan exploded again. "Why?" The boy cried, blood slicking his palm as he pressed it into the water. Minji's bloodied finger touched the surface. The Ninetails chakra was bound by the Bianhua roots. The Rasengan's meridian blueprint coalesced inside a bud. The blue sphere in Mingren's palm for the first time rotated with stable, steady light, illuminating the wide fear in his eyes. "Wait for me, brother." A Fei's Kimui chains lunged for Minji, but ignited with ghostly flame when they brushed the Shingwen. A Fei's white Zetsu arm charred to carbon in an instant. Before the vortex could fully swallow him, the earth was branded with a sanguine decree: anyone within 100 li of Minji shall fall forever into the beast path. A cloud of crows wheeled over Kai's head and dropped an encrypted scroll: false coordinates for Dashawan's laboratory, a corrected flow map for the Rasengan's chakra, and a small final note: protect our brother. Kai hoisted the unconscious Zhuju on his left shoulder and the weakened Minji on his right. "Boys, forward toward the dawn." Mingren gripped the blue glowing orb in his palm and stared in the direction of the Valley of the End. Zeolai unfolded a falsified map altered by the Shungwen brows drawn into a hard line. In the dungeon, the cries from Tuanzang waned. On the scorched border, a Fei's severed limb turned to ash. By the waterfall, the Rasengan's light cut through the morning mist. Zhuju woke on a hospital bed, the smell of disinfectant stinging his nostrils, his Xylunian spinning beyond his control. Moonlight slanting through the blinds cast bars across the wall, like the Uchiha crest on the night of the clan's annihilation. His right shoulder's bandage seeped black blood. The burn where Yu's fingertip had touched still flamed in his nerves. Fragments of the moonread illusion churned through his mind, Yu's Xylunian drifting in a blood moon. The cold pronouncement: "You are too weak, Zhuju." The final frozen image was Minji's figure standing before him, the Shungwen's teal light stabbing at his pupils. Beside his bed, a medical scroll suddenly ignited the flames, forming 2 lines of crimson script: "Become stronger, then come find me. Bring that child." Zhuyu slammed his fist into the wall. Oh, a web of cracks spread. Minji, he roared. Mingren burst through the door, the scent of burnt eggs sticking to him. Oi, smelly Zhuyu, he shouted, brandishing a singed omelet. Eat. Minji taught me to make this. Zhu유's Xilinian locked onto the charred pattern on the omelet. The burnt swirls formed the exact motif of the bianhua. It matched the shungwen behind Minji. Minji appeared pale and silent on the windowsill, casting a bloodstained bandage scroll to Zhuyu. You need this for your wound. The moment the bandage unfurled, the moon-read injury seared with renewed agony. The scroll revealed a teal-lit pedigree, the Uchiha genealogy, branching into a Feiyue line, the name of medicine master Minji listed beside Zhu유's, a bloodline connection annotated. Cousin candidate inheritor of Shungwen. Zhu유's fist punched the air. I don't want your charity. His blow was caught easily by Minji. The Shungwen's teal light spread from the point of contact. The tomo in Zhu유's right eye spun with manic speed. Forced empathy activated. Visions flooded between them, the blood moon over the night of the massacre reflected in Minji's eyes. Yu's blades simultaneously piercing the illusions of both boys, Zhu유's howl and Minji's cough of blood overlapping into one unbearable sound. Do you feel it? Minji wiped blood from his lips. Your hatred burns my soul. The Shungwen blossomed between them, petals forming an apparition of you. Hate me, foolish brothers. A green whirlwind smashed through the wall as Kai declared youth does not need hospital bed to spare. Kai's spinning kick left afterimages that swept the burnt omelet from Mingren's hand, splatting yolk on Zhu유's face. Shattered Minji's bandage scroll, the fragments arranged themselves into a cheer. Keep going, then stopped with the sole of his foot at Zhu유's nose. Boy, hate is no substitute for training. Zhu유's yolk-streaked face softened with the first hint of confusion in his Xilinian. Minji pressed a hand to Kai's calf. Sensei, his wound. The Shungwen spread at the point of contact, and Kai's garb lit with healing runes, the secret cellular activation technique of Gangshou. When Zhuyu peeled the eggshell from his face, Minji suddenly coughed blood and collapsed. The Shungwen on the ward floor bloomed into a formation, Zhu유's Chidori meridian map on the left, Mingren's Rasengan structure on the right. At the formations, the Xingzhou synchronization spiked to 97.3%. Alert host forced invocation of Xingzhou power. Soul stability remaining 11 days. Zhu유's Xilinian watched clearly as Minji's life force poured through the formation into Zhu유's right shoulder. The neuronal damage from the moon read healed at an unnatural pace. Are you insane? Zhuyu tried to tear the formation apart. Don't move. Minji's pupils began to glaze. This is still Yu's debt. Zhu유's Chidori slammed into the formation. Lightning kissed the Shungwen. Then the entire hospital was swallowed by teal light with a thunderous roar. When the dust settled, Zhu유's right shoulder had healed, but a black sigil crawled along his neck like a living thing. Mingren was thrown hanging from the window frame, the Rasengan's afterglow still simmering in his palm. Minji lay unconscious on the floor. 3 new chains had bloomed across the Shungwen on his back. Kai's training suit was burned to tatters, the words of a sanguine decree scorched across his back. Zhuyu stood amid the wreckage, fists clenched, the sigil writhing beneath his skin. Outside, crows cried, once feathers parting to form an arrow that pointed straight toward the Valley of the End. In the ward's corner, the faint bianhua pattern in the spilled egg yolk glowed for a moment. The final warnings that had hovered like a dying interface vanished into silence. Tuanzang's screams dwindled deep under the earth. On the border, a Fei's severed arm had turned to ash. By the waterfall, the lingering light of the Rasengan pierced the morning mist. The clang of distant war echoed, old debts and new vows braided together under a sky already dark with omen. In the wake of that teal conflagration, plans were altered, alliances reshaped, and 3 youths, one bound by guilt, another by fury, a third by blind determination, set out toward a future that would demand everything of them. They moved beneath the same bruised dawn, a sage whose maps carried lies and hope, a boy with a small blue star in his palm, a pale medicine master whose breath bought another's healing at a terrible cost. The valley waited indifferent and vast as their shadows lengthened and joined, and the first brittle promises of war took root, like seeds in burned soil. An account had been opened in blood and debt, its ledger would be written across the years to come. The waterfall exploded into prismatic light beneath the scorching sun as Naruto was hurled skyward for the 108th time by a chakra-infused water sphere. Damn it, why does it always burst? The boy slammed his swollen palm against the water's surface, sending turbulent waves surging as the Ninetales chakra raged uncontrollably. Focus. Jiraiya's scroll struck Naruto's forehead with a sharp rap. Chakra must coil like a vortex. Before the words faded, the sacred sigil blazing across Mayano's back erupted in blinding radiance. Sacred sigil auxiliary system activated. 1. Spider lily roots plunged into the water, binding the rampaging Ninetales chakra. 2. Petal projections cast a rotating cerulean 3-dimensional meridian map, its angular deviations precisely annotated. 3. From the stamen, leapt an Oda Custile commentary stream suggestion, reduce palm chakra output by 0. 3-second pulse intervals. Warning, host, sizes synchronization, rate 96. 8. Gritting his teeth, Naruto gathered chakra once more, the luminous orb trembling violently in his palm, for 0. 3 seconds then. Boom. Within the mist, a stable, thumbnail-sized core of condensed light coalesced. Otsutsuki virus-style care. Little bro time to replenish your chakra vitamins. A Kimui vortex tore open above the waterfall. A Obito dangled upside down, flinging 7 hued capsules downward. The instant one touched the sacred sigil's azure glow, its shell dissolved into violet toxic rain, and a mechanical spider sprang forth from within its abdomen, inscribed with love injection device. Obito's mask cracked under backlash fissures spreading like bark. Sacred sigil sand is so cold. Jiraiya's wild lion manes seized the spider, but the sigil struck first, shattering it midair. The fragments reassembled into crimson warning characters, Hashirama cell contaminant. This lunatic is even more dangerous than Orochimaru. Jiraiya stared grimly at the vanishing Kimui vortex. Youthful intensive training boy. Let youth dissolve pressure. Might Guy erupted from the earth without warning, his leaf hurricane kick scattering the toxic rain. Physical pedagogy, handstand fingertip detonation of 30 exploding tags simulating chakra instability. Midair 720-degree rotation followed by precise rock-shattering landings refining chakra control. Final crow stance, single finger pressing firmly into Naruto's palm. Here. This is the vortex core of chakra. Mayano suddenly collapsed to his knees coughing blood as thorny sigil tendrils lashed out and coiled around Guy's ankles. System alert detected taijutsu essence automatically generating 8 gates chakra buffer model. Guy stared stunned as the sacred sigil seared glowing meridian pathways onto his spandex suit. This boy is analyzing my techniques. Shortcake street shadows as the gambling house sign came into view. The chain pattern seal on Mayano's back tightened sharply. Yomi Eye system warning size resonance detected massive gambling debt contract fluctuation. Localization Tsunade's chakra imprint, 450 meters southeast. Omens at the gambling house entrance. Dice Mayano touched stacked themselves spontaneously into the kanji for peril. A debt note Naruto stepped on bloomed with crimson fingerprints. Shizun's lost medical journal was scanned and duplicated by the sacred sigil's azure light. Otaku log acquired analysis notes on chakra-enhanced fist technique. 1. Interest, 3 days of lifespan. The Rasengan's metamorphosis that night beside the campfire. Naruto murmured, if chakra could spin like flame. Mayano thrust his hand directly into the flames. What are you doing? Jiraiya cried out in alarm. Sacred sigil sacrificial pedagogy. Flames tamed by spider lily roots rotated with serene precision. Ninetails chakra was guided into the heart of the fire vortex. For the first time, the luminous orb in Naruto's palm lifted free of the water's surface. ZZZT. Azure light bathed their faces in stark astonishment. The orb held steady for a full 3 seconds before detonating. Blood welled from Naruto's trembling palm. I succeeded. Healing sigils shimmered across Mayano's burned hand. Size's synchronization rate surged to 97. 1. Obito's final act of self-destruction at the celebration. A Kimui vortex swallowed the grilled fish. Little bro taste Obito's special victory feast. Puah. A colossal azure palm forged from sacred sigil light slammed Obito, mask and all, deep into the cliff face. Bloodline prohibition manifested upon the rock wall. A burning Yomi-eyed decree seared itself into permanence, permanent expulsion of contamination source. Obito convulsed amid the rubble. So brutally affectionate. Shortcake street countdown when the first sunbeam struck the gambling house sign. The chain pattern seal crept from Mayano's neck up to his jawline. A stable edamamized Rasengan solidified in Naruto's palm. Tsunade's abandoned dice grew hot under the sacred sigil's resonance. Jiraiya tore the fake map to shreds. Time to close the net, old hag. 100 li away, a white Zetsu wriggled from the fissures of Obito's flattened mask, reporting to Lord Madara. The Yomi-Eye system rejects all cellular infiltration. In the waterfall's aftermath, the thumbnail-sized Rasengan core glowed faintly within the shattered water spheres. Atop Shortcake Street's gambling house, the die engraved with Senju split open along a hairline crack. In the rotting ruins of the gambling den, Orochimaru's fingertips were mere inches away from the carotid artery of Minji, suddenly releasing a burnt odor. The void split with a crack. The curse seal Master Slayer's execution burned red like lava on the blade of the Kusanagi. Ugh. Orochimaru's right palm revealed flesh, and the molten iron from the sword hilt formed the silhouette of a knife-wielding Minji. Precisely the killing move White Fang breaking the void that concluded the Chunin exams 20 years ago. As the blade tip hovered near his throat, the pig in silence let out a piercing wail, its hoof pointing at the forehead protector's blood-stained tie around the waist of the knife shadow. 3 poisoned sunbon shot out from the broken beam as Doe swooped in like a black vulture. Bow your head. The poison needles all sank into Doe's right shoulder, the rotting flesh instantly revealing bone. The sacred pattern's azure light surged, and thorns emerged from the wound, striking back at the attacker. A scream emerged from the shadows, and the attacker turned into a pool of blood seeping into the ground. Doe knelt, coughing up pieces of his insides, his white bone right arm cracking with a snap as the roots of the ghost flower wrapped around his skeletal arm, the petals blooming with blood. Ink the medicinal bloodline's guardian contract, injure the master, and the bones bloom. Orochimaru's snakes tightened around Doe's neck, lifting him. You worthless trash. Your pitiful life is only fit to be a meat cushion. But Orochimaru's snake-like eyes remained fixated on the flower roots. There entangled was the medical talisman that Minji had gifted him in the past. Come take your life. Tsunade's powerful fist tore through the air. The wind from her punch collided with an invisible barrier half a foot from Orochimaru's temple. The 100 Heroes incantation was forcibly pulled from his forehead, golden threads stitching up the gaping wound in Mingye's chest. As the seal cracked with a snap, the fissures spread to Tsunade's cheekbone, revealing the phantom of Kato Dan. In the crack, save this child. Otherwise in the Yellow Springs. We shall never meet again. Look closely. Orochimaru tore his sleeve, the rotting scar on his left arm bursting forth with lightning. Indeed, the remnants of Kakashi Hatake's chakra. During the Second Great Ninja War, this blade blocked Hanzo's poisonous salamander for you. If you don't save him today, suddenly a swarm of snakes erupted from the ground, carrying the forehead protector of Shinjiro. I will feed my brother's bones to the thousands of snakes. The shadow of the execution seat descended with a thunderous roar as Mingye's blood-stained fingers traced through the rubble. Do's purple flower from his skeletal arm sprayed out toxic mist. In the mist appeared the illusion of Minji, guiding his preparation of an antidote. Tsunade's golden needle glimmered at her heart. With every bit of chakra extracted, Kato Dawn Phantom became more transparent. Orochimaru's arm burned with lightning marks. Amidst the pain, he saw the young Minji kneeling before him. Master, this injury was caused while testing the medicine. 100 miles away at the Konoha hospital, Kakashi, in a coma, suddenly convulsed. Raikiri's chakra shattered the monitoring device, and the tears of the Sharingan soaked the bandages. Beneath the forehead protector floated golden inscriptions: wife in danger, soul crossing, as blood beads spread across the sheets, binding the vow of shinobi bridge in the next life beneath the Konoha cherry blossoms. To marry you. The sacred pattern's azure light pierced through space, and Mingye's dropping hand suddenly tightened, the phantom of Kakashi's hospital bed appearing in his palm. 6 paths, I gouge the death and life register. Command. The projection of the Rinnegan had just torn through the clouds, and the chains of the 9 nether appeared like a giant python emerging from its lair. Uft crack. The hell path of the rain hidden tower was pierced through, nailed to the gate of pure land by the bone of the Pipa, while the other 5 paths froze collectively. Fragments of the death and life register floated out from Mingye's collar. The blood words burned through the vast sky. Old man, if you gaze upon my wife again, I'll gouge your Rinnegan out and drown it in wine, and shatter your pure land to build walls. Blood rain poured down. The groans of the sage of 6 paths shook the mountains. The remnants of the gambling tools in Short Book Street soared into the air, dice embedded into the walls, forming the bloody characters, obey the command. The underworld journey, the resounding white fang. Thousands of snakes burst forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, intertwining to form a skeletal chariot. The blade of white fang reverberates in the sound ninja village. It can sever the chains of the execution seat. Tsunade's fingers like blades plunged into her chest. The core of the seal surged blood into Mingye's wound. Senju, bloodline, feel free to use it. Do prostrated, offering his skeletal flower arm. The roots of the ghost flower emitted a pillar of purple mist. My bones shall forever be the medicinal coffin. Naruto's Rasengan blasted through the ruins, blue light tearing through the night. Senior, brother, hold on. I'll burn the gambling den to warm your way. The shadow of the execution seat sank into the ground, the ashes of the city converging into a gigantic arrow pointing towards the sound ninja village. The barrage of comments danced on Mingye's eyelashes. Execution seat synchronization rate frozen at 99. 9. Kakashi's vital signs, heart chamber fibrillation countdown begins 71 hours. Jiraiya picked up the broken goggles of Obito, the reflection in the lenses showing the young Minji before the spirit memorial. Bloodied kunai stabbed into his own heart. Blood beads splashed onto Kakashi's lips in the next life. Let me confess first. Execution of blood oath, manifest punishment. Orochimaru, with each burn of the lightning marks on his arm, a scene from the past emerged. 7-year-old Minji failed his first attempt at concocting poison, his arm rotting to reveal white bone. At 15, he blocked the aftermath of the 3rd Hokage's summoning impure world reincarnation for Orochimaru. Beneath the shinobi bridge's rubble, Minji sealed Orochimaru's chance of escape with his last chakra. Tsunade, with each piece of the seal peeled away, Kato Dawn Phantom lost a limb. As the golden needle completely pierced Mingye's heart, the phantom left only the weeping head floating before her. Quickly save our child. Referring to the resurrection of Shinjiro being tied to Minji Do in the toxic mist of the skeletal flower arm, images of the childhood orphanage played in a loop. 5-year-old Do was pushed out of the kunai attack range by the medic ninja Nanayu. Baby Minji giggled, grasping his finger. The sacred pattern engraved the ultimate command on the petals: if the master perishes, the flowers shall bloom, and all within 10 miles shall return to the Yellow Springs. Silence trembled as she held the blood dripping from Minji, blood beads forming a pair of ghost flowers. The left petal reflected the scene of Minji kissing Kakashi, with Kakashi's palm resting on the shattered forehead protector of Minji. The right petal displayed the moment the 7th squad first met, as Minji bandaged Kakashi's Raikiri wound, the knot of the bandage identical to the one Minji tied at his last moment. Within the flower's core, the piercing alarm of the monitoring device at Konoha Hospital pierced through the clouds. In the crimson light of the blood moon, the skeletal remains of 10,000 serpents glimmer with a phosphorescent hue, forming a grotesque royal carriage made of 306 intertwined serpent bones. Whenever the bone wheel crushed, the gravel blood-red blooms of the other shore would sprout from the cracks, and the dewdrops falling from the petals carved out the word ghost in the scorched earth. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes were fixed on the youth within the carriage. An ominous golden needle sealed within Mingya's chest buzzed, while Tsunade's life force transformed into golden threads, mending the holy inscription's cracks. With every inch repaired, a blood-weeping phantom of Kato Dan materialized at the needle's tail. Master. Minji, curled up in agony, lightning-like scars resembling those of Hatake Tsukumo, appeared on his back, the blade's tip pointing directly towards the direction of the Sound Ninja village. Suddenly, Orochimaru sliced his wrist, and serpent blood painted a reversed 5-point star in the void. The blade that has been silent for 20 years must now drink blood. The Sound Ninja village's lament. The dome of the base cracked open with a crack, and cascades of blood moonlight poured into the laboratory. 300 experimental subjects collectively knelt, their spines protruding with skeletal flower branches from deep within the Forbidden Techniques library. Came the dragon-like sound of blades as sealing talismans fluttered like butterflies. Tsunade's trembling fingertips plunged into the bloody hole in Mingya's chest, thick plasma oozing over the cross-shaped scar in her palm. Drip blood droplets fell to the ground, blossoming into remnants of Kato Dana Kanai embedded in the phantom's chest. Save this child. Otherwise my soul will shatter in the yellow springs. Shut up. Tsunade roared as she tore open Mingya's collar, the 100 chakra mingling with the blood pouring into the wound. The redemption of those with hemophobia unexpectedly became a bridge of blood. The holy inscriptions devoured her blood like a starving ghost, and the chains of punishment briefly receded. Silent was horrified to see her master's black hair turning to snow from the roots, with 10 blood streaks cracking across the corners of his eyes. Naruto shielded Minji behind him, and for the first time the swirling sphere in his palm coalesced into a deep blue star. As the 4 purple flames formation of the Sound Ninja Quartet enveloped them, the golden character punishment suddenly appeared in the heart of the vortex. Boom! The barrier's chakra was devoured by the vortex. The holy inscription projected the trajectory of the yellow springs into the void. 3,000 vengeful spirits erupted from Naruto's body, crying out, "This move is called." Naruto smashed the ground tiles and leaped up, Hell Spiral. The blue-black orb rolled over the brothers nearby, blooming other shore flowers wherever it passed. Kido Mara Spider Silk was devoured by the flower's stamen, and Jirobo's earth prison had no reflection of himself. Walls burned with the giant painting of the 6 paths being pierced by iron chains. Orochimaru shattered the heavy iron gate, revealing the sealing platform in the blood moon. The half-broken blade was entwined with engraved chains, and the blade's hilt, inlaid with the Sharingan, suddenly turned. It was the left eye that Yagami Yoru had gouged out before his death. Teacher Tsukumo. Orochimaru stroked the blade's hilt, lightning patterns flashing as the phantom of the kneeling boy Yoru appeared beside him. Master, wait for me to return in my next life. At the moment of grasping the blade, the base's dome completely collapsed. Cracks in the blade erupted with azure light, the beam piercing through heaven and earth. The Sharingan reflected Mingya's sleeping visage on the blade's hilt. The phantom of Hatake Tsukumo pressed down on Orochimaru's shoulder. This strike is to pave the way for the children. At the moment the chains of punishment were severed, 9 bronze chains manifested from Mingya's spine. Orochimaru turned and slashed, and in the wake of the blade's light the broken ends of the chains blossomed into paired other shore flowers. The left petal reflected the scene of Yoru kissing Kakashi's cheek to block Raikiri. The right petal showed Minji being poisoned by Orochimaru. As the last blade descended towards Mingya's heart, the western night sky suddenly brightened. Kakashi's Raikiri unexpectedly came across the void. In the intensive care unit of Konoha, the ECG displayed a straight line. Beep! Amid the long ringing, Kakashi's forehead protector exploded. Blood tears flowed from the Sharingan, solidifying into a lightning dragon that shattered the barrier of the Sound Ninja base. At the moment Raikiri clashed with the blade of the White Tooth Clang. Boom! The space-time rift shattered like a mirror. On the left side of the rift, under the broken stones of Kemui Bridge, Yoru kissed the blood away from Kakashi's eye. In the next life, I will be the medical ninja to heal your wounds. On the right side of the rift at the training ground of Team 7, Minji bandaged Kakashi's Raikiri wound, the knot of the bandage identical to Yoru's. The holy inscription enveloped the lightning, infusing it into Mingya's heart, and the youth suddenly opened his eyes. Do you want me to live in widowhood? Cursed Earth Guardian, the forbidden elegy, summoning impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru bit his finger and slapped the ground. As the wisteria coffin exploded from the smoke and dust, emerged Hatake Tsukumo's white tooth blade, whole and new, droplets of the river of the underworld falling from its sheath. Uchiha Yoru's impure body, covered in holy inscriptions, with Kakashi's kunai embedded in its heart, the reflection of Yakushi Kabuto's glasses cradling a baby bottle from Kabuto's childhood. Yoru's cold hand brushed against Mingya's cheek. This time, I will protect you with master and senior brother. Tsukumo's white tooth blade suddenly slashed towards the void. The heavenly jeweled spear of the Sage of 6 Paths pierced through the clouds. The arrival of punishment, the fall of 6 paths, foolishness. The repulsive wave of the Sage of Six Paths crushed 3 mountains. The punishment behind Minji solidified completely, and the pages of the Book of Life and Death fluttered like butterflies. Judgment. Otsutsuki Kagaya stole the power of creation for 7,000 years, forfeiting the Rinnegan, eternally imprisoned. The heavenly jeweled spear shattered into stardust upon touching the punishment. Pain's Rinnegan flew from his body into the Book of Life and Death. The fissures of the Pure Land extended 9,000 soul-chaining chains, dragging the 6 paths towards punishment. Yora's impure body suddenly embraced Minji. Kakashi, I leave him to you. The holy inscriptions devoured the impure, and a white bony horn sprouted from Mingye's forehead. The emperor of the underworld had finally descended to the mortal realm. The dust settles the eternal white tooth. The sound ninja base collapsed in azure light. Tsunade, with white hair, cradled Minji, who had regressed to a 12-year-old child. The punishment had recoiled and shrunk his bones. Naruto's palm held the hell spiral stable as a miniature black hole. Sakumo plunged the white tooth blade into the floor of Kakashi's hospital room. The blade, reflecting the fluctuations of the Isuji, Orochimaru severed his left arm's lightning pattern and tied it to Mingye's delicate wrist. On the remnants of the skeletal royal carriage, the barrage of comments gradually faded. Synchronization rate of punishment 100. Hell system unloading. Spousal contract completed. The child form of Minji fell into a deep sleep in Tsunade's embrace, the lightning seal amulet on his wrist flickering in sync with Kakashi's heartbeat miles away. The moonlight illuminated the hilt of the white tooth blade. Their 2 lines of small characters were newly engraved. Protect my wife for all eternity. Hatake. Kakashi's vow. Final curtain. The blood moon does not set. The blood moon still hung high, and the ruins of the sound ninja bloomed with other shore flowers. Kabuto knelt in the sea of flowers, the skeletal flowers on his arms sprouting new flesh, and his skin bore the tattoo of eternal medical servant. Orochimaru picked up Yora's Sharingan, gently pressing it into his empty left eye socket. From now on, I shall be your eye master. Naruto lifted the child Minji onto his back, walking towards the dawn, followed by the stumbling Tsunade. At the horizon, the curtains of Konoha Hospital were blown up by the wind, and the other shore patterns on Kakashi's heart pulsed, as if sensing the footsteps of his returning wife. The Konoha barrier shattered like crystalline glass as Naruto advanced along molten trails of blood cherry blossoms. A drop of blood fell from Minji's hair and exploded upon impact, blooming into a 9-eared nether lotus throne. The moment its petals unfurled, the earth transformed into pulsating flesh. Roots of the 1,000-year-old sakura pierced through the crust, carving the Hokage rock into skull fruits strung upon its boughs. The stone-carved left arm of the 3rd Hokage crashed into a civilian home, shards scattering across the ground. A pixelated spirit, Azai, leapt from Minji's forehead, wrapping a holographic screen around a mortally wounded AMBU operative. Just as the blood cherry blossom was about to pierce his heart, a choice box flickered into view. Accept the netherbrand, reincarnate as cat litter. Trembling, the root shinobi touched the option and instantly restructured into a security-etched stone statue with a floating comment. Boss, can I pick the pink diamond skin? From the exposed bedrock, a throbbing stamen extended vascular root tendrils deep into the abyss. Across the land, a golden formation array emerged, its focal point the Konoha cemetery. Countless tombstones flipped upright, revealing rune-inscribed backs. Spectral hands surged forth like a forest. Be silent. A child's voice resonated, summoning the thunderous chime of the Yellow Springs bronze bells. Suspended blood cherry blossoms coalesced into inverted thorned brambles. Cursed lotus seals bloomed upon villagers' tongues. From the ruins of the Hokage Tower rose the bronze tribunal seat. Self-devouring specters writhed from the creases of Tsunade's elder colleague Hamura Mitokado, their gnawing sounds weaving into a requiem mass. Azai's live tribunal feed would release re-employment waterfall gates, arms petrified into peachwood sprouting pitcher plants that devoured his own shrieking sound waves. Report this. Sonic assault on feline ears. Nakomata raised a protest sign atop the tribunal seat. Glory of the slave root, a slave character oozed asphalt from a root shinobi's forehead, hardening into a floating statue of Danzo, upside down and whipped. Each lash summoned a common intensity, 1, a dried fish 1. Ultimate judgment, the bronze edict split open, a chasm of choices. A. Temporal punishment, an eternal aging loop. B. Spatial penalty, visceral dislocation. C. Sovereign feline amnesty to serve as a cat tree, a sapphire feline paw smashed the selection interface. Sand shinobi, who choose C. Queue up. First submit your certified cat petting license. Tsunade's golden chain was coiled by Nakomata's tail into a bow-shaped collar. Its bell chimed softly. 5th Hokage. You are hereby appointed chief massage officer to the feline sovereign. A stone tear fell from the 1st Hokage's statue, watering the soil where blossoms of the Senju clan crest erupted. Blood-red Hanahu flowers blooming in the netherlight. Resurrection paradox, White Fang reborn. Minji's fingertip brushed the memorial stone. The rustling pages of the Book of Life and Death summoned ninefold nether thunder. Resurrection, Sakumo Hatake. Golden characters seared into the stele, splitting it into 3-dimensional mirror palaces. The mirror of the present, a silver-haired man strode forth, shattering emerald light. His white fang blade lifting the moonlight of the night, he took his own life. As the blade's reflection revealed Minji's silhouette, Sakumo suddenly hurled a scroll. Brat's Netherhouse Code Article 1. When His Majesty fluffs up Kakashi, must serve as a living cat teaser. The mirror of the past, the cliff face of Canopy Bridge liquefied into amber. Youthful Kakashi's lightning cutter plunged into flowing or magma. Rin Yamanaka tumbled into an unexpectedly appearing feline paw hot spring hidden behind rocks. Toby, masked in spiraling vortex, yanked at his hair. Where'd you get the hot spring pass? Budget stolen by cats. The mirror of the future, the sixth Hokage's rock statue, fractured like spiderwebs. Bone horns thrust upward, knocking off the stone forehead protector. As obsidian black robes draped over his form, the phantom Kakashi's forehead contract seal flashed a dialogue box. Today's grooming task: twin braids. Wyan. Azai materialized beside Sakomo, fitting him with VR goggles. Immersive experience. What do you do when your future daughter-in-law is the sovereign of the nether realms? Within the vision, Minji wove blood cherry blossoms into Kakashi's hair. Nether Covenant. 10,000 cats ascended amidst the deafening rupture of dimensional space. Kakashi's Sharingan wept starlight. Twin blossoms formed from soul tears were swatted by a feline tail into the Sanzu River. Bride price so meager it broke the scale. Nakomata leapt from the waters, cradling the Wangchuan stellar core in her paws. The core detonated and reforged itself into Concord Ring, its band wound with ice spines of the Naiha Bridge, its face engraved with 999 lifetimes of braiding tutorials. Eternal Pact forehead ornament, its pendant set with Shikaku's wailing crystal orb, within which floated a lunar night projection, holding a sign: brother-in-law, go for it. Covenant Sky Canopy penalty for breach. Perm Nakomata's tail into voluminous waves. Draft 18 secret intimacies of the Emperor and Empress for Azai. The imperial crown borne aloft by 100,000 souls reshaped itself into a cat tree. Nakomata sat cross-legged, gazing down upon all existence. Orochimaru's sacrificial Sharingan had barely begun to rotate before a feline paw slammed it. Still, rotation speed exceeds limit. Penalty in Dorsai drops for cats. Meanwhile, Yagura's reanimated corpse quietly placed a pair of cat ear hairbands onto the first Kazekage stone effigy. Coronation ceremony live broadcast of life and death. The moment the imperial crown settled upon Minji's brow, Azai's livestream screen detonated into quantum fireworks. System notice: Rakuto server offline for maintenance. The sovereign of the Nether Realms V2.0 is now permanently online. The Nanho River flowed backward, forming a river of bone lanterns, each casting holographic tutorials of Kakashi, giving Minji cherry blossom manicures. Burning textbooks reassembled into the Nether Code Annotated Edition for felines, margins crammed with paw-print footnotes. This clause activates only after 3 servings of salmon. Within the Hokage rock wedding illusion, Minji solemnly slipped a ring onto Kakashi's finger, only for it to morph instantly into an owl-shaped hair clip. Yagura's reanimated form held up a sign: dowry increased. Azai's spotlight interview interrogating the future's doomed fool Sasuke. Within the hexagonal Sharingan, a vision unfolded. Future Sasuke knelt, presenting the Emperor Empress fur smoothing manual, its cover doodled by Naruto, with chibi sketches labeled Best Friend Supreme Consort. As Sasuke cried, "Long live the sovereign," Itachi behind him dissolved into a beckoning cat. Coin raised high. Commemorative coins for the Netherrealm's tourism campaign, now on sale. Imperial Palanquin tore Toby's collision scam. A Dragonbone Palanquin crushed the clouds. Nakomata's tail coiled playfully around the Book of Life and Death, twisting it like string figures. Minji's claw tip lightly tapped the void. Sunagakure, your tail beast loan is overdue. The entire desert boiled. Shikaku was bound into a spiral by a chain shaped like a feline tail, suspended high above the dunes. Across Sunagakure's administrative tower, dynamic inscriptions glowed: the Suna Cat Servant Reform Treaty 1. Daily tribute of 100 living puppets, certified elite cat petting instructors preferred. 2. Oasis converted into catnip cultivation zones. 3. Gaara shall replace Shikaku as scratching post. Meow at final clause. Nakomata's pawprint scorched the decree: every Suna shinobi implanted with a retractable cat teaser. Ruthless capitalist. Toby, the masked figure, burst from the catnip fields waving a banner reading blood tear grievance as he lunged toward the palanquin: will return my brother's soul licensing fee. A sapphire feline claw descended like a meteor. Toby's mask cracked with a sharp snap, revealing dual tomo spinning in opposite directions within his Sharingan. The Book of Life and Death turned its pages automatically. Prohibition order on Obito: for every meter closer than 5 kilometers to the Imperial Palanquin, recite a penitent poem for brother obsession once. Nakomata flicked her tail with a cold smirk: wrong rhyme scheme. Repeat 100 times. Beneath the memorial stone, epical transition, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes reflected the steel's inscriptions. Blood tears activated the etched line: Uchiha Yagura's place of final rest. Stardust coalesced beneath Minji's fingertips: Kakashi's lifespan shall endure as long as heaven and earth. Upon his final breath, the script was stamped over with a plum blossom pawprint: his soul shall return to the feline's padded soul, to receive the ultimate kneading. Golden script blazed across heaven and earth. Bone armor erupted from Kakashi's chest, its surface imprinted with the unmistakable texture of feline paw pads. Within Kamui space, Rin's residual image arranged flowers in the left petal bud. Yagura's remnant lifted dumbbells in the right. Between them, new commentary scrolled: live fitness broadcast donation channel now active. Tsukumo's blade swept past the first Kazakage's reanimated form, envy me. The severed head crumbled into sand. The path to sainthood, via soft living, shall be enshrined in shinobi history. By the glow of a green lamp, the final page of the Book of Life and Death shimmered with holography, nether sovereignty integration, 100 resurrection certification, Tsukumo Hatake, payment method $9.99 dried fish, before dissolving into stardust as I tossed forth the ultimate Easter egg hidden achievement, unlocked after $9.99 braiding sessions, trigger, the limited time skin, moonlit sovereign with feline ears. New Chronicle legendary moments protagonist epic shot immortal line Nikomata, reshaping the Kazakage rock into a colossal cat litter basin. Sunegakure's 5-star review. Watch the whirlwind of the feline tail deliver it. Toby Abito his fractured mask plastered with missing brother, posters sole licensing fee. 8% discount. Family emergency cliffhanger pricing. Kakashi concealed Sakura hair ties within bone armor, hidden pockets. Your Majesty. Shall we attempt the fishbone braid today? Minji scribbling a braiding progress bar in the margin of the Book of Life and Death. I am reviewing Shikaku's weight loss meal plan. Silver moonlight cascaded like silk, transforming the imperial palanquin into a drifting royal chamber. Minji curled into a feline ball within Kakashi's arms. Nikomata wrapped her tail around the Milky Way, drawing it down as a blanket. When Kakashi's finger, bearing the covenant ring, touched Minji's forehead ornament, the blood-stained fragment of his Hatake trembled within the bone armor, rippling outward. In the halo of light, the hand that once wielded the Chidori in a past life, Yagura's, overlapped with Minji's clawed silhouette in the present, together clasping a falling cherry blossom. On the horizon's edge beyond the desert, Abito, his Sharingan blazing crimson, raised a kunai, its tip skewering a scrap of paper torn by feline claws. 108th brother obsession appeal, exchange Rin's resurrection code for formal negotiation rights over Yagura's soul freedom. Wind swept across the blood-streaked dunes. The first page of the nether epic had only just begun to turn. The star sand cascaded like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, laying a vast glazed staircase upon the scorched earth of the wooden leaves. The wooden dragon of Senju Hashirama had yet to descend, while the black waters of the Samsara River had already surged up the steps, coalescing into an imperial carriage adorned with dark dragon patterns. Mingyi walked barefoot across the star sand, the blood cherry patterns blooming beneath his feet, instantly staining the glazed avenue, causing the family's curseal array to crack inch by inch. The imperial crown of eternal night floated on his forehead, with dangling pearls strung together by the shattered eyes of the ancestral generations of the branch families, swaying with each step to produce a mournful wail that had been confined for 1,000 years. When the family assassins tore through the void, the curse seal prison descended like a black sun at the banquet. Mingyi did not even raise his eyes. The phantoms of 100,000 beings from the underworld had already knelt at the edge of the feast. The leading blood-robed priest struck his bone staff on the ground. In the lands of eternal, suddenly the cursed seal of the caged birds among the assassins spun backward. The azure patterns on their foreheads morphed into pitch-black chains that backfired upon themselves, their bones and flesh collapsing into 72 cursed seal bone lamps amidst shrill screams. The wicks burned with the ocular power of the assassins, the eerie blue flames illuminating the star sand staircase as if it were a forest of execution. The ninja from the branch family, Hinata Dekan, and others trembled violently, their cursed seals uncontrollably extracting, merging into the flames that surprisingly emitted the clang of shackles being broken. As Uchiha Fugaki's gilded staff just touched the ground, the emblem of the Land of Waves was covered in the frost of eternal night. The chakra gold voucher that intended to emerge from his sleeve had not yet revealed its edge, but the projection of the Samsara River had already engulfed the entire banquet table. The gold voucher rusted into ash in the waters of the underworld, the ashes spelling out the decree of the underworld, bloodline of the Land of Waves, generations serving the eternal night's purse. The black pearl tassel in Mikoto's hair scattered, the ship contract sealed within the pearl rewritten into a list of offerings by the star sand. The shadow of the still water instant body technique froze in the void as the south he cliff beneath his feet transformed into a projection of the beheading platform of the underworld, the guillotine hovering over his astonished shadow. Under the sand-hidden envoy delegation, the golden sand rolled back. Gar's eye of sand oozed with defensive instincts, yet the star disk forcibly projected the contract of the underworld into his pupils. Grain depot of the northern territory of the Land of Wind, eternal night's seventh vault. Temari's fan was drained of chakra by the cursed seal bone lamp, the ribs of the fan crystallizing into ice. The Konoha banquet area appeared even more desolate. The jar that Tsunade angrily smashed splattered black water, the liquor coagulating into a tribute platter of the family's skull amid the star sand. Jiraiya's scroll was soaked by the waves of the Samsara River, the ink bleeding into a prisoner roster. The blood of the emperor fell from Ming Ye's fingertip as he traced over his left eye, a drop of imperial blood plummeting into the void. The blood pearl expanded into a furnace of immense size among the star trails, its walls embedded with 100,000 white eyes from the branch families. The spirit of Niji's deceased father unfolded the law of shackles within the furnace, while the engraved memories of Hinata Dekan melted into the medicinal catalyst, a millennium of infant whales refining into the original fluid of antibodies within the azure flames. Old shackles. The Emperor's voice summoned the seal of the eternal night king to fall from above, shall be the kindling for a new era. When the furnace exploded, 7 seeds of the blackbird fell from the sky, like the Big Dipper. The silver-winged totem bloomed from the cursed seal pit on the foreheads of the branch family members, Niji caressing the burning pattern on his forehead, as the contract of the underworld echoed deep within his soul. Eternal night's vassal law, the first free wings, shall eternally belong to the imperial throne. Those who betray their oath shall be buried beneath the Samsara river. The infant's cries at the top of the obelisk stirred the cursed seal bone lamps into a gathering of warm halls, the bones of the assassins merging into a jade railing within the light. The black waters of the Samsara river flowed backward, wrapping the infant's left blood, cherry Sharingan, and right silver-white eye within a swaddling of star sand. Kakashi's right Kiri instinctively shielded him, yet the pressure of eternal night froze his chakra. Ming-Yi lazily leaned back against the imperial carriage, lightly tapping the infant from afar with his imperial claw. The bloodline of the underworld shall be nurtured by eternal night. The divine might of Obito's vortex lit up from a distance. The rift torn by the flame fan had yet to expand, but the star trail of the underworld had already swallowed half of it like a black tide. He gazed at the blood cherry patterns in the star sand swaddling that mirrored his own, ultimately shooting the blood-stained forehead fragment into the Samsara river. In the instant before the fragment sank to the riverbed, it reflected his silent lip movements. This shore's star sand is warm, while the other shore's foolish brother guards. On the west side of the star sand avenue, Sasuke's Kusanagi sword cleaved through the river of stars. When Uchiha Fugaki's gilded staff pierced through the earth's veins, the badge of the ship owner from the land of waves reflected a blinding cold light, and Sasuke's kaleidoscope within his pupils suddenly froze. The black pearl tassel in Mikoto's hair swept across the blood moon of the massacre night, while the shipping contract in Fugaki's palm bore the clan's crest of the Southie Shrine. The vivid faces of his parents shattered 10 years of nightmares, and a beast-like whimper escaped the boy's throat. Is this your revenge? Fugaki's staff tapped lightly, and the chakra voucher storm shredded the ribs of Susanoo. The gold voucher wrapped around evidence of bribery from Konoha's higher-ups fell, the holographic image of the shares accepted from the casino by the transfer student Haru, the account book of Mito Gate's secret smuggling of jade. Sasuke's Chidori thrust toward the chain of evidence, yet was blocked at his throat by Mikoto's coral fan. The fan unfolded, projecting the skyscrapers of the land of waves, as the blood-strewn alley of the massacre was transformed into a Wagyu auction house. In the projection, you destroyed the 7th Uchiha bathhouse. The pearl tassels entwined around the blade, enough to buy you 10 hits on Itachi. The judgment of the fratricide, the blood banquet execution platform. Itachi's figure stepped out from behind the diamond star curtain. What he flicked was not a shuriken but 3 bloodstained contracts. The former site of the Southie Shrine Underworld Wave Joint Resort, Uchiha Training Ground, International Ninja Tool Trading Center, the place of the 8th generation's demise, top-tier Wagyu breeding area. Sasuke's Susanoo clawed toward his brother, yet was swallowed by the holographic image of the breeding ground. The plump black-furred Wagyu trampled over the bloodstains of the 8th generation while chewing feed, the Uchiha crest hanging from its ear, piercing the boy's eyes. Your brother's blood debt. Shursui suddenly appeared, grabbing a handful of diamond feed and tossing it to the cattle. Here, every gram is worth 30,000 taels. He turned Sasuke's trembling chin, forcing him to look at Itachi's pale face. And your hatred. The lights of the breeding ground suddenly focused on Sasuke, pinning his shadow to the price list of the Avenger's stake. Each pound discounted by 300 taels. Mother's tears become blades. Ultimate humiliation. Mikoto's soul tears dripped on Sasuke's broken forehead, freezing into blood. She cradled the holographic recollection of the night of Itachi's defection. 13-year-old Itachi kneels before Fugaku to receive the order of extermination. Mikoto stitches poison into her young son's collar. Shursui entrusted Itachi with the capital transfer scroll before jumping off the cliff. When your brother gouged out his eyes for your survival. As the starlight gently draped over the valley of conclusion, the brilliance of countless birds and spiraling spheres intertwined above the waterfall, forming a magnificent aurora. In the moment of collision between thunder and whirlpool, there was no deafening roar. Instead, it transformed into a sky full of fireflies. Among the fireflies appeared the flying thunder god Kanai of Minato, gently separating 2 streams of energy. This technique is not meant to be used this way. The figure of Minato stepped out from the golden light, his palm gently pressing against Naruto's rampaging chakra. Kushina's adamantine chains reached out from the void, entwining Sasuke's Kusanagi sword like red silk. Young man, it's time to sheath your weapon. As Kushina's red hair brushed against his cheek, the adamantine chains transformed into a warm embrace. I've longed to hold the grown-up you, my dear. The gaps in the chains bloomed with wisteria flowers born from the first-generation cells, brushing away the tears at the corners of the young man's eyes. Minato's flying thunder god Kanai lightly tapped the core of the spiraling sphere, and the azure orb blossomed like a lotus, revealing sealed childhood memories within. 3-year-old Naruto knocking over a paint cannon is doodling. The graduation ceremony of the ninja school with his headband. The sunset when he first learned the shadow clone technique. Sasuke's Chidori lightning was refracted by Tobirama's water-style mirror, casting the ethereal image of Fugaku and Mikoto. Mikoto's pearl necklace trembled in the air, a black pearl falling into Sasuke's palm containing the memory of Itachi, carrying him to see the fireworks on his 7th birthday. A purple sandalwood tea table descended from the clouds, and Mei made 3 cups of tea. 4th Hokage, it is time for the item to return to its rightful owner. The teacup, pushed in front of Minato, contained a scroll intricately carved with the sealing of the sacrifice. Kushina's adamantine chain suddenly wrapped around the legs of the tea table. Little Mei, this gift is too precious. The red glow of the chains permeated the scroll, revealing the starry navigation map of the Sound Ninja altar. Plaintext: Underworld navigation system. Route downstream of the Valley of Conclusion Snake Cave in the Land of Rice. Escort 1st generation would release spores attached to the scroll. Obstacle avoidance 2nd generation water mirror illusion disrupt tracking. The scroll in Sasuke's arms suddenly became hot, projecting the symbol of the 7th mark of the northeastern altar. The gilded staff of Fugaku touched the ground, and the staff tip blossomed with golden dandelions. Dandelions exceeded the leaf village's Umbu, discovered traces of the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Frost. The flower stems delved into the pond bottom, paving glowing water paths, schools of luminous fish cultivated by Tobirama swimming underneath. The flower petals supported the tea table, creating a soundproof barrier. Mikoto unraveled the pearl chain. 7 pearls transformed into star lamps floating on either side of the waterway. The pearl chain wrapped around Naruto's wrist, where the talisman your mother made carefully. The largest pearl nestled into Sasuke's clothing, containing a miniature version of Itachi's reminder, "Take care of my brother." The kunai of Shursui carved star route markers under the moonlight as a flock of crows carried photon beacons towards Sound Ninja altar. Starlight navigation rain village tower, Itachi's guardian star map underworld. As dawn broke, Minato pressed the flying thunder god kunai against Sasuke's shoulder. This blade can sever a moment of despair. The ghostly imperial pattern spinning at the end of the kunai was actually a spatial coordinate launcher. Kushina suddenly snapped a strand of her red hair, transforming it into an adamantine chain bracelet that locked around Sasuke's wrist. "You better come back safe." The inner layer of the chain flowed with Tsunade's 100 heal technique runes. As Sasuke turned to head downstream, the 1st generation would release spores bloomed on the shore, transforming into a white sailboat. On the deck, Kurenai's glasses reflected the altar star map. Suigetsu's beheading sword was entwined with glowing vines. Jugo's curse seal was temporarily sealed by the 2nd generation water mirror. As Naruto chased to the shore, Kushina's adamantine chains transformed into a rainbow bridge spanning the canyon, a farewell gift for Sasuke. The chains vibrated, playing the melody of fireflies. Minato placed his hand on his son's shoulder. Everyone has a path, they must walk alone. In the underworld tea garden, Mei poured the tea towards the starry sky. The tea water formed in the galaxy. Interstellar shipping lane open. Escort fleet, 1st generation spore sailboat, ID B7. Cargo sacrificial scroll location, northeastern altar star mark. Guardian Kurenai Star Eye Surveillance Officer. As Obito's godly spiral appeared at the edge of the Star River, the waterfall reflected a heartwarming scene. The red hair bracelet on Sasuke's wrist and the pearl chain on Naruto's wrist flickered with the same frequency of starlight across the canyon. As the white sail entered the morning mist, twin rainbow bridges rose on either side of the Valley of Conclusion. The fluorescent waterway paved with star sand meanders downstream of the End Valley, while the spore ship birthed by the primordial cells pushes through the night mist. Sasuke stood at the bow of the ship, the faint glow of the netherworld scroll illuminating the star map patterns. This was the live point map of the Snake Cave in the Land of Rice, with the coordinates of the northeastern altar pulsating like a heartbeat. 12 figures fell into the canyon like constellations. The shadow of Shikamaru spread like black silk, skillfully avoiding the ship's hull while blocking the retreat. Choji's enlarged palms slapped the water's surface, pushing the spore ship to accelerate. Niji's Byakugan scanned the ship's hull, revealing a blueprint indicating no combat orders with a blue marker. Plaintext: Netherworld monitoring screen. Scroll status: spatial coordinates stable. Escort interference: Choji's palm wind propulsion 37. Pursuer intent: symbolic interception. Inazuka's Akamaru suddenly darted towards the left canyon, its long howl diverting 3 ANBU squads. Ino's heart whispered softly in Sasuke's ear, the gold marigolds in the flower shop have been changed. The shuriken thrown by Tintin pinned into the rock wall, forming a blessing symbol of southeast winds favorable. In the land of waves, the star curtain of the netherworld escort unfurled as Fugaku's gilded staff traced arcs in the clouds. The dandelion at the tip of the staff released optical illusions replicating 10 spore ships for scattered pursuit. The staff shaft emitted a miniature flying thunder god technique, reinforcing the spatial coordinates of the scroll. The gold powder falling from the staff's base coalesced into Itachi's phantom. My brother's path is unobstructed. Mikoto's pearl chain spun in the starry river. 7 main pearls projected 7 layers of mirage. The pearl chain coiled around Naruto's ankle, suppressing the Ninetales' agitation. The largest pearl cracked open, revealing a miniature tea garden within the netherworld was pouring tea at the altar coordinates. Shizui's kunai suddenly split apart. Thousands of light blades inscribed. Photon mist interference, tracking ninjutsu night, fish beacon, guiding safe waterway sound, wave shield blocking Orochimaru's scrutiny. The Stargate of the Snake Cave Body Exchange. The Sound Ninja altar was enveloped in a twisted force field. As the spore ship penetrated the barrier, the seventh symbol of the northeastern pillar suddenly lit up. The symbol decomposed into a bronze tea tray. The scroll automatically unfurled into a jade tea table. The body coalesced into an ice sculpture in the tea mist. Netherworld's tea ceremony is always astonishing. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes reflected the patterns of the tea table as the golden staff pointed at the heart of the ice sculpture. The moment blood dripped. 1. The tea rose to create a holographic projection of the Sanzu River real-time monitoring screen. 2. The ice sculpture's pupils opened, revealing the totem of the Netherworld Emperor. 3. A report floated up from the altar's base detailing Itachi's blood-coughing monitoring container compatibility, rate 99. 8. Kabuto's eyeglass chain suddenly pierced the projection. What does this after-sale service include? Terms floated at the edge of the tea table. Altar automatically generates monitoring tea every month on the new moon. Body damage exceeding limits triggers spatial replacement. After 3 years, the tea table returns to the home Stargate. The star contract of return deeply buried foreshadowing. As Sasuke turned, the reflection of the altar's truth glimmered in the glasses of Kurenai. Inside the northeastern pillar was embedded a miniature free obelisk. The inscription read, Stargate Countdown 1095 days. Current monitoring Itachi Rain Village Tower. Safety protocol red-haired bracelet Kushina, pearl chain Mikoto. The beheading sword of Mizuki suddenly hummed, and the blade markings cracked to reveal the budding gold marigold of the primordial cells. Shuji's curse seal was temporarily purified by the tea mist, and his skin displayed the Netherworld's imprint of the home pass. As the ship sailed away, steam rose from the altar's tea table. The water vapor in the starry sky formed the Netherworld's decree. Return before the tea cools. The star lantern of Konoha, a warm conclusion. The pursuing team halted at the national border. Naruto's pearl chain suddenly extended, resonating with the red-haired bracelet on the opposite side of the canyon. Minato placed a hand on his son's shoulder, and the flying thunder god Kanai traced a star path in the clouds. There is also our starlight on his navigation. The third Hokage dropped ashes on the Hokage rock, and the ashes coalesced into a 3-year countdown clock. In the flickering shadows of the pendulum, Kakashi's Raikiri blossomed into blooming gold marigolds in the clouds. The Stargate opening chapter end. Complete record of the Netherworld crossing. Konoha tracking art. Shadow blockade actually clearing traps. Doubling palm strikes boosting ship speed. Byakugan scan sending safety signals. Body exchange ceremony. Jade tea table poetic transformation of the scroll. Ice sculpture container fusion of technology and classic. Tea monitoring harmless observation system. 3-year return foreshadowing. Stargate countdown altar obelisk projection. Twin tokens connection between pearl chain and red-haired bracelet. Gold marigold clock, time stamp of Hokage rock. As the last grain of star sand sank into the borders of the land of rice, the tea mist of the Sound Ninja altar crystallized into an ice crystal marigold. Orochimaru's golden staff lightly tapped the petal, and the inner side of the petal revealed Itachi's figure wiping the blade at the Rain Village Tower. As the snake eyes narrowed, the altar's ground pulse quietly throbbed beneath the tea table. That was the home navigation beacon buried by the primordial cells, shaking in sync with the gold marigold pendulum of Konoha. As the star sand decree fluttered down from the roof of the Hokage building, the first generation's wood-release cells were nurturing the scars of the beams. Tsunade pressed her palm against the crack, the golden patterns of the 100-heel technique spreading over the architectural complex. Amidst the broken tiles and ruins, the dome of the Senju clan's emblem rose, entwined by healing chakra forming green vines around the Hokage rock. The third Hokage placed his straw hat on the tea set woven from star sand. The gambling debts must be repaid. The pipe lightly tapped the edge of the table, smoke rings forming into stipulations. Fifth Hokage appointment treaty reconstruction funds interest-free loan from the underworld treasury. Umbu reorganization integration of the information network from the land of waves. Tailed beast supervision training permit from Mount Mayaboku. Tsunade's flowing sleeves brushed the tea set. The dice from the gambling house transformed into the Hokage seal. I stake my remaining life. In the moment the seal was stamped down, Fujitaka's gilded staff struck the ground. The fleet from the land of waves brought reconstruction supplies. Mikoto's black pearl was embedded into the Hokage hat, hiding a communication talisman from the underworld. Shizin's kunai was nailed to the bulletin board, the blade reflecting the words 3-year peace countdown. The underworld's private school divine teaching the valley of the end's waterfall was separated by star sand into a top-secret water curtain. Tobarama stood atop the waterfall, 9,000 water blades flying from his sleeves. Watch closely, the little emperor of the underworld. The water blades coalesced into a star chart around the figure of the underworld. Scorpius, high-pressure water waves cutting through rock pillars. Big Dipper, the 7-layered state of the water array wall. Milky Way light band, infinite directional shifts of the water dragon bullet. The wood release spores entered the palm of the underworld. Your blood, cherry, and my cells share the same origin. As the spores blossomed, a giant forest sea sprouted from star sand. Flower tree realms descended, merging into the Sanzu River. The true thousands of hands transformed into the underworld guard. Plaintext dual deities teaching log water release coursework mastery at 71, exceeding Tobarama's expectations, would release integration blood cherry pattern compatibility, at 99, monitoring alert Orochimaru's laboratory exhibited abnormal fluctuations. The star contract of Mount Mayaboku. The journey of sagehood. In the moment Naruto fell into the wormhole, the Vajra chain transformed into a soft cushion. The sage of deep root leaned on the star sand staff. The child of the little water gate is even more restless. The toad contract scroll automatically unfurled. The blood seal added the flying thunder god technique from Kushina. The natural energy scale marked Ninetales compatibility threshold. The scroll's edge revealed the monitoring pattern of the underworld's Byakugan. When Naruto went berserk, Jiraiya's oil pot suddenly filled with the black water of the Sanzu River. Use this. A gift from the little girl of the underworld. In the moment the black water suppressed the Ninetales, the pupil of the toad statue glowed, casting a projection of Obito's forehead protector cracks. This was the alarm of the sage monitoring system. The star instrument of the Serpent Cave, the perfect mentor Orochimaru's laboratory, was shrouded in the phantom of a jade tea set. When Sasuke's Kusanagi blade struck the target, the tea set projected 7 correction light trails, raised the wrist by 3 degrees. Orochimaru's golden pupils flickered with data. Lightning release chakra accelerated at the 14th meridian node. The northeastern altar rose as a holographic platform 1. The eyes of the sacrificial body emitted the underworld monitoring screen, showing Itachi's situation at the rain hidden tower 2. The tea soup solidified into a meridian model, marking the progress of Curse Seal Purification 3. Star Sand pieced together the perfect weapon cultivation plan. Plaintext Stage 1 Swordsmanship Refinement Mentor Kinshiki Hologram Stage 2 Lightning Release Advancement Equipment T Set Lightning Matrix Stage 3 Sharingan Evolution Monitoring Party Underworld Byakugan Kabuto's glasses connected to the system. Today's teaching video has been encrypted and uploaded to the Underworld Tea Garden. The Star Tea Garden, 4 lines converging into one. The Underworld poured tea into 4 cups. Hokage Cup, reflecting Tsunade, smashing the gambling table, to rebuild the orphanage. Sage Arts Cup, Naruto, forming a star sand frog imprint. In the Black Oil Serpent Cave Cup, Sasuke's Chidori piercing through the 7 correction bullseye. Private School Cup, the first generation cells blooming in the blood cherry. The tea mist rose into a monitoring star chart. 4 symbols monitoring network. Konoha Reconstruction Completion Rate 41. Mayaboku Training Sage Arts Mastery Rate 7. Serpent Cave Teaching Course Compliance Rate 92. Dual Deities Private School Fusion Critical Value 89. As Obito's Kimui Vortex manifested on the tea tray, a drop of blood fell into the Serpent Cave tea cup. The forehead protector cracks spread half a point in the tea soup. Star Track Chapter in New Era Monitoring System. Konoha Reconstruction Underworld Interest-Free Loans. Exclusive supply of materials from the Land of Waves. 100 Heal Dome Medical Barrier integrating the first-generation cells. 3-year countdown. Kanai nailed to the Hokage building. 3-line teaching Mount Mayaboku. Sanzu River Blackwater, suppressing the Ninetales. Serpent Cave T set correction light tracks replacing physical contact. Valley of the End Dual Deities Star Chart Teaching Method. Underworld Tea Garden. 4 symbols Teacups. Universal Monitoring Terminals. Star Track Mist Chart. Real-time data visualization. Obito's Blood Drop Moon Eye Plan Infiltration Alarm. When Tsunade stitched dice into the lining of her Hokage robe, the dice suddenly transformed into the Byakugan totem of the underworld. Naruto of Mount Mayaboku awakened, discovering that star sand sprouts had emerged beside the blood seal of the toad contract. That was the remote monitoring bud of the wood release spores. In the Serpent Cave laboratory, the green smoke curled. Orochimaru's golden staff lightly tapped the monitoring screen. On the screen, Sasuke's Sharingan reflected the Underworld Emperor's crown floating above Itachi's coughing blood image. The gates of Konoha slowly opened in the morning mist, their wet stone path shimmering faintly. Naruto Uzumaki stood with a bulging orange backpack slung over his shoulders, strands of golden hair lifted playfully in the dawn breeze, while his cerulean eyes held both the sorrow of parting and an unprecedented blazing resolve. He rubbed his nose vigorously, then turned toward his friends gathered at the gate. Mayano standing silently beside the wooden arch, Shikamaru with a senbon between his lips, Shino's expression stern, and Shizen cradling Taunton at the edge of the crowd, while Minato and Kushina smiled warmly behind them. "Just wait," he shouted. "When I return, I'll be stronger, stronger than ever. Strong enough to bring Sasuke back, no matter what. I swear it." His voice rang out bold and clear, dispelling the morning chill. Tsunade stood atop the stone steps, arms crossed, her gaze beneath the Hokage hat, complex and layered. The shadow of unpaid debts still lingered. The village's reconstruction loomed vast and intricate. But for this moment, she simply nodded to her departing disciple. "Remember, brat, returning alive matters more than anything else." Her voice was low, resonant, unwavering. Jiraiya stood beside Naruto, tall and relaxed in his easygoing way, his white hair spiked like a startled hedgehog, his forehead protector tilted across his brow, concealing the kanji for oil. He ruffled Naruto's hair with a hearty laugh. "Did you hear that? That's an order from the 5th Hokage herself. Come on, Naruto. Your true training begins now." Naruto cast one final glance at his grandfather's carved visage upon the Hokage rock, drew a deep breath, and strode forward resolutely to follow Jiraiya. Their figures dwindled along the winding road beyond Konoha's gates until they vanished entirely at the horizon's edge. swallowed by the boundless expanse of the world. Valley of the End star charts of water and wood. In stark contrast to the lively farewell at Konoha's gates, the Valley of the End lay wrapped in a profound, otherworldly silence. The colossal stone statues of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha faced each other across the thundering waterfall, its spray catching sunlight and scattering tiny rainbows. Hashirama Senju stood atop the cliff near the first Hokage's statue, arms folded, his broad Hokage robe billowing in the wind, his face alight with gentle yet sovereign authority. Tobirama Senju stood on a lower boulder nearby, his expression austere, his piercing gaze cutting through mist like a blade fixed unerringly upon the youth below. Yakushi Mayano stood alone upon a jagged rock jutting from the churning river, his black hair dampened by mist and clinging to his temples, his pitch-black eyes calm and depthless. Clad in simple dark training attire, the eerie seal upon his back remained fully concealed. Around him coiled a faint spectral aura, ghostly and ancient, strangely juxtaposed against the valley's vibrant vitality and weighty history. "Watch closely, boy." Tobirama's voice, though quiet, pierced effortlessly through the roar of falling water. His hands flew into seals, swift as lightning. The essence of water release lies in perfect mastery of form and absolute control over chakra. Even before the words left his lips, his wide sleeves flared, and countless razor-sharp streams of condensed water lanced forth. They did not fly haphazardly. Instead, they wove instantly in midair into a complex arcane star chart, slicing the air with shrill, keening cries. Water release, stellar scar cut. At Tobirama's low command, the constellation contracted sharply, and several threads, the scorpion's tail spine, blasted across the river, striking a massive stone pillar on the far bank with surgical precision. A soft hiss echoed. No explosion, no thunderous impact. Yet the pillar split cleanly, cleaved into over a dozen perfectly uniform fragments, their surfaces mirror-smooth before tumbling soundlessly into the river. Whoa! Even Mayano's impassive eyes flickered with a fleeting, almost imperceptible spark of awe. Humph! This is merely foundational. Tobirama released his hand seals and turned to Mayano. Attempt to replicate the Big Dipper's trajectory. Construct layered defenses. Your Yomi-eye chakra possesses innate properties of stasis and erosion. Blend it into your water release. Unexpected synergies may emerge. Remember, chakra must flow like celestial bodies, clear in path, balanced in force. Mayano said nothing. He simply closed his eyes, as if attuning himself to the lingering traces of water chakra and the subtle rhythm of the star chart. Moments later, he opened them and began weaving hand seals once more, his movements slower than Tobirama's, subtly fluid, yet profoundly steady. Deep blue water chakra surged from his palms, interwoven with faint tendrils of obsidian darkness coalescing and shaping before him. At first the currents wavered, the stellar points drifted off course. But soon, under his ironclad focus and exquisite chakra perception, 7 watery barriers emerged, resonating in harmony, faintly outlining the shape of a ladle. Though lacking Tobirama's effortless grace, they were already coherent, each surface rippling with a somber, resilient luminescence. Form acceptable. Chakra infusion insufficient. Node transitions awkward. Tobirama offered no praise, only sharp critique, yet a glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes. But your direction is correct. Continue, until you can sustain all 7 barriers for 15 minutes under the waterfall's full assault. Mayano pressed his lips together, then plunged once more into the arduous essential practice. The thunder of cascading water became his only companion. Hashirama watched his brother instruct, a warm, proud smile softening his features. In an instant he appeared beside Mayano, as if crossing space itself. Enough water techniques for now. Let Tobirama handle those. Mayano, let us see what brilliance the Yakushi lineage's wood release can unveil. He raised his palm upward. A radiant green orb bloomed there, vibrant with life force, and within its glow floated a singular, unusual wooden spore. This is the seed of my wood release, imbued with my cellular vitality and chakra imprint. Hashirama's gaze grew deep, tender. I sense it clearly. The power flowing in your veins shares its origin with mine. That primordial life force, the wellspring of creation, is diluted in you, altered, yet its core remains unchanged. Your blood Sakura is at its heart an ultimate expression of life itself. Mayano lifted his own hand, gazing at his open palm. With a subtle shift of will, several cherry blossoms materialized, petals edged in dark crimson, spiraling gently about his fingertips, radiating a haunting beauty where desolation and rebirth intertwined, utterly distinct from Hashirama's verdant vitality. Try to receive it. Guide it. Hashirama extended the glowing orb toward Mayano. The moment it touched his skin, a vast, soothing tide of life energy flooded into him. Mayano shuddered faintly. He felt Hashirama's would release cells flow inward, not as invaders, but as patient, nurturing currents, seeking harmonious union with his own dormant power marked indelibly by the Yakushi lineage. That power ran deep in his blood, entwined with his mother's Uchiha in release, further steeped in Yomi-eye chakra, forging the unique foundation of his blood Sakura. He guided Hashirama's energy inward, cautiously approaching his own slumbering seed. At first resistance flared, like oil repelling water. Yet Hashirama's chakra was infinitely patient, infinitely inclusive, like a master gardener tending fragile roots. Gradually resistance faded. Hashirama's wood release began nourishing Mayano's blood sakura essence from within. A low hum resonated. From the cracks in the stone beneath Mayano's feet, tender green shoots burst forth, growing visibly, branching and leafing at astonishing speed. Yet these were no ordinary saplings. Their trunks gleamed like polished jade, their leaves edged with the same dark crimson veining as Mayano's blood sakura petals, and the entire plant pulsed with a faint, unmistakable Yomi-eye aura. Oh! Hashirama's eyes blazed with brilliant intensity. Indeed, mutation, and yet compatibility. Your wood release will become a marvel born at the threshold of life and death, light and shadow. Excellent. Truly excellent. Keep feeling this power. Imagine it taking root, spreading across the earth, guarding all you hold dear. Mayano closed his eyes, surrendering wholly to the confluence of two kindred, yet divergent forces within him. The mist of the Valley of the End, Hashirama's boundless vitality, Tobarama's precise, stellar water charts, and Mayano's own symphony of Yomi-eye and blood sakura, wove a singular tapestry of cultivation. Serpent cavern lightning under calibrated light. Meanwhile, deep within an underground cavern far from Konoha, Orochimaru's serpent cavern laboratory, the atmosphere was starkly different. The air hung thick with antiseptic tang, herbal scent, and the faint, acrid musk of serpents. Sasuke stood alone at the center of a wide training floor, its surface etched with intricate ceiling matrices. Dressed in simple black training gear, his forehead protector bearing the Sound Village insignia, his dark hair clung damply to his temples. His Sharingan burned crimson in the dim, subdued light. He gripped Kusanagi tightly, the blade wreathed in crackling blue-white lightning Chidori current. Opposite him floated not Orochimaru himself, but a flawless chakra-projected hologram, lifelike in every detail. The hologram hovered midair, its golden serpent eyes cold and unblinking, dissecting Sasuke's every micro-movement. Target moving dummy at 11 o'clock left front quadrant. The hologram's voice echoed with metallic resonance, utterly devoid of emotion. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, his body coiled low like a predator poised to strike, and Kusanagi, blazing with Chidori current, shot forward. Lightning tore the air, shrieking like 1,000 birds. Yet just as the blade neared the speeding metal target, 7 pale green beams lanced from instruments arrayed around the chamber, locking precisely onto Sasuke's wrist, elbow, shoulder, waist, knees, ankles, and the very air just ahead of the sword's tip. Intangible yet unyielding, they functioned as perfect molds, instantly defining and constraining the exact trajectory and angle of his strike. ZZZT. The blade grazed the target's edge, leaving only a scorch mark, not a single puncture. Oomph. Sasuke grunted in frustration, wrenching his arm back. Lightning sputtered erratically along the blade. Wrist articulation deviated 0.8 degrees, resulting in a 1.2 centimeter miss from the target's core. The hologram's voice cut through the silence, cold and precise. Simultaneously, the green beam encircling Sasuke's wrist shifted minutely, illustrating the corrected angle. Chakra velocity at the Tsuchi and Jinjin meridian nodes exceeded optimal thresholds, causing premature forward surge and a 15-drop instability. Corrective protocol has been projected. As Orochimaru spoke, a translucent, intricately detailed chakra network model materialized before Sasuke, highlighting the exact pathways his lightning chakra had taken, key nodes glowing brightly, with directional arrows indicating precise flow adjustments. Your objective is precision and lethality, Sasuke-kun. The hologram's golden eyes flickered with streams of data. Rage and vengeance may fuel you, but without absolute control over every fraction of your power, you will incinerate yourself long before reaching your enemy. Continue. Sasuke clenched his jaw, suppressing the roiling hatred and irritation at this rigid cage training. He knew Orochimaru was right. He needed strength, the strength to kill that man. He inhaled deeply, raised Kusanagi again, and reassembled the Chidori current, this time forcing his awareness entirely onto the guiding green trajectories and the meridian model, striving to calibrate every filament of lightning chakra and every muscle fiber with surgical intent. Nearby in the northeast corner of the facility, an ancient altar built of black stone held several extraordinary objects. A lifelike Jigai stood motionless, its hollow eye sockets projecting a faint azure screen, displaying a blurred image of the Rain Village's central tower remote surveillance from the Yomi-eye realm. In one corner of the screen, a figure clad in blackened clouds, Itachi, stood, hand pressed to his mouth, stifling a cough. Beneath the screen, a slender progress bar glowed softly, in emerald green labeled curse mark, purification progress 27. At the altar's center, a serene antique celadone teapot hovered, rotating slowly, emanating a gentle luminous halo. Within its vessel flowed not tea, but a dynamic shifting chakra diagram of the human meridian system, perfectly synchronized with the model displayed before Sasuke. Beside it, motes of sentient star-like sand assembled themselves into a floating scroll, its title unmistakable: Uchiha Sasuke, Perfect Vessel Cultivation Protocol, Draft 1. Under Section 1, Swordsmanship Refinement, a name glowed brightly: Mentor Kimimaro Kagaya, Holographic Combat Archive active. Kabuto appeared soundlessly beside the altar, adjusting his glasses, the lenses reflecting the azure glow. He held a digital slate, fingers tapping swiftly across its virtual interface. Sasuke-sama's 37th Chidori current calibration session completed. Data synced to the encrypted Stellar Orbit Tea House database. Soul resonance stable. Jigai repair systems functioning optimally, no anomalous erosion detected. He murmured the report, his gaze sweeping across Itachi's image in the Jigai's empty eyes, his own expression unreadable behind the lens. This meticulously crafted Jigai served one paramount purpose, leveraging specialized chakra circuits and active Hashirama cell-infused biomaterials to gradually mend and stabilize Orochimaru's soul core, damaged by repeated body transfers. It functioned as both a sophisticated relay and a stabilizer, ensuring Orochimaru's consciousness remained potent and lucid even when severed from his original flesh. At that moment, the soft, steady luminescence pulsing within the Jigai's chest cavity confirmed its vital success. Return journey cultivators, each carrying their own resolve. The setting sun bathed the western sky in molten orange. At the base of the Valley of the End's waterfall, Mayano sat exhausted on a riverside boulder, drenched and spent. Before him upon the water's surface floated a 7-layered defensive formation, the Big Dipper, its obsidian glowing walls stubbornly resisting the torrent's fury. Though edges constantly fractured and regenerated, its core structure held firm, enduring for over 10 minutes. Tobirama stood nearby, arms crossed, his stern face uncharacteristically free of criticism, only a slight approving nod. Across the way, Hashirama surveyed the strange saplings beside Mayano, jade-trunked, crimson-veined, humming with Yomi-eye resonance, and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, excellent. Though still nascent, this unique life form testifies to your boundless potential. Remember this feeling, Mayano. Wood release is the art of protection. Find what you wish to guard, and it will answer your call. Mayano looked down at his palm. A single leaf formed there, its vibrant green threaded with his own dark crimson blood sakura veins. Silently, he clenched his fist. Within the serpent cavern, Sasuke leaned heavily on Kusanagi, breathing raggedly. Sweat dripped from his jaw. Before him, the high-speed target bore a single perfectly centered charred hole. This time, the 7 green calibration beams had guided his strike flawlessly. Chidori current had pierced the core with absolute accuracy. Efficiency increased by 17. Precision achieved. The hologram commented dispassionately. Phase 1 swordsmanship calibration concluded. Tomorrow commence Kimimaro holographic combat simulation. Rest well, Sasuke-kun. The projection flickered and dissolved. Sasuke straightened his Sharingan, locking onto the holographic image of Itachi on the altar's screen, hatred and burning ambition flaring anew in his gaze. Then he turned, walking with weary but unshakable resolve toward the dormitory. And elsewhere, far from Konoha, in an unnamed hot spring town, a steamy inn room held its own quiet scene. So good. Naruto sighed, blissfully submerged in steaming water, his face flushed, a white towel perched comically atop his head. Jiraiya reclined at the pool's edge, face covered by a towel revealing only his signature spiky white hair. Though appearing idle, his mind raced, synthesizing fragmented intelligence gathered en route about the enigmatic organization known as Akatsuki. Hey, pervert sensei. Naruto sat up suddenly, splashing water everywhere. What new technique are you teaching me tomorrow? Are we practicing Rasengan again? Jiraiya lifted one corner of the towel, revealing a single exasperated eye. What's the rush? Without solid foundations, even the most powerful techniques are mere castles in the air. Tomorrow you'll run 100 laps around this mountain. Feel nature, feel chakra flow. Cultivation isn't about shouting, you knucklehead. 100 laps. Naruto wailed in despair. On the inn's table lay an immense scroll, the Toad contract scroll of Myobo-Kuzen. Beneath, Naruto Uzumaki's name, fresh golden characters shimmered with palpable spatial resonance, flying thunder god guidance, formula Kushina. Along the scroll's edge, a faint, almost invisible white filament, alive and watchful, crept silently outward. 3 seeds planted in disparate soils had begun their 3-year journey, each rooted in unwavering conviction, each gathering strength to forge their destinies. Konoha's wounds healed slowly, yet beneath the surface the shadow of Akatsuki wove a larger, darker net. The Valley of the End's waterfall roared on, the serpent cavern's instruments hummed steadily, Jiraiya's intelligence notes turned another page. Time flowed, quietly, inexorably, through cultivation and concealment.